The moon tonight shines exceptionally bright, illuminating the silhouette of my figure standing at the edge of the rooftop. I, an 18-year-old youth, stand precariously at the precipice, clutching my phone. My frame is slender, my complexion a sickly pallor, and the t-shirt and jeans I wear appear somewhat crumpled. Brother Who, I assure you, I will repay the money I owe you, but I'm truly short on funds at the moment. Could you possibly? I argue with the voice on the other end of the line, casually pacing along the rooftop's edge. Below me lies a drop of 100 meters, and a tightening sensation grips my heart as I peer downwards. Damn it, if you can't come up with 30,000 tomorrow, I'll have to break your legs. Brother Who's furious voice reverberates harshly against the stillness of the rooftop. I shake my head in resignation, thinking to myself, what can I offer you when I have nothing to give? I glance down at the tips of my shoes, feeling like a tightrope walker balancing precariously. The truth is, I genuinely have no money. I have given you every last penny, and the interest has nearly eclipsed the principal. I lament helplessly. Did I force you to borrow? Without me, where would you have found the means to seek treatment? You would have long perished in some forsaken corner, and now you come to me with this nonsense. Brother Who's voice grows increasingly louder. I squinted, distancing my phone from my ear, pondering how this fellow's voice boomed louder than thunder. Thus, I raise my tone. I have no money. The illness remains uncured. Push me further, and I shall meet my demise before you. On the other end of the line, Brother Who is utterly indifferent to my threats, responding with a chilling smile. I cannot concern myself with such matters. If you have the courage, go ahead and die. Otherwise, the terms are clearly inscribed in the contract. Should this escalate to the police station, we shall hold the upper hand. I fell silent, shifting my gaze from the phone screen to the crowd below on the rooftop, resembling a swarm of industrious ants. Meanwhile, Brother Who chuckled with self-satisfaction, his laughter akin to a deflated sack, secretly thinking how easily he could deceive a newcomer to society, silencing him with mere intimidation. At this moment, he was calculating how to further coerce me, draining my very essence. Very well, I shall show you mercy, granting you another month. However, you must pay 1,000 by tomorrow, otherwise I cannot assure you of my discretion with Brother Long. Before he could finish his sentence, I suddenly felt a smirk tugging at the corners of my mouth, a surge of triumph swelling within me. I curse you, I exclaimed with a grin, reveling in the unexpected power of my retaliation. Brother Who was taken aback by my sudden outburst, stammering in disbelief. What? I braced myself against the ground, perched on the edge of the balcony, gazing up at the night sky. Do you know what I see above? I see your mother, floating with a slight sense of weightlessness. I jest, and on the other end of the line, Brother Who first falls silent, then erupts with fury. I'm coming to find you immediately. You can be sure there will be no good outcome for you. I forcibly suppressed the smile that threatened to break free from the corners of my mouth. It seemed I had genuinely managed to irritate him. Before he could continue with his harsh words, I preemptively ended the call, thinking to myself that hurling insults unilaterally would be far more satisfying. Putting away my phone, I perched on the edge of the rooftop, 100 meters above the ground, where everything around me gradually returned to tranquility. Sitting there with my legs dangling over the edge, the night breeze gently swayed me. The indifferent voice of the attending physician echoed in my ears, mingled with the acrid scent of disinfectant, as though it were on an incessant loop in my mind. Leukemia is incurable, given your current treatment progress. Your expected lifespan is approximately 3 years. As I reflected on the past, a bitter pang surged within me. In my childhood, I lost my parents to an accident, and my grandparents have aged. Now, I find myself alone, burdened with an incurable leukemia. The weight of life's pressures has rendered this once cheerful and extroverted individual breathless. How strikingly I resemble a protagonist archetype. I self-deprecatingly mused, pressing my fingers together, incessantly applying pressure to my throbbing temples. At that moment, I caught sight of a line of gilded text materializing in the air before me. The appearance of those words was abrupt, as if they had forcibly inserted themselves into my line of sight. The golden, simplified characters shimmered before my eyes. The early summer evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, gradually dispelling the heaviness in my heart. The bustling street below was alive with the sounds of traffic, honking horns, and the clamor of pedestrians. Yet these noises could not mask the thunderous beating of my heart. Should I activate the universal lottery system? I stared unblinkingly at the words, contemplating whether this was what they referred to as a system. Had my external aid finally arrived? I was certain. Without hesitation, I responded affirmatively. After all, would I wait for leukemia to torment me to death? Hesitating even for a second would be a disservice to myself. My life was long overdue for a transformation. Ding! A crisp notification chimed in my ears, and before me appeared a peculiar roulette wheel, nearly engulfing my field of vision. The wheel was a soft gold, intricately etched with elaborate patterns, divided into numerous segments by fine lines, each boasting a hazy relief. At the top of the wheel, a small inscription read, 100 shock points for one spin. Shock points? What on earth are those? I blinked, shifting my gaze, and discovered two options in the lower right corner, store and inventory. I first clicked on the store. The roulette vanished, replaced by a misty store page that was eerily empty, save for the balance displayed in the lower right corner. Shock points, 78. I furrow my brow, perplexed by the emptiness of the store. How could there be nothing at all? Moreover, how could my shock value stand at an astonishing 78 points? I attempted to click on my balance, and the screen transitioned to another interface, displaying two lines of text, shock value from Yinxing 48 and shock value from Yinxing 30. I stared in astonishment, bewildered as to why my name would appear among these entries. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the interface refreshed with several new records. Shock value from Yinxing 23, 17, and 5. To my disbelief, these were being updated in real time. Could it be that I could use these for a lottery? I returned to the roulette page, and due to the previous series of astonishments, the balance in the upper right corner had reached 123, just sufficient for a single spin of the wheel. A wave of anticipation surged within me. I was uncertain of what would unfold next, yet I comprehended that this moment might herald a new turning point in my life. Gently, I pressed the start button beside the grand wheel, and the golden pointer at the center began to rotate slowly. As I endured the lengthy wait, my heart raced increasingly faster, making each passing second feel unbearably prolonged. At last, the pointer came to a halt, indicating a small segment. Accompanied by a chime, a surge of excitement coursed through me as the system's voice announced, "Congratulations, you have acquired the white item, Primordial Tai Chi." Chapter 2. The cosmic Tai Chi before the grand spinning wheel. A blinding white light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, overwhelming Yunqing's senses and rendering him unable to open his eyes. Instinctively, he shut his eyes tight and turned his head away, pondering to himself, what just happened? Did I accidentally trigger a flashbang? Fortunately, the brilliance lasted only a few breaths. As Yinxing blinked his parched eyes, he discerned a faintly glowing blue book materializing within his blurred vision. Cosmic Tai Chi. It is said to have been created by the esteemed Master Ma, nurturing one's essence through form, cultivating both character and spirit. One's movements may be as gentle as a breeze or as swift as thunder, light as a swallow, untouched by the world around. Item grade, white. Evaluation, ordinary. Upon first use of the grand wheel of all things, you are awarded 3 integration cards. Would you like to retrieve the item? As Yinxing gazed at the description of the blue book beneath, his heart raced with increasing fervor. With a slight gulp, he reached out and clicked the confirmation button. A book, its cover embossed with the title Cosmic Tai Chi, appeared in his hands. The tome was not thick, showing no signs of wear, and it exuded a faint aroma of fresh ink. Yinxing slowly turned the pages, observing the neatly arranged ancient characters and illustrations of human postures. However, the script was peculiar, reminiscent of oracle bone inscriptions, and he could not decipher them, nor could they recognize him. Knowledge poured forth like rain. Yet he felt as though he were sheltering beneath an umbrella. Furrowing his brow, he flipped through the pages, forcing himself to continue. But he sensed his mind being overwhelmed by this influx of knowledge. Suddenly, he recalled that his first use of the grand wheel had granted him 3 integration cards. Could that be the key to breaking through? He opened his inventory and discovered 3 gilded cards nestled within. The golden cards were adorned with the engraving of a brain. Intrigued, he He clicked on one of the golden cards, and a message interface materialized. Integration card. Select an item. Upon use, it can enhance the proficiency of that item, achieving true mastery. Available item. Cosmic Tai Chi. Would you like to use it? Without hesitation, Yunqing opted to use the card. It was a timely boon. For otherwise, holding on to the Cosmic Tai Chi felt akin to studying a mathematics textbook. He vaguely recalled a time in math class when he had bent down to pick up a pen, only to lose track of the subject upon rising. The number of integration cards in his inventory decreased by one, and a plethora of strange memories surged into Yunqing's mind. These memories included textual descriptions, essential movements, and even vivid combat scenarios, flashing through his consciousness like a kaleidoscope. As these memories continued to flood in, Yunqing realized he had seemingly mastered the Cosmic Tai Chi. It was as though he had devoted decades to solitary cultivation, eschewing worldly distractions, and had ascended to an enigmatic realm of understanding. He paced onto the expansive platform, diligently practicing the moves he recalled. Initially, his actions were somewhat sluggish, as if his muscles had yet to awaken. Yet as time flowed, his movements grew increasingly adept and fluid, transitioning from a gentle grace akin to flowing water to a ferocious speed reminiscent of a tiger or leopard. The air crackled around him, punctuated by the resounding bursts of displaced air. With a mere leap, he soared over 3 meters, his speed so swift that it left multiple afterimages in his wake. Minutes later, Yunqing came to an abrupt halt, his face as pale as parchment and breathing heavily, as if on the verge of death. Goodness, my body cannot withstand this, he thought, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. The effects of the Hunyuan Taiji were remarkable. In terms of performance, it was at least a third-rate martial arts manual in this world. It dramatically enhanced speed, strength, and reflexes. It was rather taxing on the body. If he were to exert himself fully with his frail physique, he would likely find himself greeting his great-grandmother in about 8 minutes. He needed to quickly accumulate some shock value to see if he could draw items that would enhance his physical constitution. If he could also cure his leukemia, it would be absolutely perfect. Yunqing sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze sweeping over the towering skyscrapers, lingering on the distant silver-white skyline. A few migratory birds swooped past the rooftop, their wings slicing through the deep night. Since acquiring the system, it felt as if he had suddenly risen from the status of a serf to one who sang of freedom. Yet, was it only he who could provide the shock value? Would he receive any shock value from others being astonished? The truth would only be revealed through practice. He resolved to find someone to experiment on. Wiping the sticky sweat from his face, he descended the fire escape. Just as he exited the stairwell, he encountered 2 individuals. The narrow passageway instantly blocked. A mocking voice rang out. "Where do you think you're going, kid?" Shadows loomed over Yunqing as he looked up to see Brother, who grinning with a mouthful of stark white teeth, towering over him. Beside him stood a portly middle-aged man, dressed casually, a head shorter than the muscular Brother who, his expression benevolent yet squinting at Yunqing. "I was just about to go to the foot spa to find your mother. Care to join?" Yunqing retorted without hesitation, warmly greeting the man. In the past, he had been wary due to his frail condition, fearing a beating if he failed to repay debts. But now, Yunqing felt he could deliver a punch strong enough to make Brother, who begged for mercy. He was now terrifyingly powerful. "How dare you?" The muscles on Brother, whose face twitched, ready to explode with anger, but was halted by the portly man beside him. "Who's he? There are cameras. Don't act recklessly." The chubby man calmly restrained the irate Brother, who, and turned to Yunqing with a smile, his voice tinged with an air of scholarly wisdom. "Young Brother Yunqing, one must understand the importance of respect. After so many years in this line of work, I have always..." As the plump man rambled on in the corridor, his chubby face had only 2 narrow slits for eyes. Yunqing felt as though the man had not even opened his eyes to truly see him. Thus, he offered a polite smile and said, all right, if we're to speak of respect, perhaps you should first open your eyes to talk to me." The chubby man was visibly taken aback and instinctively replied, "I have my eyes wide open. Brother Long is just joking with you. This kid has a sharp tongue." Brother who interjected, unable to watch any longer. The man named Brother Long's face flushed slightly at the remark, as he despised jokes made at the expense of his small eyes. His chest heaved slightly as he raised his tone. "Young man, do not be too impetuous." Impetuous? What else would you call being young? Yunqing's lips curled into a subtle smile as his gaze flitted back and forth between the two figures before him. It was evident that they had come to collect a debt, and judging by the menacing aura radiating from Brother Hu, it seemed they were also inclined to exact some form of retribution upon him. However, Yunqing was keen to find an opportunity to experiment with his ideas, and this unexpected encounter presented a serendipitous alignment of intentions. Yet, this location was not particularly conducive for action. With this thought in mind, Yunqing swiftly maneuvered himself out from between the two men. Once on the bustling street, he turned his head from side to side, assessing the situation. The nocturnal thoroughfare was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered surveillance cameras in sight. Ahead, a left turn led to a secluded alleyway. It was devoid of any presence, making it an ideal venue for his experiment. He glanced back towards the entrance of the rented apartment, noting that the two pursuers had regained their composure and were hastily giving chase. Brother Hu, as he walked, shouted curses. "You little brat, where do you think you're running?" Observing the fierce countenance of his pursuer, Yunqing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, anticipating the moment when they would understand the reason behind his bold demeanor. He quickened his pace, veering into the shadowy recesses of the alley. Chapter 3. The river-crossing worm and the downhill dogged the alley lay shrouded in dim light. Desolate and deserted, truly an ideal setting for a brawl. Yunqing withdrew his phone, the faint glow illuminating his gaunt cheeks, the lock screen revealing the time, 23:14. It was nearing midnight. He needed to wrap things up swiftly and return to rest. As he turned around, the twin brothers Long and Hu appeared at the alley's entrance. The streetlight cast a yellow hue, elongating their shadows into slender, ghostly figures. "You little brat, have you wandered into this dead end seeking trouble?" Brother Hu cracked his neck, his gaze sweeping the surroundings to ensure there were no surveillance cameras. "Let us speak nicely, Huzi. Don't frighten the little brother too much." Brother Long maintained his trademark smile, gradually approaching Yunqing, retrieving an item from behind his waist as he walked. "I am generally quite amiable, but in this line of work, it's not merely words that hold weight, but this." He produced a dark rubber baton, idly toying with it in his hand. Meanwhile, Brother Hu cast a sinister glance at Yunqing, pulling out another rubber baton from his pants. Yunqing frowned at their actions, instinctively shaking his head and gesturing, "Thank you, but I'm not interested. Watch your tongue. Don't play coy with me." Brother Long's grin twisted upon hearing this, and he decided to abandon all pretense. His initial plan had been for Huzi to play the villain while he feigned righteousness, but since this lad was not falling for that trick, more forceful measures would be necessary. Brother Long exchanged a glance with Brother Hu, who nodded in understanding, then positioned himself at the alley's entrance to keep watch. Brother Long then approached Yunqing with a smile that lacked warmth, his grin concealed in the shadows, growing increasingly menacing. "If you refuse to pay, you will face some consequences." "How much?" "WeChat or Alipay?" Yunqing pulled out his phone, signaling for the matter to be settled promptly. Seeing Yunqing obediently present his phone, Brother Long assumed he had yielded and promptly shifted his demeanor. "Isn't this much better? No need for unpleasantness." How presumptuous that would be. He tucked the rubber baton under his arm and cheerfully produced his own phone. "I see that my young brother is not having it easy. Let us settle for 2,000 this time, and you can repay the rest gradually." Yunqing hesitated. "Isn't 2,000 a bit too little?" Brother Long was taken aback. In all his years of collecting debts, he had never encountered someone so eager to negotiate. He chuckled and draped an arm around Yunqing's shoulders. "Since you have spare funds, let us make it 5,000. As long as you promise to repay, I assure you no trouble will come your way." "All right, I also guarantee that. Let us proceed with the payment." Yunqing displayed his QR code for payment, extending it towards Brother Long with a genuine look. Brother Long furrowed his brow, eyeing the yellow payment code suspiciously. "What is your game, kid?" "Quite simple. You pay me 5,000, and I won't cause you any trouble," Yunqing replied matter-of-factly. "As for the remaining 25,000, you can repay that later." Brother Long's face turned a shade of crimson at Yunqing's words, a profound humiliation. It was utterly disgraceful. After years of loan sharking, This was the first time he had encountered someone demanding money from him. He had to teach this insolent brat a lesson. "Who's he? Teach him a lesson." As Long Gu bellowed those words, he felt a momentary flash before his eyes. Suddenly, his 200-pound frame soared into the air, experiencing a brief sensation of weightlessness before crashing heavily to the ground. Astonishingly, Hu Gu, who was blocking the alley, stood in stunned silence. One moment of inattention, and the hefty Long Gu had been effortlessly subdued by Yun Qing, the speed of which left onlookers astounded. Lying on the ground, Long Gu howled in pain. It was evident that the fall had taken a toll on him. "You seek death, don't you?" Hu Ji's muscles twitched as he brandished a rubber baton, charging towards Yun Qing like a formidable wall of flesh. Calm and composed, Yun Qing regarded Hu Gu with an air of tranquility. Under the teachings of Hunyuan Taiji, he had attained a level of mastery akin to that of a monk. Though his opponent approached with fierce intent, Yun Qing discerned nothing but openings in Hu Ji's attack. As the rubber baton swung perilously close to his shoulder, Yun Qing deftly sidestepped, evading the blow with an effortless grace. In an instant, he retaliated with a swift slap to Hu Ji's face. The sharp sound of the slap resonated through the narrow alley, leaving Hu Gu momentarily dazed. The force perfectly calibrated to stun without inflicting serious harm. Before Hu Gu could utter a curse, he felt a burning sensation on the other side of his face. Was it an illusion? How infuriating! Just moments later, in the dimly lit alley, the two brothers, Long and Hu, crouched on the ground, heads cradled in their arms. Long Gu bore the marks of his encounter, while Hu Gu's tattered t-shirt left him curled up like a victim of a schoolyard brawl. After a brief period, Long Gu cautiously lifted his head, donning a sycophantic smile. In a subdued tone, he implored, "Little brother, no, Brother Yun, since you've received your money and dealt with us, can we consider this matter settled?" Beside him, Hu Gu remained silent, burying his head low like an ostrich. The imprint of the slap on his face had yet to fade, and the lingering daze left a profound impression on him. The opponent's strikes were formidable. He could sense their weakness, yet the moment he engaged, it felt as though his vulnerabilities were laid bare. He doubted his ability to retaliate, suspecting that his adversary possessed some form of clairvoyance. Yun Qing paid no heed to Long Ji's plea. He wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. It had only been a short while, yet his body was already overexerted. He needed to quickly accumulate shock value to see if he could draw items to enhance his physique. With that thought, he casually opened the system's income records. Lines of text appeared on the screen. Shock value from Zhao Yaolong. 92, 65, 38, 6 shock value from Zhao Eru. 81, 56, 24, 13 in just a few minutes. These two rascals had contributed over 300 points of shock value, enough for 3 spins of the wheel. Moreover, he had received a transfer of 5,000 from Long Gu, replenishing his once bare wallet, relieving him of monetary concerns for the time being. With this in mind, Yun Qing rarely smiled, reaching out to assist the two brothers to their feet. Let us not dwell on it. This is a case of not fighting without becoming acquainted. How about this? You need not repay the remaining 25,000. Consider it as medical expenses. The 5,000 I just received can be considered a modest compensation for my emotional distress. I have no intention of claiming anything further. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone these two loan sharks. Brother Long, whose face now resembles that of a swollen pig, could only swallow his grievances. There was no choice. The might of their fists spoke volumes. Indeed, Boss Yin is truly magnanimous. It is my brothers and I who failed to recognize the mountain before us. Brother Long's smile was more sorrowful than a frown. As he cautiously inquired, "May we take our leave? I have not hindered your departure. Do you require an escort?" Yun Qing replied, his expression devoid of words as he stepped aside, granting them passage to the outside. No, we can manage on our own. No need to trouble Boss Yin." They insisted. Thus, the brothers Long and Hu supported each other as they made their way towards the alley's exit. Initially, they took small, cautious steps, which soon transformed into bold strides. Ultimately, they abandoned all pretense and fled, as if pursued by phantoms. "Aminos, I believe I have been quite amicable," Yun Qing mused, reflecting on the decline of societal morals and the erosion of human kindness. He shook his head with a sigh as he observed their hasty retreat and then proceeded to step outside. Chapter 4. Em absolutely stunned. Time. 0:04. Yinqing returned to his rented apartment. The night had deepened, and the neon lights outside cast a faint glow into the cramped space. The room was small, with a somewhat congested layout of one bedroom and one bathroom. The only furniture consisted of a bed and a table with chairs, yet the various items were arranged with meticulous order. He approached the computer desk, seated himself, and began to contemplate his future. As an ordinary individual afflicted with leukemia, he had unexpectedly acquired a system that could transform the world. Yinqing was uncertain how others might respond, but his primary objective was to cure his affliction, ensuring that he would not succumb prematurely in 3 years. Leukemia is notoriously challenging to eradicate with modern medical technology, necessitating a lifelong engagement with targeted therapies and chemotherapy. Fortunately, he was still in the early stages, experiencing only occasional dizziness and mild perspiration. However, as a true impoverished soul, he lacked the financial means to seek treatment. Previously, he had reluctantly borrowed over 20,000 from Brother Hu, which had ballooned to 40,000 due to accumulating interest over 6 months. Thankfully, Brother Hu and his companion were quite benevolent. After amicable discussions, not only was he spared from repaying the interest, but he even earned 5,000. Goodness prevails. That said, if he were to sell the items obtained through the lottery, he could undoubtedly amass considerable wealth. Yet, Yinqing felt that such an action would likely lead to him being meticulously monitored by the state. After all, the items procured from the system's lottery possessed astonishing effects and limitless potential. Should he happen to draw a manual for controllable nuclear fusion from another world, it could very well incite global upheaval, even serving as a catalyst for a world war. Thus, until he acquired sufficient power to contend with the state, he must remain discreet about his identity. Leaning back in his chair, Yinqing pondered quietly. The white item, mixed Yuan Taiji, significantly enhanced his combat prowess, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of the invincible in reality. He even felt capable of dodging bullets fired at him from a certain distance. From the fragments of information provided by the system, Yinqing understood that there existed a hierarchy among the items. What could possibly surpass the white tier? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet? Furthermore, he could only accumulate shock value when his adversaries were in a state of profound astonishment. The more stunned they were, the greater the emotional value he would receive. With these thoughts in mind, Yinqing eagerly summoned the system interface. A radiant golden wheel materialized before him. Thanks to the relentless efforts of his brothers, he had accumulated 403 points of shock value, sufficient for 4 lottery draws. Grateful for their hard work, he envisioned a day when he would rise to prominence, never forgetting their contributions. With a heart brimming with excitement, Yinqing clicked the lottery button. The brilliant golden pointer began to spin, and a smile graced his lips as he gazed at the wheel, already fantasizing about the marvelous items he might receive. After several seconds, the pointer gradually came to a halt. Ding! The melodious sound resonated, and Yinqing saw a line of system prompts appear before him. Thank you for your patronage. The smile on his face froze. After a few moments, he realized with shock that the system had encountered a glitch. No prize had been awarded. Yet, regardless of how he deceives himself, he must accept the harsh reality of his unsuccessful attempts and prepare for the next lottery draw. Surely, this system cannot be the brainchild of Ma Huateng, can it? The familiar phrase, "thank you for your patronage," has already emerged. Heaven forbid it devolves into a scenario where one must collect 68 fragments to exchange for a randomly colored item. That would be utterly absurd. With a sense of trepidation, Yinqing pressed the lottery button, watching as the pointer spun rapidly, his heart heavy with unease. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Yinqing scowled. It was as he feared. The familiar odds of winning. If a recharge window popped up at this moment, demanding a payment of 648, it would all make perfect sense. Yinqing shut his eyes, resolutely pressing the lottery button once more. He decided to go all in. While others trembled in fear, he would seize the opportunity to invest, while others faced minor losses. He would emerge with overflowing gains. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. For heaven's sake. Again. Yinqing buried his face in his hands, lamenting the plight of a gambler. While others quaked in fear, he took the plunge. While others faced minor setbacks, he risked total bankruptcy. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his temples in despair. With only 103 shock points remaining, he could only afford one more attempt. Perhaps it would be wise to wait for a moment before trying again. Seeking clarity, he pulled out his phone and began to search for posts related to the martial arts of Huaxia. Under the influence of Hunyuan Taiji, he had transformed into a martial arts master capable of delivering powerful blows to kindergartens and kicking the elderly homes. Thus, it was essential for him to comprehend the framework of modern martial arts to broaden his horizons. However, as he scrolled through the internet, aside from witnessing debates on whether martial arts could genuinely be practical, he stumbled upon an intriguing post. The topic was sword debate at Mount Hua. The martial arts world rises again. Various sects of Huaxia would converge at the pinnacle of Mount Hua. Yinqing couldn't resist clicking on this quintessential clickbait title. After several minutes of reading, he grasped the unique nature of this competition. It turned out that the Huaxia Martial Arts Association was hosting a martial arts tournament at Mount Hua to promote traditional culture. Renowned martial arts sects would be invited to showcase their skills through friendly exchanges among their disciples, fostering cultural dialogue. As a provincial-level competition, Yinqing estimated that the number of participating sects and competitors would be overwhelming, and given that Mount Hua is one of the 5 sacred mountains, the venue would likely be teeming with spectators. This presented a splendid opportunity. Yinqing's eyes lit up as he checked the event schedule. It was set to commence at 9 a.m. that very morning. If he could demonstrate his prowess in the arena, he might amass a significant amount of shock points. However, he quickly extinguished that thought. How could he possibly become a contender? Moreover, how could he explain his profound martial arts mastery without drawing scrutiny? If only he could conceal his true identity. With a deep sigh, Yinqing decided to dwell no further on it and returned to the grand wheel of fortune page. There remained one chance. What if this time he won? He continually encouraged himself, knowing this attempt was crucial and must not be taken lightly. To ensure a successful draw, Yinqing took a shower, then opened his music app to play a song titled Good Luck Is Coming. Before the commencement of the lottery, he fervently bowed 3 times. Had it not been for the humble conditions of his rented accommodation, Yinqing would have even considered a vegetarian meal and incense offerings to demonstrate his reverence for this draw. With all preparations complete, Yinqing solemnly pressed the lottery button. Amidst the exuberant and joyous melodies, the pointer came to a halt. Ding! A dazzling light illuminated the roulette once more. Startled, Yinqing wondered if this signified a reward. He squinted slightly and beheld the prominent notification on the page. Congratulations! You have drawn a white item, special effect ring. Chapter 5. The plan for the emergence of the immortal. Special effect ring. A technological marvel from the year 2102, capable of simulating illusory effects within a 10-meter radius of the wearer. This includes, but is not limited to, altering physical features and voice, enhancing facial expressions, and creating fantastical effects. Powered by a nuclear reactor, ensuring no concerns regarding battery life. White item, special effect ring, evaluation, ordinary. Would you like to extract the item? A technological product from 2102? Yinqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this grand wheel could yield anything. Just from the description, one could discern the extraordinary nature of this item. He pressed the confirmation button, and a flash of green light revealed a delicate ring in his hand. The ring was predominantly silver, adorned with intricate and dense engravings, while a pale blue glow coalesced at its apex, forming a gem of ancient elegance that captivated the eye. Yinqing solemnly slipped the ring onto his finger. However, nothing transpired. Frowning at the special effect ring on his index finger, he pondered whether a command was necessary to activate it. Clearing his throat, he enunciated clearly, "Activate." Yet still, nothing happened. Confirm activation? Transform like a magical girl? Unite like an armored warrior? After more than 10 minutes of futile attempts, Yinqing ultimately relinquished his efforts to initiate this high-tech product on his own. Despite his various attempts, the ring appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary one, leaving him with a profound sense of frustration. As a youth of the new internet era in 2024, He felt the helplessness reminiscent of the older generation struggling with smartphones. The pain was indeed overwhelming. Leaning back against his chair, he gazed at the softly glowing special effect ring on his index finger, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Although he felt like a mere machine before this high-tech ring, he had an ace up his sleeve. Decided it shall be you. Come forth, integration card. Selectable item, special effect ring. Would you like to use it? The radiant golden card transformed into countless particles that dissipated, and a surge of memories flooded into Yun Qing's mind. Relaxing against the chair, he closed his eyes to absorb this influx, and, after a few minutes, he successfully comprehended the ring's usage. Randomly alter one S appearance? Yun Qing commanded the ring within his mind, and it flickered momentarily, the pale blue glow resembling a twinkling star. He lowered his gaze to examine the changes in his hands. The skin, once pale due to illness, now appeared relaxed, akin to the decayed bark of a withered tree, marred by several age spots. Pushing the chair aside, Yun Qing rose and approached the restroom door. Through a fragment of a broken mirror hanging on the door, he beheld the reflection of an elderly stranger. Strands of grizzled hair, a face lined with deep creases, murky eyes, and clad in a coarse short-sleeve garment. He was unrecognizable. He had transformed from a weary young man into a weathered elder. The city lights outside cast long shadows, stretching Yun Qing's silhouette. He reached up to rub his cheek. The skin still felt rough and taut. Retracting his hand, it became evident that the special effect ring merely altered his appearance on a visual level, rather than physically transforming his body. In an instant, the elderly figure in the mirror contorted, only to revert back to the visage of Yun Qing. In his recollection, this ring not only possessed the capability to generate appearances at random, but seemingly allowed for the designation of specific features as well. Contemplating this, Yun Qing endeavored to conjure a familiar face within the recesses of his mind. Once the general outline of the visage was established, the blue light upon the special effect ring flickered once more. The mirror unveiled a strikingly androgynous young man, sporting a center part and clad in overalls, his features echoing those of an old acquaintance. Yun Qing leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing the figure within, from the delicate skin to the sleek black hair, and the texture of the overalls adorning his form. It was impossible to discern the truth. It felt as though Yun Qing had always possessed such a countenance. Has technology in the year 2102 reached such heights? He swallowed hard. The ability to whimsically alter his appearance and physique implied the potential for countless alter egos. The omnipresent surveillance and facial recognition of modern society posed no longer any threat. He could confidently step into the public eye, unafraid of revealing his true identity, perhaps even with a touch more audacity. Gazing at the silver ring adorning his finger, the city lights outside cast a peculiar glow upon it. According to his memories, the special effect ring could modify appearances on a visual level and simulate illusions based on the images conjured in the wearer's mind. For instance, a fireball. Lowering his gaze to his left hand, a blazing inferno materialized in his palm, its orange flames dancing exuberantly, yet he felt not a hint of heat. This was a holographic illusion crafted to mimic the effects of fire. Apart from its lack of temperature, it bore no distinction from genuine flames in appearance. Within a 10-meter radius, Yun Qing could conjure an array of astonishing effects. He could even render himself invisible. Imagine, in a public venue, producing a searing fireball before an audience, then vanishing and making a swift escape. He was certain such an act would elicit thousands of astonished reactions. After all, it defied logic, verging on the miraculous. Dispersing the illusory flames with a wave of his hand, Yun Qing returned to his desk. He retrieved pen and paper from the drawer, immersing himself in writing. As he began to chart his future endeavors, from a debt-ridden, unemployed invalid, he had suddenly transformed into a martial arts adept, endowed with an extraordinary gift. The contrast was staggering, yet his extensive immersion in countless web novels had fortified his psychological resilience. His current objective was to amass a significant amount of astonishment points, which could be utilized for lotteries to procure even more wondrous items. As for how to swiftly acquire these astonishment points, a splendid opportunity presented itself. A martial arts competition was set to unfold at Huashan at 9 a.m. today, attracting hundreds, if not thousands, of spectators. This was his stage. Just envision, as hundreds gathered around the arena to witness skilled martial artists sparring, a figure clad in white descending from the mountain, enveloped in crackling lightning. Each step radiating an aura of authority, appearing before the eyes of the world. Anyone would be compelled to gasp in awe, bestowing upon him a torrent of astonishment points. As long as he remains untouchable, no one can unveil the illusions crafted by the ring. The pen came to a halt, leaving the paper adorned with ink. Yunqing raised his gaze to the competition report on the computer screen, hesitating momentarily before ultimately resolving to act. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. To heal ailments and acquire the power to contend with the world, one must rely on the wondrous items bestowed by the lottery system. Moreover, presenting oneself as an extraordinary practitioner, utilizing the miraculous items drawn, and continually harvesting the astonishment of others, creates a positive feedback loop. It does seem rather enticing, doesn't it? He leaned back in his chair, the ballpoint pen spinning between his fingers, his thoughts drifting. He envisioned himself revealing extraordinary powers before hundreds of spectators, empowered by the effects of the ring, and his heart raced with excitement. With the celestial wheel of fortune at his disposal, perhaps he could indeed become a master of extraordinary strength in the future. With that in mind, let us devise a plan for this upcoming Huashan competition, aptly titled The Emergence of the Immortal. Chapter 6. At the summit of Mount Hua determined to participate in the morning martial arts competition at Mount Hua, Yunqing commenced his preparations. The distance from his rented accommodation to Mount Hua was a little over 300 kilometers, affording him ample time. However, the choice of transportation posed a dilemma. Whether by train or plane, an identification card was required to purchase tickets, and even opting for a ride-hailing service would unveil his whereabouts. Yunqing's intention for this journey was to create a significant stir. Leaving a record in plain sight could potentially reveal his identity if someone were to investigate afterward. Fortunately, he could rely on his special ring to alter his appearance, allowing him to assume a different identity and travel exclusively with cash, taking a taxi in segments to his destination. This plan seemed foolproof. In a hurried manner, Yunqing descended to the 24-hour ATM to withdraw 2,000 yuan. A stack of thin red banknotes was dispensed by the machine, and he silently expressed gratitude for Brother Long's selfless contributions. With a hint of emotion, he wished for their swift return to a stable life. A smirk graced his lips as he tucked the cash into his pocket, subsequently evading the surveillance cameras on the street and seeking refuge in a secluded corner. The blue glow flickered faintly on his bony index finger. He successfully transformed into an unremarkable young man, lowering his gaze to ensure he bore no conspicuous features. With purpose, Yunqing stepped out and hailed a taxi. The plan was set in motion. Nanyang, Mount Hua. As one of the 5 sacred mountains, Mount Hua now teemed with countless visitors at its base. This influx was due to the Grand Martial Arts Competition organized by the National Martial Arts Association, taking place at the summit. The announcement had reverberated throughout the martial arts community, drawing numerous enthusiasts of traditional kung fu to witness the spectacle. On the day of the competition, Yunqing, bleary-eyed and yawning, emerged from a dark internet CF. He had arrived at the foot of Mount Hua shortly after 5 a.m., but the hotels required identification, which he could not afford to present. After searching the vicinity, he finally found an internet CAF that did not demand such identification. He had endured a night there, yet the discomfort left him more sore than resting on a park bench would have. Checking his phone, he noted that it was now 9 a.m., and the martial arts competition had already commenced. Raising his gaze to the sky, he observed that the weather was splendid. The early summer sun was warm but not oppressive. He needed to act swiftly, lest he miss the competition. With this in mind, Yunqing traveled to the ticket hall at the foot of Mount Hua, utilizing his special ring to become invisible. He then performed the Hunyuan Taiji, lightly tapping the wall to vault over the ticket hall's enclosure, ascending the mountain like a phantom. After a lengthy 2-hour ascent, he finally neared the summit. He dispelled his invisibility and assumed a new identity, a striking young man, exuding an extraordinary aura, clad in an intricate white robe, standing gracefully on the stone steps. Satisfied with his appearance, Yunqing nodded approvingly. His attire radiated an ethereal quality. With a swift tap of his toes against the ground, he activated the Hunyuan Taiji, propelling himself several zhang away in the blink of an eye. Effortlessly surpassing a panting hiker, he left behind a graceful silhouette. On the trails of Mount Hua, around 70 or 80 tourists caught sight of a fleeting white figure darting past them, akin to the lightness of a martial arts master, swift as thunder. The onlookers were left astounded. Am I seeing things? What has glided by? Someone exclaimed. That must be lightness skill. That fellow is flying so fast. How impressive. Is he a master? Amidst the crowd, gasps of admiration erupted, for this was their first encounter with such an extraordinary spectacle. Yunqing, hearing the astonished remarks from the tourists behind him, could hardly suppress a smile that outshone the brilliance of the sun. Lines of shock value records continuously refreshed in his mind system panel. Without a doubt, this display of agility would yield him nearly 1,000 points of shock value. Indeed, to amass a substantial amount of shock value, one must shine in public. He pondered what scenes awaited him atop the mountain and whether it would be crowded. With that thought, Yunqing refocused his gaze on the towering stone steps ahead and continued his ascent toward the summit. Atop Mount Hua, this martial arts gathering was unlike any before. The competition venue was situated beside a sheer cliff of azure stone, surrounded by ancient structures shrouded in mist. Only a small clearing was designated for the duels. On a 2-meter-high arena constructed of stone, contestants had already commenced their battles. Not far from the arena, a vermilion corridor hosted a gathering of individuals clad in various martial arts attire, accompanied by a crew from the provincial television station. Li Wanning was the journalist assigned to cover this event. Although the recording was pre-recorded, she still aimed to showcase her professional demeanor. With a practiced smile, she observed the esteemed leaders of various sects beside her, while her mind wandered to what she might have for dinner after work. Traditional martial arts had undeniably waned. This competition was merely an initiative by the National Martial Arts Association to invigorate the spirits of those within the martial arts community. Personally, she preferred watching mixed martial arts, as contemporary martial arts seemed relegated to self-cultivation, lacking practical applicability. Below, the two disciples on the arena exchanged moves, showcasing a myriad of techniques. From praying mantis fist to eagle claw, Li Wanning found it rather impressive. Politely, she extended the microphone toward the head of the Huashan sect and inquired curiously, masterly, "What are your thoughts on this arena competition?" The contestants appear to be battling fiercely. The Qingshan sect's crane control and dragon capture technique faced off against the 8 Trigram School's drunken praying mantis fist, truly a spectacular showdown. These two contestants are indeed from distinguished lineages and are likely the vanguard of the younger generation within the martial arts realm. The Huashan sect leader praised, stroking his beard and presenting an air of effortless mastery before the camera. Yet, deep within, he felt a profound melancholy. While the two competitors could be considered top-tier among the youth of the martial arts world, their skills were merely passable. The martial arts community had long been in decline, and perhaps in a few decades, traditional martial arts, a cornerstone of Chinese culture, would fade into the annals of history. As he pondered the future of martial arts with a sense of foreboding, a commotion erupted from the audience below, accompanied by a chorus of astonished exclamations. The onlookers in the corridor turned their curious gazes towards the source of the disturbance. There, at the entrance of the competition arena, a youth clad in white made his way directly towards the azure stone platform, while behind him lay a group of robust security personnel, sprawled in disarray. The spectators regarded the white-clad youth with wide-eyed astonishment, entirely captivated by his extraordinary presence. With hair as white as snow cascading elegantly, he exuded an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being stepped out from the pages of a painting. Li Wanning found herself momentarily speechless. What was unfolding before her? A strikingly handsome young man in traditional attire had subdued 7 or 8 brawny security guards. It felt as though she were witnessing a scene from a film. Before she could fully contemplate the situation, the youth continued his advance towards the platform. The security personnel beside him exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a reluctance. After all, how much did they earn in a month? What was the point of risking their lives? Meanwhile, the surrounding audience, reveling in the spectacle, eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. In the next instant, they witnessed the young man, mere meters from the Azure Stone platform, lightly tapping the ground with his toes. He soared into the air with an almost ethereal grace, landing effortlessly on the platform 2 meters above the ground. This astounding display left the crowd utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly the art of lightness? How magnificent! Unbelievable. There really is such a thing as lightness. I thought it was all a ruse from novels. Even Newton S. Coffin would struggle to contain this. Yet, one might ponder, was he using wires? A skeptical woman in the crowd questioned. Her words met with incredulous silence from those around her. Look at the open expanse surrounding the platform. Where would one even attach wires? A middle-aged man beside her retorted disdainfully, gesturing to the wide surroundings. The prominent figures from various martial arts sects in the corridor were equally astonished. Having trained in martial arts for decades, they were accustomed to witnessing an array of bizarre techniques from different schools across China. However, such an exaggerated display of lightness was entirely unprecedented. Such a violation of common sense could only be found in the realm of martial arts cinema. Chapter 7. The Extraordinary Incident at Huashan Within the Corridor. A heated debate ensued among the elderly men, yet Li Wanting's attention was suddenly captivated. The youth on the arena, with his remarkable appearance and demeanor, dispelled her initial concerns about the potential dullness of the martial arts competition. Wasn't the excitement and topic of conversation right before her eyes? Li Wanting discreetly signaled to the filming crew to shift their focus onto the young man. She then handed the microphone to Master Li of the Huashan sect and inquired with keen curiosity about the identity of the white-clad youth and his impressive lightness skills. Master Li's expression faltered as he met her eager gaze, uncertain of how to respond. Surely, he could not dismiss the notion of lightness skills as mere superstition. Fortunately, Yun Qing on the arena interjected, redirecting Li Wanting's attention and inadvertently alleviating Master Li's predicament. I am Lin Han, an inner disciple of the Zhuangqing Dao sect. On the behest of my master, I traverse the world, and upon witnessing fellow practitioners engaging in discourse here, I felt compelled to meet the extraordinary talents of the outside world. Standing confidently on the Azure Stone arena, Yun Qing faced the thousands of spectators with an air of tranquility. He spoke with a calm demeanor. I shall occupy this arena for a quarter of an hour. If anyone wishes to challenge me, feel free to step forward. Though his words carried no emotional inflection, the amplification from his special effect ring magnified his voice manifold, ensuring clarity for all present. The audience erupted in a tumultuous uproar. Hundreds of spectators voiced their opinions without restraint. Some, reveling in the chaos, cheered loudly, while others deemed Yun Qing excessively arrogant and supported his removal from the venue. The cacophony of voices surged like a tidal wave towards Yun Qing on the arena. Yet, he maintained his composure, appearing as an ethereal figure in white, akin to a celestial being. Fortunately, the special effect ring enhanced his facial expressions and voice, allowing him to uphold his persona amidst the throngs. At that moment, a resonant voice emerged from the contestant area. I shall be the first. All eyes turned in unison. A young man, clad in a white training garb with a buzz cut, arose from among the competitors. His countenance was cold, and his eyes bore a fierce intensity. With steady strides, he approached the arena like a formidable tiger prowling through the mountain thickets. The esteemed figures within the crimson corridor cast their gazes aside. They recognized this youth as the leading figure of the younger generation from the Huashan sect, a hot contender for victory in this competition. Should he engage, the white-clad youth on the arena might very well face defeat. Master Li of the Huashan sect lowered his gaze, observing Hiwu's deliberate steps toward the arena, and sighed inwardly. Hiwu was undoubtedly the most exceptional disciple within his sect, passionately devoted to martial arts since childhood, blessed with remarkable talent, and diligent in his training. On this path, he had far surpassed his peers, to the extent that even his master struggled to withstand the ferocity of his strikes. Now, witnessing an opponent capable of executing lightness skills, it seemed he had become overly eager for the hunt. On the arena, Yun Qing gazed upon Hiwu, who stood before him like a stubborn rock, and nodded slightly, remarking, "Your vitality is robust, Yet I wonder about your cultivation. Cultivation? Are you inquiring about how long I have practiced martial arts? Hiwu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the remarkably handsome youth clad in white before him. Noticing the other's flawless complexion and well-proportioned physique, it was evident that he had never endured the hardships of martial training. This realization ignited a sense of pride within Hiwu, who grinned and declared, "I have been honing my muscles and bones since the age of 8. Diligently training every day. I am proficient in all forms of weaponry, sword, spear, and staff, for a decade now." "Wait, are you saying you're merely a mundane martial artist?" Yun Qing feigned astonishment, interrupting him with a furrowed brow. "Has the lineage of cultivation truly been severed in this world? Stop with the pretentiousness. Are you still going to fight or not?" Hiwu displayed a set of pearly white teeth, his tone growing increasingly impatient. He had initially perceived Yun Qing as a rare master, distinct from the feeble contenders in the audience. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the youth was merely a superficial ornament. Yun Qing shook his head slightly, theatrically surveying the surroundings before sighing. "Indeed, as my master foretold, there are no like-minded individuals left in the world. Enough of this chatter. Step down." Hiwu found the noise unbearable. Suddenly, he surged forth, his right leg sweeping horizontally like a steel whip. This was the Huashan sect's renowned technique, returning wind caressing willow, and the once light technique now sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. In that moment, Hiwu yearned to drive this pretentious figure from the stage. If his opponent failed to withstand his sweeping kick, it would only reflect poorly on his own skills, for he had already restrained much of his strength. Yet, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. At a distance of 1 meter, Yun Qing leaned back, his toes darting backward like a dragonfly skimming the water surface. His speed was so astonishing that it left behind fleeting afterimages. The audience erupted in a tidal wave of gasps. In the presence of hundreds of eyes, the white-clad youth narrowly evaded the lethal strike, his garments billowing as if he were an immortal walking upon the waves. Yun Qing came to a halt, standing resolutely at the edge of the bluestone arena. Hiwu's pupils contracted sharply. The other had suddenly distanced himself by 7 or 8 meters. If he had not been mistaken, the white-clad youth had indeed left behind afterimages during his agile maneuvers. But before he could ponder further, another astonishing event transpired. A cascade of resplendent golden light enveloped Hiwu, coalescing into the vivid phantom of a magnificent golden tiger behind him. A deafening roar erupted, the sound reverberating through the mountains and forests, exuding an overwhelming presence that enveloped the entire arena. The atmosphere fell into an instant silence. The spectators were astounded by the unfolding spectacle, as if a Hollywood 3D effect had manifested in real life, shattering their long-held perceptions. Yun Qing, maintaining a composed demeanor, surveyed the audience. Their intense reactions aligned with his expectations. They were all astonished by the tiger effect conjured by the ring on his finger. Now, he merely needed to follow the script and continue his performance. He raised his gaze to the distance. He stood there, dazed and utterly at a loss, seemingly startled by his own abilities. Yet what Yun Qing failed to notice was that amidst the confusion and shock in his opponent's eyes, there flickered a glimmer of excitement. Dressed in flowing garments, Yun Qing's eyes sparkled with a golden radiance, as if a divine being had descended upon the earth. "Be cautious," he warned, and scarcely had the words left his lips when he vanished like a wraith, reappearing instantaneously before Hiwu. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, akin to a clap of thunder striking the ground. The magnificent golden tiger leapt high, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance as it lunged towards Hiwu, its fierce form halting mere inches from his abdomen. Good heavens! Is this a Super Saiyan? The might of a Dou Emperor is truly terrifying. Is this what a cultivator is like? Are there really immortals among us? Coach, I wish to learn this technique. The audience, having regained their senses, gazed in awe at the exaggerated golden tiger, pondering the true identity of this remarkable youth. The onlookers in the corridor were equally unsettled, and Zhang, the sect leader, trembled as he beheld Yun Qing from a distance. His once withered heart stirred with memories of youthful fantasies about the enigmatic world of cultivation. yearning for the days he envisioned becoming a chivalrous hero, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. Now, confronted with such a scene, that long-dormant desire began to awaken anew. Could it be that immortals truly exist in this world? A prominent figure from the sect, his voice quivering, posed the question to the crowd, whose reactions echoed his astonishment. Indeed, I always believed that the path of cultivation could not be mere myth. This is likely the first public appearance of a cultivator in modern society. I wonder the magnitude of attention this will garner. Indeed, it seems that a transformation is upon us. Chapter 8. The National Security Bureau, Summit of Mount Huashan. The audience was a sea of faces. Yun Qing withdrew his hand and gradually steadied his stance. He observed He Wu, who stood frozen in place. The expression on his face revealed he was clearly intimidated. After all, the ferocious tiger effect created by the special effects ring was nearly indistinguishable from reality. Coupled with Yun Qing's earnest performance, he was undoubtedly unable to see through it. Contemplating this, Yun Qing casually formed an unusual hand sign, causing the towering crimson-golden phantom of the tiger behind him to dissolve into countless shimmering points upon the arena. This display of supernatural prowess elicited gasps from the audience below. Zhang He gazed at the boy in white before him, resembling a celestial being. He parted his parched lips, but found himself speechless. The earlier spectacle had profoundly impacted his spirit. He had initially pursued martial arts in hopes of acquiring greater strength to fulfill his dreams of the martial world. That singular punch did not merely shake his worldview. It reignited his fervent quest for ultimate power. What was that punch called? He Wu suppressed his excitement, feeling even the usually composed self tremble slightly from exhilaration. Just a mere technique, Yun Qing replied nonchalantly, then turned his attention away from the contemplative He Wu. It was time to conclude this farce, as his objectives had already been accomplished. Without needing to look, he knew the shock value was surely skyrocketing. He then faced the crowd below and calmly stated, "If no fellow practitioners wish to engage in sparring, I shall take my leave." Silence enveloped the arena. No one dared to step forward. The corridor erupted with murmurs at his words. The elusive celestial being had made a grand appearance. If they let this rare opportunity slip away, it would be a regret they would carry for life. Immediately, an elder, disregarding his status as a prominent leader, called out to Yun Qing in a trembling voice, "Celestial being, please wait. May I ask if you could bestow upon me your celestial fortune?" The surrounding leaders turned their heads, astonished. Before anyone else could voice their intentions, this elder had stealthily undermined them all. Should someone seize this hard-won opportunity, it would indeed be a source of lifelong regret. Thus, the usually stoic leaders of various sects scrambled to extend their hands towards Yun Qing, shouting, "Please grant me a chance, O Celestial. Take me as your disciple, O Celestial. Look at my well-trained physique. I would excel in cultivation. Fellow practitioner, take me along in your pursuit of immortality." Initially, the onlookers had been speculating about the identity of this youth, but upon hearing the elders' entreaties, it dawned upon them like a sudden revelation. This youth was none other than the legendary, carefree, celestial being. The tales of cultivation had been passed down through the ages. Countless souls sought out the mountains and forests, yearning to join the ranks of those who pursue the path of immortality. After all, who does not desire a life of freedom, unbound by earthly constraints, to witness the ever-changing tides of the world? Hearing the pleas from the sect leaders, Yun Qing couldn't help but smile slightly. There are no celestial beings here. I have yet to undergo my own transformation. However, perhaps after today, by relying on the lottery system, one might truly become the world's first immortal. He restrained the upward curve of his lips and calmly addressed the direction of the corridor. All things in the world have their predetermined fate. One cannot force them. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent, as those in the audience, who were fervently yearning for the path of immortality, were doused with a chilling reality by his words. The journey to immortality was not so simple. Indeed, it was entirely reliant on personal fortune and serendipity. When destiny has not yet arrived, one cannot impose their will. Yun Qing observed the varied expressions of the audience. Some were astonished, others disheartened, some skeptical, and yet others exhilarated. The effect had nearly reached its peak. It was time to withdraw. He felt that his display of celestial prowess had accomplished its purpose, and it was indeed time to exit gracefully. He turned and walked towards the edge of the Bluestone Arena, momentarily exerting his toes against the ground at the steps, propelling his entire body into the air. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the audience below, Yunqing's form vanished in an instant, only to reappear moments later atop a gnarled ancient pine on the cliff's edge. Standing on a sturdy branch, he glanced back at the spectators in the martial arts arena, his voice booming like thunder. As the spiritual energy of the world awakens once more, we who seek true freedom have entered the realm. With that, he stepped toward the precipice, and the crowd watched in rapt excitement as this earthly immortal soared toward the heavens, his ethereal figure vanishing in the blink of an eye. The immortal had disappeared, leaving only a throng of spectators in awe. Wow, the immortal has fled. How magnificent! I want to pursue immortality too. Listen to me, child. The path to immortality is fraught with peril. Let me guide you. I recorded it. If this goes viral on Douyin, it will undoubtedly explode. The audience erupted into a cacophony of chatter, debating fervently. Such an electrifying scene would surely incite a storm on the internet. It might even influence the current societal structure. After all, if immortals had emerged, what else was impossible? In the corridor, Li Wanting felt her heart racing wildly as she realized the significance of what she had witnessed. For the first time, immortals had appeared publicly and unabashedly. This footage would certainly ignite a global frenzy. Her hopes for both a bonus and a promotion rested upon this moment. She licked her crimson lips and quietly inquired of her still-dazed cameraman colleague. "Did you record that?" "Yes, I did, but do you think this video can be released? Might there be an official restriction?" Upon hearing her colleague's concerns, Li Wanting suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, the state would surely not permit the emergence of such figures that could threaten societal stability. As for the footage they captured, it was likely to be shelved indefinitely. However, Li Wanting looked down at the raucous audience, nearly everyone wielding their phones to record the moment. In the 21st century, the age of the internet, it was foreseeable that thousands of videos regarding the Huashan immortal would surface online in a short span. Could this truly be contained? In a secluded military base in City X. This is the office of the National Security Department, situated 20 meters underground within a bomb shelter. A woman clad in a black uniform, cradling a stack of documents, hurriedly approached the metal detector gate. She traversed expansive, well-lit corridors, seemingly indifferent to the armed soldiers stationed nearby, until she reached a large door. She rapped lightly on it, and a deep male voice beckoned from within. "Come in." Upon pushing the door open, she entered a spacious yet dimly lit conference room, where the long table was already occupied by numerous individuals. The secretary's arrival elicited a wave of curious gazes, as the meeting had been convened rather abruptly, leaving many unaware of its overarching agenda. "Minister He, these are the freshly compiled materials, documenting all records concerning cultivators since the founding of our nation. Additionally, here are the facial recognition details you requested. According to the technical department's analysis, we have found no identities matching the target in our database." The female secretary reported while placing the substantial pile of documents on the table. At the head of the conference table, a man in an administrative jacket extinguished his cigarette upon hearing her words. He nodded toward the secretary and then turned to the man in a suit standing by the projector, saying, "We may begin now." The suited man nodded, activating the projector, which cast a vivid image onto the screen. A youthful figure in white flickered on the platform, accompanied by the towering phantom of a golden-striped tiger looming behind him. This spectacle led those in the conference room to momentarily believe they were watching a high-budget special effects film. Following this rather lengthy segment, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The attendees exchanged glances, harboring various speculations but hesitating to voice them. Minister He regarded the assembly with a stoic expression. He gently tapped the conference table, signaling for their attention. "I must clarify, the authenticity of this video is beyond reproach. The technical department has confirmed that there are no signs of manipulation or special effects. Moreover, there are over 100 similar recordings that have not been presented to you." Minister He paused, took a sip from his teacup, and continued. Records of cultivators have existed since ancient times, yet we have previously dismissed them as mere folklore from rural folk. However, this incident occurred during a martial arts competition at Mount Hua, with over 400 eyewitnesses present. Whether cultivators exist is a matter for later discussion. For now, let's deliberate on how to address the videos circulating online. A solemn-faced man raised his hand and proposed. I suggest we immediately notify the technical department to limit the circulation of the videos concerning the sightings of cultivators online and subsequently delete them in phases. Fortunately, the television station that filmed the event was not broadcasting live. Otherwise, such a significant incident would be difficult to conceal. Seconded. The assembly voiced their agreement, acknowledging that this was the initial step in addressing the issue, as controlling the source of the video's dissemination was crucial for an effective resolution. Moreover, it is possible to guide public opinion online and fabricate certain fictitious trends. For instance, one could orchestrate a statement from a film crew claiming they're filming atop Mount Huashan, with visuals that are merely post-production effects, thereby misleading netizens to focus on the special effects and thereby control the narrative. This suggestion received unanimous agreement. Minister He nodded in satisfaction and subsequently dispatched several special task forces to investigate the events surrounding the martial arts competition at Mount Huashan. The first objective is to ascertain whether the practitioners of the mystical arts genuinely exist. If they do, we must determine how to engage with them. Furthermore, we must understand why they have chosen to bypass our national institutions and emerge in the public eye at this particular moment. Let us not forget the words of the seemingly otherworldly youth who solemnly addressed the assembly, stating, "The spiritual energy of the world is once again awakening. We, who seek ultimate freedom, have entered this realm." Chapter 9. The profound truth of the mysterious path after showcasing extraordinary abilities at the summit of Mount Hua. Yinqing cleverly utilized a special ring to render himself invisible, swiftly descending the mountain with the technique known as primordial taiji. By the time numerous videos of witnesses began to circulate online, sparking fervent discussions among onlookers regarding their authenticity, Yinqing had already hailed a taxi and returned to his abode. In his rented apartment, he retreated to the bathroom to wash away the fatigue that clung to his body. After all, he had spent a grueling 15 hours on the road, not to mention the arduous climb of Mount Hua and performing before hundreds of spectators. Such endeavors were quite draining both mentally and physically. As twilight descended, the dim glow of streetlights illuminated the paths of returning pedestrians. Seated on his bed, Yinqing retrieved his mobile phone, attempting once more to locate videos of his performance on Mount Hua. However, he soon realized that unless he specifically searched for certain keywords, he could not stumble upon any related footage. Even a few videos he had previously saved to his homepage had mysteriously vanished. It seemed as though an invisible hand was actively suppressing the dissemination of these videos. Yinqing understood it was likely the intervention of state machinery. Yet, the speed of this suppression was astonishing. Only moments ago, while in the taxi, he had noticed trending searches related to the cultivators of Mount Hua. Now, upon checking, those entries had completely disappeared. The online discourse had shifted dramatically, with a plethora of misleading messages flooding the platform. Some production teams even openly admitted that the videos were merely promotional clips for their new series, vowing to pursue legal action against those responsible for the leaks. Underneath some of the remaining witness videos, a torrent of skeptical comments had emerged. No way, is it really 2024 and people still believe in physical cultivation? We have entered the era of mechanical cultivation. Flesh is weak. Ascend with machinery. Join the glorious evolution. One commented, "This video must be CGI. I have a friend who works in that field. The effects are impressive, very realistic." Another chimed in, "A golden elixir enters my belly. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven." To which someone retorted, "Wake up, my friend upstairs. That's just a kidney stone." In merely half a day, the fervor surrounding the cultivators of Mount Hua had been effectively quelled. Everything gradually returned to normalcy, as if nothing had transpired. As the instigator of this event, Yinqing remained largely unconcerned. As long as his true identity remained concealed, he relished the feeling of quietly amassing wealth. Moreover, after the Malhua incident, he had discerned a rough range for the reception of his shock value. It appeared that he could not garner any feedback from online users or ordinary individuals situated at a considerable distance from him. This was rather unfortunate, as it indicated he could not leverage the vastness of the internet to accumulate shock value. Nevertheless, the earnings from the Malhua venture were quite promising. Yinxing set down his phone and summoned the system panel, his lips nearly curling into a smile as he beheld the astonishing figure of shock value displayed in the bottom right corner of the shop. Over 30,000 points of shock value, a direct leap in social standing. I'm going to indulge myself in a spree, he declared. Let us go all in. After all, who weeps like a sycophant every day? Who loses like a gambler every day? As he contemplated exiting the store page, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the fog enveloping the store shelves had dissipated slightly, revealing a familiar card. Comprehensive Mastery Card, price 10,000 shock points. Yinxing gazed at the store panel, a phrase of exasperation lingering on the tip of his tongue, uncertain whether to voice it or not. The good news is that a card allowing one to master various magical items is now available for purchase. The bad news? It costs a staggering 10,000 shock points. Just as he had begun to feel a bit financially secure, the system seemed eager to exploit him, did it not? Ignoring the system's prompt, Yinxing navigated directly to the spinning wheel page. Although the comprehensive mastery card was indeed useful, its exorbitant price deterred him. He still had a spare in his inventory, so he felt no urgency to buy it. Instead, he decided to indulge in some impulsive spending later. Thus, the gambler Yinxing logged in successfully and began to click the lottery button with fervor. Ding, 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 ding. The system's notification sounds continued unabated, and lines of text materialized before Yinxing's eyes. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. After expending over 2,000 shock points, Yinxing was still empty-handed, and he could no longer maintain his previously nonchalant demeanor. How could this be? The system must have altered the drop rates. Over 2,000 shock points spent, only to hear a sound without reward. This was outrageous. What a deceitful vendor. They wouldn't even pretend to be generous. With a scowl, Yinxing continued his lottery attempts. As another notification chimed, a familiar white light flashed, revealing a black pill radiating a faint glow in his field of vision. Congratulations, you have obtained a white item. Cleansing Marrow Pill, Cleansing Marrow Pill, a foundational elixir. Ingesting it can expand one's meridians, nourish the Qi, and cleanse the impurities from blood and bone marrow. Item color, white, rating, ordinary. Yinxing confirmed the extraction, holding the glossy black pill in his palm. At first glance, it resembled a small piece of candy. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the pill's smooth surface was adorned with peculiar Taoist symbols. Could this cleansing marrow pill truly be crafted in a pill furnace? Yinxing held the pill before him, employing the sniffing technique taught by his chemistry teacher. A faint medicinal aroma wafted into his nostrils. Oh, what a rare find. The items provided by the system possessed extraordinary effects, and this cleansing marrow pill promised to be immensely beneficial, just as described. However, this was a time for lottery draws. He would examine its effects later. Stowing it back in his inventory, he resumed his lottery endeavors. With over 20,000 shock points remaining, he had ample funds at his disposal. Ding, 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 ding. Before long, Yinxing squandered another 7,000 points, and the system notifications continued to refresh. This time, apart from the usual thank you for your patronage, he also received the cleansing marrow pill as a new prize, with both rewards alternating in appearance. Consequently, he ended up acquiring 16 cleansing marrow pills. Gazing at the row of black pills in his inventory, his expression darkened. Was this a joke? Either you refrain from shipping, or you dispatch a plethora of identical items. Could you not provide something of quality? Yinxing firmly believes that his misfortune is not merely a matter of luck, but rather an indication of the system covertly altering the drop rates. His assets plummeted to a mere 12,000 shock points after expending 18,000, yielding nothing but 17 enigmatic spirit-cleansing pills of uncertain utility. He resolved to be prudent, setting aside some shock points for unforeseen circumstances. Rising from his bed, Yinqing leaned back against the chair, retrieving his phone to play a tune titled Good Fortune. This would be the last attempt. Should he fail again, he would cease. Amidst the fervent music, his mounting impatience compelled him to press the lottery button, setting the wheel of fate into motion. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a green item, transcendent method of the mysterious path. Chapter 10. Stepping into the extraordinary. An ancient yellow book materialized on the page. Yunqing's heart raced, drawing his gaze to the system introduction below. Miao Dao Xian Xian True Method. Qi Refinement Stage, a secret Taoist technique that unites the profound principles of heaven and earth, harmonizing yin and yang creation. Practicing this method allows one to cultivate an energy sea within, absorbing the spiritual essence of the universe, and embarking on the path of cultivation. Item color, green. Rating, rare. Would you like to extract it? The yellow tome appeared in Yunqing's hands. As he turned the pages, a multitude of shimmering characters danced before his eyes. After forcefully flipping through several pages, Yinqing felt his pupils strengthen under the weight of these bizarre symbols. He rubbed his sore, swollen eyes, compelled to cease his reading. The tome was indeed a treasure, yet it seemed his innate talent fell woefully short. Struggling to comprehend even the simplest text rendered the prospect of understanding its intricate content nearly impossible. Yinqing placed the Miao Dao Xian Xian True Method on his desk, then opened his item bar, preparing to employ his last comprehension card. Though he considered himself inexperienced, he was not without his advantages. The golden card flickered briefly, and a system prompt appeared. Available item, Miao Dao Xian Xian True Method. Use confirmed. Leaning back in his chair, Yinqing closed his eyelids, savoring the influx of complex memories flooding his mind. Unlike previous experiences, this time he spent a good 10 minutes digesting the dry knowledge within. His head felt swollen, as if bricks were being forcefully packed into his brain. After a prolonged moment, Yinqing finally opened his eyes. The effect of the comprehension card remained extraordinary, allowing him to grasp the esoteric principles of this cultivation method. However, unlike his previous experience with Han Yuan Taiji, this time his strength did not increase in the slightest. What he gained was solely a theoretical foundation and insights. This indicated that he still needed to cultivate step by step, albeit without encountering any obstacles along the way. It was akin to a martial artist who had lost all their skills, starting anew. Yinqing speculated that the profound nature of the Miao Dao Xian Xian True Method had diminished the card's effect. Yet, this was of little concern. It merely required a bit more time. He settled onto his bed, sitting cross-legged, intending to attempt the cultivation of Miao Dao Xian Xian True Method. He was uncertain whether the earthly environment would support his endeavors, as it seemed devoid of the so-called spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Closing his eyes, Yinqing silently recited the mysterious incantation in his heart. Gradually, as time passed, numerous tiny luminous points appeared around him, seemingly coalescing from the very air, their quantity abundant. Like stars twinkling in a desolate cosmos, they gathered by his side, as Yinqing sought to commune with the spiritual essence of the universe. He also sensed changes in the external world. His spirit expanded outward, as if observing the world from an entirely different perspective. Then, upon examining himself, Yinqing suddenly discovered a new organ nestled among his internal organs. Within it, pure white light continuously gathered, resembling the morning mist of a mountain stream. Was this the energy sea mentioned in the Miao Dao Xian Xian True Method? A realization dawned upon Yinqing. In his vision, the ethereal energy converging in the Dantian was steadily permeating throughout his body via the meridians, seemingly nourishing his very being. It was unclear how much time had passed. As Yinqing, sitting in meditation, opened his eyes, a soft golden luminescence danced within his pupils, and his aura took on an ethereal quality. He gazed at his hands, no longer concealing his burgeoning presence. A profound energy radiated outward, heralding the awakening of his fighting spirit. No, it was not that. It was the first layer of the Qi refinement stage. Stretching his limbs, he felt invigorated, as though he possessed boundless energy. To his astonishment, There truly existed spiritual energy on Earth, but why had no extraordinary beings emerged until now? He pondered the ancient myths of China, wondering if the deities and demons that inhabited the realm of human imagination were mere fabrications. Yinqing was uncertain, yet he had embarked upon the path of cultivation, becoming the sole practitioner in modern society. Furthermore, he wielded a system capable of drawing upon the myriad wonders of the cosmos. Given time, those legends, which had faded into the annals of history, might once again grace reality under his orchestration. However, he understood the necessity of taking one step at a time. Rubbing his belly, he realized it felt empty, as if he had not eaten all day. Rising from his bed, he wandered around the room, searching for something to satiate his hunger. While rummaging, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Glancing at the time, he noted it was precisely 7:30 in the evening. Yinqing nodded, realizing only 5 minutes had elapsed since he began his cultivation. Time seemed to drag on. But then he recalled that today was the 13th of April. Checking the clock again, he discovered it was already the 14th. It appeared he had inadvertently cultivated for an entire day. No wonder he was so famished. He had indeed gone a whole day without food. His stomach began to grumble once more. In a flurry, he searched the room in hopes of uncovering any traces of food. Socks, an umbrella, a toy gun, none of which were edible. Why had he not thought to stock up on snacks? Yinqing scolded himself harshly. Initially, he had not felt the hunger keenly, but now his appetite was insatiable, and everything he saw tempted him to take a bite. At that moment, he recalled the 17 cleansing pills he had obtained through a lottery in his inventory. Would they suffice to quell his hunger? In a fit of desperation, Yinqing summoned the system interface. 3 dark pills materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back, allowing the pills to roll down his throat and into his stomach. A wave of warmth radiated from his abdomen. The hunger pangs subsided slightly, yet the craving remained, gnawing at him. Perhaps he should venture down to the barbecue stall. He felt as though he could consume an entire cow. Slipping on his flip-flops, he prepared to head downstairs. However, just as he pushed open the security door, a resounding rumble emanated from his belly. Not the sound of hunger, but the urgent call of nature. Not now, of all times. Yinqing clamped his legs together and dashed toward the restroom. Thus, the famished Yinqing found himself in the throes of dual agony. With nothing in his stomach, he was nonetheless besieged by relentless diarrhea. The torment of hunger intertwined with the relentless contractions of his intestines, mercilessly afflicting both his body and spirit. The foul odor permeated the restroom, and Yinqing clutched a tissue tightly, transforming into a warrior of sorts. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder in his mind. This sudden bout of diarrhea came far too swiftly. It must be the result of those cleansing pills. He felt a pang of regret for his impulsiveness, leaving him trapped in a predicament. 2 hours later, Yinqing stumbled down to the barbecue stall, his steps unsteady. He ordered an array of dishes and then collapsed into a plastic chair. The busy proprietress instinctively glanced his way, her face gently touched by time, revealing an expression of disbelief. "Young man, have you come for a late-night snack?" Starved and restless, Yinqing looked up and, upon recognizing the proprietress, nodded sincerely in response. "Indeed, it's been a while since I last visited. Please," urged the chef. "I feel as though I might perish from hunger." He had frequented this barbecue establishment before, maintaining a cordial relationship with the proprietress. However, after being diagnosed with leukemia and facing financial difficulties, he had neglected her business. "Oh my, it has been such a long time since I last saw you. How have you suddenly become so handsome, and your skin looks so radiant?" The proprietress, still possessing a charm of her own, gazed at Yinqing with envy. She noticed his skin was fair and luminous, and his demeanor seemed ethereal, particularly those deep, dark eyes that were hard to look away from. "How could you have changed so drastically in just half a year? I almost didn't recognize you." Upon hearing her words, Yinqing instinctively touched his cheek. The texture was smooth and tender, akin to a freshly shelled egg. He was taken aback. When had his skin become so flawless? Lowering his gaze to examine his hands, he noticed that his previously pallid complexion had transformed into a healthy, rosy hue with well-defined knuckles, devoid of any signs of illness. Goodness, had he inadvertently unlocked a level 10 beauty filter? Chapter 11. Night climbing tiger's lair. Yunqing extracted his phone from his pocket. Through the front camera, he beheld the visage of a male model. With striking brows and captivating eyes, his lips were crimson and teeth gleaming, his complexion fair and taut, particularly those profound eyes that seemed to emanate an electric allure. Yunqing conceded that the face captured in the camera did diverge somewhat from his former appearance. However, the fundamental features remained unchanged, merely refined. After all, a minor adjustment does not equate to a complete transformation. Yunqing discreetly returned his phone. Realizing that he had surpassed Wu Yinzu in looks, he feared that another glance might. Could it be the effect of the Miaodao Xianqinjinfa? He pondered internally. Although this cultivation method was remarkable, entering the first layer of qi practice merely allowed one to sense the spiritual energy of the universe and utilize some rudimentary techniques. Nowhere in his recollections had it mentioned enhancing one's beauty, growing increasingly attractive with practice. Perhaps it was merely the consequence of taking the cleansing marrow pill for over 3 hours. A sudden realization struck Yunqing. The previous introduction to the cleansing marrow pill clearly stated it could expand meridians, nourish qi and blood, and cleanse impurities. Wasn't the effect rather potent? The results were immediate, akin to a laxative. Fortunately, his handsome visage was only slightly altered. Otherwise, encounters with acquaintances would necessitate awkward explanations. While Yunqing was lost in thought, the proprietress approached. She swayed her hips, balancing a platter of barbecued delicacies in her hands, and amidst the peculiar gazes of fellow diners, she arrived at Yunqing's table. The steaming iron platter was placed before him as she gracefully took a seat beside him. Yunqing paid little heed. What could compete with barbecued delights in the presence of beauty? He transformed into a glutton, devouring the food voraciously, exclaiming in delight, "Women merely hinder my dining pace. I am here to eat." The proprietress continuously appraised Yunqing, her gaze lingering on his smooth, delicate face. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch his skin and, feeling its texture, remarked, "Your skin is truly remarkable. Young man, what skincare products do you use? Or do you possess some secret to your skincare?" Yunqing, engrossed in his feast, his mouth smeared with grease, resembled a famished ghost reborn. The beauty of his complexion was indeed the result of the cleansing marrow pill. Should this be revealed, it would spell trouble. Thus, without raising his head, he responded, "Sister, do you truly wish to know? Come closer, and I shall reveal it to but one person. Good younger brother, I promise I won't tell anyone else." At his words, the proprietress leaned in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and a faint scent of perfume wafted into his nostrils. Yunqing lifted his gaze, clutching a sizzling skewer of lamb, and mumbled indistinctly, "The secret is to read more books, keep up with the news, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more. If I can do it, so can you." The proprietress rolled her eyes playfully, giving him a gentle nudge and retorting, "I shan't converse with you any longer. You're speaking nonsense." With that, she rose and busied herself at the stall. The night air was brisk, and the roadside barbecue stand bustled with activity. Yunqing sat in a plastic chair, savoring his meal alone. Before him, the greasy wooden table was littered with used bamboo skewers, the remnants of his feast numbering perhaps 200 or 300. Sated, Yunqing began to contemplate the Miaodao Xianqinjinfa he had recently mastered. After an entire day of cultivation, he successfully stepped into the first layer of the qi refinement stage. Embarking on the extraordinary path, he could sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at any moment, storing it within the sea of qi in his abdomen. Once the spiritual energy within his sea of qi gradually solidified, transforming from ethereal mist to spiritual water, he would likely attain the consummate realm of the qi refinement stage. As for the realms beyond qi refinement, Yunqing was uncertain. He could only await the opportunity to acquire advancement techniques, though considering the system's tendencies, it would likely require a vast amount of astonishment points. With a toothpick in his mouth, Yunqing leaned against the back of his chair, his gaze gradually wandering. Despite having cultivated in his room all day, his spirit felt invigorated. He doubted he would be able to sleep upon returning. Perhaps he should cultivate in the mountains? The Miao Dao Xian Xinjun Fa mentioned that in remote forests and rivers, the spiritual energy was even more abundant. Moreover, he could practice the spells and abilities included in the techniques. After all, the cramped space of his rented room was hardly conducive to such endeavors. If he made too much noise, it might attract unwarranted attention. He recalled a nearby mountain, somewhat renowned, which he had yet to explore. It should be relatively deserted at night. With this thought, Yunqing stood up and, under the forlorn gaze of the landlady, settled his bill and departed. That night, the moon was bright amidst a sparse, starry sky, casting a silvery glow over the forest. The night breeze blew gently, causing the dense branches to ripple like waves, revealing a rugged mountain path. The beams of several flashlights danced among the trees as a small group consisting of one man and two women climbed the mountain trail. The man at the front, clad in a windbreaker, ascended a rock, steadied himself, and turned to encourage the others. "Come on, everyone. Just ahead is the tiger's rest stone. Watch your step." He bent down, extending his hand with a sunny smile, ready to assist the girl behind him. "Lin Xian, thank you." A soft, sweet voice chimed in as a girl with an adorable bun hairstyle shyly took Lin Xian's hand. She carefully stepped on the small rocks, wobbling as she climbed. "You're welcome," Lin Xian replied gallantly, releasing her hand. In truth, he wasn't particularly interested in Zhao Qianqian, this charming little girl. His goal for the evening was not her, but rather the girl further down the path. His gaze lingered on her, clad in pristine white athletic wear. Her figure slender and vibrant, with a high ponytail reminiscent of her school days and a delicate oval face that radiated an air of aloofness. The moonlight bathed her in a soft glow, her porcelain skin glistening like smooth ice cream. Lin Xian swallowed hard, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the gentle curves of her form. Suddenly, she lifted her eyes, her frosty gaze akin to the clear waters of a crescent moon pond meeting his own. He quickly reined in his inappropriate thoughts, offering a warm and infectious smile. Historically, this approach had endeared him to many girls, and if that failed, he could always throw money at the situation. Alas, tonight's leading lady was no ordinary person. In the city of X, the wealthiest individual, Mr. Xia, possesses an extensive array of enterprises that span a vast spectrum, frequently gracing the local news. His only daughter, Xia Wanqing, is thus treated like a cherished jewel. Should one succeed in winning her affection, the family's mining business would undoubtedly flourish further. All the effort spent, leveraging Zhao Qianqian to arrange this meeting, would not be in vain. The two young ladies seem inseparable, oblivious to the world around them. "Allow me to assist you. This area is rather difficult to navigate," Lin Xian offered, extending his hand, hoping for even the slightest touch, as love often blossoms through gentle exploration. "Thank you, but it's unnecessary." Xiao Wanqing's cool voice reached his ears, dismissing his outstretched hand. Embarrassed, Lin Xian retracted his gesture, noting her perpetually frosty demeanor. At school, she maintained an icy exterior, causing many suitors to be met with indifference. Truly, she is the school's renowned ice queen. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for he had yet to unveil his ultimate strategy. Continuing to lead the way, Lin Xian peered through the dense foliage towards the legendary tiger's lair stone at the mountain's peak. By the time they arrived, the fireworks arranged by his underlings below would soon commence. Standing beside her as they gazed up at the sky illuminated by 999 blossoming fireworks, he was confident that she would be moved. He was determined to etch a beautiful memory in her heart, thus paving the way for further pursuit. Chapter 12. Experiment at the summit of Tiger Reclining Mountain. Yunqing's figure flickered amidst the dense foliage, swiftly arriving at the precipice. The full moon hung high in the sky tonight, illuminating the scene before him. He did not reveal his true identity, but instead donned the guise of the white-clad immortal. Lin Han, utilizing a special effect ring. This was primarily to avoid being discovered by hikers during his experiment, as Tiger Reclining Mountain hold a modest reputation locally, frequently mentioned by acquaintances in his previous conversations. The reason behind the mountain's name, despite its modest height of over 800 meters, lies in a colossal stone atop it that resembles a white tiger in repose. Legend has it that a long time ago, An immortal subdued the mountain spirit and transformed it into this immense rock to suppress the mountain range. Yunqing had never had the opportunity to witness this marvel until now, and naturally, he sought to satiate his curiosity. The moonlight cascaded like water, and at the edge of the cliff lay an open space surrounded by dense jungle. He quickly spotted the giant stone in the corner. As he approached and gazed at the white boulder resembling a reclining tiger, Yunqing marveled. Indeed, there was a tiger-on-tiger reclining mountain. He reached out, running his fingers over the rough surface of the rock, which felt cold and piercing to the touch, reflecting on nature's exquisite craftsmanship. He then propped himself up and sat atop the giant stone. Cross-legged and poised, Yunqing prepared to test several spells recorded in the mysterious Tao of the Heart. He aimed to practice the techniques of remote object manipulation, breath observation, and a lethal jade plate technique. Adjusting his breath, he sensed the flow of spiritual energy within him, guiding it along the trajectory etched in his memory. With the assistance of the convergence card, he felt quite adept at these spells. Following his instincts, he rotated his left wrist and flicked the air like a dragonfly, skimming water. Suddenly, a flurry of withered yellow leaves ascended from the ground, swiftly captured between his thumb and index finger. It actually works. Yunqing exclaimed in astonishment, examining the dried leaf with meticulous attention, tracing the intricate patterns upon it. He attempted again, this time amplifying the intensity of his spiritual energy, drawing a stone the size of an egg from several meters away. Enthralled, Yunqing immersed himself in the thrill of experimenting with the new techniques. Before long, an assortment of stones of varying sizes danced through the air around him, with a few larger ones proving too cumbersome for his grasp. After several minutes, Yunqing had familiarized himself with the limitations of his object manipulation technique. Within a 10-meter radius, he could seamlessly control objects weighing around 10 pounds, with minimal depletion of spiritual energy. Should he increase the output, he could manage heavier items, albeit for a diminished duration. For instance, a 200-pound boulder would require his utmost effort, allowing him to control it for merely a second. Nonetheless, this was quite impressive. Yunqing reassured himself that as he ascended in cultivation and expanded his capacity for spiritual energy, his control would undoubtedly improve. He settled back into a cross-legged position, ready to experiment with the breath observation technique. As the name suggests, this technique allows the practitioner to perceive the life force of others. If a particular area exhibited a feeble breath, it indicated potential ailments. However, the technique's primary function was to passively sense any hostility in the surroundings. With an effective range of approximately 100 meters, which would further extend with enhanced cultivation, Yunqing closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy to flow around his eye region. After a few moments, he opened his eyes, revealing a radiant golden light swirling within his pupils. In his line of sight, the trees emitted a faint white glow. Upon lowering his gaze to inspect his own form, he noticed a layer of hazy white light enveloping his body. However, this white light differed from the fragments in Yunqing's memory, appearing somewhat dimmer than that of an ordinary person. Could it be due to leukemia? After practicing extraordinary techniques and consuming 3 cleansing pills, his health had indeed improved significantly, and he had not experienced fever or dizziness again. Yet, when utilizing the Qi observation technique to examine himself now, his aura still seemed slightly weaker than that of an average individual. Nevertheless, Yunqing perceived this as a minor issue. With continued practice, it was likely that his leukemia would soon be cured. The brilliant golden light in his pupils faded away. The Qi observation technique consumed minimal spiritual energy, rendering it nearly negligible. Yunqing adjusted his breathing, preparing to practice his final offensive spell. The Jade Plate technique, named for the way the caster's spiritual energy resembles the moon in the sky, came into focus. He guided the spiritual energy within his dantian, allowing it to circulate for a few minutes before spreading his palm open, forming a crescent moon of silvery white energy. Its color and shape truly resembled a reflection of the moon above. As Yunqing intensified the output of his spiritual energy, the crescent grew larger, casting a cool radiance upon him. With a swift and delicate motion of his left hand, he sliced through the air, Whoosh! The silvery crescent darted towards the atmosphere. After traveling several meters, its brilliance gradually dimmed until it completely vanished. A wave of delight surged within Yunqing. This jade plate technique marked his first mastered offensive spell. Judging by its momentum, its power should be considerable. In a playful spirit, he employed the telekinesis technique with his right hand, levitating a stone the size of a fist into the air. Then, with his left hand, he condensed a palm-sized crescent and aimed it at the stone, launching it forth. The silvery crescent spun mid-air, swiftly cleaving the stone into two. With a mere thought, the severed pieces floated gently before him. Upon closer inspection, he noted the cutting surfaces were remarkably smooth and even. Yunqing nodded, curious about the potential might of the jade plate technique when executed at full capacity. Without hesitation, he controlled 10 stones of similar size, arranging them in a line in the air. A crescent began to materialize in the palm of his left hand. As he continuously infused it with spiritual energy, the crescent gradually expanded, its radiance becoming almost blinding. Yunqing's arm trembled slightly. Even though he had mastered the mysterious heart technique, he still felt a bit unpracticed. He drained the spiritual energy from his dantian, causing the crescent in his palm to swell dramatically, still spinning fiercely. Yunqing felt akin to Naruto performing the Rasengan. Whoosh! The crescent shot forth, leaving a faint silvery trail against the night sky. The airborne stones shattered as if sliced through bamboo, while the crescent still possessed enough force to travel an additional 7 or 8 meters before gradually dissipating. Yunqing retracted his hand, and the fragments of stone cascaded down the cliff. This round of the super crescent had consumed the vast majority of his spiritual energy, leaving his dantian feeling as though something vital had been suddenly taken away. This sense of emptiness is rather uncomfortable. Yunqing swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to absorb the essence of the heavens and the earth. According to the descriptions etched in his memory, in remote locales such as mountains and rivers, the spiritual energy is notably more abundant. Given his current depletion of spiritual energy, he decided to attempt a practice. To ascertain whether it aligns with the teachings of the Miao, Dao, Xian, Exinjun, Fa. Chapter 13. The celestial being under the moon at the hillside of Tiger Lying Mountain. A trio of climbers ascended slowly along the winding path. The atmosphere within the group was enveloped in silence, broken only by the melodious chirping of unknown birds and the persistent serenade of summer cicadas. This would not do. A conversation was in order. Lin Xian was acutely aware that his purpose for this mountain expedition was not merely to act as a guide for the young lady ahead. His mission was to court Xia Wanqing, garnering the immense power behind her to restore his family's former glory. The monumental resurgence of his lineage rested solely upon his shoulders. Such was the weight of responsibility. Lin Xian felt a swell of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Although he had once been a prodigal son, he was now prepared to make sacrifices for his family. If it meant propelling their endeavors to new heights, he would not hesitate to wed Xia Wanqing. Clearing his throat to capture the attention of the two ladies, he wore a smile as he said, "I must tell you, this mountain is no ordinary mountain. Is there treasure atop the mountain?" Zhao Qianqian inquired curiously, while Xia Wanqing remained unfazed, her focus unwavering as she pressed on. Lin Xian brushed aside the entangled branches, continuing, "Not treasure, per se, but rather a legend that has persisted through the ages. This is why I brought you here. Could it be haunted?" Zhao Qianqian's complexion paled at the suggestion, and she instinctively grasped Xia Wanqing's arm, resembling a frightened sparrow. "He is merely trying to frighten you. Don't be afraid, Xiao Qian." Xia Wanqing gently patted her friend's head, offering a soothing reassurance. The moonlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting a dappled glow upon her, creating a breathtaking tableau. Lin Xian redirected his gaze and smiled. This mountain is called Tiger Lying Mountain, a name that traces back to the Ming Dynasty. Legend has it that, in those times, a man-eating white tiger roamed these woods, claiming the lives of many who ventured to gather mountain goods. The authorities dispatched hunters to slay the beast. Yet those who returned spoke of the tiger having consumed enough souls to transform into a mountain spirit. As he paused deliberately, He cast a subtle glance at Xiao Wanqing, whose eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing a flicker of curiosity. It seemed his tale had piqued her interest. Encouraged, Lin Xian pressed on, fearing her indifference would render him as remote as an iceberg. The youth, upon witnessing the plight of the village, ventured into the depths of the mountain to exorcise the demon. The villagers could not dissuade him and reluctantly allowed him to proceed. To their astonishment, that very night, a chilling tiger's roar echoed from the mountain, heralding ominous thunder amidst a clear sky, leaving the villagers restless and uneasy. As the trio continued their ascent, Zhao Qianqian eagerly inquired what happened next. What became of the youth? The following day, the young man emerged unscathed, proclaiming he had subdued the mountain spirit, transforming it into a colossal stone that now guards this mountain range. The villagers ventured into the mountain to investigate, and indeed, the white tiger was nowhere to be found. At the cliff's edge, there lay a massive stone resembling a tiger in repose. Henceforth, this place was named Tiger Lying Mountain, and I wish to show you that very stone. Is this truly the case? Could there really be an immortal cultivator? Zhao Qianqian chattered excitedly, linking her arm with Xiao Wanqing's and playfully nudging her. Xiao Wanqing furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and hesitated. Zhao Qianqian, do you remember the video we watched yesterday? What video? Lin Xian interjected curiously, and the lively little girl beside him promptly answered. Qingqing is referring to the recent viral video of the immortal at Mount Huashan. After speaking, she turned to Xiao Wanqing and asked with intrigue, Qingqing, do you really believe there are cultivators in this world? Didn't someone debunk it online, claiming it was a leaked segment from a film crew? Xiao Wanqing remained silent for a long while before hesitantly replying, I'm not sure. She had not confided in her close friend that her father was fond of martial arts and that they had been present at the Huashan competition that day. The carefree demeanor of the young man in white on the stage was still vividly etched in her memory, causing her to shiver slightly at the thought. Moreover, her family's connections were rather intricate, allowing her to be privy to information unknown to ordinary people. For instance, after the Huashan incident, there were efforts to seek out various sects across China, even those with only a handful of members remaining. They claimed it was to promote traditional Chinese culture. Yet the true motives remained shrouded in mystery. Xiao Wanqing was unaware of these intricacies but felt an emptiness in her heart, yearning to see the young man once more. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Xiao Wanqing pondered, instinctively pressing her lips together and revealing a faint smile. The trio ambled along. Soon approaching the summit, Lin Xian deliberately slowed his pace, positioning himself behind the two girls, maintaining a certain distance. He quietly took out his phone and sent an OK emoji to his younger brother on WeChat, a prearranged signal for communication. In 10 minutes, 999 dazzling fireworks would illuminate the sky, a romantic plan he had meticulously crafted. Ahead, the tiger reclining stone offered the best vantage point. Lin Xian smirked slyly, convinced that his thoughtful efforts would surely captivate Xiao Wanqing. The two girls strolled leisurely, and as they ascended a small slope, the dense woods on either side suddenly parted, revealing a flat clearing the size of a basketball court. This was the pinnacle of Tiger Reclining Mountain. Zhao Qianqian cheered with delight, bouncing ahead, while Xiao Wanqing followed at a relaxed pace. The night breeze was refreshing, and the cool moonlight illuminated the scenery before them. At that moment, Zhao Qianqian seemed to have discovered something, her soft voice exclaiming in surprise, "There is someone ahead." Xiao Wanqing tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and followed Zhao Qianqian's gaze. Not far off in the corner, a massive white stone lay, resembling a giant tiger in slumber. Perched atop the stone was a young man in white, his face like jade, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his elaborate white robe swirling in the wind. The surrounding starlight twinkled, encircling him like a halo. As he breathed, a silvery beam of moonlight descended from the heavens and enveloped him, as if he were a celestial being inhaling the essence of the sun and moon. Zhao Qianqian was the first to react, hastily lowering her head to retrieve her phone, directly activating the video recording function. Yet, Xiao Wanqing trembled all over. The night breeze caressed her, and in her crescent moon-like eyes, ripples began to stir. Could it be him? She recalled the scene on the arena that day. The proud demeanor of the young man, leaving an indelible impression, now gradually overlapping with the figure upon the boulder. It truly is him. Upon the stone, the youth clad in white seemed to sense something. Countless stars dissolved into the air around him, and the silvery moonlight, cascading from the heavens, slowly faded away. He opened his eyes, casting a slow glance at the two women, his obsidian pupils evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. Chapter 14. Is that you, the celestial being? On the stone where the tiger rests, the system interface in Yunqing's mind suddenly refreshed with several lines of records. Shock values from Zhao Qianqian, 54, 31, 13. From Xiao Wanqing, 43, 27, 9. How had he suddenly acquired such income? He slowly opened his eyes, only to discover two unfamiliar, beautiful young women standing in the nearby open space. Yunqing raised an eyebrow. Why were two NPCs appearing at this late hour? Just as he contemplated using his special effect ring to stealthily depart, he quickly realized that he hadn't revealed his true self yet. He discreetly glanced at his own appearance. Indeed, he was garbed as the white-clad celestial Lin Han, so there was no need to flee. When he designed this persona, his intention was to conceal his true identity while earning shock values. With the acquisition of primordial Tai Chi, the special effect ring, and mystical Dao heart technique, the extraordinary scenarios he could present had expanded immensely. As long as he refrained from recklessly challenging the existing order, he would certainly thrive in this world. Yunqing smiled nonchalantly, adjusting his mindset. It would not be amiss to gather some shock values before leaving. As he pondered this, Xiao Wanqing stood frozen, her fists clenched, palms slick with sweat. It was truly him. Had he just smiled at me? In the night sky, the moon had just emerged from behind the dark clouds, its pure light illuminating her face. It could not conceal the blush of youth. The seemingly harmless boy before her was indeed Lin Han, who had revealed extraordinary powers atop Mount Hua. But why was he here? Her gaze inadvertently shifted to the stone beneath him, recalling the tales of celestial beings that Lin Xian had narrated. Xiao Wanqing trembled involuntarily, biting her red lips as she stared at the boy. Could this story be true? Meanwhile, Zhao Qianqian discreetly raised her phone, her heart racing as she gazed at the white-clad youth atop the giant stone. He was so handsome. Was he truly a cultivator? Surely, the earlier phenomenon was conjured by him. Wasn't it? Just as the three remained in a stalemate, rustling sounds emerged from the woods behind them. It was Lin Xian, who had hurriedly climbed up, having heard the little girl's exclamation and fearing something was amiss. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Beneath the moonlight, not only were Xiao Wanqing and Zhao Qianqian present, but there was also a white-clad youth seated upon the stone. Lin Xian was somewhat bewildered. Was it possible that others had come to climb the mountain at this hour? His intention was to foster a bond with the two girls. So what was this boy doing here? Just feeding mosquitoes on the mountain? He dismissed the thought. Perhaps he was just another mountain climber. He approached the two girls slowly, his gaze inadvertently falling on Xiao Wanqing. She stood with a slightly awkward posture. Unlike her usual icy demeanor, she resembled a schoolgirl summoned to the office for a reprimand. As his eyes moved upward, he noticed a hint of crimson on her delicate face. It seemed that Xiao Wanqing recognized the young man. What a coincidence it was to encounter an acquaintance here. Lin Xian's heart sank momentarily. Observing Xiao Wanqing's anxious demeanor indicated that the two were indeed acquainted. He turned his gaze towards the direction of Huo Stone. The young man in white possessed striking features, clad in an intricately designed robe, and was currently observing Lin Xian and his companions with keen interest. Could it be that he harbored similar intentions, aiming to win over Xiao Wanqing? Lin Xian could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. A beauty of Xiao Wanqing's stature undoubtedly attracted countless admirers. To his surprise, this one had pursued her all the way here, an unwelcome shadow. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xian noted that while the man's appearance was undeniably appealing, he seemed like a mere pretty boy. Xiao Wanqing might harbor some affection for him, but Lin Xian was still in pursuit of her heart. He could not allow this rival to encroach upon his endeavor. With this in mind, Lin Xian discreetly raised his wrist, revealing a luxurious mechanical watch worth around 50,000. In the realm of men, one must showcase their prowess. Though the other might be slightly more handsome, This world is governed by materiality and realism. He would stride forth, exhibiting his considerable wealth, rendering his rival embarrassed and effectively ending the competition. With a warm smile, Lin Xian confidently approached Yun Qing, eliciting astonished looks from the two women. Was Lin Xian out of his mind? How could he dare to approach him? Should I intervene? The little girl raised her phone, watching Lin Xian's self-assured strides, her mouth agape in astonishment. The youth across was clearly no ordinary individual. Would he truly be unharmed by such an approach? Zhao Qianqian wished to call out, yet found herself lacking the courage, merely watching Lin Xian advance step by step. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing cast her eyes downward, her thoughts wandering to the relationship between the two. Did they know each other? After all, Lin Xian shared the same surname. Could he also be a cultivator? Thus, both young women remained silent, refraining from stopping Lin Xian. Before Huo Stone, Lin Xian adopted a familiar demeanor, lifting his chin to address Yun Qing. My friend, it must have been quite tiresome to wait here all night. He nonchalantly revealed the branded necklace adorning his neck. As a well-bred scion of wealth, he had no intention of using his status to intimidate. Instead, he aimed to subtly display his strength through the finer details, prompting his opponent to retreat without losing face. Lin Xian grinned, silently commending his own kindness. Yun Qing regarded Lin Xian with a lowered gaze, unable to comprehend the underlying message. Noticing Yun Qing's silence, Lin Xian assumed it stemmed from intimidation upon seeing his extravagant attire. He secretly rejoiced while maintaining an approachable facade. As he surveyed Yun Qing's outfit, he pondered the insignificance of the white robe, questioning if it was merely an attempt at cosplay. Did he dare vie for Xiao Wanqing's affection dress like that? Lin Xian instinctively curled his lip in disdain. He locked eyes with Yun Qing, silently conveying, some things cannot be acquired merely by desire. You would do well to abandon this notion. After remarking, he turned back to Xiao Wanqing, offering her a smile that suggested everything was well within his control. Observing Lin Xian's demeanor and casting a glance at the somewhat anxious Xiao Wanqing, Yun Qing realized the situation. This individual viewed him as a rival, which added an intriguing twist to the unfolding scenario. Yun Qing, filled with mischief, recalled the legend surrounding the tiger lying stone beneath him, realizing that he currently embodied the identity of the cultivator Lin Han. He could easily misinterpret the other's intentions and stage a magnificent performance. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he inquired, "Oh, do you also seek to claim the tiger's soul, Xianjing?" Lin Xian paused, momentarily taken aback. Tiger, soul, Xianjing? What is that? Before he could press further, the youth atop the boulder made a move. Yunqing's arm slipped from the wide sleeves, and his index finger gently tapped the surface of the tiger-lying stone. Suddenly, from the 3-meter-tall, 6-meter-wide stone, dots of violet light began to emerge, gradually coalescing into a flowing river of purple light that meandered beside him. Yun Qing cast a glance at the swirling violet river enveloping him. With a flick of his left wrist, the radiant purple light was drawn forth, converging in the palm of his hand to form a translucent purple crystal. This unexpected spectacle astonished all present. Zhao Qianqian, hiding behind Xiao Wanqing, dared to reveal only a small part of her bun-like head and half of her phone. Her eyes brimmed with awe, her palms already moist with perspiration. Here we go again. This young man is about to showcase his extraordinary abilities once more. Although this object was ownerless and accessible to all, Yun Qing wore a serene smile, resting his chin on his left hand while holding the purple crystal crafted from special effect ring in his right, exuding an air of languid grace. If you wish to contend with me, my friend, you must bring forth your true skills. As soon as the words left his lips, a towering phantom of a crimson gold tiger, 3 meters high, materialized behind him, its roar echoing through the mountain gorge. At that moment, Yunqing's eyes shone with brilliant golden light, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Chapter 15. A glance back behind him, a towering phantom of a fierce tiger materialized with an imposing presence. Its vividly lifelike head opened its resplendent golden eyes, gazing down with a disdainful glare, as if a deity were looking upon mere insects below. Yun Qing, intrigued, cast his gaze upon Lin Xian, observing the smile on the latter's face vanish into thin air. The system interface began to refresh the records. Shock value from Lin Xian, 99, 60, 44. From Zhao Qianqian and Xiao Wanqing, 117. Before the stone where the tiger lay, Lin Xian's body stiffened into a straight line. He struggled to swallow, attempting to move his unresponsive legs. His mind was a whirlwind of questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? He had initially assumed the other was merely a sycophant of Xiao Wanqing, only to discover he was a legendary cultivator. It dawned on him that the other had misinterpreted his intentions. But whom could he turn to for justification? It was hardly dignified to kneel and confess his misunderstanding. How could Lin, the esteemed young master, lose face? He pinched his numb thigh vigorously, urging himself to move. Come on, legs. If you don't act soon, I'm finished. Stunned into silence, he was locked in a battle of wills with his own legs, while Yun Qing, puzzled, wondered why this fellow remained rooted to the spot. Shouldn't he have fled in fright, allowing for a flawless conclusion to the spectacle? Had the man seen through his ruse, rendering him unafraid? Yet the system's shock values were indisputable. The other was indeed terrified by the tiger conjured through the special effect ring. With a furrowed brow, Yun Qing resolved to escalate the situation. He raised his hand, and the golden tiger behind him leaned forward, bringing its massive head down towards the dazed Lin Xian and let out a thunderous roar. The deep, resonant tiger's roar reverberated throughout the area, startling the birds into flight and silencing even the cicadas. Lin Xian, his mind a muddled haze, was hit first by the sound, causing a sharp pain in his eardrums. His legs, heavy as lead, began to buckle instinctively. By the time he regained his composure, he found himself kneeling on the ground. At that moment, he thought little of pride. Survival took precedence. Trembling, he stammered, bro, I don't want it anymore. Let me just bow a few times. Thud, thud. The grass was soft, yet Lin Xian's strength was formidable. Realizing this fellow was not simply unwilling to flee, but rather paralyzed by fear, Yun Qing was left speechless. Seriously, you're overdoing it, my friend. His intention had not been to humiliate, merely to frighten and accrue some shock value. This performance had already netted him around 700 to 800 points. That was more than sufficient. Yun Qing contemplated making an early exit. Extending his left hand, he lifted it upward into the void. Telekinesis activated. Suddenly, Lin Xian, who had been poised to bow again, felt an unexpected resistance at his forehead, preventing him from continuing. You're making me seem overly imposing. Rise, came a calm voice from above, allowing Lin Xian to finally lift his head. Just as Yun Qing prepared to speak, intending to elevate his image as a cultivator, a rhythmic explosion echoed from a great distance behind him. He turned his head at the sound, only to behold the vast night sky suddenly ablaze with a myriad of resplendent fireworks. A cacophony of colors erupted and dissipated into the ether. How fascinating this world is! A smile graced Yun Qing's lips as he turned, tucking the purple crystal into his robe. Addressing the three before him, he said, "Since my friends are unwilling to contest with me, this tiger's soul, Xianjing, shall be mine. Until we meet again, may fate be kind." With that, he vanished into thin air, his figure dissolving like mist at the precipice. Thus, Yun Qing elegantly exited the scene with the aid of his enchanted ring. Once he departed, the three of them finally exhaled in relief. Zhao Qianqian peeked out from behind Xiao Wanqing, cautiously inquiring, Has he left? She had been hiding behind Xiao Wanqing the entire time, daring only to reveal half her phone for filming. The youth had been utterly daunting, able to summon such a formidable tiger. Is this what cultivators are like, as rumored online? How impressive! She had recorded the entire episode. Posting it online would surely garner her a plethora of followers. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing, who had served as a shield, furrowed her brow in frustration. Though she had seen him again, she still lacked the courage to speak. "Oh, Xiao Wanqing, can you not be braver?" At the tiger resting stone, Lin Xian clambered to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his legs still trembling. Despite his disheveled state, he was grateful to be alive. Yet, the fact that Xiao Wanqing had witnessed his disgrace left him feeling hopeless. He turned to face the two women. The fireworks continued to burst in vibrant hues below, casting a colorful glow upon her face. Her eyelashes fluttered, and for a moment, even her icy beauty appeared somewhat lost. Was she lamenting the abrupt departure of that individual? Lin Xian gazed silently at her. Her crescent moon-like eyes were captivating, yet devoid of any place for him. He lowered his head, realizing he had never truly possessed her. At that moment, his phone vibrated gently in his pocket. He pulled it out to check. In WeChat, a younger brother had sent him a humorous meme, captioned, "Big brother. The fireworks have started. Is sister-in-law happy?" Damn it, time flew by, and before he knew it, dawn had arrived. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Yinqing took a hot shower and then sat cross-legged on his bed. He had accumulated a bit of shock value from the events on Tiger Resting Mountain tonight, totaling over 11,000 points, a rather impressive sum at first glance. However, he recalled having previously spent 17,000 points, only to receive 17 cleansing pills in return. Had it not been for the last draw yielding the mysterious Dao heart technique, he would have been left with nothing. Yinqing sighed deeply. Earning shock value was no simple endeavor. Earlier, he had played the part of the cultivator Lin Han in the world, and within a day, videos of his exploits had vanished from the internet. He was certain that the authorities had taken notice of this identity. Tonight, he had once again showcased his prowess on Tiger Resting Mountain, and the little girl had been stealthily recording. It wouldn't be long before the government intervened to manage public opinion. At present, one remains uncertain about the nation's stance towards cultivators. However, it is unlikely that they will be neglected. This implies that forthcoming actions must be executed with utmost caution, and one must refrain from exhibiting any behavior that could be deemed detrimental to society. It may even be prudent to devise a fictitious identity, thereby expressing a favorable disposition towards the state, possibly alleviating the existing tension between cultivators and the nation. Yinqing's mind began to formulate some ideas, yet the specifics of implementation would require gradual elaboration. He cleared his mind of distractions and adjusted his breathing, settling into a meditative posture. Regardless of his thoughts, the paramount objective remains the enhancement of his abilities. Only through personal strength can one engage in meaningful dialogue with the state. In the coming days, he would endeavor to cultivate the mysterious path of the heart, aspiring to attain the perfected realm of the 10th level of Qi refinement. Although he currently stood at the first level, the integration of knowledge facilitated his practice, rendering it seamless and unobstructed. Advancement to the 10th level was merely a matter of time. Chapter 16 Helicopter at the break of dawn, as the first light graced the horizon. The village nestled at the foot of Tiger Rest Mountain stirred to life, awakened by the chorus of barking dogs and crowing roosters. Various breakfast vendors began to emerge along the streets, infusing the world with a sense of vitality. Li Chong, a beleaguered second-year student residing away from home, was already up at this early hour, preparing for his morning studies at school. As usual, he made his way to the bun shop at the street corner, where he fortuitously encountered his good friend from class. "Old Zhao, did you hear that sound last night?" Wang Ziki, with his sharp features, leaned in mysteriously, the aroma of egg and chive wafting from his mouth. Li Chong wrinkled his brow in distaste and replied, "What sound? I turned in early, went to sleep around 1. Wang Ziki smirked derisively. "Sleeping so early? Are you trying to preserve your health?" He continued to mumble through a mouthful of chive buns. There was quite a commotion near Tiger Rest Mountain around 2, like the roar of a tiger. I was reviewing study materials and nearly jumped out of my skin. That shouldn't be possible. We've been to that little mountain countless times. We've never seen a tiger, let alone a wild boar. Li Chong was skeptical of his friend's fanciful tale, considering the only connection between Tiger Rest Mountain and tigers was a white stone at the cliff's edge. As for the legend of the immortals subduing the mountain spirit, they had heard it so often in their youth that it had become a cliché. Seriously, I'm not joking. I wouldn't lie about something like that, Wang Ziki insisted. As the two engaged in their banter while heading to school, they were approached by a familiar figure emerging from around the corner, the class discipline monitor. "Good morning, beautiful and Qing," Wang Ziki greeted with a lewd grin, while Li Chong rolled his eyes at his friend's incessant antics. "Li Chong, did you see the video in our class group?" The ponytail beauty ignored the goblin-like Wang Ziki and opted to converse with the more sensible Li Chong. "What video? I have my group notifications muted. Intrigued, Li Chong pulled out his phone and opened the class group chat. After scrolling through the messages for a while, he finally found a forwarded video. Who doesn't team mute group messages? Wang Ziki chimed in, peering over curiously. Upon opening the video, the camera appeared to be hidden behind a girl. The view somewhat shaky yet clear. The footage revealed a young man clad in white, seated upon a massive stone, surrounded by twinkling starlight, with a beam of moonlight cascading down as if he were absorbing the essence of the universe. Wow, is this a practitioner? Wang Ziki exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement, while Li Chong frowned and remarked, "Don't you think that white stone beneath him looks familiar? Let me see. No way. That's the Tiger Rest stone. We used to stand on it and compete to see who could pee the farthest when we were kids." Wang Ziki recognized the stone in the video. But before he could continue his chatter, Li Chong elbowed him, urging him to be quiet and watch the video. Thus, the two leaned in closer, engrossed in the footage. When a towering, golden-hued tiger apparition materialized behind the young man, both Wang Ziki and Li Chong gasped in astonishment. Could that be the roar I heard last night? Prince Chi swallowed hard, recalling the resounding roar of a tiger from the previous night, a chill creeping into his heart. Li Chong cast a sidelong glance at him and asked, "What do you think? Where else could that sound have come from?" As the video concluded, both were rendered speechless. When absurdity unfolds in one's immediate vicinity, an unusual sensation inevitably arises. "Do you think the legend of Tiger Rest Mountain could be true?" inquired Qing, her curiosity piqued. "Perhaps, but I believe," Li Chong began, only to be interrupted by a thunderous rumble echoing from the sky. The group paused, lifting their heads in unison. Above them, 3 military helicopters of an indeterminate model flew at a low altitude against the pale sky. Arranged in formation, the middle helicopter was suspending a massive rock by a rope. Li Chong's pupils dilated in shock. He recognized the uniquely shaped white stone being transported. Was that not the Tiger Rest stone? Prince Chi tilted his head back, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness! They've taken the Tiger Rest stone. Shouldn't Tiger Rest Mountain be renamed?" Li Chong ignored the foolish remark, watching as the helicopters vanished from sight, his mind swirling with speculation. Perhaps the appearance of the white-clad youth the night before was connected to that stone. Following the video's release, the authorities were undoubtedly monitoring it. But was that youth truly a cultivator? It has been confirmed that the youth is indeed the cultivator Lin Han. In the stifling conference room, a video of the Tiger Rest Mountain incident was being projected. The senior officials seated at the conference table wore grave expressions, their desks cluttered with documents. Lin Han, male, age unknown, first appeared during the Huashan Martial Arts Conference, where several hundred ordinary people witnessed his extraordinary abilities. Beside the screen, a man in a suit held a tablet, introducing the attendees to information about Yinqing. He magnified the image on the tablet, revealing that this incident occurred at Tiger Rest Mountain in H City, with witnesses being a group of mountain climbers. Based on their recorded video, we can confirm that this individual is Lin Han. The screen zoomed in, freezing on the amethyst in Lin Han's right hand. Following the incident, we interviewed the witnesses, discovering that Lin Han's purpose for visiting Tiger Rest Mountain appeared to be retrieving an object known as the Tiger Soul Mysterious Crystal, which ties back to local legends surrounding the Tiger Rest Stone. Minister, he extinguished his cigarette, his tone grave as he asked, "Has the Tiger Rest Stone been sent for research? What are the results?" The suited man nodded. "After the video was released, we dispatched helicopters to retrieve it, and it has been moved to the laboratory for analysis. However, carbon dating indicates it is merely an ordinary stone. The extraordinary element has already been taken by Lin Han, specifically the amethyst in his possession." Minister, he sighed, "Our actions have been sluggish. We must deploy additional investigation teams across the nation to explore those items steeped in myth." After he finished speaking, he furrowed his brow and gazed at the youthful visage on the screen, anxiously inquiring, could it be that he truly has lived for over 300 years? This is a possibility. However, according to linguistic experts, the individual appears to be more aware of the treasures that lie here, and may indeed be acquainted with the legendary figure who subdued the Mountain Lord. This possibility lends credence to our previous conjecture that perhaps practitioners of immortality have been active in reality throughout the ages. And mythologies of various regions in Huaxia are not entirely fabrications. Minister He nodded in agreement, turning to address the assembly. This implies that our attitude towards practitioners of immortality must be more tempered. He paused, his voice dropping to a somber tone. After all, it is highly likely that he has a kinship of sorts. Chapter 17. A perfect shot. Yunqing opened his eyes and expelled the stagnant energy from his abdomen. Stretching his limbs, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and vitality. For the past few days, he had refrained from aimlessly wandering outside, instead dedicating himself to the relentless practice of the mysterious Tao of the heart. This intense focus had propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights, allowing him to ascend to the 5th layer of qi refinement in just 4 short days. The spiritual energy within his dantian was as dense as the ominous clouds before a tempest. Yunqing found it unsurprising. If he were to traverse back to his high school days, no, back to middle school, armed with his memories, would he not effortlessly become an academic prodigy? With the aid of integration card, achieving a new minor realm each day would be but a trivial matter. It had been quite some time since he last participated in a lottery, and perhaps it was time to test his fortune. With this thought in mind, Yunqing summoned the system interface. The resplendent golden roulette materialized before him, and his shock value stood at over 11,000. Given the system's probability rates, it was likely he would not draw anything particularly valuable. After the lottery, he would need to contemplate where to earn some additional shock value. However, utilizing Lin Han's identity each time felt somewhat conspicuous. In such a vast land as Huaxia, there should surely be more than one extraordinary force. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to proceed with the lottery first. He clicked the draw button, and the dazzling golden pointer on the roulette began to spin. After a brief wait of several seconds, the system's notification chimed. Ding! A brilliant purple light erupted from the roulette, so intense that Yunqing could scarcely keep his eyes open. Had he struck gold? Yet the brilliance was almost blinding. Moments later, as the radiance faded, he squinted to see the message before him. Congratulations! You have obtained a purple item, Tongyu Sword. A purple item? He had previously drawn white, green, and purple items, but had yet to comprehend the criteria for their color classifications. Blinking rapidly, he focused on the item displayed on the panel. It was an ancient double-edged sword of deep green hue, its scabbard adorned with peculiar inscriptions, while the hilt glimmered like pure jade. Below, a line of description appeared. Tongyu Sword, a premier magical artifact forged by the primordial void true monarch. Crafted from millennium of cold marrow and a century of refined iron, primarily for slaying. Item color, purple, rating, precious. Would you like to extract it? As the light flashed, the Tongyu Sword materialized before Yunqing. He grasped the jade-hued hilt and felt an icy chill penetrate to his very bones, involuntarily shivering. Truly, it was a celestial sword. Even the tactile experience was unparalleled, akin to holding an icicle beneath an eve in winter. Yet, how was one to wield such a weapon? Would he need to purchase another integration card? Yunqing drew the long sword, and as the pristine blade emerged from its sheath, a deep, resonant hum echoed in his ears, startling him into hastily returning it to its scabbard. Goodness, even drawing it produced such a loud sound. He placed the Tongyu Sword across his lap and reopened the system store, preparing to purchase an integration card. Ding! 10,000 shock points were deducted, leaving him with just over 900 shock points, a significant reduction. Nevertheless, it was a worthy investment. Once he mastered this superior celestial sword, he could rely on it to amass shock points in abundance. In a fanciful narrative, a celestial sword emerges, its formidable power ready to be unleashed in an awe-inspiring spectacle. Yunqing envisions the moment when his balance will soar dramatically. He stifles a smile as he activates the fusion card. The gilded card transforms into countless specks of light, flooding Yunqing's mind with new memories. Unlike previous experiences, this time the recollections include not only instructions for wielding the ethereal sword, but also a vivid sequence of images. In the scene, a middle-aged man, his visage etched with sorrow, dons an ancient gray robe. He sits serenely at the center of a shimmering lake, enveloped by swirling white mist. As he opens his eyes, Joy radiates from his gaze as he beholds the newly formed ethereal sword. He reaches out to caress the blade, and a sharp, resounding melody of the sword resonates in the air. Splendid. Such brilliance. It truly reflects the essence of the artifact forged with my own vitality. With your aid, I shall undoubtedly vanquish those wretched thieves. The man clutches the ethereal sword, laughing maniacally, his expression bordering on madness. However, an unforeseen anomaly occurs. The void before him fractures, and a colossal hand emerges from the abyss, seizing the ethereal sword with ruthless precision. As the scene gradually fades, Yinqing can still hear the man's anguished roar. What mighty being dares to toy with me? Yinqing opens his eyes, gazing at the ethereal sword resting upon his lap with a complex expression. It dawns on him that this celestial blade was usurped from another, perhaps a victim of the system's relentless quest across various realms. Did his fleeting fortune come at the expense of some unfortunate soul's treasure in the endless expanse of worlds? In the tangible realm, there is no trade without loss. Struck by a mix of emotions, Yinqing can only give a thumbs up and exclaim, "Impressive." After praising the system, he once again grasps the celestial sword. The memories he gleaned reveal its remarkable capabilities. Primarily, it can autonomously gather the essence of the heavens and earth, storing it within the blade, allowing the wielder to launch attacks and exert pressure without depleting their own energy. Furthermore, it can alter its size at will and enable flight upon the sword. With such a plethora of practical functions, this sword is indeed an indispensable companion for any journey. Eager to test the sword's might, Yinqing finds himself lacking an appropriate venue, his restless heart yearning for action. Now possessing the celestial sword, he resolves to make it the centerpiece of his next endeavor, crafting a grand presentation of its emergence, thereby reaping a wave of astonishment. Yinqing begins to contemplate the ideal location for his performance, somewhere imbued with mythic allure, lending itself to the sword's new identity. A bustling tourist spot would be preferred, ensuring that he recoups his investment post-performance. He approaches his computer desk, retrieving his phone to search for historical landmarks. The vastness of China is undeniable, teeming with mythologically rich tourist attractions. As he browses through the options, overwhelmed by choices, he randomly selects a site, Longtan, located over 1,000 kilometers away. The description reveals that it is said to be the place where the Xianyang Taoist can find a malevolent dragon, ultimately gathering vapors to form a tranquil pool. Yinqing peruses the images circulating online. The scenic beauty surrounding the Longtan Lake is breathtaking, enveloped by majestic mountains, with an ancient Taoist temple nestled nearby. The water of the lake appears dark and unfathomable, as if a dragon's head might emerge at any moment. This enchanting locale is delightful, imbued with mythical allure, and the number of visitors is just right, perfect for the debut of the Tanya sword. Yunqing's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He had previously crafted a character, Lin Han, a cultivator, which received a favorable response. Now, he planned to introduce another cultivator through the sword, adding a layer of chaos to the current situation, allowing him to navigate the murky waters undetected. Furthermore, this would divert the official's attention from Lin Han's identity. Contemplating this, he delved into the history of the temple, known as Wuwei Temple, established over 7 centuries ago to commemorate the Xianyang Taoist who subdued the dragon. Interestingly, this Taoist was a disciple of the Huashan sect. An idea sparked in Yunqing's mind. His new identity could draw inspiration from this. Since Lin Han had ties to the Xianqing Dao sect, he could craft a background for his new persona rooted in the hidden inner sect of Huashan. This not only enhances the authenticity of the cultivator, but also allows for potential interactions with the Huashan sect, a perfect win-win situation. As for determining the appearance of his new identity, the image of the master of the Tanyu sword surfaced in his mind. A smirk played on his lips as he silently exclaimed, "You shall be the one." Emergence, Yuanshu Jinjuan. The special effect ring on Yunqing's finger shimmered with blue light, instantly transforming him into a middle-aged man. He stood tall, his expression grave and profound, clad in a well-fitted gray tracksuit. His appearance mirrored that of Yuanshu Jinjuan, whose artifact had been forcibly taken by the system in his memory. Yinqing approached the restroom mirror with his sword, adjusting his angle to inspect his reflection, ultimately nodding in satisfaction. Gazing into the half-mirror, his voice, enhanced by the ring, resonated deeply and magnetically. The path to immortality is fraught with difficulty. A decade passes in the blink of an eye. The quest for enlightenment is arduous. A century elapses without the sight of an immortal. This new identity shall be named Zhao Yan. He crafted Zhao Yan's backstory as a seeker of the Tao, who wasted 50 years in pursuit of immortality, ultimately receiving guidance from the Xianyang Immortal. He nurtured his sword at Longtan Lake for another 50 years, culminating in the creation of an immortal sword. Now, he was set to retrieve the celestial sword from Longtan Lake. With both identity and location established, he was ready to act. However, having resigned from his job due to leukemia, the generous 5,000 provided by Brother Long had dwindled to just over 1,000. He needed to secure some funds. Perhaps it was time to borrow a bit more from Brother Hu? Chapter 18. The art of making money. As dusk descended, the city illuminated with a myriad of lights. At the corner of East Street stood a modest establishment adorned with the sign Wealth Gathering Human Resources Company, Limited. The interior was rather cramped. Furnished solely with expansive sofas on either side, a central coffee table, and an office desk at the back, which belonged to the proprietor. Brother Hu reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a video game, while Brother Long sat behind the desk, engaging in business discussions with a visitor. Leaning back in his executive chair, he scrutinized the lanky figure across from him, a young man with a tight-fitting t-shirt and tapered pants, distinguished by a tattoo of an eye on his forehead. Brother Long had long grown accustomed to such clientele. They were regulars at their establishment. When funds ran low, they would seek loans, and once spent, they found themselves assigned to electronic factories to tighten screws, thus forming a rather grim cycle. However, this time, the sum being borrowed seemed excessive, instilling a sense of trepidation in Brother Long that the young man might abscond. 10,000, you say? Given your status as a loyal customer, I might consider lending you this amount, but Brother Long narrowed his eyes into slits, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Since your arrival, you haven't once addressed me as Brother Long. I regard you as a friend, yet how do you perceive me? My apologies, Brother Long, the young man replied, visibly anxious. It's just that speaking with you creates quite a bit of pressure. Sitting on the stool, he couldn't help but feel irritated as he gazed at the quivering flesh on Brother Long's face. He vowed to himself that if there were any alternative options available, he would never seek assistance from this predatory individual. He had heard tales of a man who had defaulted on a loan and was subsequently dragged into an alley, meeting a gruesome fate, a testament to the ruthless tactics employed by this establishment. Unfortunately, his own companions were as financially destitute as he, scraping together funds, even for a simple trip to a dessert shop. With his girlfriend's birthday approaching, he felt compelled to make a grand gesture. A mere latest model iPhone was all he sought. He could endure a few months tightening screws afterward. As he contemplated this, Brother Long nodded in satisfaction. I can lend you the funds, but you are aware of our rules. Should you fail to repay on time? The young man sensed the underlying threat in Brother Long's words and nodded perfunctorily. Brother Long, I assure you that I will repay on time, unlike Wang Su, who delayed and ended up with a concussion courtesy of Brother Hu. Ah, that was purely his own misfortune. It had nothing to do with us. We are a legitimate company, not engaged in unsavory practices, Brother Long interjected, lighting a cigarette. He pondered. Since you understand the rules, then I shall. Whoa. Yinqing. A sudden exclamation from Brother Hu interrupted their conversation, his voice shifting in pitch. What on earth are you shouting for, Hu? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a discussion? Brother Long scolded, but his gaze was drawn through the glass door, where a youth stood, none other than Yinqing, the very individual who had previously harassed him in the alley. Whoa! A jolt of apprehension shot through Brother Long, causing the cigarette to slip from his grasp and fall onto his thigh. Good evening, Brother Hu and Brother Long. How is business? Yinqing breezed in, ushered by the warm summer air. He greeted them with a cheerful smile, as if visiting friends. As he passed by the sofa, Brother Hu instinctively stood up, ready to make a hasty retreat. Yinqing reached out and embraced the neck of the other man, affectionately saying, Brother Hu, why are you running? I am not here to cause you trouble. Upon hearing this, Long Ge was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the visit was indeed aimed at him. Boss Yun, please take a seat here. He hurriedly stood up, retracting his fierce demeanor and revealing a friendly smile. Only then did Yun Qing release his grip and walk towards the desk. Long Ge greeted him with a smile, but upon noticing the yellow-haired man still seated at the desk, he frowned and whispered, "We'll discuss your matter later. For now, go sit aside and don't block the way." "But I arrived first. Why should I give him my seat?" The yellow-haired man interjected, casting a glance at Yun Qing. This guy appeared younger than himself. Why should he yield his position? However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Long Ge. "If you don't move, I won't lend you any money." Faced with this ultimatum, the yellow-haired man had no choice but to reluctantly vacate his seat. Yun Qing curiously inquired, "Long Ge, am I hindering your business?" "I'm merely here to borrow some money." The atmosphere grew tense as Long Ge swallowed hard. Damn it, this fellow intended to extort him. Countless schemes raced through his mind. Yet the most viable seemed to be calling the police. It was absurd that a loan shark associated with the underworld would contemplate seeking assistance from law enforcement. Tears welled up. What had become of society? "It's not a large amount, just 5,000. Is that too much trouble for you, Long Ge?" Yun Qing's perplexed voice snapped Long Ge back to reality. Thankfully, it was just 5,000. He forced a smile and waved his hand. Since it's Boss Yun asking, it's certainly no problem. Shall I transfer it directly to you?" Yun Qing appeared slightly surprised. "Isn't there a contract this time?" "No need for that. Forget about contracts. You can repay this whenever you wish, and there's no interest." Long Ge was eager to rid himself of this troublesome figure. If this guy went on a rampage, both he and Huzi Wu Ti stand a chance. He pulled out his phone and directly transferred 5,000 to Yun Qing. "Rest assured, Long Ge, I will definitely repay this money." Yun Qing smiled as he tucked his phone away, departing amid the complex gazes of the three individuals. Phew! Once Yun Qing left, Long Ge exhaled deeply. He reclined in his office chair, massaging his stiff cheeks. Damn it, this money might never be returned. He would have to recoup it from elsewhere. His gaze drifted to the yellow-haired man lounging on the sofa. An idea sparked in his mind, and he asked, "Hey, do you still need to borrow money?" The yellow-haired man, snapping back to reality, turned to look at Long Ge behind the desk. Feeling somewhat puzzled, how could that guy borrow money without paying a single cent in interest? Was it possible that Long Ge was not as fierce as rumored, but rather quite timid? Perhaps if he took a firmer stance, Long Ge might back down as well? As he pondered this, Huang Mao felt a surge of confidence. After all, the other party was seeking to borrow money, indicating they were likely not a formidable adversary. He reasoned that he was not at a considerable disadvantage compared to them. Hence, he gazed at Brother Long and said, "I wish to borrow more, but the interest rate is excessively high. Could you possibly reduce it a bit?" Brother Long, upon hearing this, nearly contorted his face in anger. How dare this upstart negotiate terms with me? Does he believe he is Yun Qing? He slammed his hand on the table, erupting in fury. "You impertinent fool. If you refuse to accept the terms, then leave." Huang Mao, emboldened, straightened his chest and retorted defiantly, "Why should that guy be allowed to borrow without interest? I merely seek a slight reduction." At that moment, the previously unnoticed brother who suddenly rose, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he approached Huang Mao. The imposing figure of a muscular man, standing at 6 feet tall, radiated an intimidating presence, rendering Huang Mao speechless. In this instance, brother who finally reclaimed a sense of superiority reminiscent of the underworld. "Damn it, I may not be able to contend with Yun Qing, but can I not deal with you?" Brother Long, observing Huang Mao's silence, nodded in satisfaction. If he were to allow Huang Mao to have his way, would he still be able to conduct business? How would the others on the street perceive him? "I have made my decision. Your interest rate shall increase by another 2 points. If you're unwilling to borrow, then be gone." I will borrow. I will borrow." Chapter 19 Departure. As Yun Qing stepped out of the shop, a warm evening breeze greeted him. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, and the number of pedestrians gradually increased. The various shops along the street had illuminated their LED signs, and some late-night food stalls had timely set up at the street corners. He walked along the sidewalk towards his rented room, purchasing 2 skewers of starchy sausage from a barbecue stall as he passed by. While savoring the delicious sausage, Yunxing began to contemplate his next course of action. He had borrowed 5,000 yuan from Brother Long, which sufficed for his travel expenses. Yet, he remained at a loss regarding how to earn money in the future. Reflecting on it made him chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Despite possessing an array of extraordinary items and being the first cultivator on Earth, he still found himself troubled by financial concerns. He could easily exchange his ring for a new identity and begin anew, but perhaps he was just too kind-hearted. With a sigh, Yunxing realized he had completely disregarded Brother Long's feelings. If Brother Long were to hear his thoughts, he would likely shed tears and lament that Yunxing lacked gratitude. However, the reality was that even if Brother Long stood before him, he would merely grin and commend Yunxing for his humility. After his musings, Yunxing lowered his gaze and retrieved his phone from his pocket. He intended to purchase a train ticket to the neighboring city of Suolongtan and then take a taxi to Suolongtan. As always, he resolved to proceed with caution. On the ticketing app, he secured a train ticket for midnight, glancing at the time and noting that he had 6 hours until departure. Thinking of the Tongyu sword in his inventory made his heart flutter with anticipation. It was a celestial sword, a relic that did not exist in the real world, not to mention the ability to fly with the sword, reminiscent of the enchanting scenes from fantasy dramas, which he had longed to experience. Why not find a place to test it out? Yunxing did not deliberate for long. He hailed a taxi on the street, soon arriving at an isolated and abandoned factory. Once they reached the destination, the driver hastily left, clearly unnerved by the idea of venturing into such a desolate place late at night, with few residential buildings in sight. Yunxing circled the factory's outer wall, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras before he lightly tapped the weathered wall with his toes. In a swift motion, he vaulted over the 4-meter-high wall and landed smoothly on the other side. Unable to contain his excitement, he summoned the Tongyu sword. A radiant light flickered as the chilling green sword was gripped in his hand. He gently drew it from its sheath, and the sound of the sword's cry resonated in his ears, revealing a blinding flash of white. How cold! As the sword was drawn, Yunxing could not help but shiver. He sensed a sudden drop in temperature around him, the oppressive heat of summer dissipating entirely. Truly, it was a celestial sword. Even its mere drawing elicited such phenomena. He wondered what might happen if he wielded it with all his might. However, he restrained the impulse to channel spiritual energy for an attack, deciding it would be wiser to wait until he was at Suolongtan to swing the sword. After all, if the noise drew too much attention, it could lead to complications. With these thoughts in mind, Yunxing placed his index finger in his mouth and bit the tip. A drop of crimson blood welled forth, falling onto the emerald hilt of the sword, instantly vanishing from sight. According to the recollections, to wield the celestial sword, one must perform a blood oath of allegiance. He waited for a moment, when suddenly he felt an unusual sense of pull, as if the celestial sword had seamlessly merged with his essence in that fleeting instant. The sensation was akin to suddenly possessing a third hand, awkward and peculiar. However, gradually, Yunxing became accustomed to this feeling and attempted to manipulate this newfound appendage. Within the confines of the abandoned factory, a sharp green light darted freely through the grounds, traversing the narrow and intricate environment, leaving behind a comet-like tail. With a mere thought, the celestial sword instantly returned, hovering before him. Could this be considered sword mastery? He mused with a smirk, realizing he had acquired a legendary power. Perhaps in the future, Taoist secrets, such as the Five Thunder technique and cloud riding, would gradually manifest in the realm of reality. For now, however, it was prudent to proceed with caution. Gazing at the hovering emerald sword, Yunxing recalled its additional ability, the capacity to unleash oppressive energy by consuming spiritual essence. The greater the amount of essence, the more formidable and far-reaching the pressure. With a thought, a profound sense of oppression emanated from the sword's body. The surrounding air felt as though it had been frozen, a wave of heart-stopping intensity washing over him, instilling a sense of awe and dread that was difficult to behold. As the master of the celestial sword, Yunxing could not fathom such feelings. He merely sensed a further drop in temperature. At that moment, not far from the factory, an old Volkswagen cruised down the deserted road. The driver, engrossed in the DJ's music, was suddenly besieged by an overwhelming pressure. His complexion turned pale as if his heart were being tightly gripped, poised to burst at any moment. Was this a brush with malevolent forces? Gritting his teeth, the driver slammed on the accelerator, and the aging Volkswagen unleashed its latent potential, speeding away in a blur. After covering about a kilometer, the oppressive sensation gradually dissipated. Regaining his breath, the driver cautiously glanced in the rearview mirror towards the abandoned factory, a primal instinct warning him of the terrifying entities within. Thank goodness I'm still alive. Thus, another urban legend concerning the forsaken factory was born. A few minutes later, Yinxing, bemused, deactivated the oppressive aura of the celestial sword. Perhaps only others could truly perceive it. He dismissed the thought, eager to experience the thrill of sword flight. He guided the celestial sword to lower its altitude and then stepped forward, firmly standing upon its blade. This is my small step, but a monumental leap for humanity, he declared. The celestial sword ascended gently, carrying Yinxing at a leisurely pace through the abandoned factory. Fortuitously, there were no traffic officers around. Otherwise, he might have been issued a ticket for unlicensed sword flying, endangering public safety. As the gentle breeze caressed him, Yinxing stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, resembling an ethereal sword immortal. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly praise him as a transcendent figure. Gradually, he became accustomed to this speed of flight. With a thought, he attempted to accelerate. The sudden rush of wind whistled past his ears as Yinxing began to soar through the factory, unlicensed and exhilarated. Before him, the world whirled by with breathtaking speed, akin to the exhilarating rush of a roller coaster, leaving him with a nagging sensation that he might be flung into oblivion at any moment. After several minutes, Yinxing gracefully descended upon the solid ground, his feet firmly planted on the unyielding concrete, though his heart continued to beat like a drum, echoing the thrill of the experience. One exhilarating adventure. As he took a moment to compose himself, he realized that with the assistance of the Tongyu sword, the authenticity of his cultivation as a practitioner would be significantly enhanced. This newfound confidence emboldened him to present his extraordinary abilities before the world. He was certain that the performance before the long lock pool the following day would yield an abundance of astonishment. With these thoughts in mind, Yinxing stowed the Tongyu sword back into his inventory. He then retrieved his phone to check the time. He still had over 2 hours before the train's departure and needed to hasten back to his rental to pack his belongings. Chapter 20. The Bureau of Cultivation Regulation the following day, at noon, atop the summit of Mount Hua, where clouds and mist danced in a delicate embrace. Two Taoists stood at the precipice, one behind the other. The mountain wind howled fiercely, causing their deep blue robes to billow dramatically. The elder Taoist at the forefront stood with his hands clasped behind him, facing the wind, his murky eyes gazing out over the sea of clouds. Not far behind him, Master Zhao remained steadfast, undeterred by the gale that swept past him. In the distance, a vast expanse of clouds surged like a tempest, coiling and twisting like a mighty dragon. The elder Taoist stood upon the rocky outcrop, seemingly striving to fathom the mysteries of nature. Yet, after a decade of observing the clouds, he had not achieved enlightenment nor ascended to the extraordinary realm. The pursuit of the Tao is indeed arduous. This old man has devoted his life to the quest for truth, yet he has not taken a single step forward. The elder Taoist began to recount the tale of his earlier years. 100 years of seeking the Tao had culminated in emptiness, though his words were plain. They could not conceal the deep-seated regret within. Zhang Daozhang, the current leader of the Huashan sect, listened intently, holding his breath, refraining from interjecting. Their venerable ancestor had reached the age of 102. Despite his frail, emaciated frame, his spirit remained vigorous. Day after day, he unwaveringly ascended to observe the clouds, his gait reminiscent of a dragon or tiger, devoid of any semblance of age. The Huashan sect's renown as a prominent school was not merely due to its historical legacy, but significantly attributed to the presence of this living legend. Without him, would so many wealthy patrons seek out donations and guidance? Turning his gaze toward his aged disciple, the elder Taoist pondered aloud, "My dear disciple, do you believe there truly exist immortals in this world?" There are indeed, Master Zhao replied respectfully. On the day of the competition, I witnessed the prowess of the cultivator Lin Han, along with all the prominent sects present. After a moment's hesitation, he continued from Lin Han's words. It seems the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has begun to revive. Perhaps you, Master, could still embark on the path of cultivation. The elder Taoist, upon hearing this, smiled bitterly and shook his head. It is too late for me. My vitality wanes, and I fear I shall not endure for many more years. After a moment's contemplation, he scrutinized Master Zhao and remarked, You are still young. You indeed have the opportunity to pursue the path of cultivation. Master Zhao felt a twinge of embarrassment. At 75 years of age, he had a multitude of disciples and grandchildren. In the eyes of the world, who would not refer to him as a Taoist with an air of immortal grace. Only the ancestor had the right to claim he was still young. Just as their conversation unfolded, a youthful disciple's voice echoed from afar. Great Grandmaster, Master, we have esteemed guests. Turning toward the sound, they beheld several men clad in administrative jackets, escorted by disciples along the rugged mountain path. They approached with haste, and from the group emerged a refined gentleman wearing glasses. He produced a black identification document and presented it to Master Zhao. Greetings, Master Zhao. I am Li Huaimin from the Bureau of Cultivation Regulation. We have an urgent matter that requires your cooperation. Master Zhao furrowed his brow as he accepted the document and opened it. It bore the title of group leader, accompanied by a photo and the bold crimson seal of the state. The Bureau of Cultivation Regulation, despite Zhao's extensive knowledge and experience, he found himself perplexed at this moment. Could such an unscientific organization truly exist? Before he could voice his inquiry, Zhao Huaimin spoke with gravity. A middle-aged man has appeared at the Locking Dragon Pool in W City, claiming to be acquainted with the legendary Xianyang Zhenren from the Huashan sect 7 centuries ago. We wish to ascertain whether the Huashan sect harbors a hidden inner sect and if you are familiar with this individual. Upon finishing his statement, a young secretary beside him presented a tablet. Master Zhang and the elderly Taoist leaned in to observe, revealing what appeared to be a live broadcast. The screen was filled with scenes of panicked crowds fleeing, alongside a chasm in the distant mountains that resembled a celestial divide. The scene shifted back 3 hours. Yinxing had arrived at the Locking Dragon Pool, having taken a vehicle. Utilizing a magical ring, he transformed into the cultivator Zhao Yan. He then mingled among the tourists, relishing the scenic beauty along the way. The sun shone warmly today, casting a clear light over the Verdant Mountains. Even on a weekday, the influx of visitors was considerable. The path, wide enough for 7 or 8 people to walk side by side, felt rather congested, and Yinxing grew weary of the throng. He decided to stray from the main route, traversing the winding side paths. After a brief walk, he glimpsed the shimmering waters of the Locking Dragon Pool through the trees. Casting a glance around, he found no tourists or cameras in sight. With a mere thought, the Tongyu sword materialized before him from his inventory. Following Yinxing's command, it swiftly shrank to the size of a toothpick and darted forth, plunging into the pool a short distance away, creating a minimal splash. Yinxing nodded in satisfaction, considering this the completion of his first step. Next, he planned to visit the Wuwei Taoist temple adjacent to the Locking Dragon Pool, intending to leave behind his mark. This way, when the authorities conducted their subsequent investigations, they would be led astray by the information he had deliberately inscribed. A smirk curled on his lips. Zhao Yan, the inner disciple of the Huashan sect, was about to step into the realm of reality. He proceeded toward the Wuwei temple by the shore. Meanwhile, within the temple, an investigative team had been dispatched for an on-site examination. Ever since Yunqing manifested at Tiger Reclining Mountain and retrieved the non-existent Tiger Soul Crystal, the higher-ups at the National Security Bureau had engaged in fervent speculation, promptly deploying numerous investigation teams nationwide to explore items or locales steeped in myth and legend. Among these teams were Lao Li and Xiao Wang, who had been at the Locking Dragon Pool for some time. Following their professional inquiry, they confirmed that there were indeed no dragon serpents in the waters, and the Wuwei Temple was merely an ordinary Taoist establishment. After completing their summary report, they planned to return to the provincial office the following morning to present their findings. Currently, they sat in the courtyard, conversing over tea with the temple's sole middle-aged Taoist. A gentle breeze wafted in from the freshly painted white walls as the three gathered on small wooden stools, with a table before them laden with peanuts, sunflower seeds, and tea. Lao Li, slightly portly, cracked open seeds while his gaze lingered on the clay statue in the main hall. Beside him, Xiao Wang, who had recently joined the ranks, chuckled, "Brother Li, since we're heading back to the province, why are you still gazing at the statue? Haven't you seen enough in these past few days?" Old Li came to his senses and, with a dazed smile, remarked, "Not exactly. I was pondering whether the venerable Xianyang truly subdued a dragon 7 centuries ago. Recently, rumors of cultivators have been circulating online, and discussions among netizens have been intensifying. Though the government has imposed restrictions on public discourse, the truth cannot remain concealed indefinitely. As an insider, he naturally possessed knowledge of certain truths inaccessible to outsiders. The cultivator Lin Han had not only made an appearance on Mount Hua, but was also spotted on Tiger Lying Mountain just days ago. Experts speculate that these cultivators may have existed for a considerable duration. Or the revered Xianyang from 700 years ago. Might he also be a practitioner endowed with extraordinary powers? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang adjusted his black-framed glasses that had slipped down his nose, uncertain himself. After all, there are indeed cultivators in the world today. What if Xianyang was one of them? Yet one must believe in science. Before Xiao Wang could respond, the Taoist Zhou, seated across from him, boldly interjected. After taking a generous sip of tea to clear his throat, he continued, "We live in an age that champions science. How is it that you two comrades still believe in such fanciful tales?" Chapter 21. The sword. Upon hearing this, both Old Li and Xiao Wang exchanged knowing smiles. It is indeed ironic that the most superstitious of Taoists no longer believe in the supernatural, while well-educated intellectuals have become somewhat mystical. They chose not to elaborate further, as their investigation aimed to protect historical artifacts, making it rather inconvenient to discuss such matters with the general public. Thus, they resumed their leisurely activity of cracking sunflower seeds and basking in the sun. The early summer temperature was quite pleasant, with the sun's warmth enveloping them. The three of them gathered around a small wooden table, continuing their idle chatter. Taoist Hao gestured towards the direction of the locked dragon pool, boasting, "I have lived in the temple with my master since childhood, and that locked dragon pool served as my bathhouse. It is filled with all sorts of fish, yet there are no dragon-like creatures." After a sigh, he continued, "However, since it has become a tourist attraction, I have missed the chance to dive and catch fish. Now I can only row a boat a few circles on the water." Old Li, intrigued, inquired, "Do you not believe in spirits and deities, Taoist?" "Believe in spirits?" Taoist Hao chuckled. "What demons or monsters exist nowadays? Frankly, I place more faith in soft currency. However, I must say, since you two comrades have completed your research on this small temple, it would be best for you to depart soon." He grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them while lamenting, "Your efforts to protect artifacts require closing the temple to visitors, and as a result, my main hall has no offerings." Xiao Wang, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly at Taoist Hao's complaint. "The preservation work is nearly complete. We will leave tomorrow." Taoist Hao nodded, about to explain further when suddenly a gust of fresh air swept into the courtyard. The creaking sound of the old wooden door echoed. The three turned their gaze towards the Vermilion Gate. The once closed entrance now stood ajar, revealing a figure in gray clothing standing on the stone steps. He possessed an upright posture and an unremarkable, yet somewhat weathered face. Yet what left a lasting impression were his eyes, which seemed to convey unspoken words. Taoist Hao scrutinized the stranger, perceiving him as a wayward tourist, and thus smiled, "Apologies, but the temple is not open to the public today. Please visit another day." Xiao Wang adjusted his glasses, nonchalantly continuing to crack sunflower seeds. However, Old Li did not turn around. Instead, he furrowed his brow, studying the man at the entrance. The stranger exuded an ethereal aura that felt eerily familiar. The last person he encountered who evoked such feelings was the cultivator Lin Han he had seen in a leaked video. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, Old Li mused. After all, what were the odds of encountering another transcendental cultivator? At the entrance, Yunqing slowly descended the steps. A gentle breeze rustled the trees outside the courtyard. He cast his gaze upon the three conversing by the wall and spoke in a flat tone. "I'll just take a look and leave." With that, he strode towards the empty main hall. Seeing that his attempts at dissuasion had failed, Daoist Hao brushed the sunflower seed shells from his robe and rose to accompany the visitor. He was accustomed to such impudent tourists, knowing that further persuasion would be futile and might even provoke displeasure. It was better to allow the visitor to explore, ensuring that no issues would arise. Observing Daoist Hao's movement towards the visitor, both Old Li and Xiao Wang stood up as well. Having completed his work, he found himself rather bored and decided to accompany Daoist Hao for another round. Thus, the three of them followed Yunqing, proceeding towards the main hall that housed the revered statue. Yunqing crossed the threshold and entered the modest hall, with a faint scent of incense wafted through the air. Before him stood a 3-meter-tall clay statue of a Taoist figure, who wielded a precious sword and donned a yellow robe, his hair intricately styled, and his eyes radiating a divine aura. From Yunqing's perspective, it appeared as though the statue was gazing down upon him. This was the revered Xianyang Zhenrun of the Wu Wei Guan, who, according to legend, had, behind him, Daoist Hao provided a leisurely explanation, evidently having assumed the role of a tour guide. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn and dignified as Yunqing tilted his head to observe the slightly plump visage of the Xianyang Zhenrun statue. With a hint of disappointment, he shook his head and sighed. Not quite right. The malevolent dragon was, huh? What do you mean by that, esteemed one? Daoist Hao, interrupted by Yunqing's words, inquired with curiosity, "Have you truly encountered Xianyang Zhenrun?" Upon uttering this question, he couldn't help but chuckle. After all, Xianyang Zhenrun had lived over 700 years ago. How could one have possibly met him? In response, Yunqing turned to face Daoist Hao, nodding as he declared, "Indeed, I have met him and received his guidance." The amused Taoist was suddenly no longer laughing. He scrutinized the visitor before him, sensing that he did not appear to be jesting. Could he be an escapee from a mental institution? How else could one claim to have met an ancient figure from centuries past? Did he truly believe himself to be an immortal being from that era? Yunqing remained unfazed by Daoist Hao's skeptical gaze. He was merely laying the groundwork for the unfolding narrative and needed not to concern himself with the NPC's reactions. He pressed on. He turned his gaze once more to the statue of Xianyang Zhenrun, expressing with a sigh, "It has been 70 years since our last parting, and I have not had the chance to see him again." With that, he performed a respectful bow, paying homage 3 times. The reactions of the three behind him varied. Daoist Hao raised an eyebrow, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh my, what an outrageous claim. This fellow is becoming increasingly absurd, boasting without a shred of decorum." The slender Xiao Wang nervously retrieved his phone, ready to call for help, feeling unnerved by the strange ramblings of this man, suspecting he might be mentally unstable. If he were to suddenly produce a knife, this place could very well become a crime scene. Meanwhile, Old Li swallowed hard, staring in shock at Yunqing. Could it be that he had truly encountered him? His heart raced, recalling the leaked videos online and the speculations of internal experts. If the bizarre statements of this man were indeed true, it would suggest that he could very well be a practitioner of immortality. Perhaps even one who had met the legendary Xianyang Zhenrun, who subdued the dragon. Calm down, calm down. What if he is truly just a madman? Old Li restrained his impulse to immediately report to the authorities. Instead, he discreetly pulled out his phone from his pocket and quietly began recording the video. After finishing his performance before the statue, Yunqing turned to Daoist Hao and stated, 50 years ago, I placed a sword in the locking dragon pool, and I have returned to retrieve it." A sword? 50 years ago? Upon hearing this, Daoist Hao furrowed his brow slightly, positioning Old Li and Xiao Wang protectively in front of him. 50 years ago, he was still playing in the mud. This fellow appeared to be in his 30s. Yet his every utterance revolved around events from half a century past. Was this not the mark of madness? Just as he was about to signal the two in front to hold the enemy at bay while he sought assistance from the scenic area, an overwhelming sense of dread suddenly enveloped him. His complexion turned ashen, as if he had become the target of some terrifying entity. Daoist Hao trembled, hastily turning to locate the source of his fear. To To his dismay, he found that Old Li and Xiao Wang were equally affected, their faces as pale as his own. "Did you feel that too?" Daoist Hao inquired urgently, to which both men nodded vigorously in response. The intangible pressure pervaded the main hall, causing the three to break into a cold sweat. Within the hall, the only one unfazed was Yunqing. The sword embryo, nourished by the essence of the dragon lurking in the pond, had begun to acquire a semblance of sentience. It seemed my arrival had provoked it. With a soft sigh, Yunqing addressed the three in the hall, saying, "I shall retrieve the sword, while you two should alert the authorities and evacuate the crowd. Otherwise—" He turned to exit the hall, vanishing from their sight in an instant, leaving behind a final admonition. "Otherwise, when the celestial sword emerges, it may spell disaster for the living." Daoist Hao stared wide-eyed at the direction in which Yunqing had disappeared. He slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "By the boundless heavens, he truly is a celestial being." Chapter 22. The immortal steps aboard the boat Brother Li. What are we to do? Xiao Wang's face turned pale as he gazed at Old Li. The latter, having navigated the system for decades, possessed more authority in such an unexpected situation than Xiao Wang did. Upon hearing the hopeful inquiry from Xiao Wang, Old Li swallowed hard, instinctively glancing towards the master of the temple. At that moment, Daoist Hao was flitting about like a headless fly. He alternated between prostrating himself before the clay statue of Master Xianyang and muttering invocations to the infinite celestial sovereign and the Jade Emperor. "This fellow is unreliable," Old Li thought, retracting his gaze. He struggled to maintain composure and stammered, You, go inform the management at the site to orderly evacuate the crowd." After issuing his instructions to Xiao Wang, he ended the mobile recording and dialed his superior. After a brief series of busy signals, a man's puzzled voice broke through. "Old Li, is there something to report? The locking dragon pool has undergone a strange transformation, which could potentially cause significant danger. We need to activate the emergency protocol." Old Li nearly shouted the words in one breath, his back already drenched in cold sweat. The terrifying sense of pressure still lingered around him. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by the man's serious inquiry. "The emergency protocol has been initiated. I need to know the specifics." At the locking dragon pool, the previously tranquil emerald waters suddenly began to churn violently. An invisible wave of pressure swept through the vicinity, causing thousands of tourists to feel a sudden sense of dread, as if they were being stalked by some monstrous flood. Panic erupted within the crowd, which began to stir into chaos. Men, women, and children scattered about like headless flies, their cries and shouts echoing in a cacophony. At that moment, a sharp sound of a sword echoed through the heavens. The piercing sound reverberated like a mighty bell, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the thousands of tourists near the locking dragon pool. Instantly, countless heads turned towards the source of the sword's cry. The shimmering waters of the pool surged like waves, as if some terrifying entity lurked beneath the surface. Yunqing stealthily departed from the temple and hastened to the edge of the locking dragon pool. He had not anticipated the overwhelming pressure from the Tongyu sword would be so exaggerated, even from hundreds of meters away. It caused the three individuals within the temple to tremble. Upon arriving, he was taken aback. The tourists on the shore were in utter disarray, their commotion resembling that of a bustling market. He summoned the system interface and observed the revenue panel frantically refreshing its records. Shock value from Li Jiqiang, 99.45. Shock value from Wang Jiaxin, 84.62. Numerous unfamiliar names appeared in Yunqing's view, totaling well over 1,000. Goodness. It turns out that even the allure of the lottery items counts towards my tally, he thought, his heart racing as his shock value soared rapidly, surpassing the 10,000 mark. In just a short time, he had already recouped the shock value spent on the integration card. The shock value he would continue to accumulate henceforth would be pure profit. He took a deep breath to steady himself, ensuring that his forthcoming performance would proceed without a hitch. As the tumultuous emotions subsided, Yunqing surveyed his surroundings once more. The area surrounding the locked dragon pool was adorned with clusters of verdant trees, their dense canopies obscuring much of the view. Furrowing his brow, he gazed upon the continuous stretch of trees. No matter where he positioned himself, the foliage would conceal his presence. Consequently, there would be few onlookers capable of witnessing his display. Without an audience, how could he possibly showcase his talents? Regrettably, he was not yet able to fly. Otherwise, he would ascend directly to the center of the locked dragon pool, thereby drawing all eyes upon himself. With a sigh, Yunqing scanned the vicinity, seeking a suitable place to perform. Suddenly, his eyes alighted upon a small wooden boat moored at the water's edge. It appeared to be handcrafted, otherwise it would not possess such an unrefined appearance. An idea sparked within Yunqing. He took a few graceful strides and, like a celestial being gliding upon snow, alighted upon the boat. The vessel swayed slightly, its draft shallow. With a flick of his wrist, he untied the hemp rope securing it to the tree trunk and summoned the abundant spiritual energy from within his core. Raising his left hand, he commenced the art of telekinesis. The small boat began to glide autonomously without the assistance of wind. Under Yunqing's command, the bow cleaved through the waves, making its way toward the heart of the locked dragon pool. Meanwhile, on the shore, staff members of the locked dragon pool scenic area were busily evacuating the crowd. Tourists, in a state of panic, hurriedly followed the throngs to exit the area. However, the narrow pathway was congested with people, each individual pressed closely against the next, all eager to depart. Yet among the crowd, there was a peculiar anomaly. Jiang Hai, clad in a flamboyant red floral cotton coat and donning sunglasses, he brandished his phone. Rather than fleeing, he pushed against the tide of people, making his way toward the edge of the locked dragon pool. Jiang Hai was a minor outdoor streamer on Douyin. Despite lacking remarkable looks or physique, he had garnered a following of over 100,000 fans, thanks to his eccentric attire that captivated attention. Today, he had come to the locked dragon pool for outdoor streaming, only to unexpectedly encounter a supernatural event. Not only were thousands of tourists, including himself, filled with trepidation, but they also heard the piercing sound of a sword echoing from the depths of the locked dragon pool. As a budding streamer, he recognized the necessity of seizing every opportunity for fame. Now, at this very moment, lay the chance he had long awaited. Jiang Hai raised his phone, persistently inching toward the shore. Within his live stream, over 3,000 viewers were already present, and the number continued to rise. A flurry of comments flooded the screen. "I don't like cilantro. Just arrived, and the crowd seems chaotic. What is happening? WWW0. I don't understand. Streamer, please explain what is going on. I love big airplanes 32. 666. Did you hear that sword sound earlier? So frightening." The crowd was overwhelmingly dense, and Jiang Hai, who was not particularly robust in stature, found himself wedged in the middle. He stood on tiptoe to gaze toward the shore, beholding a mass of heads bobbing like a sea of black. "Damn it, I can't get through." Jiang Hai cursed under his breath. As he glanced around, he spotted a gnarled cypress tree. Its trunk leaned at an angle, providing an open space above, perfectly positioned to evade the throng on the path and the trees lining the shore. However, he pondered, if he climbed up, wouldn't the multitude of tourists below regard him as if he were a monkey? Gritting his teeth, he thought, having already embarked on outdoor live streaming, what dignity remained? After fortifying his resolve, Jiang Hai shouted towards the live stream, "Dear viewers, the crowd is overwhelming, and I truly cannot squeeze in, but I have discovered a splendid spot. I kindly ask you to tap that little red heart." With that, he tucked his phone into his pocket and maneuvered his way to the gnarled tree, climbing with the agility of a monkey. Although the tourists hurriedly retreated, many took notice of Jiang Hai's antics. Thus, under the scrutiny of countless curious gazes, he triumphantly settled atop the crooked tree. After adjusting his hairstyle, he pulled out his phone and declared, "All right, dear viewers, I have secured the finest vantage point. Let us uncover what transpires at the locking dragon pool." He pointed his phone towards the tumultuous waters of the locking dragon pool, intently observing the rising viewer count in the stream. Suddenly, the number of viewers surged, nearing the significant milestone of 10,000. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he would achieve a breakthrough. Jiang Hai could hardly contain the smile forming at the corners of his mouth. By heavens, he had finally gained some recognition. Just as he reveled in his success, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted. The first sniper of the Flip Garden. "What the heck? What the heck? That person is Goe. User 15748. Is there someone on that water? Gravity World. Goodness. It's not even salty. The little wooden boat without a paddler is nearly keeping pace with the yacht. Jiang Hai, watching the relentless flood of comments, raised an eyebrow. What do you mean someone is on the water? Instinctively, he looked up at the Locking Dragon pool and beheld a dilapidated wooden boat navigating the churning waters. A man clad in gray stood at the bow, arms crossed behind his back, exuding an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being. Chapter 23. The Sword of Immortality at the banks of the Locking Dragon pool. Throngs of tourists remained, their retreat hindered by a palpable sense of panic. In their disarray, they beheld a wooden boat cleaving through the waves, venturing into the tumultuous depths of the pool. Upon the vessel stood a man clad in gray, his features obscured by distance, yet an unmistakable aura radiated from him, ethereal and otherworldly, as if he were no mere mortal. Strangely enough, upon glimpsing the diminutive boat gliding across the emerald waters, the crowd noticeably relaxed, the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped them gradually dissipating. Perched upon a gnarled tree, Jiang Hai fixated intently on the Locking Dragon pool, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He distinctly observed the unmanned oars of the small boat propelling forward at an astonishing velocity. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. Rather, it was the phenomenon that wherever the small vessel traversed, the waters would fall into serenity, starkly contrasting the churning chaos at the center of the pool. Gazing at the composed figure of the man in gray aboard the boat, a thought surged through Jiang Hai's mind. Could he be a cultivator of the immortal arts? Yun Qing stood at the bow, silently commanding the submerged Tongyu sword. The small boat bore him to the heart of the Locking Dragon pool, where the raging waters immediately yielded to tranquility, disturbed only by the gentle caress of the breeze that stirred faint ripples. The Locking Dragon pool, while not insignificant in size, spanned an area roughly equivalent to a football field. Looking down from the boat, the water transitioned from a vibrant green to an inky black. The surface was devoid of anything but himself and the small vessel. Yet Yun Qing felt the weight of countless gazes from ashore, akin to an animal on display in a zoo. Despite his seasoned experience, a hint of stage fright lingered. Fortunately, his special effect ring could mask his expressions and voice, preserving the aloof persona of the cold, immortal cultivator Zhao Yan. It was time to commence his performance and seize a wave of astonishment. Clearing his throat, he cast his gaze upon the shimmering waters. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke with an air of nonchalance. Under the guidance of the esteemed Xianyang Zhenren, seek to nurture my sword with the true essence of the Locking Dragon pool's dragon. Now that you possess sentience, it stands to reason that we are kindred spirits. His tone shifted dramatically, yet I harbor a sense of reluctance. I implore you to accompany me for a century, after which I shall restore your freedom. His voice, amplified by the special effect ring, resonated clearly in the ears of the thousands of tourists at the shore. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, he was the legendary cultivator. And could it be that deep within the Locking Dragon pool lay a sentient sword? Recalling the earlier phenomena, especially the resonant sound of the sword that had emanated from the depths of the pool, served only to validate the gray-clad man's words. The clamor of excitement surged among the onlookers, who found themselves reluctant to leave this perilous spectacle. Meanwhile, atop the gnarled tree, Jiang Hai extended his arm, holding his phone aloft. Elated, he watched as the viewer count in his live stream soared beyond 20,000, escalating at a frenetic pace of several hundred per second. What thrilled him most was the influx of lavish gifts from influential patrons. Luxury cars and fireworks flooded the screen, the effects dazzling in their abundance. He shouted hoarsely, "Thanks to General Wang of AA Building Materials for the Carnival. Wishing General Wang abundant success this year." The live stream refreshed with dozens of carnival messages, and the gifts alone matched his earnings from the previous half-month of broadcasting. It was indeed true that even a pig could soar if it stood at the wind's edge. Jiang Hai's face flushed with excitement as he watched the barrage of comments flood the live stream. Wow, I can hear him speaking from so far away. This guy is like a celestial cultivator, as they say online. Has spiritual energy truly been revived? Tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream bore witness to this astonishing spectacle alongside Jiang Hai. Meanwhile, on the shore, Old Li and Daoist Hao arrived fashionably late. Peering through the gaps in the tree canopy, they gazed at the steadfast Yun Qing on the small boat, their disbelief palpable. Earlier, within the Taoist temple, they had dismissed each other's words as mere madness. Now, witnessing the reality of the situation, they realized their previous blindness had obscured the truth. Old Li felt a deep sense of regret. His mission was to uncover the extraordinary aspects of the locking dragon pool. Yet he had failed to notice the ethereal sword that now clearly resided within it. Beside him, Daoist Hao wore a look of reverence. He chanted scriptures while observing the locking dragon pool, a stark contrast to his earlier skepticism regarding the supernatural. In that moment, he truly embodied the essence of a Taoist. At the edge of the locking dragon pool, the summer breeze carried a refreshing chill, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. The park staff anxiously directed the evacuation, as crowds steadily flowed outward. According to higher authorities, danger could arise at any moment near the locking dragon pool, though the source of the peril remained unclear. Every effort to mitigate losses was paramount. They had also heard from their superiors that the military had been mobilized for support, and it would not be long before they arrived on the scene. But what circumstances could possibly warrant military intervention? Soon, the reason for the military's deployment became evident. In the distance, the heart of the locking dragon pool radiated brilliant light. A sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed forth. The tourists, who were in the midst of orderly evacuation, found themselves frozen in place. This was due to the sudden, dazzling brilliance erupting from the depths of the emerald waters of the locking dragon pool. A streak of verdant light broke through the surface, creating towering waves. Onlookers were astounded as they gazed from ashore. Within that floating green light, the vague outline of a long sword emerged. The ethereal sword broke through the water, manifesting its immense power before the world. Yun Qing stood at the bow of the boat as the locking dragon pool began to churn violently beneath him, the small vessel bobbing like a solitary craft amidst a storm. Having been nurtured by the essence of the primordial Tai Chi, he remained unfazed by the tumultuous waves. Rising and falling with the boat, he gazed up at the ethereal sword amidst the swirling mists. The next step would be to expend the sword's own spiritual energy to unleash an attack. He could only hope the spectacle would not be too modest, otherwise he would feel ashamed of the bravado he had previously displayed. Fixing his gaze upon the ethereal sword, his eyes shone with resplendent golden light. His tone, once calm, shifted abruptly to a cold sneer. I have nurtured you with true dragon essence for 50 years, granting you sentience. Yet now you are unwilling to accompany me for a century. Very well, very well. His words turned frigid, resonating in the ears of all present. Today, you shall not act with impunity. This declaration rang with authority as the air around Yun Qing began to distort and shatter. From the boundless void emerged numerous golden talismans, each about the size of a palm, inscribed with luminous, peculiar characters that radiated a brilliant light. They swirled around Yun Qing like a tempestuous storm of golden sand, their rustling sound incessant. Ultimately, they coalesced above into a golden dragon of talismans, its gaping maw lunging toward the ethereal sword suspended in midair. Such an extraordinary spectacle unfolded above the locking dragon pool. The onlookers at the shore gaped in disbelief, their worldviews shattered. At this moment, some retreated in a panic, seeking to distance themselves from the edge, fearing that the chaos above might bring calamity upon them. Even the most ardent lovers of spectacle recognized the need to discern the gravity of the situation. The once stagnant crowd began to stir again, all eager to escape the scene of turmoil. Perched atop a gnarled tree, Jiang Hai felt a twinge of anxiety. Though he was not at the front lines, he was not far from shore. If that golden dragon and the celestial sword clashed nearby, calamity would surely ensue. His throat tightened as he trembled, saying, "Dear friends, the streamer wishes to withdraw. This place is rather perilous." No sooner had Jiang Hai uttered these words than dozens of golden dragon effects burst forth in the live stream. As a prominent figure known as the one who yearns for overnight riches commented, "Streamer, don't run. Stay here and stream." I will send a golden dragon every minute. Jiang Hai was momentarily blinded by the dazzling display of gifts. At that moment, his eyes were filled with fervor. A single golden dragon was worth 3,000 soft currency, and after deductions, he would pocket 1,003. The longer he persevered, the more soft currency he would earn. Fearful of destitution, Jiang Hai gritted his teeth, clinging tightly to the gnarled tree, determined to continue as the battlefield reporter for the affluent. Life or death, he would endure. Chapter 24. The Sword Chi spans 30,000 miles. Above the Lock Dragon Pool, a magnificent golden dragon composed of countless radiant talismans glides gracefully through the air. It weaves and spirals, swiftly ensnaring the green light, akin to a serpent coiling around its prey. Golden talismans adhere to the green light, gradually enveloping it entirely. The golden dragon opens its maw and devours the helpless green light, then throws its head back in a thunderous roar, emitting a deafening dragon's cry. Yun Qing gazes upward at this spectacular dragon, crafted with extraordinary effects, nodding in satisfaction. Everything unfolds according to his script, and the astonishment value on the panel is escalating wildly, swiftly surpassing 60,000 in just a few minutes. He then casts a glance at the shore, where tourists are in a state of panic, the crowd coalescing into a dark wave, hastily retreating from the Lock Dragon Pool. Indeed, in the face of danger, the speed of human flight significantly amplifies. It won't be long before only a handful of visitors remain around the Lock Dragon Pool. It is time to conclude this performance. Yun Qing muses to himself. After all, this act has lasted quite a while and has garnered a substantial amount of astonishment value. If he prolongs it further, not only will there be few spectators left, but he will also encounter the official agencies arriving for support. Although future interactions with the authorities are inevitable, that time is not now. Thus, he resolves to test the might of the Tongyu sword with all its power, serving as a spectacular finale for the performance. Meanwhile, on the shore, Jiang Hai crouches beside a gnarled tree, one hand clutching his phone while the other grips the trunk tightly, anxiously watching the sky above the Lock Dragon Pool. The majestic golden dragon swallows the green light and then lets out a roar that echoes through the air. The live stream continues, and the audience count has soared to 150,000. The screen is filled with expensive gift effects. He roughly calculates that this live stream has netted him 200,000 yuan. Even after the platform's 40-60 split, he stands to earn 80,000. One extraordinary windfall. He is relieved he did not flee earlier, for that would have cost him fortune. Just as he revels in his fortuitous decision, an unexpected phenomenon arises in the sky above the Lock Dragon Pool. The golden dragon, constructed of talismans, continues to spiral, shooting forth brilliant green light through the gaps in its talismanic body. A sharp, piercing sound of a sword echoes in his ears. The dragon begins to shatter into fragments, exploding in a resounding blast. Countless dazzling talismans soar like vibrant fireworks, slowly turning to ash. A brilliant green light shoots forth, darting skyward like a comet, seemingly attempting to escape. Yun Qing stands proudly at the bow of the ship, snorting disdainfully. If you think you can flee, what has my 50 years of preparation amounted to? The green light races outward, but does not travel far before it collides with an invisible barrier. Suddenly, golden ripples undulate in the previously empty void, and a radiant golden shield manifests above the green light. The green light flails within the shield, yet it cannot breach this confinement. Buzz! The sound of the sword resonates once more. The trapped green light suddenly reveals its true form. Indeed, it is a resplendent celestial sword, brimming with verdant essence. The sword of the immortal gleamed with an emerald radiance, its aura stretching across 30,000 miles. The indestructible golden barrier shattered in an instant, transforming into a cascade of golden dust. The white streak of sword energy, having pierced through the prison, surged forth with unparalleled pressure towards the distant peaks. Jiang Hai quickly aimed his phone in the direction of the sword's trajectory. A thunderous roar erupted as the towering mountains, hundreds of meters high, split apart, with massive boulders plummeting and dust swirling into the sky. The live chat room was ablaze with comments. One sword cleaves the mountain. Is this the immortal sword? How has the world transformed so dramatically, with cultivators suddenly emerging? The host is truly impressive. Why isn't anyone fleeing? On the distant shore, through the canopy of trees, Old Li and Taoist Hao appeared ashen-faced. The majestic mountains before them had been cleaved in two. The deafening sound of the mountain's collapse still echoed in their ears. Old Li gulped nervously, gazing at the massive V-shaped chasm that had formed in the peak. His legs trembling slightly, he finally grasped the significance of Yunqing's words spoken in the temple. The emergence of the immortal sword could indeed spell disaster for living beings. Judging by the might of this strike, if it were to sweep across the banks of the dragon locking pool, the scene would surely be one of carnage. Old Li anxiously stared at his phone. His superior had reported that troops were dispatched, but even after more than 10 minutes, they had yet to arrive at the scene. However, even if the military did come, how could a group of armed soldiers contend with an immortal sword? He had little faith in modern forces, for the target was not a creature that could be dealt with by bullets. Instead, it was a sentient flying sword, one that could soar through the skies. Its power rivaled that of a missile. It was difficult to predict who would overcome whom. He turned his gaze back to the heart of the dragon locking pool. Observing the tranquil figure on the wooden boat, Old Li felt a slight easing of his tense heart. The fate now rested in the hands of the cultivator named Zhao Yan. He clenched his fists, his eyes fixed with intensity upon Yunqing. Meanwhile, in the small boat, Yunqing appeared calm and collected to outsiders, as if he had everything under control. Yet at this moment, he struggled to suppress a smile. He must not laugh. A smile would shatter his carefully crafted persona. His amusement did not stem from the terrifying might of the Tongyu sword, but rather from the rapidly increasing shock value. The income record in his mind was leaping faster than his heartbeat, with a staggering 80,000 shock points credited in an instant. Given this growth rate, he might soon touch the threshold of 100,000. What difference was there from picking up money? The thought of being able to draw prizes without pressure filled Yunqing with delight. He took a moment to calm his excitement and looked up at the Tongyu sword. This surge of sword energy had depleted its stored spiritual energy, rendering it incapable of unleashing such intensity again in the short term. However, it was time to conclude this episode. With a glimmer in his eyes, Yunqing proclaimed in a lofty tone, "Do not struggle. Resign yourself to being my sword for a century." After uttering these words, he formed a hand seal and chanted incantations. Gradually, a brilliant golden character appeared in the sky, inscribed in small seal script, "Bind." This ancient character, imbued with imperial might, descended with tremendous force upon the emerald figure in the sky. Subsequently, the area above the dragon locking pool erupted in a resplendent golden glow. The ancient text gradually diminished until it vanished entirely, accompanied by the resonant sounds of clashing swords. Yunqing laughed heartily, raising his hand to grasp the void, exclaiming, "Come forth, sword." In an instant, a flicker of azure light appeared. As the Tongyu sword descended from above the Longzhuan, Yunqing grasped the cold scabbard of the sword, bowing with one hand towards it, before declaring with a resonant voice, "I shall borrow your form for a century, and after 100 years, I shall restore your freedom." Though the audience by the shore had dwindled to but a few, the performance must continue. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from the distant sky. Yunqing turned to behold 7 military helicopters emerging at the horizon, aligned in formation. Swiftly approaching the Longzhuan, the act concluded, it was time to retreat. Yunqing released the Tongyu sword, and with a light tap of his toes upon the small wooden boat, he soared forward in a swift motion. A verdant radiance enveloped his feet as he ascended into the heavens upon the Tongyu sword. Chapter 25. The Mount Hua Sect. Zhao Yan atop Mount Hua, Master Zhang, and the elderly Taoist were engrossed in the live broadcast displayed on the tablet. It was not until they witnessed Yunqing vanish into the horizon on his sword that the elder Taoist suddenly erupted into a peal of laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! This must be the sword control technique." His countenance was wild with joy, his white beard trembling as if he had finally uncovered the answers to questions that had plagued him throughout his life. Master Zhang, taken aback by the uncharacteristic exuberance of his usually stoic mentor, quickly supported the elder Taoist, astonished by such unrestrained fervor. "Is this a spell from your Mount Hua sect?" Li Huaimin's eyes brightened, realizing that there was indeed a Taoist adept in their midst. He turned to Master Zhang, inquiring eagerly, "Who is this venerable Taoist?" "This is my master, known by the Taoist name Su Mingzi," Master Zhang replied. Li Huaimin turned to scrutinize Su Mingzi, who donned a deep blue Taoist robe. Though his frame was frail, his eyes sparkled with vitality, resembling a living deity. "May I ask, esteemed Taoist Su Mingzi, are the supernatural feats displayed by the individual in the video part of your Taoist teachings?" Li Huaimin queried with enthusiasm, leaning on his disciple's arm. Su Mingzi finally regained his composure. The sight of the sword cleaving through mountains, followed by the breathtaking sword control technique, had left him profoundly astonished. Methods that had once existed only in ancient texts were now manifest before his very eyes. Regaining his focus, he met Li Huaimin's eager gaze and gradually nodded. "Indeed, the sword control technique resides within the archives of our Mount Hua sect. Unfortunately, none of the younger generation have been able to master it due to their lack of diligence." Su Mingzi's assertion rang true. Historically, the Mount Hua sect had predominantly focused on swordsmanship, with alchemy as a secondary pursuit. Although the sword control technique was indeed real, he had never witnessed anyone successfully learn it. He had once thought it a jest of the ancients towards their descendants. But now it appeared that the current generation was simply too inept to grasp the true art. Li Huaimin nodded thoughtfully before pressing further. "Do you recognize this man? He claims to be over 100 years old and knows the Xianyang real person from 700 years ago." Master Zhang shook his head regretfully. "I'm only in my 70s. How could I possibly know him?" Meanwhile, Su Mingzi furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Xianyang real person? Could it be the one from my own memories?" Li Huaimin confirmed with a nod. "Indeed, the Xianyang real person from 700 years ago in the Mount Hua sect. We suspect he's a cultivator." Su Mingzi's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over his features as he regarded Li Huaimin. If what he said was true, the legendary figure who descended from the mountain to vanquish demons was still alive more than a century ago. This implied that the Mount Hua sect might indeed possess a hidden inner sect. But how was it possible that after spending over 100 years in the Mount Hua sect, he remained oblivious to such a fact? Was it due to his lack of talent, rendering him unworthy of the inner sect's attention? The weight of this speculation stunned him, causing a faint dizziness to envelop his mind. Noticing his mentor's unusual demeanor, Master Zhang swiftly inquired, "Master, are you unwell?" The surrounding onlookers shifted their attention towards Su Mingzi. "Nothing to worry about. I merely feel a bit fatigued," he replied, shaking his head slightly to indicate that he was not gravely affected. Li Huaimin regarded the elderly Taoist's weakened appearance and scanned the surroundings. Here lies the pinnacle of Mount Hua. Although the weather is clear, the mountain winds are particularly fierce. The younger individuals may endure this, but for the elder Su Mingzi, such an ordeal is hardly bearable. Wouldn't this be considered cruelty to the elderly? He hastily remarked, "Master Zhao, it would be prudent for you and the Taoist to return to the sect post-haste. I have gathered sufficient understanding of the situation, and should any issues arise, I shall return." Master Zhao nodded in agreement, and with the assistance of those around him, Su Mingzi slowly made his way toward the gate on the mountainside. At 15:43 in the afternoon, the National Security Bureau. The conference room was enveloped in silence, save for the soft hum of the projector. The pristine white screen displayed a paused image of a magnificent mountain peak split in two by the Tongyu sword, alongside various photographs of Zhao Yan from different angles. Seated around the rectangular conference table were dozens of high-ranking officials who had traveled from various locales. Minister He raised his hand to tap the table, his voice grave as he addressed the assembly. "Comrades, I invite your insights regarding the recent incident at the Longtan Immortal Sword." "Ah, a centenarian still appears, so youthful," mused a middle-aged man clad in military attire, his substantial figure obscured in shadow, rendering his expression indiscernible. "Indeed, is it not said that the Xianyang Zhenren from the Mount Hua sect has lived for several centuries? It seems that the path of cultivation truly offers longevity." Behind the military man, a grizzled figure with graying temples interjected, his gaze fixated on Zhao Yan's vibrant countenance. In the dimly lit conference room, voices began to rise in discussion. I maintain my previous stance. We must impose control and limitations on such perilous individuals. That approach is excessively rigid. I oppose it. Look at that mountain peak, cleaved in two by a sword. If an individual were to wield it and soar through the skies, who knows where it might land? Since Lin Han emerged in this world, have they made any overtures to Zhao Yin? Do they intend to engage with us? I, for one, am unafraid of confrontation. A bunch of lurking cowards. Enough. Minister, he furrowed his brow in displeasure, rapping the table. Once the lively discussion quieted, he turned his serious gaze toward the military man who had spoken, stating firmly, warfare cannot be merely discussed in empty rhetoric. It pertains to societal stability and involves the safety of billions of citizens in this nation. He then looked to the graying man behind the military figure. Li Jiangguo, how is the establishment of the Cultivation Control Bureau progressing? Is there any issue anticipated for the National Cultivation Conference in 10 days? Li Jiangguo adjusted his somewhat relaxed posture. His gaze intent upon Minister, as he replied resolutely, there will be no problems. All sects within Huaxia will send representatives, and I shall convey the nation's stance to them. Should they indeed harbor cultivators, they will understand our position. Thank you for your efforts. Minister, he acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. Before continuing, the higher authorities have issued directives. Our approach toward cultivators should be one of observation, understanding, and communication. One must not allow those with ulterior motives to come into contact with cultivators. As far as I am aware, certain factions over in the United States have begun to grow restless. Chapter 26. Make the beautiful nation great again. On the other side of the earth, as the most powerful nation globally, the influence of the CIA in the beautiful nation's foreign affairs is equally vast. Within a sprawling complex covering hundreds of acres, thousands of intelligence operatives serve this formidable machinery of terror, eavesdropping to extract information from foreign governments, instigating color revolutions, and inciting domestic conflicts. One could assert that a significant portion of the world's turmoil stems from this agency. Among them is Jason, tasked with gathering intelligence from the Huaxia region. Today, like any other Friday, he arrived at his workstation, but upon observing the overwhelming influx of intelligence reports from across the Pacific, his cheerful demeanor evaporated. What the heck? What are those Huaxia people up to? Suddenly, there were hundreds of reports. The beautiful nation has long maintained its leadership status in global affairs, establishing military bases in numerous countries. Yet, Huaxia has rapidly ascended in recent years, posing a substantial threat to the beautiful nation's dominion over the world. Consequently, a multitude of operatives has been deployed within Huaxia, with annual military expenditures soaring into the billions. With investment comes expectation of returns. Jason meticulously organized the hundreds of documents received from Huaxia, most detailing the emergence of cultivators within the region and suggesting possible connections between Huaxia institutions and these cultivators. He even encountered a report that elaborately defined what a cultivator is. Gazing at the absurd text, Jason's frustration reignited. What the heck? Superheroes? Do they think this is a movie? Oh, come on, Jason, calm down. The intelligence director appeared from behind, coffee in hand. He patted Jason's shoulder to soothe his agitated subordinate, then took Jason's mouse to open a report marked as a priority. It detailed a high-ranking official within Huaxia, who possessed a wealth of invaluable insider information. Upon opening it, several videos emerged along with a self-analysis and extensive records of personnel movements within crucial departments of Huaxia. The director sipped his rich latte, leisurely clicking on the first video. The footage resembled a boxing match, with a young boy in white as the focal point. Thus, Jason and his director bore witness to a profoundly striking scene, a luminous tiger apparition, a boy defying logic by appearing in an instant, and the climactic moment of his swift disappearance. Goodness, this truly is a superhuman. Jason was astounded by the vivid reality depicted. Can you be quiet for a moment? The director reprimanded him with mild irritation as he proceeded to the next video. This time, the camera was positioned further away, capturing a cleaved mountain peak. A sword soaring skyward from a man's side before gracefully returning, culminating with the man standing upon the sword as he soared into the sky. As the series of videos concluded, The director's gaze was filled with bewilderment. He was perplexed by the urgency with which this corrupt official from Huaxia had dispatched such intelligence. What could a video with effects akin to that of a superhero possibly signify? With such questions swirling in his mind, the supervisor continued to navigate the mouse, delving into the analysis pertaining to this high-ranking official. Before long, his expression of confusion transformed. He momentarily disregarded the coffee in his hand and quickly scanned the information, then shifted his gaze to the personnel transfer records below, where he encountered several unfamiliar terms. Spiritual Cultivation Regulation Bureau. My God, this is indeed real. Unable to contain his excitement, the supervisor hurriedly turned and dashed into his office, not forgetting to down the latte in one gulp. Inside the White House of the beautiful nation, President Trance, with his graying golden locks, sat at his desk signing important documents. His once vibrant golden hair had begun to lose its luster, and the skin on his face had grown lax. No longer was he the audacious capitalist tycoon from a decade ago. He had ascended to the presidency after enduring numerous trials and tribulations. He recalled the slogan from his campaign, "Make the beautiful nation great again." In retrospect, this phrase now seemed more than mere aspiration. With rampant gun violence, rampant drug abuse, a culture of entertainment-induced lethargy, and a national debt soaring into the trillions. While his country bore certain flaws, Trance firmly believed that, given sufficient time, he could once again elevate this formidable empire to its zenith. Just as his loyal subordinates had proclaimed, he was the greatest president in the nation's history. The second greatest would be himself, who had taken office 4 years prior. What? Washington? Who asked that? President Trance set down his pen and scrutinized the proposal in his hand. This proposal, which would allow him to remain in office for 4 additional years, had been signed. His intentions were not driven by a thirst for presidential power, but rather a desire to warm the beautiful nation like the sun. With a smile playing on his lips, he prepared to capture this joyous moment and share it with his supporters on YouTube. At that moment, a knock echoed against the oak door. He straightened his posture and cleared his throat, saying, "Come in." The imposing pure white oak double doors, towering over 3 meters, slowly creaked open, revealing 2 individuals entering from outside. At the forefront was a striking blonde with captivating blue eyes, his personal secretary. Following her was the CIA director, Ed, clad in a sharp black suit and exuding an air of vigilance. "Mr. President, Director Ed has important intelligence to report regarding Huaxia," the blonde secretary announced with a charming smile as she pulled out a soft-back chair from the desk to invite Director Ed to take a seat. Upon hearing this, Trance instinctively furrowed his brow and pursed his lips, asking, "Has Huaxia achieved another technological breakthrough that has managed to circumvent our defenses?" Reflecting on his presidential tenure, he recalled that most of the intelligence from Huaxia typically pertained to high-end technological advancements breaching their barriers or significant increases in domestic productivity. The national strength of Huaxia was rapidly ascending, in stark contrast to the beautiful nation. Decades ago, his country's fleet could roam freely in enemy waters, yet in recent years, they had been relentlessly pursued by Huaxia's new destroyers. God only knows if, in a few decades, his nation's fleet would even dare to set sail to confront the adversary. Ed sat calmly in the chair, unabashedly delivering the grim tidings. "Oh, Mr. President, there is even more distressing news. If the situation is as we suspect, our beloved nation faces imminent peril." Has it truly escalated to such severity? It has indeed. According to our latest intelligence, practitioners of the mystical arts have emerged within the borders of China. President Trance was momentarily taken aback, leaning slightly backward as he endeavored to comprehend this unfamiliar term. "Your Excellency, you may regard them as individuals endowed with superhuman abilities or akin to superheroes," Director Ed remarked, raising an eyebrow. Though he jested, the gravity of his words was unmistakable. The blonde secretary leaned over to present a tablet to President Trance. As he lowered his gaze to watch the video, Director Ed solemnly stated, "The footage has been analyzed by our technical department and shows no signs of manipulation. Furthermore, a clandestine department has been established within China, shrouded in secrecy, with only scan information currently available." He paused, accepting a glass of warm water from the blonde secretary to clear his throat before continuing. We require further verification of the details, but we must dispatch agents to China immediately to engage with the practitioners. I believe they would prefer an environment like ours, one of freedom and liberty. Additionally, we must increase the operational budget of the intelligence agency. My God, President Trancy exclaimed, setting the tablet down, his expression one of shock as he gazed across the desk at Director Ed. He had not anticipated that such a formidable presence could arise from that ancient civilization. This indeed posed a threat to our nation. President Trancy could hardly fathom the implications. Had a flying sword, rather than a bullet, been aimed at him during his last speech? Such an encounter would certainly not have resulted in mere ear damage. God help us. May those superhumans from China refrain from coming to assassinate me. He swallowed hard and, fixing his serious gaze on Director Ed, stated, "We will discuss funding later. Immediately deploy our most elite agents and ensure we win over the practitioners." He refrained from agreeing to increase the CIA's budget, for any substantial financial matters would require congressional deliberation. However, the endeavor to entice the practitioners would surely garner the approval of even the most obstinate members of Congress. Did you not see the report mentioning a certain Zhao Yin? This middle-aged individual has astonishingly lived for over a century. If we could uncover the secret of their longevity, I could serve as president of our great nation for several more decades, securing greater benefits for my family, no, for the people of our beloved country. Chapter 27. The nationwide cultivation craze. As dawn broke, Yunqing awoke on the plush bed of his hotel, sitting up with a long yawn. His performance at the Lock Dragon Pond the previous day had been remarkably successful, yielding an impressive amount of shock value. However, the considerable expenditure of spiritual energy and vitality had left him drowsy, even during the taxi ride back. Upon arriving at the hotel where he had temporarily taken residence, he had collapsed onto the bed without even bothering to check the lottery results. Now, as he rose, his mind remained enveloped in a haze. After lingering for a moment in bed, he waited for the sunlight to pierce through the sheer curtains and illuminate the room, gradually bringing clarity to his muddled thoughts. He threw off the covers and descended from the bed, retrieving his phone as he made his way to the bathroom. Standing before the sink, he brushed his teeth while perusing the online forum on his device. Following his performance at the Lock Dragon Pond, discussions had erupted across the internet. The forum was abuzz with countless threads regarding cultivators, and a casual scroll revealed several intriguing posts. Some individuals expressed a desire to drop out of school and study at Longhu Mountain, while others discussed the recent sword incident at the Lock Dragon Pond. Even more amusingly, there were impersonators claiming to be cultivators, offering paid lessons in cultivation, with comments promising authentic introductory methods for those who engaged. Yunqing found this thoroughly entertaining. He was the sole cultivator on Earth, so how could anyone genuinely believe such claims? Curiosity piqued. He clicked on one post and was astonished to find numerous comments from people eagerly responding. The prevalence of Na'vi individuals was astonishing, as they seemed to repeatedly fall into the same traps. He mused that perhaps a fraud prevention app would be wise to install on his phone. Amused, he followed the thread and added his own comment in agreement. What if the original poster truly were an ancient cultivator? After all, Earth possessed spiritual energy, yet it remained a mystery why no extraordinary beings had emerged. Shortly thereafter, he received an automated reply from the original poster, accompanied by a video tutorial on sun salutations. In a moment of sheer disbelief, Yunqing couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Was this so-called introductory manual merely a physical exercise routine? If such trivial activities could lead to cultivation, then the average person in Huaxia would already be a golden elixir practitioner, considering everyone had participated in school exercises at some point. Ignoring the prankster, he bent down to splash cold water on his face. Feeling invigorated, Yunqing exited the bathroom and plopped down onto the bed, turning to glance at the tissue box on the bedside table. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in a moment of pleasure, and now seemed the perfect opportunity. A smile crept across his lips as he reached for the tissue and eagerly opened a small application on his phone. A thrilling soundtrack filled the air as he prepared to spin the grand wheel. On the System S interface, his shock value displayed over 100,000 points, the entirety of his earnings from the Loch Dragon Pond. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen such a number of zeros in his balance. Even during his most prosperous times, his bank account had never boasted such figures. Wiping the water from his face with a tissue, he readied himself for the lottery draw. The golden wheel appeared before him, and amidst the triumphant melody of good fortune, he solemnly pressed the button to spin. The golden pointer began to whirl, and Yunqing hoped for a fortuitous start. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a white item, washing marrow pill. Would you like to retrieve it? Yunqing opted for no, and the washing marrow pill was placed into his inventory. Although this item had already been drawn numerous times, it remained an extraordinary treasure. Even the tiniest mosquito leg is still flesh. Moreover, its effects were astonishing. Merely swallowing 3 of these pills had rejuvenated his appearance and significantly enhanced his physical constitution. If sold to the affluent, it could conservatively yield several million. Yunqing pondered for a moment. Perhaps he could indeed sell it in the future, especially since he still possessed over a dozen marrow-cleansing pills. Of course, he would not use his true identity, but rather the guise of Zhao Yan, an inner disciple of the Huashan sect. However, there was no rush. His current task was to expend the 100,000 points of astonishment. Yunqing decisively pressed the lottery button. Previously, he had known that this system allowed for continuous draws, but with limited astonishment points, he had hesitated to indulge. Now, however, was a different matter. 100,000 points were sufficient for over 1,000 draws. He would fill this little fiery system with astonishment points. Ding, 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 ding. The melodious system notifications echoed in Yunqing's ears as lines of rapidly refreshing prompts appeared before him. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, you have obtained a white item, language talent card. Thank you for your patronage. Yunqing blinked. Had a new item appeared on the panel? He hastily scrolled through the records, locating the unique entry amidst the myriad of thank you messages. He reached out to claim it. A flash of white light revealed a pure white card before him. The card was approximately the size of a playing card, embossed with a vivid depiction of full lips. While the system description below read, Language Talent Card. Upon use, it enhances language learning abilities, making you a gifted language master. Would you like to use it? Yunqing raised an eyebrow at the card in his hand, his fingers grazing its surface, which possessed a slightly gritty texture. This item seemed somewhat superfluous, flavorless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. Had this card been given to his middle school self, it would have been a divine boon. Mastering English would have been effortless. With a sigh, Yunqing opted to use it. After all, acquiring additional skills could prove advantageous. And one never knows when they might come in handy. A flash of brilliance filled the room, and the card vanished from his grasp. Yunqing felt no immediate change. The English vocabulary in his memory remained the same: good, cat, love, and so forth. It appeared that his learning aptitude had been enhanced rather than instantly transforming him into a polyglot genius. Currently, this talent did not provide substantial improvement. Perhaps in the future, when he ventured to foreign lands to assume extraordinary roles, it would prove useful. For now, however, he would continue with the lottery. As the system notifications chimed, over 30,000 points of astonishment flowed away like water. Yunqing received 23 marrow-cleansing pills and 10 qi fruits. Qi fruit, a rare treasure from the earth, accelerates spiritual energy absorption upon use, a specialty of the Qingxian cave. Item color: white. Rating: ordinary. Would you like to extract it? A green fruit, roughly the size of an apple, materialized before Yunqing, its surface shimmering with a faint luster, continuously emanating spiritual energy. The qi-gathering fruit had only recently emerged, yet Yunqing could already sense the spiritual energy within it dissipating continuously. If he were to wait a few more minutes, it would resemble any other fruit. Was there truly a concept of shelf life for such heavenly treasures? Yunqing was unaware of the taboos surrounding these extraordinary gifts of nature, but he was reluctant to squander the qi-gathering fruit. Thus, he took a decisive bite. With a crisp crunch, the fruit's flesh exploded in his mouth, transforming into a surge of warmth that cascaded down his esophagus. He felt a comforting heat enveloping his body, while the abundant spiritual energy within his dantian surged, hinting at the potential for a spiritual liquid to coalesce. Gazing at the partially devoured qi gathering fruit in his hand, the exposed, tender white flesh tantalized his appetite, leaving a subtle sweetness lingering on his palate. This flavor was exquisite. Like Zhu Beiji savoring a ginseng fruit, Yanqing swiftly consumed the entire fruit with remarkable speed. He licked his lips, still yearning for more, and examined his inner self. The fruit's flesh had been transformed into a formidable reservoir of spiritual energy, elevating his cultivation level significantly. According to the classification of realms, he had ascended to the 8th layer of qi refinement, on the verge of breaking through to the 9th. The efficacy of this qi gathering fruit was indeed remarkable, surpassing several days of arduous training. Perhaps another fruit would be in order? Chapter 28. The dual pupils have become invincible after consuming 2 spirit-gathering fruits. Yunqing's aura underwent a remarkable transformation. He hastily settled into a meditative posture, channeling the mystical path Heart Sutra. The spiritual energy coursed through his body, nourishing his flesh and bones with each complete cycle. Observing his form from an alternative perspective, he noted that the spiritual energy within his dantian gathered densely, heavy as looming storm clouds. The concentration of this energy seemed adequate, yet it failed to condense into spiritual liquid. The overwhelming energy generated by the spirit-gathering fruits could not penetrate the dantian, akin to an elevator filled to capacity. Thus, Yanqing could only redirect the excess spiritual energy to nourish his limbs and bones. Such a scene filled him with perplexity. Based on the concentration of spiritual energy within, he had achieved the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi refinement, yet he remained unable to take the final step. Was it possible that he lacked the next tier of cultivation technique? He recalled that the mystical path Heart Sutra he had learned was suitable for the qi refinement stage, while he had yet to draw the technique for the subsequent level. Perhaps this was the reason for his stagnation. With a heavy sigh, Yanqing realized he could only continue to draw for rewards. He hoped that fortune would favor him with an advanced technique, lest he remain indefinitely stuck at the 10th layer of qi refinement. He resumed pressing the draw button, listening to the persistent chimes of the system notifications. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations. You have obtained a white item, Beast Slave Seal. Yanqing clicked on the notification panel, which presented an item description. Beast Slave Seal, a core artifact of the Beast Control Sect, capable of commanding 3 spirit beasts, granting the user dominion over their life and death. Item color: white. Rating: ordinary. Would you like to extract it? He confirmed the extraction, and a flash of white light revealed a bronze disc in his hand. The disc was palm-sized, crafted from bronze, adorned with intricate symmetrical patterns, and at its center lay a flawless blood-red gemstone that shimmered with an alluring radiance under the sunlight streaming through the window. The surface felt cool to the touch, and Yanqing curiously examined the Beast Slave Seal, spending quite some time trying to discern its usage. Glancing at the astonishment value in the lower right corner of the system, he noted that he still had over 50,000 points remaining. Consequently, Yanqing extravagantly purchased a comprehensive card, reducing his balance by 10,000 points. Leaning back against his chair, he quietly absorbed the influx of memories flooding his mind. After several minutes, Yanqing comprehended the entirety of the information. The Beast Slave Seal could contract 3 spirit beasts, implanting a magical seal within their souls to establish a telepathic connection with the user. Additionally, it could enhance their intelligence, elevating even the most instinctual beasts to a communicative level. The user wielded absolute control over the life and death of these spirit beasts, capable of obliterating their souls with a mere thought. Contemplating the Beast Slave Seal in his hand, he traced his fingers over the raised patterns. Earth did not possess any spirit beasts. Could he perhaps experiment with a cat or a dog? After all, humans were also animals. Could it be? Yanqing shook his head, dispelling the ominous thoughts that arose in his mind. He rose from his chair, preparing to venture outside and perhaps acquire a kitten for experimentation. After all, who wouldn't desire a feline companion with whom they could share a profound connection? This way, he could proudly proclaim that he possessed a cat capable of performing backflips. Upon exiting the hotel, he was greeted by the bright sun and a sparsely populated street. Following the navigation, Yinxing located the nearest pet store, situated a kilometer away on a bustling commercial street. Upon arriving at the pet store, he noticed an elderly gentleman adorned with a black leather cap seated on the stone steps nearby. Before him lay a large cardboard box, from which emerged the hoarse meows of kittens. Observing Yunqing's approach towards the pet store, the old man broke into a warm and hearty smile, beckoning him with a wave. "Young man, are you looking to buy a cat? I have some great deals here." Curiosity piqued, Yunqing regarded the conspicuous old man, who boldly attempted to attract customers outside the pet store, seemingly unbothered by the law. He sauntered over, contemplating the situation. After all, where one purchases is inconsequential, and supporting the old man's business seemed worthwhile. "How much for the cat, sir?" he inquired. With a grin, the old man opened the cardboard box to reveal a small Scrufoi Tabicat. The kitten, small and undernourished, cautiously raised its head to gaze at Yinxing, revealing a pair of peculiar black, double pupils. "Let me tell you, this cat is special. Did you see? Its eyes are double-pupiled. Such a phenomenon is reserved for emperors." The old man grasped the kitten by the scruff of its neck, lifting it for Yunqing's closer inspection. The kitten squirmed in midair, emitting a series of hoarse meows. To be frank, the tabby cat did not possess an appealing appearance. Its fur was unkempt and lacked luster, reminiscent of something scavenged from a garbage bin. Yet, as Yinxing gazed into its unusual eyes and observed its desperate struggles, he was reminded of his own past. A thought crossed his mind. If the price were reasonable, perhaps he could purchase it. He cautiously asked, "How much for this cat, sir?" 5,000. This is a rare phenomenon, and 5,000 is already quite a bargain. Haven't you heard about the recent emergence of numerous cultivators? Perhaps this cat is one of those legendary spirit beasts, the old man proclaimed robustly, gesturing A5 with his hand. Yunqing's expression darkened upon hearing this. The old man seemed to be treating him as if he were a foreigner, pricing a common cat at 5,000 yuan, more than his own life. Furthermore, how could he possibly be related to cultivators? He turned to leave, disheartened. Although he had developed a fondness for the cat, his finances were insufficient for such an acquisition. However, just as he took a few steps away, the elderly gentleman urgently called out, "Young man, why aren't you negotiating? Isn't business about haggling?" Yinxing halted, turning to regard the old man with skepticism, tentatively suggesting, "Would you sell it for 500? Deal." The old man readily acquiesced, stuffing the tabby into the cardboard box and handing it to Yinxing. Astonished, Yinxing gazed at the seemingly simple-hearted old man. It appeared that one should never judge by appearances. However, since a price has already been announced, and I genuinely have an affection for the drab, unappealing cat, I can't help but feel that it shares a similar plight with me. Thus, I decisively transferred 500 yuan without hesitation. Chapter 29. I have a guardian spirit beast. Upon returning to the hotel, Yunxing swiped his access card and entered his room, cradling a cardboard box. He placed the box on the computer desk and lifted the top flap. Inside, a dusty tabby cat curled up in the corner, its limbs tucked beneath its belly, revealing only its pair of dark, scrutinizing eyes. Yunxing lowered his gaze, carefully observing the tabby in the corner of the box. The creature appeared wary. A direct approach might provoke a defensive reaction. However, this posed little concern for him, as he was a practitioner with his own celestial methods. He retrieved the beast slave seal from his inventory, holding it with both hands as he infused it with spiritual energy. The tabby cat, intrigued by Yunqing's actions, suddenly felt itself enveloped by some force, gradually lifting out of the box. Suspended in midair, it flailed helplessly, its fur bristling as it instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Yunqing silently recited the incantation for the beast's slave seal, channeling energy while utilizing his telekinetic abilities to control the creature. With the aid of a qi gathering fruit, he had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, his internal energy magnitudes greater than when he first began his cultivation. Controlling a small cat was trivial. In fact, he could even levitate himself for several minutes. Was this not a form of flight? As he continued to infuse spiritual energy, the bronze beast's slave seal emitted a soft glow, the blood-red gemstone at its center becoming increasingly vibrant. A pale, red, magical seal materialized from within. This ethereal seal was the key to commanding and controlling spirit beasts. With his mental command, the pale red seal soared towards the panicking tabby cat, embedding itself in its forehead. The tabby continued to struggle, its hoarse meows reaching Yunqing's ears. Meow, meow, meow. Let me go. Let me go. Yunqing was taken aback. How had he suddenly come to understand its meows? Was this the effect of the beast's slave seal? Had he established a mental connection with the cat, allowing him to comprehend its cries? He widened his eyes at the tabby and hesitantly spoke. Meow, meow, meow. Let me go, let me go. The tabby paused, no longer resisting, but instead fixated on Yunqing with its dark eyes, displaying a look of confusion. It tentatively responded with a few meows. Meow, meow, meow. Who was speaking? Yunqing nodded in realization. He could indeed understand the tabby's meows. He imitated meow, meow, meow. Who was speaking? To his astonishment, his newly acquired linguistic talent was being put to use here. He might very well be the first human to comprehend cat star language. The tabby seemed to be struck by the revelation, opening its mouth to exclaim, "Ow, meow, meow, meow. This person can actually talk." At this remark, Yunqing's expression darkened. What did it mean that a person could talk? This cat truly lacked manners. Half an hour later, Yunqing sat in a chair, watching the tabby cat hunched over on the floor, devouring its meal. It was ravenously tearing into the braised fish in a plastic container, as if it hadn't eaten in centuries. Observing the tabby curled up in a ball, he couldn't help but chuckle. The Hakimi has become his first spirit beast, yet at this stage, it remains too feeble, resorting to cuteness and charm in the face of danger. Nevertheless, it is still his spirit beast, and enhancing its strength is imperative. Yunqing recalled the marrow-cleansing pills and several energy-boosting fruits in his inventory. Perhaps Hakimi could consume them as well. He inquired, "Have you had enough to eat?" The tabby cat, engrossed in its meal, paused its chewing, turned its head towards Yunqing, and let out a soft, meow, meow, meow. "I'm full, but I still want more." Yunqing retrieved 2 black marrow-cleansing pills from his inventory and presented them before the tabby cat. He coaxingly said, "These are delicious. You should eat them." The cat suddenly perked up its ears, fixating on the 2 black pills in Yunqing's hand, and leaned in to sniff them. It protested, "Meow, meow, meow. They taste so bitter. Can I really eat these?" Yunqing raised an eyebrow, bemused that the only person in the world possessing these pills was being met with disdain from Spirit Beast. He urged again, "These are quite valuable. You should consume them quickly." The tabby cat, still skeptical, opened its mouth and took the 2 pills, swallowing them after tilting its head back. Shortly thereafter, the cat's stomach began to gurgle ominously, signaling the onset of the pill side effects. Observing Hakimi's discomfort, Yunqing pointed towards the restroom and commanded, "Go to the bathroom. Do not relieve yourself right here." The tabby cat meowed its complaints but obediently trotted towards the restroom. After the beast slave mark was implanted, Hakimi developed an innate fondness for Yunqing, complying with every command. Yunqing reminded, "Don't forget to flush. The smell can be quite overwhelming." The tabby cat turned back, casting a look of disbelief, and exclaimed, "Meow, meow, meow. Can cats even flush the toilet?" It dawned on Yunqing that he was expecting too much from a mere cat. Yet, Hakimi possessed a surprising level of intelligence, akin to that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Could this beast slave mark also enhance a spirit beast's intellect? After more than an hour, Hakimi emerged from the restroom, its legs shaking slightly. Upon spotting Yunqing seated and engrossed in his phone, the tabby cat raised its head with a mournful expression. "Meow, meow, meow, meow. I'm hungry again." Yunqing turned to observe the tabby cat, and his eyes brightened. Its appearance had transformed. The previously unkempt brown fur now glistened with smoothness, and though still slender, its form appeared more graceful and natural. Particularly striking were its deep black eyes, now more profound and dark, resembling 2 resplendent black gemstones. Yunqing nodded in approval. This was beginning to resemble a true spirit beast. If he were to present it to the elderly gentleman at the pet store now, the man would undoubtedly fail to recognize the once unattractive creature he had sold. However, mere appearance is insufficient. While playing the role of an extraordinary being on Earth, having a companion would be even better. Hakimi seemed a promising ally, unwavering in loyalty and devoid of treachery. Yet, he pondered whether animals could cultivate the Miaodao Xuanxin true method. With this thought, Yunqing retrieved the cultivation manual from his inventory. He laid it on the ground and said to the tabby cat, "Give this cultivation technique a try." The tabby tilted its head, examining the manual, pawing at the pages while mewing inquisitively. Meow, meow, meow. What is this? Can it be eaten? Yunqing facepalmed in disbelief. His spirit beast had such an unusual mindset, constantly preoccupied with thoughts of food. He patiently explained, "This is a book that can help you grow stronger. You should learn from what is written here." The tabby cat glanced at the oddly scribbled characters on the pages, then raised its head to look earnestly at Yunqing. Meowing once more, meow, meow, meow. I don't understand. Yunqing's expression stiffened as he realized he had forgotten that the creature before him was merely a cat. The ability to communicate had led him to unconsciously overlook its true identity. This presented quite a challenge. Was he truly expected to teach it human language? Pondering the idea, he considered establishing an accelerated course in human language for it. But could a cat's vocal cords even produce human sounds? Noticing Yunqing lost in thought, the tabby cat grew bored and curled up into a small ball. After a while, Yunqing glanced down at the tabby, only to be taken aback. Surrounding its grayish body were glimmers of ethereal light. This little cat was actually absorbing spiritual energy. Chapter 30. Yunshaohua Yunqing gazed incredulously at the tabby cat sprawled on the ground. Have you become extraordinary? How is it that you can suddenly cultivate? The cat twitched its ears, lifted its head to look at Yunqing, and meowed meow. What did you say? Yunqing pointed at the ethereal light particles slowly dissipating beside it, still somewhat bewildered. Those glimmering particles only appear during cultivation. Upon hearing this, the tabby cat turned its head, glancing around. The luminous points in the surrounding air gradually faded, and it yawned, meow, 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 meow. Just now, something suddenly appeared in my mind. I simply followed what was inside, and now I can do it. Yunqing furrowed his brow. Could this be the effect of the beast's slave seal? Nevertheless, it resolved his dilemma of enhancing its power. With a cultivation method in hand, he could simply feed its spirit-gathering fruits. He gently stroked the tabby cat's small head, and the kitten closed its eyes in delight, nuzzling against Yunqing's large hand while emitting a contented purring sound. This must be the first spirit beast on Earth, so it deserved an imposing name. With this thought, Yunqing spoke up, "You still lack a name. Let me bestow one upon you." "How about Ergo?" The tabby cat froze. It stared at Yunqing with wide eyes, disbelief filling its gem-like dark pupils. "Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Are you speaking human language?" "Eow makat." A female cat. Yunqing gently grasped its tiny paw, lifting it to reveal its snowy white belly fur. Indeed, there was no little lychee. He had not noticed that before. "Let us change the name then." Yunqing pondered before softly suggesting, "How about Xiaohua?" The tabby cat quickly responded with an enthusiastic meow. This one, it truly feared Yunqing might choose an odd name, and Xiaohua sounded rather delightful. Thus, the matter of naming was hastily settled. Xiaohua lay back down to continue her drowsy cultivation, while Yunqing opened the system panel to proceed with the lottery. After his previous extravagance, he had a remaining shock value of 50,000, reserving 10,000 as a backup hidden resource, leaving over 40,000 to spend entirely. He hoped for something splendid. Yunqing anticipated eagerly, yet he had overestimated the system's drop rate. After expending a full 30,000 shock points, he received only 7 spirit-gathering fruits, which fell woefully short of his expectations. Silently seated in his chair, he stared at the grand wheel of fortune in confusion. Could his luck truly be this poor? Although he had never won a lottery before and had never received a try again on soda, he certainly did not expect 30,000 shock points to yield such meager results. It must be that the wretched system had altered the drop rates. It could not possibly be his fault. Yunqing continually reassured himself, and his dismal mood began to lift. Glancing at the balance in the lower right corner, after deducting 10,000 for reserve, he he found just over 9,000 shock points remaining. Bending down, he sees Xiao Hua by the scruff of her neck. Amid her bewildered expression, he began to ruffle her fur. After all, drawing cards involved a bit of mystique. Petting the cat was akin to washing away his bad luck. This time, he would go all in. The urgent and prolonged system notification echoed in Yunqing's ears, while the pointer of the grand roulette spun rapidly. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. The shock continued to dissipate, and a few more energy fruits appeared in his inventory. Yunqing stared intently at the grand roulette, his hands unconsciously stroking the fur of his pet, which emitted a contented purring sound. Surely, he wouldn't draw nothing at all? Watching his balance dwindle, a chill crept into his heart. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations. You have obtained a purple item, 7th Order Flame Demon Summoning Array. The purple brilliance flickered, and he squinted at the panel's description. 7th Order Flame Demon Summoning Array. A disposable magic array crafted by a legendary mage, capable of summoning a demigod-level fire attribute flame demon, which will completely obey the summoner's commands, lasting for 1 hour. Item color: purple. Rating: precious. Would you like to extract it? Without hesitation, Yunqing clicked to extract, and a fiery red diamond crystal materialized in his hand. This crystal was approximately the size of a mobile phone, with a structured and angular design. Most remarkably, within the transparent crystal danced a flickering flame, its glow rendering the crystal a brilliant crimson. Holding it in his hand, he could even feel a warm sensation emanating from within. Is this the magic array crafted by a legendary mage? Although he was unaware of the realm of a legendary mage, the color of the item could not deceive him. The last purple item he had drawn was the ethereal sword, capable of cleaving a mountain with its sword chi. This 7th Order Flame Demon Summoning Array, being a purple item as well, was likely to possess formidable power. He glanced at the lower right corner of the panel, where his balance still held over 12,000 shock points, just enough to purchase a comprehension card. 1,000 shock points were instantly cleared. Yunqing clicked to use it, as the gilded card transformed into glimmers of golden light and dissipated. A wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, reminiscent of the experience with the ethereal sword, presenting a sequence of images. In a room filled with peculiar contraptions, an elderly man clad in a resplendent white robe stood before a desk, his aged face framed by a white beard. At that moment, his expression was solemn as he scrutinized the diamond crystal in his hand. A fierce flame leaped within the crystal, casting a fiery glow upon the old man's face. After a lengthy pause, the elder sighed with satisfaction. To create a summoning array from a demigod creature, my audacious idea may very well astonish a host of legendary mages. His withered palm incessantly rubbed the surface of the crystal, joyfully muttering, "Fortunately, it succeeded. I must show those fools in the royal capital who the greatest mage of the Solar Empire truly is." However, before the elder could revel in his joy for long, a brilliant white light surged into the room, illuminated by magical lamps. His pupils constricted sharply as he stared in shock at the direction from which the light erupted. And from the blindingly sacred radiance emerged a 16-winged humanoid entity. The sound of a divine male and female chorus resonated in the elder's ears, akin to the fervent recitations of devotees during morning prayers. How did it come in here? Why did the legendary magical barrier outside the room remain unresponsive? The elderly man struggled to swallow, one hand reaching into his robe to retrieve his wand. At that moment, the 16-winged humanoid before him spoke. "Mizius, the deity requires your offering." Upon hearing this, the old man halted his action of grasping the wand, surveying the ethereal being before him. Lacking facial features and enveloped in radiant light, the 16 pairs of pristine wings obscured the heavens, each feather-bathed in divine luminescence. This evoked a realization within him, prompting an astonished exclamation. "Could you be a favored servant of the divine?" The being responded, its voice imbued with reverence. "I serve at his feet, and I have come to procure an offering on his behalf." Upon finishing its statement, the humanoid pointed at the diamond-shaped gem clutched tightly by the old man. "But this is merely a 7th-tier magic array I have recently devised. Its uniqueness lies solely in the core of a mythical creature contained within. This is the guidance of fate. You need only to relinquish it. I shall adhere to your will. Chapter 31. Stirring up trouble. The scene gradually blurred as Yun Qing awakened from his memories. He raised his hand, furrowing his brow as he gazed upon the diamond-shaped crystal, the protagonist of the imagery. This crystal was crafted by a god-tier sorcerer from another realm, only to be taken by the deity's emissary thereafter. How then did the system acquire this object? Was it snatched from the hands of that divine being? If so, the system possessed a rather terrifying capability, one that even deities could not withstand. According to the sorcerer's revelation within the vision, this crystal harbored the core of a demigod-level mythical creature. What could that possibly be? Yun Qing felt an insatiable urge to experiment with it, despite the fact that the 7th-tier Inferno Demon Summoning Array was a one-time consumable. He did not regard this item as particularly precious. The memory had showcased its effects, which were indeed extravagant and explosive, yet would be consumed upon use. It could be said to possess a certain degree of deterrent power, albeit minimal. If he were an evil, anti-human madman, or if he had enemies to vanquish, then this crystal would prove invaluable. However, he was a kind-hearted, handsome, and affable young man of the 21st century with little opportunity to wield such a weapon. Rather than allowing it to gather dust in his inventory, he preferred to concoct a narrative that would showcase it to the world. This could serve as compelling evidence for the revival of spiritual energy, simultaneously harvesting a wealth of astonishment while instilling awe among nations. It would awaken the higher-ups to the arrival of a new era. He aimed not only to reap astonishment, but also to utilize the items acquired through lottery to reshape the world, guiding the extraordinary to align with his vision for transformation. Yun Qing reveled in his thoughts, excitedly petting the small flower in his embrace. Under the influence of the beast's slave mark, the creature grew increasingly affectionate. The small flower nestled within his arms, squinting and emitting a contented purring sound. While stroking the cat, Yun Qing pondered where to exhibit this crystal. The audience needed to be plentiful, and the occasion must be vibrant to ensure he would not suffer losses. After all, the 7th-tier Inferno Demon Summoning Array had cost him over 20,000 astonishment points. It would be a grave misstep if few were to witness it. Yun Qing took out his phone and searched for renowned tourist destinations. After a thorough search, he found no suitable location. It was not that China lacked popular tourist spots, but most of the famous landmarks were nestled within mountains and forests. The Inferno Demon summoned by this crystal was indeed formidable. According to his recollections, the summoned demon was an elemental humanoid creature, towering several hundred meters tall, capable of causing widespread devastation with the slightest movement. Yun Qing envisioned the scene. The demon's emergence would engulf the world in a raging sea of flames. He sought only to harvest astonishment, not to bring about destruction. Could there be a means to impose limitations? Suddenly, he recalled a tourist destination he had visited long ago, the resort area in City Inn, home to the world-renowned Glass Sea. The scenery there was exquisite, with the shoreline shimmering like scattered shards of glass. This season was likely a peak time for tourism. Each day, the number of visitors reaches at least tens of thousands. The Glass Sea, devoid of any combustible materials, along with the endless expanse of seawater, mitigates the destructive power of the fiery demons. This indeed presents a splendid opportunity. One can perform to their heart's content without fearing that the exuberance might transform the spectators into seasoned adults. Resolute, Yun Qing prepared to pack his belongings for departure. The distance to the coastal city of N was not far, merely a few hundred kilometers. With approximately 3,000 in his pocket, he had sufficient funds for the round trip. However, after this performance, he would need to devise a method for earning some income. Placing the little flower in his arms onto the ground, he proceeded to gather his luggage. A few changes of clothing were swiftly stowed away in his backpack. Once finished, Yun Qing donned his pack and readied himself to embark on his journey. The little flower stretched languidly on the ground, then nimbly leapt onto the table, and with a spring, landed upon Yun Qing's shoulder. Meow, 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 don't forget me, master. As the little flower perched on his shoulder and mewed, Yun Qing suddenly realized he was no longer alone. On this extraordinary path, he had gained a companion. He reached out to pat the little flower's head, utilizing a special effect ring to create an illusion, concealing its presence. After all, having a cat resting upon one's shoulder could attract undue attention. He opened the hotel door and, accompanied by the spiritual beast, commenced a brand new journey. The following day, at dusk, a man walked along the sandy beach toward the small dock by the glass coast in city, clad in a yellow beach shirt. His sun-kissed skin appeared strikingly alluring. This individual was Lu Hao, a wealthy heir with a passion for sports. After graduating from an ordinary university in China, he chose not to enter the workforce, but instead embarked on a global adventure of extreme sports. His family supported his endeavors, knowing that as long as Lu Hao did not intend to start his own business, their wealth could sustain generations. Lu Hao, passionate about sports, proved himself capable. While engaging in extreme activities worldwide, he shared his experiences on YouTube, amassing millions of followers. He had come here to challenge himself with night diving in the Glass Sea, planning to rent a small yacht and plunge at least 40 meters into the coral region, approximately 3 kilometers from the shore. Eager to explore the depths of the underwater world, he relished the exhilarating rush of adrenaline that came with sports, akin to soaring towards the clouds. Lu Hao raised his arm, glancing at the waterproof electronic watch on his wrist. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, with only an hour remaining before nightfall. He needed to set off promptly. Navigating through the beachgoers frolicking on the sand, he made his way directly to the wooden pier. Lu Hao turned back to gaze at the sea. In the distance, the sunset painted the sky crimson, the vibrant evening glow casting a blood-red hue upon the shimmering waves. The beach was teeming with tourists, their cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. Along this stretch of coastline, at least tens of thousands were vacationing and enjoying the water. The weather was splendid today. Lu Hao certainly had an eye for timing. Just then, a humble voice emerged from the dockside. Lu Hao turned to see a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard dressed in a white t-shirt. With a friendly smile, the captain approached Lu Hao, exuding a sense of familiarity. "Good day, Mr. Lu. I am Captain Wang Sun of the Breakthrough Whale. You may simply call me Wang." Lu Hao retrieved his phone to verify the yacht reservation he had made online, confirming it was indeed the Breakthrough Whale. He extended his hand, politely shaking hands with Wang, then glanced at the sun gradually descending on the horizon. "Shall we set sail? The hour is getting late." Wang smiled and nodded, leading the way as they walked together to the white, compact yacht moored at the dock. Moments later, the two-tiered white yacht gently departed from the harbor, slicing through the waves as it sailed towards the designated coral zone. Chapter 32. A marvelous encounter at sea a few kilometers off the coast of the Glass Sea. Yun Qing stood upon his ethereal sword, gliding leisurely towards the shore. He had arrived in City Inn that very morning, intending to take Xiao Hua along for a performance by the seaside. However, the timid tabby cat, Xiao Hua, had whimpered to be let down after only a brief flight at a speed of approximately 200 kilometers per hour. Was such a speed truly worthy of such fright? Thus, Yun Qing decided against bringing it, instead agreeing upon a rendezvous point after his endeavor. He then activated his invisibility and, from a secluded location, soared towards the Glass Sea. After flying for about half an hour, the coastline became vividly visible. Yun Qing glanced at his phone. The lock screen indicated it was just past 7 in the evening. A luminous crescent moon adorned the night sky, while the coastline shimmered with countless lights. From a distance, the shore resembled a serpentine dragon of fire, guiding him in his navigation. With a slight mental push, the ethereal sword accelerated, and he planned to activate the 7th-tier Inferno Demon summoning array approximately 3 to 4 kilometers from the shore. Recalling the images etched in his memory, he knew the demigod Inferno Demon possessed formidable destructive power and an array of formidable spells, including the Colossal Fireball and the Blazing Lava Sword. Though restricted to a 1-hour duration, it would suffice for his display. Undoubtedly, this would astound the world and yield a significant harvest of astonishment points. It was likely that, at that moment, the state would struggle to control public opinion, especially after Yun Qing's previous 3 displays of prowess had skyrocketed the online search rates for terms related to cultivators and the resurgence of spiritual energy. As he hastened towards the shore, Yun Qing noticed a yacht approaching in the distance. Could it be heading towards him? Had he not activated his invisibility? He paused, instinctively frowning at the special effects ring on his finger. The blue gem atop the ring still emitted a faint azure glow, indicating he remained invisible. This suggested that the yacht's occupants had not detected his presence and were merely enjoying an evening at sea. Hovering above on his ethereal sword, he decided to observe their activities, perhaps even leveraging their presence to enhance the evening's performance and render the narrative's commencement less abrupt. On board the yacht, Captain Wang Sun stood in the cockpit, gripping the cherrywood helm as he surveyed the tranquil sea through the forward window. The moon was bright against a sparse, starry backdrop, and the still waters were perfect for nighttime diving. Checking the satellite map, he confirmed they had reached the designated coral area. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called out, "Boss Liu, we've arrived. You can prepare to dive." After a crackling response, Liu Hao replied in a calm tone, "All right, I'm putting on my diving suit and we'll be down shortly." Putting away the walkie-talkie, Wang Sun shut down the yacht's engine and turned to exit through the narrow hatch. On the deck at the back of the yacht, he spotted the sole crew member, the first mate Xiao Su, who was also donned in a diving suit, primarily to ensure Liu Hao's safety during the descent. Two individuals stood quietly on the deck, awaiting the descent. Xiao Su murmured, "Diving at this late hour is truly impressive." Wang Sun glanced towards the staircase on the second level of the yacht, finding no trace of Liu Hao, and replied softly, "The whims of the affluent. As long as you are compensated, it suffices. Just ensure you keep a close watch on each other underwater. We cannot afford any mishaps." Xiao Su nodded in agreement, just as Liu Hao appeared, clad in a sleek black wetsuit, leisurely descending the stairs. "Good evening, Boss Liu. This area is known for its coral. The depth ranges approximately 40 meters from the surface to the seabed. Please exercise caution as we descend." Wang Sun followed Liu Hao with a smile, observing as he settled on the deck to don his fins and secure his oxygen tank. "Rest assured, I possess a diving certification and have undertaken several nocturnal dives abroad. I shall not take unnecessary risks. Of course, if Boss Liu were an ordinary person, I wouldn't dare accept this job." Wang Sun replied in agreement. Liu Hao lowered his head to meticulously inspect his gear, attaching a waterproof camera to his chest, intending to document his underwater experiences and share them on YouTube. "I'm all set." Once everything was in order, Liu Hao and Xiao Su perched on the railing of the deck before gracefully tumbling into the sea. The sound of their splashes echoed amidst the undulating waves. Captain Wang Sun strolled to the railing, observing the two figures as they slowly submerged into the depths. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and gazed skyward into the vacant night. An inexplicable sensation of being watched washed over him. Blinking, he turned his attention back to the dark sea, questioning whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. In the air, Yun Qing crouched atop his ethereal sword, reminiscent of an old farmer resting on the ridges of his field after toil. There were drawbacks to flying on a sword. Prolonged standing could lead to fatigue. "If only I had a small plastic stool to place atop the sword," he mused. "It would be advantageous to have a place to sit during long flights. Maintaining a single posture could be quite exhausting. Yet, such an idea seemed somewhat undignified. Imagining himself soaring with a red plastic stool beneath him stripped away any semblance of a sword immortal's grace. Contemplating this, Yun Qing's gaze fell upon the double-decker white yacht below, where two individuals were donning their diving gear. Could they be tourists here for a diving adventure? A spark ignited in Yun Qing's mind. If he were to drop a crystal from his inventory and allow them to discover it while diving, he could subsequently summon a fire demon using the crystal. Such a scenario would unveil a narrative of tourists inadvertently triggering an ancient seal, releasing a malevolent spirit during the investigation. This indeed presented an intriguing plot. With a flicker of intent, Yun Qing extracted the crystal from his inventory. The diamond-shaped crystal, roughly the size of a mobile phone, materialized before him. Recalling the incantation from memory, he whispered a series of peculiar syllables. As the awkward and convoluted words escaped his lips, the flickering flame within the crystal swelled, threatening to break free from its confinement. The crystal had been partially activated by the incantation. It merely required Yun Qing to utter the final, hurried syllable to unleash its full power. However, Yun Qing chose to withhold that opportunity. before the two divers aboard the yacht descended into the depths. He deftly employed his control over objects to gradually submerge the crystal into the ocean's abyss. The fiery radiance vanished entirely into the profound waters, and soon after, the two individuals from the yacht leaped into the sea. The spectacle was poised to commence. Yun Qing, resting his chin on his hand, squatted upon the sword like a weathered farmer, his gaze directed towards the undulating surface of the water below. It would not be long before they beheld the resplendent glimmer of fire at the dim ocean floor. The demigod from another realm was about to grace the earthly stage. Chapter 33. The sea is ablaze. The waters were dim, obscuring the surrounding scenery, and the pressure gauge indicated that the two had descended to a depth of over 30 meters. Lu Hao held a flashlight, its powerful beam piercing through 7 or 8 meters of seawater. Following the light, he gazed downward and beheld a flicker of red luminescence rising from the depths, starkly contrasting against the inky blackness of the seabed. What could it be? Lu Hao inhaled oxygen, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious glow below. Why was there such a conspicuous light emanating from the ocean floor? Could it be produced by some species of fish? Yet, this was not an abyssal zone devoid of light, and it seemed unlikely that bioluminescent creatures like anglerfish would inhabit these waters. Pondering this enigma, he decided to illuminate his companion, Xiao Su, with his flashlight, signaling for them to investigate together. As the two beams of light converged, they swam toward the faint red glow. Bubbles erupted from Lu Hao's breaths, ascending rapidly as their speed increased, and the glow became increasingly prominent. After 2 to 3 minutes, Lu Hao arrived beside a sprawling coral formation. A fiery red crystal was ensnared within the intricate branches of the coral, surrounded by a school of small blue fish that swirled around the crystal in a seemingly reverent dance. Intrigued, Lu Hao reached out to disperse the fish, but his efforts proved futile. Dozens of palm-sized blue fish remained steadfast, even colliding with his hands in an attempt to thwart his actions. Their behavior was peculiar. They dared to confront him. With a brusque motion, he extracted the diamond-shaped crystal from the clutches of the fish. As soon as it was in his grasp, he felt a comforting warmth radiating from the crystal, a stark contrast to the frigid seawater. Could it be a source of radiation? Lu Hao's hands trembled slightly. In nature, luminous and thermogenic entities typically exhibit strong radiation. However, the crystal's distinctly geometric structure indicated was an artificial creation. Most striking was the flame-like glow within the crystal, which exuded an inviting warmth, impossible to ignore. Lu Hao found his thoughts drifting to the recent online fervor. Rumors circulated that during the Huashan martial arts contest, an immortal had appeared, followed by reports of climbers on Tiger's Rest witnessing cultivators in practice. In the past few days, thousands had claimed to see a celestial sword cleave a mountain at Sualong Pond. The site remained cordoned off by the government, but anyone standing at a higher vantage point could glimpse the towering peaks now split asunder. Discussions regarding cultivators and the resurgence of spiritual energy proliferated online, with many embracing these notions, Lu Hao being one of them. Gazing at the extraordinary diamond crystal in his hand, he felt a surge of exhilaration. It was unmistakably unique, and coupled with the unusual behavior of the small blue fish, it was likely a treasure related to the art of cultivation. Influenced by online novels, Lu Hao envisioned the serendipitous encounters of protagonists, mystical artifacts like the green bottle of Xiantian or the peculiar storage rings of eccentric old men. Perhaps he, too, was destined to acquire a remarkable treasure that defied the heavens. As long as one can uncover its extraordinary nature, perhaps they too might step into the realm of the extraordinary, akin to those practitioners of immortality circulating online. Lu Hao clutched the diamond-shaped crystal tightly, no longer interested in exploring the coral reefs beneath the sea. Beside him, the water swirled as Xiao Su swam over, curious as he directed his flashlight towards the diamond crystal in Lu Hao's hand. Lu Hao instinctively wanted to conceal the crystal, but suddenly realized that such an action would betray his apprehension. Embracing a bold demeanor, he decided to showcase it openly. After all, he had discovered it first. If the other party insisted on sharing, a few thousand yuan would be a trivial matter. To him, Wealth had lost its significance. Xiaosu scrutinized the crystal, unable to discern its peculiarities, and withdrew his flashlight to remain beside Lu Hao. He was merely there to safeguard this esteemed individual, fulfilling his duties. Bubbles surged upward, and Lu Hao, having acquired this crystal, felt a restless excitement within him, longing to experiment quietly with its unique properties. He shook his flashlight to gain Xiaosu's attention, then pointed at the dark expanse above, signaling their return. The other looked on in surprise, and Lu Hao nodded, confirming their retreat. The allure of the coral reef world had faded for him. With a flick of their fins, the two began their ascent towards the surface. After several minutes, the depth gauge indicated a current depth of 15 meters. Lu Hao gazed upward, catching glimpses of the moonlit surface shimmering above. He inhaled oxygen, ascending at a measured pace. The varying pressures of the ocean at different depths meant that surfacing too rapidly could lead to decompression sickness. He pondered how to approach the captain and his crew later, determined to possess the crystal, perhaps even offering them a little extra compensation. Suddenly, a fierce burning sensation emanated from his right hand. Instinctively, he attempted to release his grip, only to remember that he was holding the diamond crystal. Looking down, he saw the light within the crystal expanding relentlessly, causing the outer layer to crack. Fissures spreading across its surface like shattered porcelain, fiery light beginning to ooze from the crevices. Dazzling, excruciating, the burning sensation intensified. The crimson glow dispelled the darkness surrounding Lu Hao, and he stared in disbelief at the crystal on the verge of shattering, bubbles and steam surging from it. Miraculously, the surrounding seawater began to boil in that fleeting moment. The high temperature compelled Lu Hao to relinquish his hold, watching as his extraordinary encounter slowly sank to the ocean floor. The blinding red light gradually contracted, then rhythmically expanded, unleashing an invisible shockwave that propelled Lu Hao swiftly towards the surface. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat resonated like drums against their eardrums, as if a slumbering giant were awakening from its dreams. A wave of panic engulfed him. Lu Hao could no longer lament the extraordinary experience slipping away, as he and Xiaosu frantically swam towards the surface, for a fierce blaze had erupted from the depths. The seawater ignited by that crimson light. Like gasoline meeting a spark, in an instant, a towering inferno erupted, with countless bubbles and steam surging upwards. Lu Hao felt the once frigid seawater gradually warming. Could it be that he was destined to become a frog boiled alive? He mused humorously, desperately flapping his flippers, eager to escape the ocean that was transforming into boiling water. Damn it, it was all his fault. Lu Hao berated himself internally. That crystal seemed to be not the fateful encounter he had longed for, but rather a seal for some terrifying creature. The rhythmic pulsation of crimson light emanating from the crystal, coupled with the thunderous heartbeat echoing in his ears, clearly indicated that some entity was breaking free from its slumber. He swam with all his might towards the surface, the water growing ever closer, but the frantic movement caused discomfort in his lungs. Yet, Lu Hao disregarded the pain of oxygen failing to fully permeate his bloodstream. Survival was his only hope. Splashes echoed as he and Xiaosu scrambled to grasp the edge of the wavebreaker ship. Captain Wang Sun on the deck extended his hand to pull them up, urgently inquiring, "What happened down there? Why is the seabed glowing?" Climbing over the railing, Lu Hao dared to glance down, and what he beheld beneath the undulating surface was a colossal orb of blinding light, reminiscent of the sun. "Brother Wang, you must set sail immediately. The sea is on fire. If we don't flee now, we shall be swept away." On fire? In the sea. Chapter 34, Demigod. Flame Demon. Yun Xin crouched on the Tongyu sword, gazing down at the white double-decker yacht that hastily retreated. Their speed was undeniably swift, as the vessel cleaved through the waves, racing towards the shore. Behind the yacht, a multitude of bubbling froth erupted from the sea surface. White vapor ascended, revealing a blinding red glow from the depths of the ocean. Having recited the final incantation, he successfully released the otherworldly demigod creature from the crystal. The flame demon was about to manifest in reality. Yun Qing hastily maneuvered the Tongyu sword to retreat, preferring to maintain a safe distance from the unfolding spectacle. Given the overwhelming presence, he feared that a moment's carelessness could spell disaster for him. He soared several hundred meters away, turning back to observe. The previously tranquil sea, devoid of wind and waves, was now boiling, bubbling like a pot of thick soup. The concealed red glow beneath the water swelled, surging towards the surface at a moderate pace. Boom! The seawater exploded. The blazing sun burst forth from the ocean. Its might conjured towering waves over 10 meters high. Steam billowed, obscuring much of his view, yet the intense light still penetrated the mist, even at a distance of 300 to 400 meters. Yun Qing felt the searing sting on his skin, akin to facing a sun directly. Is this the otherworldly demigod creature? How formidable! Yun Qing marveled, his gaze fixed on the blood-red sun in the distance, accompanied by a powerful pulsing sound. The sun began to contort. Indeed, in Yun Qing's eyes, that orb of red light was undeniably twisting. In mere moments, the writhing sun took on a humanoid shape. This figure, resembling both god and demon, loomed above the sea, its towering height of 7 to 8 meters exuding an oppressive aura of fear. Its head, composed entirely of crimson light, turned slightly, fixing its gaze upon Yun Qing, who stood 700 to 800 meters away. Though it possessed no eyes, and Yun Qing had concealed his presence with a special effect ring, he was certain the entity was observing him. Could it possibly be out of control? Yun Qing swallowed hard, acutely aware that he could not match the creature's power. Just as he contemplated retreating on his sword, another perspective suddenly flickered into his mind. In this viewpoint, he beheld himself from several hundred meters away, not as a corporeal being, but as a glowing humanoid. Yun Qing was momentarily dazed, but quickly realized that this abrupt vision was indeed the perspective of the flame demon. He never anticipated that the demigod could penetrate the invisibility granted by the special effect ring. With a deep sigh, his racing heart began to calm. Fortunately, the flame demon had not gone berserk. Otherwise, he would have had to bid farewell to the world. Now composed, Yun Qing immersed himself in the flame demon's viewpoint, attempting to manipulate it. Meanwhile, on the distant sea surface, aboard the breakwave whale yacht, Lu Hao gasped for breath, gripping the railing with trepidation as he gazed towards the recently vacated waters. The sun that erupted from the sea was blinding. What on earth have I unleashed? He removed his diving mask, anxiety gnawing at him as he stared into the distance. Was there any difference between his reckless actions and those of the foolish characters in horror films? If that sun were indeed some malevolent entity manifesting on the shore and causing casualties, I would surely find myself reliant on the state for sustenance. That was a close call. I felt that had I swum any slower, I would have been cooked alive. Xiaoshu, still shaken, leaned against the railing, recalling the unbearable sensation of being pursued by the scorching waves. He turned to the solemn Lu Hao and curiously inquired, "What do you think that crystal truly is? Why did it shatter in your hand?" "I'm not sure. I didn't do anything," Lu Hao replied, bewildered, shaking his head. "I believe that crystal might have been sealing something, and perhaps I inadvertently triggered its constraints when I picked it up. That is quite plausible." Haven T, there have been numerous videos circulating online about cultivators. They claim that spiritual energy has begun to revive, and perhaps that crystal contained a demon sealed by those practitioners. Xiaoshu nodded in agreement, aware of the overwhelming influx of information regarding cultivators, as the government seemed to be gradually easing restrictions. Yet, he never anticipated becoming entangled in such a vortex, let alone being one of its protagonists. Perhaps I could gain a modicum of fame online. I must remember to start a live stream when the time comes. As he indulged in these delightful thoughts, Lu Hao suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Holy cow! Look!" Xiaoshu was startled awake by his voice and quickly turned his gaze to the sea, several hundred meters away. He beheld that the sun had vanished, replaced by a figure radiating intense, fiery light, a humanoid bathed in a crimson glow. Although it was several hundred meters distant, it remained strikingly prominent and towering, at least 5 or 6 meters tall. Just as he opened his mouth to urge the captain in the cockpit to accelerate, an invisible and terrifying pressure stifled him. The words were caught in his throat, swallowed back in silence. Is that a person? Liu Hao's trembling voice escaped him as he clung to the railing, his legs weakening. What on earth have I unleashed? Call the police. Xiao Xiu nearly shouted this, stumbling into the cabin, where he hastily retrieved his phone from the bed. Trembling, he dialed the number, and, after a few seconds, a gentle female voice answered. Hello, this is the XXX police station. How may I assist you? Officer, I need to report an emergency. Please describe the situation, and try to remain calm. There's a monster on the sea. A monster. A humanoid monster. In the coral region of the Glass Sea. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the National Security Bureau in City X, numerous staff members clutching documents hurriedly traversed various offices, exchanging the latest intelligence. The atmosphere in the conference room was grave and tense. Attending this urgent meeting were not only senior officials from various departments, but also several stern military officers, representing the Army, Navy, and Air Force. As the principal decision-maker of the National Security Bureau, Minister, he found himself unable to take the head seat. Like the others, he sat at the table, awaiting the elder at the forefront to address the assembly. As one of the last remaining elders of Huaxia, his status is undoubtedly extraordinary. His silence commands an atmosphere in the conference room that deters anyone from speaking out of turn. Ahem, Comrade Xiao He, who possesses profound insights into exceptional events. I invite you to take the floor. The elder, clad in a simple Zhongshan suit, appears frail yet spirited. After a couple of coughs, he gestures for Minister He, seated below him, to share his thoughts. Minister He promptly nods, shifts in his cushioned chair, and surveys the serious expressions around the conference table, absorbing the gravity of the moment. With a slight movement of his throat, he cautiously begins, regarding the unknown creature in the coastal area of City N's tourist zone. I advocate for a measured approach. The entity has yet to exhibit sufficient aggression, and consulting specialists in this field would be prudent. Are you suggesting we seek out cultivators to resolve this? They're likely hiding in some obscure corner, interjects a middle-aged man with graying temples, his tone revealing a clear disdain for the elusive practitioners of the mystical arts. We might not have the luxury of time. That being, radiating a crimson glow, is growing at an alarming rate. Just moments ago, it towered at over 20 meters, and now it exceeds 100. If we delay further, the situation may spiral beyond our control. Yet it remains stationary, showing no signs of aggression. Would our actions not be somewhat hasty? It is merely 3 kilometers from shore, with tens of thousands of tourists present, many of whom are international visitors. Should any harm befall them, the ensuing international outcry would be monumental, and we could not bear the consequences. The conference room buzzes like a marketplace, as voices rise and opinions are fervently exchanged. Meanwhile, the elder at the forefront knits his brows and declares, Enough. Chapter 35. The Sword of the Republic, what are you all making such a racket about? The elder spoke, his murky eyes fixed on the upright minister, he, nodding slightly. Professional matters should be entrusted to experts. Young, he, do you have confidence in locating those practitioners of immortality? Upon hearing this, Minister He's eyelid twitched slightly. He longed to assure the elder, yet the newly established Bureau of Immortal Affairs was still a makeshift assembly. They had been scouring various sects across Huaxia, hoping to uncover the hidden inner sanctums, but thus far, no useful information had surfaced, as if the practitioners of immortality simply did not exist. Minister, he replied helplessly, we have already issued friendly overtures, yet they remain reluctant to engage with the state. The elder, disheartened, nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze to the assembly at the conference table, speaking sternly, we cannot place all our hopes on others. Just as our past selves, when we were weak, did not rely on the enemy's mercy for our nation's safety. The individuals at the table listened intently, with the representatives from the Army, Navy, and Air Force sitting particularly rigid, their resolute faces reflecting a sense of excitement. Huaxia had enjoyed a prolonged period of stability, surrounded by a cadre of backward diminutive nations. As for the White Elephant Nation, which also possessed vast territories and a sizable population, its attempts at border incursions decades ago had nearly devolved into a defensive battle for the capital. Now, they dared to make mere bluster on the international stage, achieving little of consequence. In summary, Huaxia had been at peace for far too long, and its republic swords had yet to be unsheathed. Now, the time had come to test the sharpness of these blades. Should any hostile actions arise from the humanoid entity in the waters of End City, I require you to eliminate it before it reaches the coastline. Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. With this resolution set during the meeting, preparations commenced immediately. At the military base closest to the coast, under orders from higher command, dozens of ground-based launch vehicles armed with precision-guided missiles emerged from their bunkers. Traversing the roads toward the designated strike point, naval vessels stationed in nearby waters hastily made their way to End City, their phased-array radars continuously scanning the vicinity, while a swarm of drone aircraft set forth toward the objective. Inspired by the strategies of the beautiful nation decades prior, Huaxia, both civilian and military, had developed a keen affinity for overwhelming firepower, a tactic that eschewed martial decorum. The glowing humanoid entity in the waters of End City was accorded the utmost seriousness. After all, it was growing at a terrifying pace, according to on-site intelligence. It had already reached a height of over 270 meters, emanating an intense red glow that could be clearly seen even from the shore. No one knew its intentions. All that was known was that a tourist had discovered a peculiar crystal beneath the sea, subsequently triggering a seal. End City, 8:30 p.m. The coastline of the Glass Sea was under military lockdown. 70 to 80 military trucks had been deployed for surveillance, and tens of thousands of tourists hurriedly evacuated into the city. The root cause of this chaos lay 3 kilometers offshore, a towering humanoid entity. 10 minutes ago, visitors from various nations frolicking on the beach simultaneously noticed a peculiar entity upon the distant sea. This figure, devoid of facial features, emanated an intense blaze, floating upon the water like a celestial being, while flames erupted beneath it, igniting the very surface of the ocean. The towering inferno illuminated much of the night sky, transforming the scene into a fiery hellscape. Several kilometers of sea had been ignited, the water resembling flammable gasoline. This extraordinary phenomenon astounded all onlookers. When did water ever burn? Although the entity remained motionless, its form was inexplicably expanding. The beach was now deserted, replaced by armed soldiers and a task force from the Supernatural Regulatory Bureau. Such paranormal occurrences fell under the Bureau's jurisdiction, which had been granted considerable authority and leeway in many respects. Even the military present had to heed their commands, possessing a veto power over any decision to engage in combat. At the scene, Zhao Huaimin, the head of the first task force, peered through binoculars at the humanoid figure on the ocean surface. "What do you suppose that thing is?" one of his team members inquired, arms crossed in perplexity. "It hasn't moved at all." Zhao lowered the binoculars, a contemplative expression gracing his refined features. "I am uncertain, but I suspect it may be connected to those cultivators." He replied thoughtfully, "If only a cultivator were here, they would surely comprehend this phenomenon far better than we." The team member sighed, recounting their futile searches for hidden sects across the vastness of China, yet finding no trace. Many within their ranks doubted the existence of cultivators. Yet the division of the locked dragon pool by the 2 towering peaks could not be dismissed as mere illusion. It seemed that those extraordinary practitioners preferred to remain detached from official matters. Zhao felt a twinge of discouragement as he observed the slowly growing entity. The world is changing too rapidly. I can only hope our nation can maintain its footing amidst this upheaval. "Do not fret, comrade. Our firepower is formidable," interjected a colonel as he approached, casting a serious gaze toward the entity. "At present, dozens of precision-guided missiles are aimed at it, alongside several artillery battalions with ranges covering this area. Should the situation escalate, we will unleash a barrage to ensure a decisive victory." A nearby team member gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, that firepower could easily obliterate a small nation." A rare smile broke the colonel's serious demeanor as he proudly declared, "In the worst-case scenario, we might even consider evacuating civilians and then conducting a nuclear cleanse of the area, though I doubt it will come to that." "But will it really not come to that?" Zhao remained troubled. According to the analysis and data from the technical department, the humanoid figure was not flesh and blood, but composed purely of radiant light. Could humanity's weaponry inflict harm upon such a violation of natural laws? Just as the three conversed, a member of the technical team exclaimed, "Thermal imaging indicates that the temperature in its chest region is rising rapidly." Li Huaimin suddenly turned his head, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What is the current temperature?" The instrument displayed 3,000, over 3,000 degrees of intense heat. It continues to rise. Chapter 36. Suerte. The numbers on the instruments continued to fluctuate, and the expressions of those present were etched with concern. The colossal figure of light upon the ocean remained motionless for an extended period, steadily growing in stature. It now stood at approximately 380 meters, akin to a towering skyscraper. The mere thought of it rampaging through the city was unfathomable. At this moment, an inexplicable high-temperature reaction appeared on its chest. Was it finally preparing to strike? Li Huaimin's brow furrowed deeply as he addressed the nearby major officer with a calm demeanor. "The orders from above state that we may open fire at any moment should the entity exhibit any hostile intentions. Rest assured, a few hundred rockets will suffice. Even Ultraman would meet his end." A flicker of excitement crossed the resolute face of the colonel as he strode purposefully toward the makeshift command center. Should that monster dare to reveal any intent to attack, it would face the iron fist of the Republic. What significance did its towering height hold? What relevance did its connection to practitioners of the arcane arts bear? He had no doubt that, against humanity's advanced weaponry, it could not possibly survive. With unwavering confidence, the colonel departed, while Zhao Huaimin remained, his gaze lingering anxiously on the humanoid creature upon the sea. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling lack of certainty. Along the coastline, within the confines of various resort hotels, numerous tourists stood on their balconies, peering down at the ocean surface, intrigued by the striking figure of light. Initially, fear gripped them, prompting a hasty retreat from the beach, terrified that it might surge ashore to wreak havoc. Yet, as it merely stood upon the water, seemingly devoid of aggression, their trepidation began to dissipate. A group of tourists leaned against the balcony railing, pointing and whispering about the creature. "It truly resembles Ultraman. I wonder how it came to be. I heard a rumor online that some fool accidentally broke the seal while diving, and this thing was unleashed. What a reckless idiot. Speaking of which, how has the world transformed into this? With practitioners of the arcane arts and legendary swords emerging, now we have a sealed monster surfacing as well. Hey, I've no intention of returning to work. Once this is over, I shall seek a master at Longhu Mountain to learn the arts of cultivation. Who knows, I might become a practitioner myself. By the way, I recently added a Taoist online who claims he can teach me the ways of cultivation, but the tuition is rather steep, $99.88. However, he mentioned that for every person I bring to him, I could reduce the fee by 1,000. Would either of you care to join me in seeking a master?" The two friends regarded him with incredulity, as if he were a fool. "Why bring this up now? Are we not brothers?" The trio huddled together, preparing to contact the online Taoist and arrange for their tuition to learn the craft. In a secluded corner of a residential area by the shore, Yunqing sat atop a high-rise rooftop, enjoying a splendid view of the coastline. After summoning the flame demon, he had gained access to its perspective. Through testing, he discovered that as long as he did not actively sever the connection, he could remotely control it from any location. Thus, Yunqing resolved to distance himself from the surface of the sea, ensuring he would not be detected by the authorities. After all, the commotion caused by the infernal demon seemed to resonate with a magnitude of 1 billion. He had witnessed firsthand the military convoys arriving from various avenues of the resort, fully armed soldiers taking control of a coastline stretching several kilometers. The signals in this area had been completely jammed. Not only was it impossible to stream videos, but even phone calls could not be made. Nevertheless, Yunqing's gains were quite substantial. As soon as the infernal demon revealed itself, tens of thousands of tourists along the shore scattered in terror, their screams echoing as they fled, fearful that a moment's delay would place them in the front line. This incident contributed nearly 130,000 points of shock value to Yunqing, not to mention the ongoing influx of income records. It was estimated that this performance would yield at least 200,000 points of shock value. With each performance, the items he acquired multiplied, and the shock value he could garner escalated rapidly. He believed it would not be long before the extraordinary tales he had woven would transform into reality. The earth would give rise to true extraordinary powers, and he would orchestrate it all from the shadows. With a smile, Yunqing retrieved his phone to check the time. It was now 8:43 in the evening. The infernal demon could only exist for 1 hour after being summoned. With approximately 20 minutes remaining, he had ample time to execute his plan. He had not forgotten that his objective this time was to showcase the infernal demon's extraordinary prowess and intimidate high-ranking officials from various nations. Rising from the edge of the rooftop, Yunqing gazed at the conspicuous figure of the red glowing humanoid in the distance. Initially summoned in a weakened state, the infernal demon stood at a mere 7 to 8 meters tall. However, after half an hour of recovery, its form had reached its zenith, towering over 380 meters, emanating a terrifying sense of oppression. It was time to reveal its might to the world. Yunqing divided his focus, immersing himself in the infernal demon's perspective, gradually realizing his ability to control its every movement. A flood of memories surged into Yunqing's mind, encompassing the spells and innate abilities the infernal demon could wield. "Arise, great sword!" Yunqing proclaimed dramatically, pressing his hands to his chest and then symbolically parting them. The previously motionless infernal demon began to tremble. Countless soldiers and members of the investigative team on the shore felt an invisible dread wash over them. They collectively turned their gazes toward the giant of light on the sea. The being raised its hands to its chest, fingers made of red light penetrating the surface, and then slowly parted them. A profound fissure appeared in its chest, from which countless blinding red rays burst forth. A long sword, forged from surging magma in a Western style, emerged from the crack, thick droplets of viscous lava dripping downward, creating splashes on the boiling sea. It grasped the hilt of the magma sword and forcefully drew it outward. The 200-meter-long sword of magma was unveiled before the world, its blade continuously flowing with scalding lava. Beneath the giant's feet, the sea churned violently, with several thick streams of lava erupting from the cracks in the seabed, incessantly gushing forth. Countless fish have perished due to toxic gases and extreme temperatures, their lifeless bodies drifting upon the ocean's surface, creating a horrifying apocalyptic scene. Submersible reconnaissance devices dispatched by the military relay these images back to the rear, while experts summoned hastily by the authorities tirelessly analyze the identity of this monstrous being. Among them are historians, theologians, and specialists in ancient texts. They are all astounded by the grotesque terror of this giant, endeavoring to correlate its existence with the legends inscribed in their tomes, attempting to uncover the origins of the Colossus. The world must be purified. Eerie syllables resonate in the ears of all present. Though the language remains incomprehensible, its meaning is universally understood, reminiscent of the legendary telepathy. The live footage is transmitted to the conference room of the National Security Bureau, where senior officials furrow their brows as they gaze at the screen. The creature has finally revealed its inclination to attack, wielding a colossal sword that flows with molten lava, an absurd sight. Moreover, it possesses the ability to speak. This signifies that it is an intelligent being. However, judging by its menacing draw of the sword and its somewhat deranged utterances, it appears that it has no intention of negotiating peacefully. At this moment, Minister He lowers his head to examine the data on his tablet, exclaiming in shock. According to analyses conducted by the technical department's experts, this creature is likely a deity from Norse mythology. It is named Surtr. In the conference room, all eyes converge upon Minister He, while an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit gazes on with intrigue. Minister He swallows hard, his voice somewhat dry. In Norse mythology, Surtr is the fire giant, wielding a massive sword adorned with flowing patterns of magma, known as the Flame Sword. In the prophecy of Ragnarok, he symbolizes the executor of the cleansing of the old world. The elder furrows his brow, puzzled by the connection to Norse mythology. He queries, "Is this information accurate?" We cannot ascertain. It is merely that the giant at sea shares numerous characteristics with Surtur from Norse mythology. I propose that since it can speak, we should dispatch a helicopter to attempt communication. Seconded. Seconded. Then let us first attempt to communicate. If that fails, we shall open fire immediately. Chapter 37. Strike. At a resort hotel along the glass coast of City Inn, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty in a bikini leaned against the balcony. Her cerulean eyes widened, unblinking as she gazed at the colossal figure composed of crimson light in the distance. Even from several kilometers away, the flowing red radiance was distinctly visible. The immense body, towering over 300 meters, floated on the surface of the sea, instilling a suffocating sense of oppression even from afar. Her name was Emily, a spy dispatched by the British Empire to infiltrate China. She had been lurking within the borders of China for several years, posing as a manager in a foreign enterprise. Her visit to the glass coast of City Inn was intended for a well-deserved vacation, but she never anticipated encountering an extraordinary event. Observing the 100-meter giant formed of fiery brilliance, along with its massive sword flowing with magma, she noted that the sea beneath it was ablaze, with terrifying dark red magma surging from the depths. The scene resembled an apocalyptic vision. Emily couldn't help but recall the Norse myth of the ruler of the Land of Fire, Surtur, the executor of world destruction. This entity possessed a stature as imposing as a mountain and wielded a sword longer than the walls of Asgard. It too could manipulate flames and magma. Just moments ago, it had proclaimed its intent to purify the world. All these traits resonated with the tales her mother had recounted by the hearth during her childhood. I can scarcely believe that a Norse deity has manifested in China. As a casual Christian, Emily's worldview shattered completely. She retrieved her phone, eager to relay this horrifying and absurd news back to Britain. The legendary deity has appeared. The world is bound to undergo tremendous change. Her nation must be prepared. However, her specially designated satellite phone yielded no response, and she frustratedly set it down. The Chinese authorities acted swiftly, deploying a significant military presence to control the situation, even jamming satellite signals in the area. Truly, this formidable nation, which dared to challenge the hegemony of the United States, demonstrated execution and cohesion that surpassed the majority of countries worldwide. At that moment, Emily caught a glimpse of a helicopter heading towards the figure resembling Surtur. Leaning against the marble railing, she anxiously watched as it departed. Could the Chinese authorities be attempting to communicate with it? But it was the executor of world destruction in the twilight of the gods. Could humanity truly engage in equal dialogue with a deity? Meanwhile, atop a distant skyscraper, Yinxing remained immersed in the perspective of the flame demon. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that he was being perceived as the fire giant Surtur from Norse mythology. Had he known, Yinxing would have gladly embraced the legendary name. He was guiding the flame demon, preparing to unleash some extraordinary tactics. Yet, a helicopter approached from the far sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Yinxing activated the innate spell of the flame demon. Behind the demon, a dozen fireballs began to coalesce, each the size of a truck, radiating intense heat. The cloud of flame projectiles erupted forth, hurtling towards the helicopter high above. Whoosh, whoosh. The fireballs, enveloped in waves of intense heat, shot skyward. The helicopter pilot, peering through the windshield, was astounded to see the massive fireballs approaching. Damn it. We haven't even begun negotiations, and they're already attacking. What the hell? The pilot cursed, swiftly maneuvering the helicopter with acrobatic precision to evade the barrage of flames. The helicopter weaved perilously between the fireballs, the scene fraught with danger. Several times, the wings nearly grazed the fireballs, and the crew on board could even feel the terrifying heat waves. They could only close their eyes and pray, hoping the pilot would lead them to safety. Yet, if the pilot had done nothing, they would not have faced any peril. Now, as the helicopter darted chaotically yet remained unscathed, it was evident that the pilot possessed remarkable skill. Evaded danger. The creature below exhibits a fierce desire to attack, requesting evacuation. The control tower acknowledged. Please return to base as quickly as possible. We will implement the contingency plan immediately. The helicopter sped toward the shore, while in the distance, illuminated by the flames against the night sky, several fighter jets resembling Ginkgo leaves approached swiftly, their speed akin to lightning. Tourists on the hotel balcony by the shore gazed in astonishment at the aerial spectacle of Ginkgo leaves. One corpulent, middle-aged visitor exclaimed, "Is it an uncommissioned sixth-generation aircraft from Huaxia? Absolutely stunning." The nation is evidently taking the creature by the seaside very seriously. The crowd marveled as the sixth-generation fighters soared toward the beast on the ocean surface. Emily on the hotel balcony was equally astounded. After failing to communicate with the divine, Huaxia chose to initiate an assault. Were they not afraid of divine retribution? Indeed, the people of Huaxia appeared to be faithless anomalies. Emily gripped the railing tightly, her graceful figure trembling slightly. She dared not witness the confrontation between Huaxia and the divine. In her subconscious, such an act was undeniably an affront to the divine. Meanwhile, within the cockpit of the sixth-generation aircraft, the pilot confidently engaged the controls of this pinnacle of global technology. He pressed the targeting button, preparing to utilize the fire control radar to scan the colossal being below, only to discover that the radar showed no response whatsoever. The entity was as if cloaked in invisibility, devoid of thermal signatures and surface reflections. Yet, the pilot could clearly discern the form of the creature through the cockpit windshield. This was unscientific, bordering on the arcane. Control tower. The fire control radar cannot lock onto the target. Acknowledged. Please attempt manual bombing. The pilot activated the AI assistance feature of the sixth-generation aircraft, effortlessly pinpointing the creature's location in the sea. Several glide-guided bombs launched from the bay, equipped with thermobaric warheads. With satellite and inertial guidance, the bombs, each with an explosive yield of over 500 kilograms, could effectively obliterate any biological entity within a 30-meter radius. Any creature on Earth would be reduced to mere blood and flesh in its presence. At this moment, they hurtled towards the 300-meter-tall, crimson giant below, akin to a legion of reapers brandishing their scythe-like chains. The sixth-generation aircraft unleashed the entirety of its payload, expending every bomb within its bay, before soaring gracefully into the distance. They had fulfilled their designated combat orders and now awaited the guided bombs to annihilate the monstrous entity beneath. Meanwhile, within the conference room, all the senior officials were transfixed by the screen, their anticipation palpable as they yearned to ascertain whether humanity's war machines could vanquish this suspected Nordic deity. Chapter 38, Setback. By the coast, Zhao Huaimin stood on the beach alongside the colonel, as the briny sea breeze intertwined with the sweltering heat. With a furrowed brow, Zhao gazed anxiously into the distance. Illuminated by the flames, the night sky was streaked with dozens of gliding, guided missiles, plummeting like shooting stars. No living being in the world could withstand such an onslaught of advanced weaponry. Yet, this time, the situation was markedly different. They were to confront a giant towering over 300 meters high, an unknown entity, exuding an aura of terrifying power, composed entirely of pure light. Could victory truly be within reach? The colonel, sensing Zhao's trepidation, exuded confidence. 500 kilograms of guided missile can generate an explosive overpressure of 30 psi, reaching temperatures as high as 2,500 degrees Celsius. Even Ultraman cannot withstand more than a few hits. His words resonated with conviction, infusing Zhao Huaimin with a sense of hope. Zhao nodded, adjusting his black-framed glasses, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He fervently wished that the colonel's assertions held true, that these missiles could indeed pose a threat to the entity lurking in the ocean. At that moment, the missiles cascaded down upon the giant like a torrential rain. The deafening sound of explosions reverberated, illuminating the entire seascape in an instant. When the guided missiles struck the giant's surface, a blinding flash erupted, akin to the sun exploding before their eyes. Even from several kilometers away, both Zhao and the colonel were momentarily blinded, the brilliance leaving a lingering white halo on their retinas. The gale produced by the detonations swept across the coast, causing the tall coconut trees to sway and rustle ominously. Towering waves of 3 to 4 meters crashed against the shore, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the National Security Bureau, all eyes were glued to the screen. The explosive results seemed to indicate that their divine extermination plan was progressing favorably, with the adversary exhibiting no means of retaliation. Just as representatives from the Army, Navy, and Air Force began to applaud in celebration, the explosion footage on the LCD screen suddenly shifted. The resplendent flames birthed from the impact of the missiles began to contract, as if someone had pressed a rewind button. Simultaneously, the giant upon the sea exhibited a peculiar transformation. Its red form, composed of pure radiance, twisted and writhed, seemingly absorbing the heat and intensity generated by the explosions. At that moment, it glowed with an even more intense crimson light, its presence becoming increasingly formidable. The eerie voice of the giant reverberated in the ears of those present. Filled with wrath, "Humans, dare you offend me?" In its left hand, it brandished a molten lava sword, slowly advancing upon the ocean's surface. Though its pace was unhurried, each step spanned over 100 meters, drawing ever closer to the shore. The sword, submerged in the water, boiled the surrounding seawater with its searing heat. As the giant moved, the blade cleaved through the sea, creating tumultuous waves on either side. The giant approached with overwhelming force. On the beach, soldiers gripped their steel rifles tightly. Without waiting for orders from their superiors, not a single soul chose to flee, despite the terror that the imposing giant inspired. As the representative of the military on site, the colonel's expression darkened significantly, disbelief escaping his lips as he murmured, "How is this possible? How can this be?" Zhao Huaimin's heart plummeted. The flicker of hope he had just felt extinguished in an instant. Indeed, matters concerning the extraordinary could not be fathomed by modern science. Not even dozens of guided missiles could inflict the slightest harm upon the foe. At present, it appeared that the adversary had absorbed the explosions, emerging even more formidable. Meanwhile, on the hotel balcony by the shore, Emily trembled as she raised her phone to record. Biting her lip, she gazed in terror at the crimson-hued giant. Untouched by the blast, it was indeed the deity's searcher. Humanity's weapons were utterly ineffective against him, merely serving to provoke his wrath and invoke divine retribution. Her distress was understandable, for the giant advancing towards the coast, dragging his sword, was a sight too horrific to behold. The closer one drew, the more palpable the oppressive aura, reminiscent of both god and demon, became. A terrifying heat wave swept across the coastline, causing the onlookers on the hotel balcony to panic and seek an escape. In the conference room of the National Security Bureau, the atmosphere was exceptionally grave. According to the monitoring data from the technical department, 32 guided missiles had successfully detonated. Yet the results were. He presented the technical department's analysis to the assembly, his tone heavy. The missiles have only served to strengthen the adversary, which necessitates a revision of our subsequent rocket bombardment plans. The expressions of the senior officials present were far from favorable. The giant's indifference to missiles, even absorbing energy from the explosions, was an unforeseen development. Could it be, as the technical department suggested, that this entity was indeed a Norse deity? A female executive furrowed her brow, stating, "The adversary has already exhibited a strong desire to attack. If we do not evacuate the civilians post-haste, the situation could escalate further." The elderly gentleman in Zhongshan suit at the head of the conference table spoke, surveying the assembly with a steely gaze. "Immediately evacuate the coastal residents to a safe zone. The Army, Navy, and Air Force must buy time for the evacuation. I will petition the Military Commission for authorization to deploy a cloudburst bomb." The cost of such an action was staggering. The high temperatures and shock waves produced by a cloudburst explosion could utterly devastate the surrounding ecological environment, an ecological catastrophe of monumental proportions. Moreover, in such a short time frame, we could not guarantee the safe evacuation of every civilian, risking casualties. Was there any war without loss of life? The conference room erupted into chaos. each person voicing their opinions. Unmoved, the elderly gentleman declared with unwavering resolve, "I have decided to initiate the cloudburst strike plan." Concurrently, all departments must collaborate closely to expedite the evacuation process, minimizing casualties and damages. Seeing the elders' determination, the assembly fell silent and prepared for the ensuing tasks. In any team, a single voice must prevail. If every individual sought to speak, no task would be accomplished effectively. However, should the disciplinary committee pursue accountability afterward, it would undoubtedly be the one who made the decision who bore full responsibility. This only served to illustrate that despite the immense pressure, the elder was resolute in his desire to eradicate the monster threatening City Inn. The senior officials began to relay the directives for the meeting, and everything commenced to operate with fervent urgency. The elder reclined against the back of his chair, his gaze resolute. "We shall never permit this individual to exert its influence upon the sacred land of Huaxia, regardless of its status as some so-called Norse deity." Orders were issued, and from 1,000 miles away in City Inn, residents in the vicinity of the Glass Sea simultaneously received urgent evacuation messages. People hurriedly gathered their essential belongings, fearful of being unable to escape in time. However, upon exiting their homes, they discovered numerous buses lining the streets, accompanied by fully armed soldiers maintaining order at the scene. Their initial panic gradually subsided as they formed orderly lines to board the vehicles. Buses, brimming with passengers, made their way toward the city center. The foreign tourists, compelled to evacuate, were equally astonished by the swift actions of the Huaxia authorities. Such execution capabilities and composure in the face of disaster truly exemplified the strength of a world power. Nevertheless, they also realized that the Huaxia authorities likely could not eliminate the creature by the sea. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a forced evacuation of the residents. Meanwhile, along the coastline, countless soldiers were also retreating. Their weapons proved ineffective against the giant radiating red light, compelling a strategic withdrawal. Yet, behind them lay formidable support. At the military base closest to the coastline, various long-range weaponry was poised, targeting the surface of the sea. With a mere command, thousands of artillery shells would be unleashed. Above in the sky, dozens of 5th and 6th generation aircraft navigated through the clouds. Their payloads contained high-yield missiles. Even if they could not destroy the giant below, they could at least impede its advance, thereby buying precious time for the evacuation of residents and comrades. Chapter 39. A sword comes from the west. On the surface of the sea, the colossal figure wielding a sword drew ever closer to the shore. A terrifying wave of heat engulfed the entire beach, and the overwhelming aura emanating from the giant rendered the air almost suffocating. Soldiers systematically withdrew from the front lines, while the fleet of aircraft soaring above opened their munitions bays, poised to drop bombs to shield their comrades. The situation was dire. War was on the brink of eruption. Meanwhile, from the heights of a residential building in the distance, Yunqing divided a significant portion of his focus from the perspective of the flame demon. He observed the tense situation along the coastline and the roaring aircraft above, realizing that the dread power of the flame demon had already stirred the nerves of the authorities. Residents were hastily evacuating, and all manner of aircraft and artillery had made their appearances, indicating that the officials were prepared for a relentless confrontation with the flame demon. However, the flame demon he had summoned could only exist for 1 hour, and only 7 to 8 minutes remained until the summoning ended. If he did not make his move soon, the outcome would be a barrage of firepower from the officials, leading to the successful extermination of the extraordinary giant. Consequently, the threat posed by the flame demon to the nation would diminish significantly. Yunqing concentrated further on controlling the flame demon and then leapt from the rooftop, landing gracefully on his ethereal sword. It was now his moment to shine. The immortal cultivator Zhao Yin was about to make his appearance. He dispelled the invisibility effect of his enchanted ring and soared toward the coast on his sword. In the conference room of the National Security Bureau, the atmosphere remained tense, with high-ranking officials fixated on their screens. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit slowly raised his arm, preparing to issue an order for unrestricted fire. Suddenly, Minister, he glanced up, a look of surprise crossing his face as he exclaimed, "The technical department has relayed news. Satellites have detected an unidentified object flying at high speed along the coastline. Upon verification, it is Zhao Yan, who is retrieving the celestial sword from the long lock pool." The high-ranking officials in the conference room were momentarily taken aback. Zhao Yan? Wasn't he an immortal cultivator? Could it be that his sudden appearance was intended to confront the giant? Before they could ponder further, the technical department transmitted the satellite footage to each screen. They witnessed a streak of emerald light sweep across the sky above the residential area, leaving a comet-like tail in its wake. As the focus sharpened, the officials saw that the green light was indeed a long sword. Standing upon the blade was a man clad in gray robes. The satellite footage was remarkably clear, revealing the features of the individual, and upon comparison, it was unmistakably Zhao Yan from the confidential files. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit slowly lowered his arm. Perhaps this sudden appearance of Zhao Yan was indeed directed at the giant. When he retrieved the sword from the long lock pool, his demeanor toward the authorities had been rather amicable, even instructing them to alert and evacuate the populace. Otherwise, given the might of the celestial sword, the scene could have led to catastrophic consequences. Let us observe the situation for now. If things take a turn for the worse, we can then resort to fire. He contemplated this, and after a moment of excitement, the high-ranking officials in the conference room began to regain their composure. Someone furrowed their brow and spoke. His objective must be that giant, but can he handle it? It is hard to say. Our conventional weapons cannot inflict any damage upon the giant. Yet, the one arriving on the sword is an immortal cultivator. Perhaps he possesses a means to confront it? I suggest we remain on standby to support him, and, if the situation deteriorates, we should execute the cloudburst bomb strike plan. Agreed. After confirming the next course of action, the senior officials continued to gaze at the screen. Yunqing was oblivious to the fact that his appearance had sparked discussions among the high-ranking officials. He soared above the streets and residential buildings on his ethereal sword, making his way toward the shoreline. Meanwhile, the residents, who were gradually evacuating, were captivated by the commotion above. They looked up in astonishment to see a man clad in gray flying on a sword. Many in the crowd pulled out their phones to record videos, and some frequent internet users immediately recognized the identity of the ethereal sword, exclaiming, "That green sword looks familiar. Could it be the legendary dragon locking sword from online folklore?" It appears the cultivator is heading toward the monster by the sea. Does that mean we can stay? Are you foolish? What if the cultivator cannot defeat it either? Did you not see that the monster is impervious to cannon fire? The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet they continued to board buses toward the Safe City district. After all, life is precious, and if the cultivator failed to vanquish the monster, there would be no time to flee. Yunqing flew at a leisurely pace over the ocean, primarily to impress the evacuating residents and garner a bit of astonishment for himself. After all, even the smallest contributions can lead to monumental outcomes. As he glided toward the sea, news of his arrival had already spread along the coast, and his aerial display had been captured by satellites and relayed to the frontline command center. Inside the command center, a colonel and Zhao Huaimin observed the footage on their screens, captivated by Yunqing's elegant swordplay. Zhao Huaimin's expression was one of exhilaration. The tension in his shoulders eased as he joyfully remarked, "Finally, a cultivator is willing to take action." The members of the Cultivation Control Bureau nearby also displayed signs of relief, for they were familiar with this individual, Zhao Yan, the cultivator who had subdued the dragon locking sword at the dragon locking pool. His current trajectory suggested a confrontation with the colossal red light moving along the ocean's surface. The power of the sword beneath him was extraordinary, especially considering the mountain peaks that once split the dragon locking pool still stood tall. Therefore, the members of the Cultivation Control Bureau did not underestimate him or that formidable sword. However, the colonel expressed a pessimistic outlook, unable to fathom how Zhao Yan alone could contend with a terrifying giant over 300 meters tall. After all, this giant was unyielding even to artillery fire. The fearsome power of the giant had left the colonel disheartened regarding the prospect of its defeat. Furrowing his brow, He observed the overly enthusiastic crowd in the command center and sighed deeply. We must still prepare for emergencies, just in case before the colonel could finish his sentence. A thunderous roar emanated from the giant by the sea, signaling its own voice. The strange and cryptic tones reached the ears of the onlookers, and they immediately grasped its meaning. 1,000 years, you still possess a legacy. The giant's roar echoed along the coast, seemingly directed at the approaching cultivator, Zhao Yan. Zhao Huaimin's eyes gleamed with insight. Could it be that the giant was familiar with the forces backing Zhao Yan? 1,000 years, such a distant time. This was a rare opportunity to gather information about cultivators, providing crucial clues regarding the extraordinary powers in Huaxia. He hurriedly exited the command center, and upon stepping outside, he beheld a glimmer of emerald light on the distant horizon. Zhao Yan descended upon them, riding his verdant celestial sword. Adorned in a flowing gray robe that fluttered in the wind, his eyes shimmered with golden brilliance as he gazed down imperiously at the towering crimson giant below. On the riverbank, Zhao Huaimin, equipped with a telescope, captured this breathtaking scene. A slight tremor coursed through his body, for he sensed that Yunqing's presence rivaled that of the giant, perhaps even surpassing it. Is this the formidable aura of a cultivator? Chapter 40. A Sword Against the Heavens. In the distance, within a luxurious resort, Emily remained steadfastly on the balcony, reluctant to withdraw. She lifted her phone to capture the moment, her arm trembling slightly. Suddenly, a green light streaked across the horizon, revealing a figure soaring through the air on a sword. My God, is this the extraordinary being of Huaxia? Emily gasped in awe, covering her mouth in disbelief. Having concealed herself in Huaxia for several years, she had absorbed its culture, and at the sight of the gray-clad man gliding on his sword, she immediately thought of the sword immortals from online novels. She had believed them to be mere figments of a writer's imagination, yet here was the reality before her. It seemed he had come in response to the awakening of the Norse deity. As Emily observed the confrontation between Surtr and the gray-clad man, she drew a cross over her heart with one hand, murmuring, "O God, please protect your faithful from this calamity." With the arrival of the extraordinary, she began to believe in the existence of God. However, she was perplexed as to why the pagans were revealing themselves while the God she worshipped had yet to perform any miracles. Had Yunqing known of Emily's thoughts, he would have assured her that God would indeed descend, but not at this moment, for God was rather preoccupied. At that time, Yunqing was simultaneously managing the infernal demon and masquerading as the cultivator Zhao Yan. Both tasks demanded immense concentration, exhausting his spirit further. Fortunately, having reached the 10th level of qi refinement, he had experienced significant enhancements in both body and mind, allowing him to endure for a while longer, though not indefinitely. He needed to conclude this performance swiftly, otherwise he would be unable to maintain it. Yunqing gazed down at the towering infernal demon, a creature that resembled both god and devil. It had only 3 to 4 minutes left before its demise, and the next scene would see him slay it with a single strike. Thus, a terrifying giant, impervious to modern weaponry, would fall to the sword of the cultivator Zhao Yan. Surely, this would instill even greater trepidation in the authorities regarding cultivators. When he interacted with them, he would feel a sense of security. After all, they would not wish to provoke the wrath of a sword immortal and the retribution of the forces behind him. Moreover, by vanquishing the giant, he would be alleviating a significant problem for the authorities, placing him in a morally superior position. Although this calamity had been unleashed by him, and the only cultivator present was himself and a small cat, there was no substantial extraordinary force to contend with. Yunqing smirked slyly, deciding to commence his performance. He composed his expression, his golden eyes glinting as he surveyed the scene below, his voice unwavering as he proclaimed, "You wretched demons still possess a fragment of your soul. How fortuitous that I may test my ethereal sword upon your corporeal form." His words, amplified by the effects of his ring, resonated across the expanse of the sea. On the shore, Zhao Huaimin, peering through his binoculars, felt a surge of excitement. The cultivator Zhao Yan's words indicated a lack of fear towards the crimson giant. It appeared that the higher-ups need not resort to dropping cloudburst bombs into the sea. Beside him, a colonel officer clicked his tongue in disbelief. Did this cultivator truly harbor such audacity? After all, this monster had withstood over 30 guided missiles. Could a mere flying sword truly inflict harm? It was no wonder the colonel harbored skepticism towards Yunqing. The disparity between him and the colossal giant upon the sea was immense. Standing before the adversary felt akin to an ant facing an elephant. One had yet to hear of an ant besting an elephant in an arm wrestling contest. Yet, the clouds high above paid no heed to such matters. If he were to engage the fire demon in combat, he would undoubtedly be vanquished. After all, the opponent was a demigod-like being from another realm, capable of crushing him with a mere flick of a finger. However, the current fire demon was under his control. How could he possibly allow it to prevail? Yunqing placed one hand behind his back, employing his telekinetic abilities to levitate momentarily in the air. His spiritual energy was sufficient to sustain him for about 10 minutes, allowing him to hover briefly without the aid of the Tongyu sword. Almost immediately, his golden eyes sparkled with intensity, and a cold, disdainful smile graced his lips. I have no time for idle chatter. Perish, demon. He raised his hand, and the Tongyu sword beneath him transformed into a radiant azure light, soaring to hover above his head. The onlookers on the shore beheld the sword's brilliance. Its blade expanded tremendously, soon reaching a height of 100 meters. The chillingly white blade, adorned with intricate patterns, radiated a dazzling divine glow. A terrifying sense of oppression engulfed them, and Zhao Huaimin, observing from the shore, found it hard to breathe, as if a sword's aura loomed over him. The might of the celestial sword was truly fearsome. Nearby, a colonel stumbled, disbelief etched upon his resolute visage. This sword might indeed pose a threat to the giant. The crowd was enveloped by the overwhelming pressure of the celestial sword, while the crimson giant upon the sea began to respond. The godlike creature raised its hand, lifting a 100-meter sword forged from lava. The molten sword cleaved through the ocean's surface, unleashing towering waves of tens of meters. Large droplets of lava cascaded from the blade, with some even crashing onto a nearby resort hotel. The concrete walls melted instantaneously, creating a gaping hole large enough for a truck to pass through. Fortunately, the tourists had already evacuated. Otherwise, it would have been a calamity. A millennium ago, you banished me. Now you seek my annihilation. The crimson giant roared, brandishing its sword to strike at Yunqing in the sky. The high-ranking officials in the conference room felt a wave of anxiety. This giant's initial move was cataclysmic, and the 100-meter-long lava sword was truly formidable. Would Zhao Yin above be able to withstand it? However, the unfolding events defied their expectations. The Tongyu sword above Yunqing had expanded to an astounding magnitude, 100-fold of its previous size. The chilling blade, imbued with razor-sharp intent, descended upon the crimson giant. Whoosh! The snow-white sword light plummeted through the lens of high-definition satellites. The officials in the conference room clearly observed the giant attempting to block the incoming sword light with its lava sword. Yet upon contact, the molten blade shattered explosively. This single strike was terrifyingly powerful. It had effortlessly severed the giant's weapon. Before the officials could express their astonishment, the sword light remained unscathed, continuing its relentless descent towards the crimson giant. Bang! The snow-white sword light struck the giant's shoulder. Countless soldiers on the shore watched in awe as the blade sliced through the giant's body as smoothly as a knife through butter, cleaving the creature of crimson light in twain. A dazzling crimson light surged forth from the wound as the giant's colossal form rapidly disintegrated. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of heat radiated outward. Even at a distance, Zhao Huaimin on the shore felt overwhelmed, shielding his face with his hand, as if he were ensconced within a furnace. He dared not open his eyes to behold the giant's condition, for the brilliance was too blinding. The high-ranking officials in the conference room, however, harbored no such reservations. They fixated on the screen before them, unable to believe the spectacle unfolding. This giant, impervious to the threat of conventional weaponry, with its towering frame of over 300 meters, had instilled an unrelenting sense of oppression. Yet now, It had been slain by Zhao Yan's single sword strike. Is this the essence of a cultivator? Chapter 41. The successful retreat, the colossal giant of the sea was cleaved in two by the sword's aura, its mournful cries resonating like thunder in a drought. All eyes were fixed upon it as it slowly toppled towards the ocean's surface, its shattered form scattering into crimson sparks. In mere moments, the towering figure, exceeding 380 meters in height, vanished before the astonished onlookers. The raging flames upon the water were extinguished, yet the tumultuous waves continued to narrate the events that had just transpired. It is dead? The colonel on the shore could hardly believe it. This terrifying giant, impervious even to missiles, had met such an abrupt end. His worldview was utterly shattered. Could it be that modern weaponry truly pales in comparison to the flying swords of cultivators? The colonel began to question the reliability of the modern military forces he had so fervently trusted, wondering whether they could maintain national security in this tumultuous world. He dared not contemplate the possibility of such fearsome giants appearing with alarming frequency. How could he defend his country then, relying not on soldiers and firearms, but on cultivators and their flying swords? The colonel gazed bitterly at the ethereal figure hovering above. Yunqing was unaware that his single strike had profoundly influenced many individuals' perceptions of the future. At that moment, he was surveying the vanishing infernal creature below. The timing was perfect. The full force of the Tongyu sword had split the infernal being in two. The entity had relinquished all resistance, braving the strike head-on. Although its form sustained grievous injuries, as an elemental being, it could still absorb natural energies to heal. However, its summoning period had just concluded, leading spectators to perceive it as if it had been obliterated by a single sword stroke. Yunqing, satisfied, retracted the Tongyu sword. The 100-meter-long blade swiftly transformed back into its original shape, morphing into a green light that flew back to his feet, just as he intended to withdraw with a flourish. A glimmer of white light below caught his attention. Peering down, he noticed that the spot where the giant had disappeared was now gathering flecks of white light. What could that be? He was somewhat intrigued, recalling that upon the cessation of the infernal creature's summoning, it was supposed to be completely vanquished, with no remnants like spiritual cores remaining. Could it be the mythical creature's core that the mages had mentioned? Perplexed, Yunqing decided to fly down on his sword towards the surface of the sea. Upon reaching the source of the white light, it suddenly dissipated, revealing a crystal, the size of a fingernail, floating atop the water. Yunqing reached out to retrieve it, examining it closely for a moment, but finding nothing extraordinary, so he simply pocketed it to study later. At that moment, a white surfboat approached from the distant shore. On board were 3 individuals, a stern-faced officer, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses, and a soldier steering the boat at the rear. None of them bore weapons, their intentions clear. They were heading towards Yunqing. Curious about their purpose, he wondered if they sought to engage with the extraordinary. The fact that only 3 individuals approached without firearms suggested they wished to convey goodwill. This was fortuitous, as Yunqing had originally intended to make contact with the authorities, only to find them more eager than he anticipated. Indeed, the overwhelming presence of the flame demon has instilled considerable apprehension among those in authority, who must be eager to uncover the origins of this creature and whether any similar monstrosities exist. After all, should such an entity appear with alarming regularity in the future, it would spell disaster. Yunqing decided to halt his sword above the ocean's surface, channeling spiritual energy to his eyes to activate a technique that discerns the malice in others. His golden gaze shimmered as he observed a surfboard slicing through the waves, advancing swiftly towards him. Greetings, Zhao Yan, cultivator. I am Zhao Huaimin from the National Security Bureau, and we wish to engage in a discussion with you. The white surfboard steadied itself beside Yunqing, and Zhao Huaimin spoke first, his demeanor slightly agitated as he gazed up at Yunqing with awe. Before him stood a genuine cultivator, a prospect he had never anticipated would materialize. An earlier mandate had been issued from above, prompting an attempt to establish contact with cultivators. He had expected that after vanquishing the giant, Yunqing would simply depart. Yet he was taken aback that the cultivator awaited his arrival. This presented an opportunity. Yinqing stood upon his ethereal sword, hovering 3 or 4 meters above the ocean, surveying the 3 individuals below him. They radiated a faint white light, devoid of any ominous shadows that would signify malevolence. It appeared they genuinely sought communication. Yinqing nodded, his voice as serene as a mountain stream. You have come regarding the creature that has emerged, have you not? Indeed, could it truly be the Norse deity, Surt? Zhao Huaimin articulated the analysis of the theological experts from the technical department, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for Yinqing's response. How did you arrive at this conclusion? Yinqing inquired, furrowing his brow in curiosity. He was unfamiliar with this Surtur and had merely intended to label the flame demon as an ancient, malevolent entity. However, it seemed the authorities had misconstrued something, associating the flame demon with a mythical being. Is it truly he? Zhao Huaimin adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, interpreting Yinqing's inquiry as a rhetorical question. His excitement surged as he believed he had gleaned a fragment of the truth about the real world, only to realize he had misinterpreted Yinqing's intent. You are correct. Yinqing chose not to elaborate further. Since the authorities had formulated a hypothesis about the flame demon's identity, he decided to let them delve deeper into their misconceptions. This seemed advantageous, as they could hardly resurrect the flame demon to extract the truth. In doing so, he had successfully altered the course of reality, transforming the tales from books into tangible existence. Zhao Huaimin pressed on. We also wish to know why he has manifested here. I do not know. I was merely sent forth by my sect, instructed to quell demons and exorcise malevolence, and unexpectedly encountered this. The entity was merely a remnant of a soul. Otherwise, I cannot have so effortlessly dispelled it. Yinqing refrained from providing excessive detail, recognizing that the more he divulged, the more inaccuracies would arise. Zhao Huaimin, bewildered, processed this revelation. The seemingly Norse deity was merely a wisp of soul. If that were the case, what terrifying power would the complete being possess? Was it akin to the myths, capable of severing the world tree with a sword, heralding the annihilation of the old world? Listening to the previous dialogue between the giant and Zhao Yan, it seems highly likely that the other sect has sealed him, which could imply that the hidden sects of Huaxia are even more formidable. After all, a millennium ago, they dispatched Su Ertaer and even sealed away a fragment of his soul. We are eager to understand your perspective and that of your sect regarding Huaxia. The colonel beside them adjusted the black earpiece by his ear, hesitating before speaking. Zhao Huaimin swallowed hard, directing his gaze towards Yinqing, seeking to discern his thoughts. It appears that the authorities are somewhat challenged in exerting control over them. We, too, are citizens of Huaxia and harbor no hostility towards our nation. Yinqing looked down at the colonel on the surfboat, recognizing the earpiece he wore, and was aware that high-ranking officials were undoubtedly listening to his response. He replied calmly, I have emerged solely to vanquish demons and malevolent beings, with no intention of interfering in the internal affairs of the state. With these words, Yinqing no longer awaited their reaction. He simply soared away on his sword. He had conveyed what needed to be said, leaving the resolution to the authorities. After all, having just vanquished the fire demon with a single strike, the might of the sword immortal was firmly established. Surely, the state would be reluctant to offend a benevolent sword immortal, for a sword that can slay demons could also. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the National Security Bureau, the high-ranking officials sat in silence. The elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit reclined in his soft chair. On the screen before them, a green light ascended into the sky, only to vanish amidst the clouds. The report indicated that the satellite had lost track. It seemed the other party possessed the ability to become invisible. Chapter 42. International Situation within the confines of the National Security Agency's conference room. The initially tense atmosphere lightened somewhat. The giant, vanquished by the sword of an immortal cultivator, rendered the subsequent cloudburst bomb plan unnecessary. Such immensely powerful weaponry should ideally be avoided whenever possible. Some high-ranking officials wore expressions of relief, having not anticipated that matters could be resolved so effortlessly. Yet, several military representatives remained visibly concerned. Although the giant, seemingly a Nordic deity, had been eliminated, there was no assurance that similar monstrosities would not emerge in the future. This recent confrontation illustrated that humanity's weaponry could inflict no significant harm upon such creatures. Had it not been for the intervention of the cultivator, they might have been compelled to resort to strategic weapons, with uncertain repercussions. One could hardly predict how unyielding the monsters might be. Would the safety of the nation truly hinge on the intervention of immortal cultivators in the future? One army representative spoke gravely. In this instance of the giant's assault, our trusted modern weaponry proved utterly ineffective. This signifies that should such an event recur, we will possess no viable solutions. His words jolted many senior officials into awareness, prompting them to recognize the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Indeed, without the cultivators, the ability to vanquish the giant would have been far from assured. At that point, the resort area would undoubtedly be lost, and perhaps even City Inn would face ruin. We cannot solely depend on the cultivators. We must find ways to harness similar powers. A senior official was the first to voice this sentiment, but another shook his head in despair. The National Security Agency has thoroughly scoured the repositories of the major sects within Huaxia, sending the rarest tomes for experimentation. Yet none have yielded successful cultivation thus far. Did this not imply that we would be relegated to subservience in the future? At the end of the conference table, a Mediterranean gentleman furrowed his brow and interjected, "I propose we negotiate with the cultivators, ensuring we acquire their cultivation methods. Monsters do not fear missiles. I refuse to believe they would also be unafraid of us. Are you out of your mind? Did you not see how Zhao Yin dealt with the giant? With a single stroke. Just one stroke." Minister, he slammed the table in frustration, scanning the room to take note of the eager expressions among several high-ranking officials. While some may falter against the monsters, they excel at intimidating their own. They all seemed keen to coerce the cultivators into revealing their secrets. Yet had they considered the consequences? Zhao Yin was not alone. He was backed by a reclusive sect. Should they provoke him, the sword he wielded might not strike at monsters, but rather at humans. Just as minister, he was about to deliver a sharp retort. The elderly gentleman in the Zhongshan suit, who had remained silent, finally made a move. He raised his hand to rap the conference table and, once the room quieted, spoke calmly. "From my perspective, Comrade Zhao Yin has left a favorable impression. There is no need for such an aggressive stance. It may render the authorities appear overbearing. Xiao he continued, let your department's Cultivation Management Bureau engage the cultivators. Remember to approach them with goodwill. Yes, I assure you I will convey our intentions." Minister, he nodded, and the elderly gentleman in the Zhongshan suit added, "Should they be willing to engage with us, we may consider purchasing their cultivation methods, allowing them to set the price. I cannot believe that cultivators truly exist in a state of sublime detachment, devoid of any desires." Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, in a private estate of the United States, President Trump is leisurely playing golf accompanied by Vice President Ease. As the esteemed leader of the United States, indulging in a round of golf after a busy day is a rare delight. Although he has only worked for 2 hours today, he still feels mentally and physically drained. This exhaustion is primarily due to his recent imposition of exorbitant tariffs on various nations, most of which have refrained from retaliation. However, Huaxia has audaciously disregarded his warnings and opted for reciprocal tariffs. How dare they not fear incurring his wrath? Trump pouts and strikes a beautiful golf shot. Oh, what a splendid swing. If this were a competition, you would undoubtedly be crowned champion. Vice President Ease enthusiastically applauds, seizing the opportunity to hand Trump a clean towel with utmost respect. "Ease, you certainly know how to flatter." Trump chuckles, patting his shoulder while wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow. He feels quite pleased to have such a loyal and obedient vice president. If only Huaxia could be as compliant. But that is evidently out of the question. At that moment, a shuttle bus approaches, carrying Director Ed of the CIA. "What brings you here? Is there some movement from Huaxia?" Trump inquires, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind as he observes Ed striding towards him. "Mr. President, we have received news from the British Intelligence S6 Division. They have agents who captured footage of an extraordinary battle in Huaxia." Ed delivers this explosive revelation, but the blonde president furrows his brow in confusion. Wait, how did we receive information from the British intelligence? Oh, the head of their intelligence division is one of our spies, Ed clarifies. Then I am not surprised. Please continue, Trump responds, nodding as he takes the tablet from Ed and watches the video alongside Ease. The footage reveals a colossal figure, a fiery giant standing over 400 yards tall, emerging from the sea, prompting a swift response from Huaxia's officials. Ed explains gravely, while President Trump watches in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my God! This giant is nothing short of divine. It can even produce a flaming sword of molten lava from its chest. Wait, is that Huaxia's sixth-generation aircraft? Why is our sixth generation still merely a PowerPoint presentation? My God, this giant is impervious to missiles. Good heavens, is that a person flying? A superhuman from Huaxia?" Soon after, Trump witnesses the missile-resistant giant being vanquished by a Huaxia superhuman with a single strike of a sword. The entire video is a thrilling spectacle, akin to a blockbuster film. Even after viewing all the clips, President Trump remains entranced by the astonishing scenes. He never anticipated that such a terrifying, extraordinary battle would unfold in reality. Previously, he had believed that Huaxia's superhumans were merely ordinary individuals with peculiar abilities. However, upon reflection, the formidable prowess of the opposing force now appears capable of overwhelming even the most heavily armed battalions. After all, the armor of tanks and aircraft cannot withstand the might of a single strike from this adversary, Director Ed pronounced gravely. Based on analyses from our technical department and the Intelligence Bureau of Great Britain, this giant is most likely the Norse deity Surtur. What? This giant is indeed the legendary deity. Vice President Ease's gray-blue pupils constricted in shock as he gazed at Director Ed. According to the footage, this giant stands tall and unyielding against modern weaponry. It can unleash fireballs the size of trucks and summon a 100-meter-long sword of lava, resembling the legendary gods in every aspect. Yet this terrifying entity was vanquished by a single strike from a transcendent being of Huaxia. Vice President Ease's expression became intricate. If this were the case, our approach towards Huaxia must be far more cautious. We cannot afford to antagonize them as we once did. If they become incensed, dispatching their transcendent beings to wreak havoc would be utterly disastrous. Oh my God, we must exert pressure on Huaxia. We must compel them to share the secrets of becoming transcendent beings. At this moment, Trancy muttered incessantly, completely oblivious to the look of utter dismay on Ease's face. Chapter 43. The Associated Card? Oh, this fool. Is he not afraid of provoking Huaxia to its limits? He still desires a method to become an extraordinary being. How could such strategic technology ever be bestowed upon him? If extraordinary beings were to wreak havoc in the beautiful nation, wouldn't these high-ranking officials merely become sitting ducks? Ease's expression stiffened as he silently cursed the other party. Such a moron could attain the presidency. The beautiful nation is truly suffering from a lack of discernment. Ease held little regard for Trumpsy. He perceived him merely as a wealthy businessman, greedy, foolish, ostentatious, and arrogantly self-important. Yet, this flawed individual was his direct superior. A notion hard to accept. Director Ed, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "Oh, Mr. President, we do not wish to incite war with Huaxia. That will be perilous. What are you talking about? The pressure I speak of refers to posting tweets questioning the Huaxia officials. If they respond, we benefit. If not, so be it." Trumpsy replied nonchalantly. This habit of taking swings at issues, regardless of their significance, was a political tactic he prided himself on, yielding remarkable results with most nations around the globe. However, Huaxia was an anomaly, and he was uncertain of the effectiveness of such an approach. Upon hearing this, Ease finally felt relieved. He had no desire to live in constant fear. "Oh, Mr. President, I lament my ignorance for not grasping your noble intentions sooner." Ease quickly donned a flattering expression, his tone rising and falling as if genuinely repentant. "Ha ha, Ease, you could never learn this. Such wisdom of the elderly requires time to cultivate." President Trumpsy raised his head with a touch of pride, while Director Ed awkwardly rubbed his nose. Not long ago, Ease had publicly criticized Trump's policies on multiple occasions. Yet, with Trump's election as president, consolidating the three branches of federal power, he had transformed into a true emperor of the empire. He then reinvented himself as a loyal follower of Trump's. During Trump's speech in Congress, Ease led the applause, standing to celebrate every half-minute throughout the hour-long address. Those unaware might have thought he was practicing squats. Director Ed recalled his thoughts and cleared his throat. According to intelligence, Huaxia will host its first martial arts exchange in 3 days, where extraordinary beings may appear. Should we send agents? Oh, we must. Deploy our undercover agents in Huaxia to ensure contact with the extraordinary beings. Huaxia, the following morning. Numerous videos of the glass sea giant surfaced online. The most viral short video had garnered 70 million views, with over 9 million likes. The comments below refreshed every second, as newly awakened individuals continuously expressed their opinions. Is that the sword immortal? So cool. I want to be a sword immortal too. Damn it. I'm not going to work anymore. I'm heading to Longhu Mountain to learn. I possess an introductory cultivation technique. Feel free to private message me. People have become increasingly agitated, their curiosity piqued by the sudden emergence of the colossal red light and the cultivator who treads upon flying swords. They have discovered that their once mundane world has transformed into something both unfamiliar and mysterious. Cultivators, deities, flying swords, and myths. These tales chronicled in books have now manifested in reality, signifying a monumental shift in the world. Keywords such as spiritual energy resurgence, Norse deities, and Sword Immortal of the Locking Dragon Pool have surged to the top of trending lists across various platforms. Discussions surrounding these topics have surpassed a staggering 300 million in popularity. Strangely, this time the government seems disinclined to control public opinion, allowing netizens to engage in free discussion. On foreign social media, President Trump of the United States unexpectedly tagged the official account of Huaxia, suggesting that nations worldwide should unite in selflessly sharing technology, particularly on how to become extraordinary beings. Accompanying his post was a video of the giant from the glass sea. This revelation fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the globe. People from various regions have seen Trance's post, exclaiming in astonishment at the alarming supernatural events occurring in that ancient land of the East. Some skeptics dismiss this as yet another publicity stunt by Trance. However, as more eyewitness videos emerged, including those from Huashan, a mountain, and the Locking Dragon Pool within Huaxia, belief began to take root. The extraordinary has indeed descended upon the world. Citizens of various nations began to discuss their own mythological legends, while previously obscure theological experts received invitations from their governments. Suddenly, the field of mythology became exceedingly sought after. Yet, as the architect of it all, Yanqing found little time to engage with the online tumult. After showcasing his prowess by the sea the previous night, he had taken flight on his sword, invisibly seeking out Little Flower, and together they hastily departed in a taxi. They arrived home just past 8 in the morning. The journey had been quite arduous, leaving him sore and unable to indulge in the online discussions. He pushed open the door, casually tossing his backpack onto the floor. Little Flower, perched on his shoulder, gracefully leaped down, curiously surveying the cramped abode, meowing, "Meow, meow, meow, master, your home is so small." Small? Then why don't you strive harder to cultivate and earn money for me, so I can exchange it for a villa? Yanqing tossed his shirt onto the bed, bemused by the incessant chatter of this little creature. Meow, meow, meow. I protest. I'm just a cat. Little Flower rolled on the floor in protest, and Yanqing bent down to scratch its fluffy belly, at which point the little one ceased its complaints. I must admit, having a kitten to pet at any moment is quite delightful. After indulging in some feline affection, Yanqing returned to his computer desk. Rubbing his hands together, he felt a surge of excitement as he summoned the system panel. His recent performance had been nothing short of diligent, and now it was time to reap the rewards. He glanced at the bottom right corner, where his balance displayed a staggering 23,000 shock points. Was this not the moment to take flight? Without hesitation, Yunqing proceeded to draw. Ding 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 ding. Congratulations! You have obtained a white item, washing essence pill. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations! You have obtained a white item, Qi gathering fruit. Over 70,000 points of astonishment value were swiftly consumed. In Yunqing's inventory, there are already 97 washing essence pills and 73 Qi gathering fruits. Yet, he has yet to encounter a new item. It seems the system is merely indulging in familiarity. With a darkened expression, he retrieved 7 or 8 Qi gathering fruits from his inventory and tossed them to the drowsy Xiaohua beside him. Here, eat these well and cultivate diligently, so you may soon transform into a catgirl. Xiaohua perked up its ears and began to paw at the fruits before it. It had grown accustomed to Yunqing's peculiar ability to conjure items from thin air. After bestowing the Qi gathering fruits, Yunqing resumed his attempts at the lottery. After all, 70,000 points of astonishment value were still at his disposal. Then came another flurry of system notifications, and amidst a chorus of thank you messages, a new item finally appeared. Congratulations! You have obtained a green item, Association Card. Association Card. When used on any item in the inventory, it grants a new item related to it. Item color, green, rarity, rare. Would you like to extract it? Yunqing's eyes gleamed with excitement. An association card? The description indicated that it could be utilized on already acquired items to extract new, related items. If he were to use it on the mysterious Dao Heart True method, would that not imply he could obtain a higher tier cultivation technique? At last, he could continue his cultivation. He decisively chose to extract the item. Chapter 44. The lottery before him. A flicker of green light shimmered. A pure white card appeared in Yunqing's hand, its material indeterminate, adorned with the image of a hand reaching into a bag, seemingly engaged in thievery. He accessed his inventory and chose to apply it to the Miao Dao Xian Xanjian Fa. In the next moment, a distorted void manifested in his vision. Expecting something to emerge, he waited in vain for a considerable time, only to be met with silence. Furrowing his brow, Yunqing recalled the illustration on the associated card. Was he meant to reach inside himself? After hesitating for a while, noticing the continued stillness of the distorted void, he steeled himself and plunged his hand into the abyss. Contrary to his anticipations of peril, he instead encountered a pair of icy, silky undergarments. Bewildered, he tossed them aside. What an eclectic assortment lay within. Continuing his exploration, he felt various bottles and jars, reminiscent of ancient containers for storing pills, alongside clothing and peculiar trinkets. Even something resembling a comb. As he persisted, his fingertips brushed against the texture of paper. A spark of excitement ignited within him. Had he truly grasped something of significance? Straining to extend his reach, he seized a moderately thick book, its feel akin to the Miao Dao Xian Xanjian Fa. Success. Elated, Yunqing extracted it from the void. The space before him began to undulate, much like a lake settling back into tranquility, devoid of any ripples. Lowering his gaze to the newly acquired item, he found himself holding an archaic, azure-hued tome, its cover inscribed with unfamiliar, vigorous characters. At such moments, it signified the necessity to expend 10,000 points of astonishment. Yunqing accessed the shop, intending to purchase a card for synthesis. However, at that instant, new merchandise materialized on the mist-shrouded shelves of the store. Associated card, priced at 100,000 points of astonishment. The lengthy string of zeros following the price nearly caused Yunqing's eyes to blur. He inhaled sharply. How audacious to demand 100,000 points. This system was blatantly extorting, no, it was siphoning astonishment points. He realized the system had become increasingly unscrupulous, not only covertly altering drop rates, but also inflating item prices. Ignoring the newly appeared card, he deemed it far too exorbitant and unaffordable. Instead, he purchased a synthesis card. 10,000 points of astonishment dissipated, replaced by a surge of profound and intricate knowledge flooding his mind. Leaning back against the chair, Yunqing quietly absorbed the vast array of information. Minutes ticked by. Meanwhile, within the room, the drowsy little flower awoke. Finding the frigid floor uncomfortable, it gracefully leapt onto Yunqing's bed. Nestling against his coat, the little flower emitted a soothing purr, gradually succumbing to slumber. Its tail curled around its head, forming a perfect circle. A gentle aura of spiritual energy enveloped the little flower, as it evidently practiced the innate beastly arts of the beast servant seal. After approximately an hour, Yunqing stirred awake. He opened his eyes, astonished as he gazed at the azure tome in his hand. This secret manual is not the next level of the mysterious Tao of the heart, but rather a rudimentary cultivation method known as Taiyinju. According to the classification of the techniques in my memory, there are 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Taiyinju is merely a profound level technique, while the mysterious Tao of the heart I am cultivating is the pinnacle of the heaven grade techniques. Its speed of refining spiritual energy and the capacity of the Dantian to store this energy is 8 times that of Taiyinju. However, Yunqing was still tempted, for according to the knowledge in his mind, Taiyinju is a complete cultivation method capable of advancing from the qi refinement stage to the nascent soul realm, with no omissions in the foundation establishment or golden core stages. He hesitated, contemplating whether to switch to Taiyinju. After all, although mysterious Tao of the heart is formidable, it lacks the progression techniques. If he were to transition to Taiyinju, it would surely facilitate the gathering of qi fruits and the extraction of wondrous items through the abundant shock value. Perhaps he could reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment in 2 days, refine a golden core in 3 months, and become a nascent soul master within a year. At that point, wouldn't he have dominion over Earth? He could simply declare, "I shall not eat beef." After much internal conflict, Yunqing ultimately abandoned this shortcut. After all, with the existence of enhancements, one must choose the strongest cultivation path. He was not pressed for time. He could always purchase additional connection cards, for he was determined not to believe he couldn't draw the advanced mysterious Tao of the heart. Thus, Yunqing returned to the system shop and resolutely purchased a connection card. 100,000 points of shock value were deducted, leaving him with just over 40,000 points. The white card shattered into countless fragments and dissipated, revealing a distorted void before Yunqing. After rummaging through the clutter for a considerable time, he once again grasped a thin book. Surely this time it would be correct? Withdrawing his arm from the void, a dark blue tome appeared in his sight. Yunqing then accessed the system shop. In another realm, at the Purple Sun Holy Land, within the 72 cave heavens, Han Yue sat cross-legged in a place where spiritual energy converged, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. After a brief moment, she opened her phoenix-like eyes, and the aura of foundation establishment gradually stabilized. A subtle smile graced her lips, unable to conceal her joy. After spending 10 years, she could finally attempt to refine a golden core and step onto the path of greatness. Just as she was immersed in her delight, the restrictions set outside her cave abode dissipated naturally as her seclusion came to an end. An elder in white entered. It was her master. "Good disciple, have you succeeded?" "I have not failed your teachings, master. I have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and with another year or so of refinement, I shall attempt to cultivate and attain the golden core." Upon hearing this, the elder could not help but laugh heartily. "Excellent. Your breakthrough speed is the second fastest in the history of our Purple Sun Holy Land. The position of Saintess shall surely be yours." "Master, I feel this pace is still somewhat slow. Perhaps Yue has been too complacent," Han Yue said, her phoenix eyes curving slightly as she feigned disappointment. Alas, that one from the outside world, known for his imperial potential, Wang Tong, also took 2 years to reach the peak of qi refinement and 7 years to achieve complete foundation establishment. "You two are both prodigies who emerge once in a millennium." The elder shook his head, chuckling. "In the realm of extraordinary talents, without the fortuitous endowments of rare treasures, it typically takes half a century to even hope to attain the golden core stage. Yet, my esteemed disciple has only been cultivating for a mere decade, surpassing even my own pace of advancement in those days." Han Yue's delicate eyelashes fluttered, basking in the praise of her master. "Master, I have now reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment and no longer require the mysterious Tao of the heart. I shall return it to the sect. With her slender fingers, she retrieved the storage jade pendant from her waist, preparing to present the true method to her master. That is for the best, the elder mused, stroking his beard. Mysterious Tao of the heart is a secret technique of our Xiang Holy Land. The previous saintess inexplicably lost the Qi refinement method, resulting in her being stripped of her title by the sect leader and consigned to the wall of reflection for a decade. He lamented, recalling the prodigious former saintess who squandered 10 precious years in ignorance, inadvertently granting my disciple this opportunity. Han You's consciousness delved into the jade pendant space. As she surveyed the items within, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why were her personal garments in such disarray? However, she soon dismissed these trivial concerns. For the treasured mysterious Tao of the heart that was once securely stored within the pendant had vanished without a trace. Master, the true method. It is missing. What? Chapter 45. Foundation Establishment. Yinqing remained blissfully unaware that his unintentional actions had led to the punishment of 2 holy maidens. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on his bed, prepared to embark on the journey of foundation establishment. Fortune smiled upon him, as the second tome he had acquired was the profound Miao Dao Xian Xianzhen Fa for the foundation establishment stage. After utilizing a comprehension card to gain cultivation experience, he eagerly began to attempt his breakthrough. Following the prescribed method, he circulated his spiritual energy, cleansing the meridians throughout his body, invigorating his blood and energy, while a luminous aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. As he guided the energy in its cycle, the pressure within his dantian increased, akin to a cloud of cotton being compressed. Observing from a different perspective, he noted that the spiritual energy in his dantian had become increasingly dense, shifting from the ethereal white mist of a mountain stream to ominous, dark clouds. He continued to perform the technique until the final great cycle was completed. Suddenly, he heard a faint pop, and to his astonishment, the spiritual energy within his dantian began to liquefy. A single drop of crystalline, colorless spiritual liquid fell, serving as a signal for more to follow. In a hurry, Yinqing retrieved a qi-gathering fruit and swallowed it whole, before the flesh could even reach his stomach. It transformed into a torrent of pure spiritual energy, flooding into his dantian and nourishing this spiritual rain. Time seemed to stretch, and Yinqing felt a profound sense of comfort, as if he possessed boundless strength. Within his dantian, a stream composed of spiritual liquid flowed in continuous circulation. If he were to extract a single drop at that moment, it would equate to 1/10 of the spiritual energy prior to his breakthrough. The results were extraordinary. However, the price was that only 13 qi-gathering fruits remained in his inventory. Yinqing opened his eyes and stretched his limbs in relaxation. In light of his rapidly ascending strength, a mere few dozen qi-gathering fruits were insignificant. He could easily acquire more with a few lucky draws. Recalling the memories within his mind, he understood that the foundation establishment stage was divided into 3 phases: early, middle, and late. In the early phase, the spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream. In the middle phase, it surged like a mighty river, and in the late phase, it roared like an expansive ocean. Each minor realm would witness a transformation in the color of the spiritual energy, shifting from colorless to pale yellow, and finally to brilliant gold. This signified an enhancement in the quality of the spiritual liquid. Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, one could project spiritual energy outward, allowing for the execution of a greater array of techniques. In this recollection, he also possessed 2 celestial-grade techniques focused on combat: Jiuxiao Zhen Lei Ju and Fentian Lai Yang Fa. Yinqing was eager to experiment with them, having already mastered both spells, ready for immediate use. Moreover, being celestial techniques, their power surpassed the Jade Disc technique of the Qi refinement stage by an immeasurable degree. Meow, meow, meow. Master, you have been on the bed for an entire 2 days. Suddenly, Xiaohua leapt into Yunqing's embrace, her eyes narrowing in a playful pout. Meow, meow, meow. I'm nearly starving. Yanqing snapped back to reality, raising an eyebrow. He pulled out his phone to check the time, realizing it was already the morning of the third day. Just as depicted in those immortal cultivation novels, cultivators often secluded themselves for decades or even centuries. If he too were to follow such a path, would he one day emerge from seclusion only to find Earth inhabited solely by AI robots, with humanity trapped in cultivation tanks, serving as the cerebral servers for artificial intelligence? Shaking his head, he dispelled this absurd notion. He then lifted the nape of the little flower and placed it gently on the bed. Wait here. I shall fetch something to eat. Meow, meow, meow. I want braised fish. 2 pieces. All right. I'll deduct it from your future salary. Meow. Do I even have a salary? Yanqing shuffled in his slippers and stepped out down the stairs. A few minutes later, he awkwardly pushed the door open, holding a convenience store bag. The little flower's eyes brightened, not expecting dinner to arrive so swiftly. However, it sniffed with its nose, questioning meow, meow. Where's the braised fish? Yanqing fished out 7 or 8 packs of fish snacks from the plastic bag and awkwardly proposed, Do Jiangjiang fish snacks count? They come in braised and spicy flavors. The little flower tilted its head in confusion, disbelief filling its dual-colored eyes. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Are you speaking human language? I've been hungry for 2 days. Recently, expenses had soared, and his phone balance had dwindled. Yanqing tore open a small pack of fish snacks and tasted one. It was surprisingly delightful. Bear with it for now. Once I strike it rich, you can have 1 fish to toss away as you please. Continuously coaxing, Yanqing tore open several packs of fish snacks and poured them into a plastic container. No one had informed him how troublesome it was to care for a talking cat. He had to urge it to cultivate, transform into a cat girl, and then work on an assembly line to earn a living. The little flower, feeling proud, turned away and sat on the ground, unwilling to look at Yanqing. Yet the enticing aroma of the fish snacks made it swallow repeatedly. Ultimately, unable to resist the allure of the delicacy, the little flower approached with graceful cat steps and crouched before the plastic container to indulge in the fish snacks. What a delightful scent! Yanqing sat in a chair, tearing open a bread bag, pondering how to earn money. He still had over 70 washing marrow pills in his inventory. These pills could cleanse blood, flesh, and meridians, enhancing vitality. Just one could rejuvenate a person, and selling them to the wealthy would undoubtedly lead to high demand. Currently in need of funds, he could try selling a few. He resolved to use the identity of Zhao Yan. When he designed this persona, he intentionally included a background of being a member of the Huashan sect. Now it was finally time to put it to use. He would ascend Huashan and have the sect assist him in selling the washing marrow pills. Firstly, the Huashan sect is a prestigious and reputable school in the secular world with a long-standing legacy, surely acquainted with many affluent individuals. Secondly, he did not know any prominent bosses. It would be absurd to set up a stall on the street as Zhao Yin, the cultivator, shouting, "Clearance sale! Help a cultivator out with these washing marrow pills." The thought of such an embarrassing scene made him shudder. As for whether the Huashan sect would suspect his sudden appearance as an inter-sect cultivator, Yanqing believed they might harbor doubts, but would refrain from voicing them. Moreover, if there were any discrepancies in his story, they would likely assist him in patching it up, ultimately making it sound plausible. After all, his arrival implied that the Huashan sect would become the foremost extraordinary sect in the secular world, and they would also have the chance to ascend to the extraordinary and attain longevity. Yanqing was not one to merely ask for favors without offering something in return. At that time, I shall bestow upon them the Taiyin formula for the qi refinement stage. Subsequent cultivation will necessitate scrutiny and constraints. Much like a carrot dangled before a donkey, it is desired yet remains unattainable. According to my recollections, if an ordinary individual lacks innate talent, even with access to authentic cultivation methods, they may very likely squander their lifetime in pursuit without grasping the essence. I estimate that within the entire Huashan sect, only a handful possess the capability to cultivate effectively. As for my own ability to achieve a perfect qi refinement stage in merely 10 days and a modest foundation in 2, is it due to my extraordinary talent? A once-in-a-millennium prodigy? No, it is merely the result of the integration of knowledge cards, which has spared me the arduous process of trial and error in my cultivation journey. After all, if one is provided with the answer to a mathematical problem, would they not merely copy it down? Chapter 46. Encountering an immortal again. Having devised a plan to earn money, Yinxing prepared to set off. However, his WeChat balance barely exceeded 10 yuan. Not to mention taking a taxi to Huashan. Even a bus ride seemed precarious. Fortunately, he had already attained the status of a foundational cultivator, with spiritual energy amplified several hundredfold. He could soar over 1,000 kilometers on his sword without consuming a drop of gasoline, requiring merely 7 or 8 spirit-gathering fruits. With the ability to release spiritual energy externally, he could also fly without the aid of the Tongyu sword, albeit at a slower pace than when riding his sword. Yinxing placed a plastic bag before Xiaohua. Gently stroking her head, he said earnestly, "I will be away for 2 days. There are still about 10 packs of little fish here, so ration them wisely." "Meow, meow, meow. I want to go too," protested Xiaohua, raising her front paws in an attempt to cling to Yinxing's pant leg. Yinxing shook his head. "You are too inexperienced. Bringing you along would be a source of embarrassment for me. Hurry and cultivate, so you can become a true spiritual beast." With a lingering gaze of disappointment from Xiaohua, Yinxing gracefully departed the house, leaving behind the words, "You have already become a competent mother cat. You must learn to take care of yourself." At 4 in the afternoon, halfway up Huashan, the sun shone brightly, and tourists thronged the mountain path. Ever since the Huashan martial arts competition featured the appearance of an immortal, more and more people flocked to this destination for sightseeing. Recently, the government ceased its control over public sentiment, which led to an influx of visitors hoping for a chance encounter with the extraordinary. Among the crowd stood a strikingly unique young man, clad in a loose azure robe and wearing a gray cloth hat. His face was adorned with a monkey mask. This outfit resembled the iconic scene from the 1986 version of Journey to the West, where Sun Wukong enjoys noodles at the foot of Mount Fangsun. This young man was Jiang Hai, a small streamer who had witnessed Yinxing retrieving his sword at the Lock Dragon Pool. He held a selfie stick, greeting his online audience. "Brothers, how do you like my monkey brother look? Handsome, right?" In a live stream with 700 to 800 viewers, the comments began to trickle in. If the streamer has nothing to offer, he might as well bite a lighter. The monkey brother's charm is lacking. It's all rather cringeworthy. Let us disperse. This is dull. The number of viewers dwindled by over 100, which only fueled Jiang Hai's frustration. Previously, while live streaming at the Lock Dragon Pool, he had fortuitously encountered a cultivator retrieving a sword, causing the online viewer count to soar past 200,000. The generous gifts from affluent viewers had flooded in. After finishing the stream, he calculated that, after deducting the platform's share, he had earned a staggering 170,000 yuan. Regrettably, subsequent broadcasts had returned to the lackluster engagement he had initially experienced. Viewers, seeing no extraordinary scenes to behold, hastily unfollowed him. It is well known that once a person has tasted the sweetness of quick profits, it becomes nearly impossible to return to the grind of steady work. Now, Jiang Hai had resigned from his job to dedicate himself entirely to streaming, spending each day contemplating how to enhance his broadcasts. Recently, rumors had circulated online suggesting that the Huashan sect harbored a hidden inner circle of extraordinary beings. He had planned to capitalize on this hype, knowing that his rise to fame was reliant on the exploits of cultivators. However, it seemed that the audience was not buying into it. Watching the viewer count slowly decline, Jiang Hai felt a wave of despair wash over him. If this broadcast offered no highlights, he feared that even these few hundred viewers would not remain. He forced a smile, imitating the voice of Sun Wukong. "Hee. Today, I shall embark on a journey to the Huashan sect to seek a master and learn the art. Moreover, I must confide in you, the Huashan sect might be concealing an elusive inner sanctum. Who knows?" Jiang Hai paused, speaking in a mysterious tone. "Perhaps we might even encounter an extraordinary being." The audience in the live stream was skeptical of his fanciful claims, flooding the chat with comments. Host, if you don't meet an extraordinary being, can you at least eat Oreos like Lao Ba? If you really do encounter one, I shall send you a sports car. You are all being deceived. Those extraordinary beings are mere fabrications, all conjured by Hongzhong Lauda. 666. Let us see how the host performs. Jiang Hai held the selfie stick, and proceeded towards the entrance of the Huashan sect. There were few tourists, primarily because a corpulent Taoist, resembling a water barrel, was guarding the entrance. Apologies, but the Huashan sect is not open to the public today. Please visit another day, the stout Taoist said, leaning against the gate, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Hai. He thought to himself that this visitor was dressed rather absurdly. Could he be some sort of abstract internet celebrity? Why can't I go in? I wish to seek a master and learn. Jiang Hai was at a loss for words. His recent live streams had been anything but smooth. The viewership had plummeted dramatically, and just as he sought to create some excitement, he was met with a closed door. The stout Taoist maintained his calm demeanor, yet internally he was wrestling with thoughts. It would not be appropriate to disclose that they were refusing entry due to the presence of a significant benefactor who had donated a substantial sum to the sect. The master was in conversation with him, necessitating a serene environment devoid of disturbances from visitors. Indeed, money can sometimes alter the rules of the game. Jiang Hai found himself at an impasse, observing the robust figure before him and then glancing at his own slender arms and legs. He realized that forcing his way in would likely lead to a beating. Thus, it would be wiser to devise a longer-term plan. He plopped down on the stone steps and helplessly explained to his audience, "Brothers, plans have changed. The host has been barred from entry. However, it's not the end of the world. I will take you all to the summit of Huashan to enjoy the scenery." The number of viewers in the live stream plummeted, leaving just over 400. Everyone was eager for entertainment and extraordinary beings. Who would want to watch scenery? This sudden drop of over 200 viewers nearly brought Jiang Hai to tears. These individuals were his lifeline. Their departure felt like a prelude to his own demise. As he gazed at the dwindling audience, doubts began to creep in about his suitability for this venture. Perhaps it would be better if I returned to the factory and resumed tightening screws, he pondered despondently. Yet, suddenly he noticed the chat scrolling at an astonishing speed. What the heck? Is that a person flying in the sky? 666. The host truly encountered a cultivator. Host, report your location. I'll drive over immediately. At that moment, several sports cars appeared in the chat, and gifts began to pour in from the audience. Jiang Hai was left bewildered. What cultivator? Flying in the sky? Around him, a dozen tourists gasped, all gazing into the distance. Jiang Hai immediately looked up, and the sound of rushing air reached his ears. He happened to catch a glimpse of a verdant light soaring through the distant sky. A man clad in gray approached, riding a sword. Jiang Hai's mind was a jumble. Could it be that he had truly encountered a practitioner of the mystical arts? As the man in gray drew nearer, his features became clearer, gradually overlapping with the figure Jiang Hai remembered. Good heavens! Brothers, it is the one who retrieved the sword from the Dragon Lock pool. Jiang Hai's voice took on a sharp edge as he gazed incredulously at the figure before him, his grip on the selfie stick trembling involuntarily. This is it. His mind was consumed by this singular thought. In today's society, discussions of the resurgence of spiritual energy and the pursuit of cultivation were rampant. This signified that whoever managed to capture footage of a practitioner could reap significant rewards. Jiang Hai immediately fixed his gaze on his phone. The once muted live stream chat was now ablaze with rapid comments. Meanwhile, the viewer count in the upper left corner surged at an alarming rate. In just half a minute, it had soared to over 1,800. Chapter 47. The Million Incense Offering Before the Gates of the Huashan Sect. Yinqing soared through the air, riding the wind with his sword. He leapt down from a height of several meters, and his ethereal sword transformed into a jade-green light, shrinking and vanishing into the folds of his sleeve. Subsequently, he released his spiritual energy, gently lowering his body as he gracefully descended onto the stone steps. The onlookers around him were struck with astonishment, never expecting that their climb of Huashan would lead them to encounter an immortal cultivator. Some of the frequently online visitors instantly recognized Yinqing's visage and marveled, was this sword-riding figure not the very Zhao Yan, the cultivator who vanquished the giant of red light? But why did he come here? Could it be true, as rumored online, that the Huashan sect concealed an inner sanctum away from the world? As the spectators speculated about the purpose of the cultivator's visit, Yinqing approached the sect's entrance with an air of indifference. After numerous displays of miraculous feats before the masses, he had grown immune to their astonishment. Only the prospect of acquiring new treasures could elicit the slightest thrill within him. With a tranquil demeanor, Yinqing emanated an otherworldly aura, seemingly untouched by the mundane. However, upon spotting Jiang Hai seated upon the stone steps, he paused momentarily. The individual's eccentric attire, a loose azure robe paired with a monkey mask, was quite peculiar, and he was holding a selfie stick, gazing vacantly in Yinqing's direction. Was this fellow engaged in some form of performance art? Though perplexed, Yinqing chose to disregard him and continued toward the Huashan sect's entrance. As the immortal figure brushed past him, Jiang Hai suddenly came to his senses. To encounter Yinqing twice amidst the vast crowd was surely serendipitous. If he could seize this opportunity and persuade the cultivator to take him as a disciple, would he not ascend to great heights? He envisioned himself abandoning the mundane life of streaming, becoming a person of significance instead. Jiang Hai's thoughts raced. He was not one to hesitate. He recalled when he first started live streaming, a wealthy patron gifted him 10 luxury cars, prompting him to perform a whirlwind trick with a bottle of Erguo 2. After downing 2 kilograms of liquor, he ended up in the hospital with a perforated stomach for a week, the gifts barely covering his medical expenses. Despite the toll on his health and finances, this demonstrated his fierce determination. Only the resolute could rise in this world. Now, observing Yinqing's retreating figure, he gritted his teeth, grasped the hem of his oversized robe, and sprinted towards the cultivator. With a thud, Jiang Hai knelt before him, declaring with clarity, "I beseech the immortal to take me as a disciple." His proclamation startled the surrounding tourists, who stared at him in bewilderment, questioning the sanity of this individual who dared to obstruct a cultivator, seemingly oblivious to the peril of a swift sword strike. Not only were the tourists bewildered, but Yinqing was equally taken aback. While he could tolerate the antics of performance artists, he had not anticipated being drawn into such a spectacle himself. He glanced at Jiang Hai's selfie stick, pondering if the individual was a streamer. That would explain his behavior, as abstract antics were often necessary for sustenance in that realm. Meanwhile, in Jiang Hai's streaming room, his audience was equally astonished by his audacious display. It must be said, the streamer had a knack for creating captivating moments at crucial junctures. The chat flooded with rapid comments. The streamer is incredible, a true talent, but beware of the cultivator's sword. My friend, your words are rather abstract, and having already humbled myself, should I not pay my respects to the cultivator? Newcomers continue to pour into the live stream, swiftly surpassing the milestone of 10,000 viewers. Gifts rained down from the sky, ranging from tiny tokens of affection worth mere cents to lavish offerings of 1888 soft sister coins in the form of golden dragons. The generous donations from the prominent figures in the stream bolster Jiang Hai's confidence immensely. Even if the cultivator does not agree to take him as a disciple, he can still reap substantial rewards from this encounter. A win-win situation indeed. Thus, he raised his gaze to Yinqing, speaking sincerely, "Immortal, I had the fortune of witnessing you at Long Lock Pool before, and now that we meet again, I believe this is my destined opportunity. I implore you to accept me as your disciple." Jiang Hai's words resonated powerfully, filled with fervor. This moment momentarily stunned Yinqing. With so many visitors at Long Lock Pool, he could hardly remember each one, and he had no intention of accepting disciples. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed the tourists and the rotund Taoist priest brimming with anticipation. It seemed that if he acquiesced to the streamer's request, they would all kneel before him in a line, eager for the rare chance to cultivate. After all, kneeling was a small price to pay for such an opportunity. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Now was the time for realization. Yinqing raised a hand, speaking in a calm tone, "Rise, for I do not intend to take a disciple." Jiang Hai was reluctant to stand. The longer he remained kneeling, the more gifts would flow into the live stream. And what if the cultivator recognized his steadfast resolve and changed his mind? He stubbornly remained on his knees. But suddenly, Jiang Hai felt an invisible force envelop him. The surrounding tourists observed in astonishment as Jiang Hai, once kneeling, stood upright in defiance of the laws of physics, as if an unseen power had lifted him. The spectators were bewildered. Was this truly a display of celestial magic? Yinqing utilized his telekinetic abilities to immobilize the small streamer, then proceeded toward the mountain gate. I wish to meet the current leader of the Huashan sect. May I enter? Certainly. Please come this way. The rotund Taoist hastily bowed and ushered Yinqing inside. At that moment, he was unconcerned with the presence of any significant figures. After all, the individual before him was a cultivator. If he did not allow entry, the sect leader and ancestor might very well have him strung up for punishment. As the two figures grew increasingly distant, the viewers in the live stream could no longer see Yinqing and began to grow anxious. They flooded the chat with messages. Streamer, hurry and follow. I'm dying of anxiety. Why isn't the streamer moving? Artificial intelligence streamer, don't you know to follow along for the hype? Jiang Hai, watching the rapidly refreshing barrage of comments, felt a surge of despair. Brothers, it's not that I don't want to move, but I simply cannot. He had intended to follow. After all, how could he let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Yet, as he attempted to take a step, he found that only his lips could move. Brothers, it seems I have been enchanted by the cultivator and am frozen in place. At the Huashan sect, in the Hall of Purity, the spacious and bright chamber was filled with the continuous scent of incense. Zimingzi sat cross-legged on a mat, facing a corpulent middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, his complexion radiant, donned a robe of deep hue, sat cross-legged in solemn meditation, exuding an air of dignity. Su Mingzi, holding an ancient tome, bore a grave countenance as he recited incantations, the esoteric verses imbued with profound truths echoing throughout the grand hall. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, with his eyes closed and a demeanor of earnest attentiveness, listened intently. After a considerable time, Su Mingzi ceased his recitation. He lowered his gaze towards the man. Speaking in a tranquil tone, Lu, esteemed layman, have you gleaned any insights from this discourse? The individual before him was none other than the affluent Lu, a tycoon of Province W, presiding over countless assets under his company. It was said that in his humble beginnings, he received guidance from a Taoist, after which he ascended rapidly as if aided by divine forces, ultimately becoming a leading figure in the Provincial Chamber of Commerce. Since that time, he had embraced Taoism. Now, with the emergence of cultivators and a cacophony of both true and false information circulating, it was astonishing that Lu had come to Mount Hua in search of enlightenment, donating a considerable sum for the privilege of hearing the recitation of scriptures. Truly, wealth abounds. Su Mingzi sighed inwardly. His thoughts were not swayed by the allure of riches. Rather, the maintenance of the temple required funds. Fortunately, his reputation as a century-old immortal still held significant value. Chapter 48. A century of cultivation leads to encountering the immortal within the main hall. General Lu opened his eyes. He gazed at the ethereal figure of Su Mingzi opposite him and, with a respectful bow, remarked, "Esteemed Taoist, your recitation of the scriptures has rendered my heart and mind enlightened, and I have gained much." However, despite his words, Lu understood his own limitations. The Taoist texts had been exceedingly profound, and he had barely grasped a few phrases before becoming utterly bewildered. Subsequently, he had resorted to merely closing his eyes to rest, nearly succumbing to slumber. "Would you like me to recite a few more passages?" Su Mingzi inquired, stroking his beard as he observed Lu. Merely by uttering a few words, he could acquire 100,000. If he did not share more verses, the money felt unearned. Should Lu express a desire for further enlightenment, Su could easily orchestrate a grand prayer ceremony with dozens of Taoists chanting in unison around him. The Huashan sect lacked many things, but certainly not Taoists. Please no, I cannot digest such profound principles all at once. Let us defer this for another day. Lu hastily gestured, eager to decline. He had come seeking wisdom, to ascertain whether the Huashan sect truly harbored extraordinary inner teachings as claimed online. Yet thus far, aside from Su Mingzi's evident prowess, the others appeared to be mere ordinary Taoists. Su, despite his celestial demeanor and vigorous appearance at a century old, seemed not to have transcended into the great Tao, nor possessed any remarkable spells. Lu felt a twinge of disappointment. Could it be that the Huashan sect held no extraordinary beings? Rising from the meditation cushion, he bowed respectfully to Su Mingzi and said perfunctorily, "I have gained much today and shall not disturb you further. I will return another day for guidance." As Lu prepared to exit the main hall, Su Mingzi made no effort to retain him. He understood Lu's intentions. Akin to many recent visitors to Huashan seeking to become extraordinary, alas, the Huashan sect had no such entities. Go on, Su Mingzi thought, but once you leave, you may never return. He shook his head slightly, unmoved. The matter of wealth was trivial. A little more or less was inconsequential. At that moment, a loud exclamation echoed from outside the main hall. "Master, the cultivator, Zhao Yan has arrived." Lu, poised to depart, paused with a frown. The previously imposing Zhang, the sect leader, had now resorted to such a lack of decorum with his shouting. Yet, Lu's attention was soon captured by the sight of Su Mingzi, who had leapt to his feet with an agility that was nothing short of astonishing. It was reminiscent of a scene from an animated film. Wow! Even with Lu's extensive experience in the business world, where he had cultivated an unflappable demeanor, he could not suppress an exclamation of surprise. What elder possessed such remarkable spring in their step? Truly, a living immortal. Su Mingzi paid no mind to Lu's astonished expression. At this juncture, he was far too preoccupied to consider the thoughts of a merchant. Had he not heard the name uttered by his disciple? Zhao Yan, a cultivator. Moreover, according to official speculation, he was likely a member of the Huashan sect's inner circle. His arrival at Huashan now undoubtedly signified an intention to engage with these worldly disciples. It was no wonder Su Mingzi was so exhilarated. After the incident at Longtan, he anxiously awaited the arrival of the other party at Mount Hua. After all, the path he had sought for a lifetime could only be illuminated by that individual. Su Mingzi widened his murky eyes, gazing towards the entrance of the main hall. He observed his disciple, Zhang Zhangmin, leading a man clad in gray, whose ethereal form was accompanied by a gentle breeze. That familiar visage belonged to the immortal cultivator Zhao Yan. Su Mingzi of the outer sect of the Huashan school pays his respects to the inner sect master. Su Mingzi trembled all over, his lips quivering as he uttered this proclamation. He then bowed deeply, reluctant to rise. Su Mingzi, having lived a long life, knew that this statement was a declaration of the Huashan school's position. The cultivator Zhao Yan had previously hinted at the so-called background of the inner sect. Regardless of its authenticity, it was clear that he and the sect behind him aimed to establish a foothold in the secular world, and the Huashan school, with its vast resources, was perfectly suited for such an endeavor. Should the other party refrain from disputing his words, the Huashan school would indeed possess a hidden inner sect from that day forth. He would proclaim this to anyone, even to official investigators, steadfastly asserting that Zhao Yan truly belonged to the inner sect of Huashan. All this merely to step onto the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhangmin immediately grasped his master's intention, hastily performing a bow in return. If they could secure the favor of this immortal cultivator, the Huashan school might soar to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, General Lu stood in bewilderment. The deference displayed by the esteemed Su Mingzi and Zhang Zhangmin towards the man was a clear indication of his significant status. As an experienced businessman, Lu's mind raced, and he recalled the name Zhao Yan. Wasn't he the recently renowned sword immortal who had slain a 100-meter giant in N-City? Could the rumors circulating online be true, that he was indeed a member of the inner sect of Huashan? Lu quickly withdrew his left leg, hesitating to step outside. If he left now, he feared it would haunt him for life. He promptly bowed to the man in gray. "I pay my respects to the immortal master." Yun Qing calmly observed the trio before him. Truly remarkable. Even before he could speak, they had already begun to self-promote. It appeared they were resolutely intent on recognizing him. This enigmatic figure of the inner sect. Was this progress not too swift? Raising his hand, Yun Qing composedly remarked, "Rise. There is no need for such formalities." The three individuals in the main hall felt an invisible force lifting their bodies. Once they straightened, Su Mingzi was even more exhilarated. Immortal arts. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of immortal techniques. His frail body trembled slightly. After a lifetime of seeking the great path, he had finally witnessed the wonders of immortal arts. Meanwhile, General Lu's expression was one of sheer amazement. Upon feeling that intangible power, he became convinced that the man before him was indeed a transcendent immortal. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is rejuvenating. Under the orders of my sect, I have descended to vanquish demons and monsters, and I come to the secular Huashan school to discuss matters of significance. Yunqing decided to lay his cards on the table. After all, these two decision-makers of the Huashan school did not seem to care about the veracity of his intersect identity. He suspected that even if he fabricated tales, they would joyfully assist him in maintaining the facade. Ah, the allure of becoming an extraordinary being is indeed profound. Upon hearing these words, Su Mingzi's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. The implication of a matter requiring discussion suggested that the other party had a need for the Huashan sect. He promptly patted his thin chest with conviction, declaring, "Does the immortal master require me to summon all disciples of the Huashan sect? Such a grand gesture is unnecessary. It is merely a trivial matter," Yunqing replied, gently shaking his head. He then turned his gaze toward the side, where Lu Laozong stood. "And who might this be?" Su Mingzi inquired, directing his attention to Lu Laozong with a furrowed brow. "Lu, are you not intending to return for rest? The Huashan sect is currently not in a position to receive guests," he remarked, echoing the sentiments of the rotund Taoist at the mountain gate. However, in this instance, wealth had succumbed to the extraordinary. Though Su Mingzi issued a dismissal, Lu Laozong was reluctant to depart. After all, he had come seeking celestial wisdom. With a true immortal standing before him, how could he possibly leave? Lu Laozong, a shrewd individual, understood that to win favor with a cultivator, he must present something of value in their eyes. Yet, he possessed nothing of substance, save for a cold string of bank balances. "Immortal, I possess wealth. I shall donate 200 million, to restore the halls of the Huashan sect." Chapter 49. The Immortal Bestows Medicine 200 million, exclaimed General Lu. Raising his hand, the three individuals within the main hall turned their gazes towards him. Upon hearing that staggering figure, Master Zhang trembled with excitement. As the head of the Huashan sect, he was acutely aware of the arduousness of earning money. With nearly 90 disciples to support, the daily expenses amounted to a significant sum. Furthermore, the ancient buildings required repairs, and the statues of deities needed careful maintenance. In pursuit of financial stability, the Huashan sect collaborated with the local tourism bureau to develop the area, yielding substantial results. Yet their annual revenue barely reached 300 to 400 million, with a meager portion allocated to the sect. Yet here was General Lu, nonchalantly offering 200 million, such a generous sum in soft currency. His demeanor suggested he felt no remorse. Ah, the wickedness of the wealthy. Master Zhang was already lost in thoughts of how to spend that fortune. However, Zemingzi and Yunqing remained unfazed. For the former, no amount of wealth could rival the opportunity to secure the patronage of a cultivator. Striving earnestly for true methods to ascend to the extraordinary, this was his ultimate aspiration. After all, Zemingzi was over 100 years old. The sands of time were slipping away. Yet the decision regarding General Lu's fate lay not in his hands, but rather in the hands of the cultivator Zhao Yan. Yunqing, upon hearing the astonishing figure, remained unfazed, his demeanor as composed as ever. He regarded General Lu, his profound gaze devoid of any emotion. Although he currently lacked even $100, that did not diminish his perception that such amounts were merely trivial. After all, he possessed an abundance of resources, cleansing elixirs, energy fruits, cultivation techniques, items unattainable on Earth, each with extraordinary effects. If a wealthy individual wished to purchase them, apologies, that would depend on his mood. Yet this General Lu, who could effortlessly produce 200 million, clearly held an extraordinary status. Perhaps he could assist in auctioning off the cleansing elixirs, generating both profit and astonishment. After all, to possess such extraordinary pills without flaunting them would be akin to donning fine garments under the cover of night. Thus Yinqing mused, his gaze fixated upon the man before him. His indifferent expression bore no trace of emotion, as if a deity looked down upon mere insects. General Liu, feeling the weight of Yunqing's scrutiny, grew anxious. Beads of cold sweat dampened the back of his garments. Ever since his rise to prosperity, he had wielded resources across various sectors in Province W, his path smooth and unencumbered. It had been long since he felt such helplessness and trepidation. Could it be that the cultivator found this some trifling? Indeed, how could a being of such exalted status deign to regard these mundane possessions? General Liu was filled with apprehension, uncertain how to satisfy the cultivator's expectations. Fortunately, Yinqing broke the silence. There is no need for such concern. The matter I seek assistance with is precisely within your capabilities. Upon hearing this, General Liu exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed he had established a connection with the cultivator. Whatever request the individual made, he would simply comply. After all, his only asset was wealth. What is it that the immortal desires? We shall do our utmost. Zimingzi's white beard trembled, embodying a sense of duty. I have been cultivating in the cavern for an extended period, and upon emerging, I discovered that the world has transformed beyond recognition. Yunqing's voice was ethereal, as if it had traversed the passage of many years. The three individuals in the main hall listened with bated breath, fearful of missing any detail. I traverse this world with little wealth, hence I seek your assistance in selling a few items on my behalf. Esteemed immortal, may I inquire what these items are? Merely a few elixirs, Yunqing replied, extending his left hand forward. Before them, an obsidian pill materialized, hovering in midair. The pill was petite, entirely dark and lustrous, and upon closer inspection, its surface was adorned with numerous mysterious engravings. A faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted into their nostrils, invigorating the three listeners. What is this? Su Mingzi swallowed hard, his murky eyes suddenly sparkling with brilliance. In disbelief, he exclaimed, could this possibly be an immortal elixir? It was not. That Su Mingzi lacked resolve. His pursuit of enlightenment over a century attested to the steadfastness of his aspirations. Rather, upon inhaling the fragrance of the elixir, he felt a flicker of vitality awaken within his frail, exhausted body, akin to adding kindling to a dying flame. For an elderly man on the brink of demise, this was akin to a life-saving elixir. Nearby, General Liu also sensed the extraordinary nature of the pill. The aroma filled him with a sense of replenishment, as if it could restore his depleted vitality. If he were to consume an entire pill, the effects would surely be remarkable. General Liu was eager to propose a purchase. After all, the cultivator had declared his intent to sell this elixir. Would 200 million suffice? If not, he could offer 400 million. After all, wealth was abundant. Su Mingzi and the others gazed intently at the hovering pill, recognizing its significance, yet uncertain of its effects. Observing their eager expressions, Yinqing spoke. This is the Xian Sui pill. Consuming it can cleanse the impurities of blood and flesh, replenish your vitality, and extend your lifespan. With this revelation, it was not Su Mingzi, the elder, who reacted first, but General Liu. He looked at Yinqing, excitement palpable in his voice. What price does the immortal intend to set for this? As the wealthiest individual in W Province, owning countless enterprises, General Liu, now in his 50s, felt his vitality waning with each passing day. His quest for transcendence was fueled by a desire to enjoy life for a few more years. The thought of dying before spending his wealth filled him with dread. Naturally, he was unwilling to let go of an elixir that promised to prolong his life. Su Mingzi, the flourishing of the secular outer sect, owes much to your efforts. Yinqing intended to demonstrate the elixir's efficacy while providing a benefit to the Huashan sect, thereby securing their unwavering support. He raised his hand, and the Xian Sui pill floated towards Su Mingzi. Your vitality is weak. This pill can restore your energy. Su Mingzi, trembling with anticipation, lifted his hands to cradle the Xian Sui pill, his wrinkled face illuminated with excitement. He had never imagined that he would one day be granted an immortal elixir. Thank you, immortal, for bestowing this medicine. As Zhang, the master, observed his mentor tilt his head to swallow the elixir. A crystalline tear involuntarily escaped the corner of his eye. His master had dedicated a century to the pursuit of enlightenment, only to find himself empty-handed. Yet, unexpectedly, a celestial being bestowed upon him a precious pill, finally validating his master's unwavering quest for truth. Meanwhile, General Liu gazed with envy, recognizing that the realm of immortals defies conventional reasoning. Such a rare and invaluable elixir, freely given, if it were to be sold in the outside world, it would undoubtedly fetch a staggering price. This Shisui pill was no mere medicine. It was akin to consuming several million soft currencies. As the pill slid down his esophagus into his abdomen, Zemingzi turned to Yunqing and inquired, "Might I need to sit in meditation to refine this elixir?" With a slight smirk, Yunqing replied, "No need, but you may want to make a swift trip to the restroom." "What do you mean by that?" Zemingzi asked. "The Shisui pill will expel impurities from your body, and the effects will be immediate." Upon hearing this, Zemingzi's brow furrowed, feeling a warm sensation in his abdomen, accompanied by a slight discomfort in his digestive system. "I must excuse myself." Chapter 50. Claiming credit, the narrative unfolds in two parts. Upon Yunqing's arrival at Mount Hua with his sword, his movements had already been detected by the authorities. Ever since he retrieved the sword from the Dragon Lock pool, revealing his connection to the inner sect of Mount Hua, the officials had been monitoring activities in the vicinity. 3 surveillance teams remained on standby around the clock, ready to alert higher-ups at the first sign of unusual activity. The news of Zhao Yan's appearance at Mount Hua had already reached the National Security Bureau, prompting immediate action from superiors who organized a special task force to strive for amicable relations with the cultivators. Zhao Huaimin, as the leader of the first group of the Cultivation Control Bureau, was ostensibly the most qualified to engage with the cultivators at Mount Hua. Yet, just as the team was poised to depart, the bureau chief arrived accompanied by a balding middle-aged man. "Huaimin, there has been a change of plans. This mission will be led by Comrade Li Aigua," the chief announced grimly, introducing the bald man with a stiff demeanor that suggested his dissatisfaction with the arrangement. Li Aigua, seemingly unfazed by the chief's attitude, forced a smile onto his chubby face. "I'm sorry, little Zhao, but I'll be leading this time. You can take a break." Zhao Huaimin, who had been ready to lead the team, found himself unexpectedly halted. He furrowed his brow, looking at the chief in confusion. "Who is this?" Transferred from the capital IC, Zhao Huaimin quickly understood. Li Aigua's sudden appointment was likely aimed at enhancing his political standing. Initially, there was uncertainty regarding the attitudes of the extraordinary beings, but now, with Zhao Yan having slain giants for the nation, the officials faced no resistance in their engagement. The cultivators exhibited a friendly demeanor, making contact with them seemingly safe. This had likely piqued the interest of certain high-ranking officials. Should a connection be established with the cultivators, the individual leading the mission would undoubtedly earn significant political accolades. At that moment, some opportunistic figures caught wind of the situation and approached. Zhao Huaimin adjusted his glasses. Frowning as he spoke, "I will comply with orders, but does Comrade Li Aigua truly understand the cultivators? This is a rare opportunity for contact." "We must be cautious, little Zhao," Li Aigua interjected, raising his hand with a languid tone. "Just follow orders, and I will handle it." His demeanor was one of condescension, clearly displeased with Zhao Huaimin's questioning. How could a mere local team leader dare to speak back? As a bureaucrat from the capital with powerful connections, Li Aigua naturally carried an air of arrogance. Moments later, the special task force members boarded a helicopter heading towards the foot of Mount Hua. Zhao Huaimin and the chief stood on the helipad, watching the helicopter disappear into the distance. Li Aigua's triumphant smile lingered in Zhao Huaimin's mind. Forget it. He is a formidable figure. His arrival is solely for the sake of political gain. The chief patted Zhao Huaimin's shoulder, lamenting the lost opportunity for advancement since Li Aigua's arrival had thwarted his ascent. Zhao Huaimin nodded in understanding. "I comprehend, yet I sense he may bring misfortune. I am not cursing him. Rather, he approaches this opportunity with arrogance. Is that a bad thing?" The chief inquired, astonished. Engaging with cultivators is currently the most crucial task assigned by the authorities, and any errors will not be tolerated. Should Liagua mishandle this matter, he would likely face severe repercussions. Moreover, the senior official backing him would also be subject to impeachment and punishment. Zhao Huaimin sighed, observing the departing helicopter, and voiced his concerns. While everyone is vying for their interests, who will attend to the task at hand? At Mount Hua, within the quiet cultivation hall, Master Zhang and Director Liu were deliberating on how to effectively accomplish the tasks entrusted by the immortal. Meanwhile, Yun Qing sat cross-legged on a mat, meditating, indifferent to their discussions. As a foundational cultivator, his priority was to diligently enhance his cultivation, leaving trivial matters to others. He retrieved a qi-gathering fruit and consumed it before the two men. The tender, white spiritual fruit burst open under his bite, releasing a delightful fragrance that wafted throughout the hall. This extraordinary aroma made both Master Zhang and Director Liu salivate. Cultivators are indeed exceptional. Their sustenance transcends mundane fare, which explains their indifference towards material wealth. After all, no amount of money can procure such a spiritual fruit. Observing the two men struggling to resist temptation, a smirk crept across Yun Qing's lips. It is not that I am unwilling to share with you. Rather, this qi-gathering fruit contains the essence of heaven and earth, and if you cannot refine it, it would be akin to poison for you. His calm words reached their ears, prompting both to nod eagerly in agreement. Indeed, the immortal is truly remarkable. Even the fruits they consume are so wondrous. Director Liu exclaimed. As the richest man in Province W, he lived a life of opulence in the eyes of ordinary people, indulging in sports cars, beautiful women, and gourmet cuisine. Yet, when compared to cultivators, it felt as if he were juxtaposing himself with mere mortals. How he longed to become a cultivator himself. An opportunity lay before him to execute the cultivator's tasks flawlessly. Perhaps his capabilities would be recognized, and he might be rewarded with cultivation manuals or similar gifts to aid him in his endeavors. Director Liu envisioned this with delight, though he acknowledged the slim chance of such a possibility. What if it came to fruition, just like the precious cleansing elixir bestowed upon Su Mingzi? Not merely because he was the ancestral master of the external sect of the Huashan school, but because the immortal recognized his loyalty upon their first meeting. Yet, he lamented, as a mere businessman, he could not compare to them. As he sighed in contemplation, hearty laughter erupted from outside the main hall. Though unseen, the sound drew everyone's attention to the entrance. They beheld Taoist Su Mingzi striding in with an air of grace, his presence akin to a gust of wind. His countenance appeared aged yet vibrant, his eyes no longer clouded but radiating with brilliance. His entire demeanor exuded vitality, resembling not a centenarian, but a true celestial being. Master Zhang gazed at his master in astonishment, realizing that a single elixir could instigate such a profound transformation. It was as if a withered tree had suddenly blossomed anew. Director Liu's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief at the elegant Su Mingzi. Half an hour ago, the other party was merely an elderly man able to walk without assistance. Yet, after consuming a miraculous elixir, he underwent a profound transformation. Not only did his aged skin regain some luster, but amidst his white hair, strands of black began to emerge. Is this not a manifestation of rejuvenation? It appears I have significantly underestimated the efficacy of the essence cleansing pill. Chairman Liu grew increasingly envious of the other's fortuitousness. To receive a celestial gift, he might very well aspire to transcendence in the future. Ha ha ha! My gratitude to the immortal master. The old Taoist now felt invigorated, as though he had returned to his prime 50 years ago. Su Mingzi's excitement swelled. Upon entering the main hall, he deeply bowed to Yun Qing in respect. Just then, a force gently lifted him. Rise, for you are a disciple of the Huashan sect, and I shall certainly lend my support. Yun Qing observed Su Mingzi, noting the significant changes he had undergone after taking the essence cleansing pill. However, these alterations were primarily internal, affecting his vitality and spirit. While his appearance had merely regressed by several decades, he now resembled his disciple, Master Zhang, in age. Should he consume a few more pills? While not truly reverting to youth, he would at least appear 20 years younger. Yun Qing continued to meditate, while Su Mingzi turned his gaze towards Chairman Liu and Master Zhang. His eyes sparkled with urgency as he implored, "You have not forgotten the immortal master's instructions, have you?" At this moment, Su Mingzi regarded Yun Qing's directives with more importance than his own future affairs. Chapter 51, Rejuvenation. Rest assured, Master. Liu the layman intends to hold an auction in a premier hotel 3 days hence. He, Dao is assuming, I Liu, still hold some esteem in Huaxia. Regardless of whether in business or politics, the attendees will surely be of remarkable wealth and status. President Liu patted his chest, exuding an air of confidence that the matter was settled. To minimize the presence of undesirables, I shall conduct a financial verification of the guests beforehand. Only those with liquid assets exceeding 1 billion shall be permitted to attend. Daoist Xuming nodded in assurance, acknowledging that President Liu indeed approaches matters with great diligence. He steeled himself and turned to Yun Qing, stating solemnly, "Master, we have made all the necessary arrangements." However, Yun Qing opened his eyes, seemingly indifferent. Just a few essence washing pills. He could easily have the Huashan sect assist him with that. He raised his hand and retrieved 3 essence washing pills from his inventory, tossing them to Daoist Xuming. "You shall handle this matter. The old Daoist will surely spare no effort. I will not disappoint you, Master." Daoist Xuming hurriedly bowed, accepting the floating pills with both hands. His face flushed, and he felt a surge of excitement. The fact that Master Zhao entrusted such precious elixirs to him was undoubtedly a tremendous sign of trust. The auction that Liu the layman was planning required further discussion. There must not be a single misstep. It is imperative that the immortal does not perceive any inadequacies in our handling of affairs. I must take my leave now, seeing that his directives have been finalized. Yun Qing rose and walked towards the main hall exit. Daoist Xuming, cradling the elixirs, followed closely behind, naturally obliged to bid farewell to the master. He dared not entrust the 3 essence washing pills to anyone else, fearing that they might succumb to temptation and consume them. Such an act would leave him with no recourse for mourning. Thus, he held them tightly in his hands, intending to place them in a sandalwood box for safekeeping after bidding farewell to the immortal. President Liu and sect leader Zhang trailed behind them. The 4 exited the Huashan sect, reaching the mountain gate. Yun Qing observed a contingent of official personnel descending the stone steps. The reason he recognized their identity at a glance was due to their distinctive black administrative jackets. The leading balding middle-aged man exuded vigor, while those around him instinctively maintained a respectful distance. Yun Qing stood at the mountain gate, quietly observing them. He did not anticipate such a swift response from the authorities. He had only been a Huashan for a little over half an hour, and they had already arrived on scene. Noticing the cameras nearby, he surmised that this meeting was likely being broadcast to the higher echelons of the government. At this moment, within the National Security Bureau's conference room, the meeting was still being presided over by the elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit. Engaging with extraordinary individuals was of paramount importance for contemporary Huaxia, necessitating the oversight of someone with considerable gravitas. As one of the last remaining elders of Huaxia, his stature was not merely significant, it was staggering. The atmosphere in the conference room was relaxed, as the high-ranking officials felt confident that this engagement would proceed without issue. After all, the cultivator Zhao Yan was quite affable. Perhaps this encounter would yield new insights. On the screen, the official team had already made contact with Yun Qing. "Master Zhao Yan, it is indeed quite challenging to secure a meeting with you." A balding middle-aged man stood before Yun Qing, beaming as he introduced himself. "I am Li Aigua, representing our National Security Bureau. I wish to communicate with you. Please proceed." Yun Qing regarded him calmly, disregarding the nearby camera. The warmth in Yun Qing's demeanor alleviated much of Li Aigua's initial anxiety. He unconsciously glanced at Yun Qing, noting that the cultivator possessed no extraordinary traits, merely a handsome appearance and refined demeanor. Yet, a peculiar fragrance of medicinal herbs emanated from him, quite pleasant, in fact. "Essentially, we seek to understand why you have suddenly emerged." Li Aigua organized his thoughts and continued, similar to the recent manifestation of the cultivator Lin Han from Mount Hua. as well as yourself. Surrounding team members, and Su Mingzi listened attentively, eager not to miss any significant details. This was information the entire world craved. Secrets entwined with the extraordinary. In the conference room, the high-ranking officials adjusted their postures, anticipation evident in their expressions. They too awaited the revelations that Zhao Yan might unveil. Yanqing surveyed the room, noting that everyone was poised for his response. He inwardly chuckled. They were all yearning for something sensational, were they not? So, he decided to weave a tale. Sitting up straight, he spoke solemnly. It was 50 years ago that I was fortunate enough to step into the extraordinary realm. My sect chose to withhold the secrets of the past, fearing it might lead me astray in my cultivation. They merely informed me. His voice resonated with gravity. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth awakens, the extraordinary is not confined to our glorious China. It has also emerged in foreign lands. Thus, we do not seek worldly power or wealth, but rather the grander tides of fate. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in shock. The realization that extraordinary powers existed not solely in China, but also abroad, left everyone astounded. The expressions of the high-ranking officials varied. Some were incredulous, while others furrowed their brows in concern. If foreign extraordinary forces emerged, and China's own were unwilling to assist the government, then in the New World Order, China would find itself at a significant disadvantage. They collectively recalled the terrifying Nordic deity from Sidian, Surt. His formidable presence and uncanny ability to disregard conventional weaponry were alarming. Had it not been for Zhao Yan's intervention at that time, the consequences could have been dire. The most chilling revelation was that, according to Zhao Yan, Surt had merely been a fragment of his soul, possessing not even a fraction of his true power. What if legendary beings from abroad descended upon China in the future, and there were no extraordinary cultivators to defend against them? The mere thought sent shivers down the spines of the high-ranking officials. It was clear that the government needed to foster more amicable relations with local extraordinary forces. At that moment, Minister He, astounded, remarked, "The technical department has analyzed that the white-haired elder behind Zhao Yan is Su Mingzi from the Huashan sect. His appearance differs significantly from previous records." The officials paused, glancing at the comparative images displayed on the screen. The over a century-old Su Mingzi indeed bore little resemblance to his earlier likeness. His skin, reminiscent of an ancient tree, had regained some luster, and to their astonishment, strands of black hair had sprouted amid the white. Had he truly reversed the effects of aging? As his thought emerged, many high-ranking officials could not help but swallow hard. Among them, numerous individuals sported graying hair. For attaining such esteemed positions required decades of perseverance and notable achievements. Some members present remarked that they could detect a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs, while Zemingzi held in his hands 3 black elixirs. At the forefront of the conference table, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit exhibited a flicker of emotion in his otherwise tranquil gaze. However, he quickly suppressed it and instructed, "Notify the Special Operations Team to attempt to steer the conversation towards those elixirs." Remember, the elderly man emphasized gravely, "Do not provoke the other party." Chapter 52. Do you desire it? Then I must provide. At the entrance of the Huashan sect, a team member leaned in to convey the higher-up's intentions to Li Aigua. His voice was barely a whisper, yet Yun Qing, a cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, possessed heightened senses and spiritual awareness, allowing him to overhear the hushed conversation with crystal clarity. Desiring the marrow-cleansing pill? Yun Qing understood. It appeared that the higher-ups had taken note of Su Mingzi's transformation. But he had no intention of selling to the authorities here. Should they wish to purchase, he would acquiesce, yet it would be at the auction 3 days hence, competing with others for the highest bidder. Li Aigua, having turned slightly to listen to his subordinate's report, furrowed his brow as he regarded Su Mingzi, who stood behind Yun Qing. The latter, despite his advanced age, exuded a vigor and vitality that belied his years, radiating an aura akin to that of an enlightened immortal. At that moment, he held the pill reverently, standing respectfully behind Zhao Yan, their respective statuses unmistakably delineated. "Ah, Zhao Yan, estime du cultivateur. Might I inquire what treasure the Taoist, Su Mingzi, holds in his hands? Li Aigua inquired with a disingenuous smile. His gaze lingered greedily on the pill, revealing a hint of avarice. Yun Qing's lips curled into a subtle smirk. This fellow was rather impatient. The abrupt shift in conversation suggested he had surmised the pill's significance. It is merely a handful of pills, he replied nonchalantly. Oh, what sort of pills? Li Aigua pressed eagerly, his tone unwittingly becoming somewhat forceful. The bureaucratic demeanor cultivated by his high position was now evident, as he overlooked the disparity in their statuses, a lapse likely prompted by Yun Qing's previously amicable disposition. What is this fellow thinking? Within the conference room, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit frowned at the screen. Li Aigua's anxious demeanor displeased him. Was he questioning his subordinates? Had he forgotten the repeated instructions given? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Huashan sect, Yun Qing observed the urgency etched on Li Aigua's face, and his previously gentle demeanor cooled. What did this man take him for? A mere puppet to answer every query? Yun Qing chose to remain silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Behind him, General Liu hesitated momentarily. He pondered that if he were to interject and clarify for the authorities, it could ease the tension between both parties and leave a favorable impression on the officials. His enterprise was among the top in W province, yet it was insignificant on a national scale. To grow stronger, he would require governmental support. Surely, this approach would not offend the cultivators, as he would merely be assisting in alleviating the tension with the authorities. Liu had completely misjudged the situation. Yun Qing was no longer intimidated by the officials. Rather, it was the authorities who needed to tread carefully in maintaining their relationship with him. After a brief contemplation, Liu decided to speak up. Team Leader Li, this is the marrow-cleansing pill refined by the immortal master, capable of purifying the marrow and flesh, as well as extending one's lifespan. As soon as he uttered these words, the attention of all present converged upon him. Yun Qing raised an eyebrow, noting that it was General Liu who had taken the initiative to speak. He surprisingly spoke up first without any prompt. Initially, I intended for him to serve as my discreet agent within the realm of Huaxia, akin to the Huashan sect. However, it appears that such a necessity has dissipated. Loyalty is not absolute. Absolute loyalty is non-existent. Aspiring for transcendent ties and seeking to ascend to the extraordinary, such aspirations are utterly futile. In the future, all extraordinary beings will be myself. How could I possibly grant you any favor? Beside me, Su Mingzi's eyes gleamed like blades. He gazed at the smiling Liu boss and sternly remarked, "What business do you have speaking?" At this juncture, he could not help but ridicule the other's treacherous behavior. Did he not notice the dissatisfaction etched upon Master Zhao's face? And the tone of that Li fellow was so forceful. It was as if he were disregarding Master Xian's dignity. Currently, Master Zhao had chosen to ignore him, yet this fellow dared to speak on behalf of the authorities. Truly, a merchant blinded by greed, unable to discern the subtlety of relationships. President Liu was taken aback by Su Mingzi's intensity. He remained entirely oblivious that his words had cost him the sole opportunity to transcend. At that moment, Li Aigua's eyes sparkled with avarice. If he could deliver but one pill to that esteemed individual in the capital, he might just soar to unimaginable heights. All those years of toiling for credentials and scrambling for achievements would become irrelevant. He could ascend in one fell swoop. His throat tightened, and a fierce heat surged within him. His team member leaned in and whispered, "Leader Li, the higher-ups are curious if the cultivators can part with a few pills. The base price is 500 million each. Moreover, they've cautioned you to speak gently, lest you provoke the cultivators." Li Aigua blinked, utterly disregarding the warning. Comrade Zhao Yan's demeanor was rather agreeable. He responded to inquiries with ease. The authorities were willing to pay a handsome sum for a few elixirs. How could they possibly refuse? Li Aigua gathered his thoughts and exclaimed, Master Zhao Yan, our officials wish to procure a few Shisui pills for research purposes. Might you be willing to sell some?" Yun Qing, maintaining a calm facade, replied with interest, "Oh, and how much are you prepared to offer?" Li Aigua struggled to contain his excitement. It seemed that cultivators also required monetary compensation. He was about to reveal the bottom line, yet as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he altered his approach. Well, you see, our current financial situation is rather strained. We can only offer 50 million for a single Shisui pill, which is already the utmost we can provide. I hope the cultivator can understand our predicament. Listening to this lengthy discourse, a smirk crept upon Yunqing's lips. Though he wore a smile, his voice bore a hint of frost. How many are you seeking? Li Aigua's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Could there be a substantial quantity? He swallowed hard. If that were the case, perhaps he could maneuver a way to secure one for himself. He feigned difficulty. If there are many Shisui pills available, then the price would need to be adjusted. The more Yunqing listened, the more amusement he felt. He had clearly overheard the authorities' actual offer. 500 million slashed to 50 million. Did this fellow truly believe he was clever? Although the price of the Shisui pills held no significance for him, the authorities' stance was an entirely different matter. One may choose to overlook matters, yet you cannot deceive me. Or is it that one's overly amicable stance towards the authorities has led them to forget the chasm that exists between themselves and the cultivators? Yunqing's expression remained impassive, yet the presence of Zemingzi behind him sensed an overwhelming aura of terror. A chill ran down his spine as he gazed at Yunqing's silhouette with a mix of trepidation. An ancient adage states that when an ordinary man is enraged, blood may spill within 5 paces. When an emperor is incensed, countless corpses may float. And what, then, transpires when an immortal is angered? Li Aigua continued to feign concern, lamenting the government's fiscal difficulties, imploring the cultivators to comprehend his plight, and so forth. The accompanying team member wore an awkward expression, believing that team leader Li was being excessively theatrical. In a bid to assert his capabilities, he dared to negotiate with a cultivator. At that moment, Yunqing's voice rang out, crisp and piercing. Though his tone was not loud, it enveloped everyone present in an icy grip. Li Aigua was momentarily taken aback. Still reeling from the surprise, he instinctively began to propose. How about this? I will take it upon myself to offer you 1 washing marrow pill plus. Yunqing's cold smile appeared as he raised his hand, and 5 washing marrow pills materialized out of thin air. They hovered before Li Aigua, their surfaces adorned with mystical patterns that shimmered, and the rich aroma of the pills wafted into his nostrils. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through Li Aigua, akin to having consumed a potent tonic. Do you desire them? Chapter 53. The distinction between immortals and mortals. What is he doing? In the conference room, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit smashed his enamel tea cup onto the floor. Tea and shards scattered, leaving the high-ranking officials at the table in a silence thick with tension. Did he think he was negotiating business with merchants? Who sent him here? Stand up, you fool. Minister, he awkwardly rose to his feet, confronting the elder's murderous gaze, and hesitantly spoke. Comrade Li Aigua was dispatched from the capital following the incident in N City. Before our group embarked, orders were issued from the capital to temporarily assign Comrade Li Aigua to engage with the cultivators. Upon hearing this, the elder's chest heaved with agitation. His voice turned icy. So it seems that some people have begun to run amok now that I have left the capital. The high-ranking officials in the room dared not speak. If this scoundrel messes things up, I will charge him with treason. The elder was visibly agitated, his curses spilling forth. Quickly notify the others on site and have them drag this disgraceful person away. We have made attempts, but there has been no response from that side. The elder paused, wondering if something unusual had occurred at the site. He then turned his gaze towards the screen displaying Li Aigua, his murky eyes filled with murderous intent. I want to see which scoundrel sent him here to cause trouble. Meanwhile, 5 dark-hued elixirs floated before Li Aigua. He stared at the pills, greed gleaming in his eyes, yearning to reach out and seize them. At that moment, all sense of restraint had vanished from Li Aigua. I want them, but the payment remains the same. I am merely conducting official business. This fool has lost his mind. This was the shared thought among those present. Their bodies stiffened, and the hair on their backs stood on end as a chilling, piercing sword intent enveloped the surroundings. They wished to speak or attempt to retreat, but found themselves utterly immobilized. An invisible force wrapped around them, as if they were ensnared by supernatural means. Everyone gazed in terror at Yunqing. Acutely aware that only he among them possessed such extraordinary power. The members of the Special Operations Team felt their hearts pounding like drums. They looked pleadingly at Li Aigua ahead. For heaven's sake, please stop talking. A few more words, and we're all doomed. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Yun Qing cast his gaze downward at Li Aigua, his obsidian pupils betraying a detached coldness. Still yearning for the marrow-cleansing pills? He snapped his fingers, invoking the fiery sun technique. The 5 marrow-cleansing pills suspended in mid-air ignited spontaneously. The dark pills transformed into a viscous black liquid amidst the orange-red flames, which were then entirely evaporated by the fierce fire. A rich and intoxicating aroma of medicine permeated the air, invigorating everyone with a single breath, causing their vital energies to surge. How extravagant! Such was the collective sentiment. Even merely inhaling the scent of the elixirs made them acutely aware of a profound transformation in their bodies. They could scarcely imagine the astonishing effects that would result from consuming even one. President Liu felt as if his heart were bleeding. Those 5 marrow-cleansing pills could easily fetch over $2 billion on the market. To watch them vanish before his eyes was nothing short of torture. General Liu, in a state of desperation, could only exert himself to draw in breaths through his nose, striving to inhale more of the medicinal aroma than anyone else. His current appearance resembled that of a pug, and the others present mirrored his urgency. Whether it was Su Mingzi or the members of the action team, everyone was fervently inhaling as if it were competition. This was an elixir, a means to prolong life. What if a few extra breaths could grant them additional years? No one wished to miss out, while Li Aigua stood frozen, watching 5 pills consumed by flames. In a fit of rage, he glared at Yun Qing, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to sell them?" Overwhelmed by his anger, Li Aigua had completely forgotten the status and power of his opponent. After all, he was on the verge of obtaining the coveted cleansing pills, a pathway to boundless opportunity, only to see Yun Qing turn his achievements to naught. Yun Qing regarded him with calm composure. To him, 5 cleansing pills were nothing more than mere snacks. He could consume one and discard another at will. Such extravagance was beyond comprehension. Rather than focus on Li Aigua, Yun Qing turned his gaze towards the camera nearby. There was no need for him to squander time on such a minor character. Engaging directly with the higher-ups was far more efficient. His voice resonated deeply, as if echoing through the annals of time. My sect observes the turmoil of the 9 provinces from the realm of the heavens, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties, devoid of any earthly attachments. Yet I am different. Yun Qing's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, landing squarely on the assembly in the conference room. The senior officials sat rigidly, feeling an acute sense of discomfort. Some swallowed hard, unable to meet his gaze. 50 years ago, I received guidance from the esteemed Xianyang Zhenren, awakening to the path. Yet I humbly acknowledge that my understanding remains incomplete, and I still harbor affections for the mortal realm. His voice, cold and clear, resonated in the ears of all present. Should you continue to mock me in this manner, do not blame me for severing worldly attachments. The path of the Tao is merciless. This proclamation struck with gravity. Though his voice was not loud, it reverberated in their ears like thunder. A cold sweat broke out among the high-ranking officials in the conference room. It dawned on them that they had been overly arrogant. While cultivators may appear tranquil and willing to engage with the authorities, it did not imply they would be trifled with. Li Aigua's earlier actions had undoubtedly provoked Yun Qing. After all, he was a celestial being, treated as a mere merchant, and now he sought to haggle. A grave folly. At that moment, however, Li Aigua suddenly unraveled. After Yun Qing's words fell, he felt an overwhelming surge of sharp sword intent enveloping him, causing his skin to prickle with pain. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed skyward. In his line of sight, a brilliant green light cleaved through the heavens, carrying unparalleled sword intent, descending directly towards him. The sky itself was collapsing. Li Aigua looked around in panic, eyeing the seemingly calm Yun Qing. His eyes bulged in terror as he gasped, "You intend to kill me? You want to kill me?" The members of the Special Action Team looked on in confusion. In their view, the world remained unchanged, and the cultivator Zhao Yin made no move whatsoever. In addition to being under the influence of an unseen force, it appeared that the cultivator had no intention of dealing with them. Was this individual driven mad by fear? Such thoughts coursed through the minds of the onlookers as they watched in astonishment as Liagua frantically squeezed into the group of members, shouting in terror, "Fire! You must shoot! Kill him at once!" Seeing that his companions were frozen in place, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he began to rummage through them. Seemingly intent on taking matters into his own hands, he extracted a standard-issue pistol from one of the military security personnel, awkwardly raising it. The security officer, drenched in cold sweat, wondered why this fool was dragging him into his own demise, attempting to use the firearm against the cultivator. Liagua's eyes glowed crimson as he grinned maniacally, aiming the gun at Yunqing. Yunqing furrowed his brow. His intention was merely to administer punishment through his sword intent, yet the other party sought to end his life with a gun. Truly, it was like an old man hanging himself, utterly tired of life. The noise was unbearable. Chapter 54. The clarity of the Tao heart. All matters cease. A voice, devoid of emotion, fell into the silence. Under the gaze of the crowd, Comrade Liagua was suddenly engulfed in a fierce blaze. The orange flames ravenously consumed his flesh and blood. The standard-issue pistol he clutched melted instantaneously, transforming into molten iron that dripped downward, only to be entirely vaporized mid-air. Before his anguished cries could escape, he vanished entirely within the rising flames. In the span of merely half a second, a living man met his silent demise. The members of the Special Operations Team swallowed hard, their bodies trembling as they realized they had no time to mourn Comrade Liagua. Their own safety was now at stake. Fortunately, the cultivator paid them no heed, much like one would disregard ants scurrying by the roadside. The security personnel, who had been disarmed, dared not breathe, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon the spot where Liagua had once stood. Now nothing remained, not even ashes, consumed entirely by the flames. They could not bear to look at the cultivator, feeling as though they were mere insects. Could it be that those who cultivated the Tao were truly a different species from mere mortals? The security personnel were uncertain, yet amidst their fear, a longing stirred within them. To transcend. To transcend. This echoed in the hearts of many spectators. If only one day they could step into the extraordinary, they too would wish to live so freely and unconcernedly. Yunqing gazed down at the empty space left after the flames had dissipated, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Strangely, he felt no discomfort at having taken a life for the first time, as if he had simply crushed a large ant wielding sharp mandibles underfoot. It appeared that after his cultivation, he no longer regarded ordinary people as his kind. After all, a cultivator could unleash terrifying power with a mere wave of their hand, possessing new organs that allowed them to feast on wind and dew, detached from worldly sustenance. Moreover, those in the Qi refinement stage could extend their lifespan by 50 years, while those at the foundation establishment stage could enjoy a lengthy existence of 300 years. It became increasingly difficult to perceive humans, beings of such fleeting lifespans, as equals. I have transcended the mundane. This thought suddenly emerged within Yunqing's mind. His state of mind became instantly clear, as if he had entered a realm of profound enlightenment. It was as though he had grasped the Tao in an instant, expanding his perception of the world. From that moment onward, Yunqing understood his distinction from those around him. In a certain sense, he was no longer human. Instead, he was an immortal, the first immortal on Earth. Yunqing felt a surge of ennui. His previous actions had been too pedestrian. Why should an immortal need to feign humility? Had he not already achieved such status? Every word and deed of his would be regarded as the principles of an immortal by the world. Henceforth, he need only act in accordance with his true self. Beside him, Su Mingzi's throat bobbed as he observed, unperturbed by Liagua's fate. To provoke an immortal, was this not the inevitable outcome? His focus lay on the transformation of Master Zhao Yin before him, whose aura now radiated an extraordinary profundity. It seemed as though he might ascend to immortality at any moment. Could it be that the Master's realm had risen once more? Su Mingzi's emotions surged. All they needed to do was closely follow the Master, hoping for a fortunate opportunity to be granted the immortal's blessing. A century later, as the secular powers shifted once more, he too might watch the world transform from a position of detachment. He mused in his heart. Before Yunqing, the clouds shimmered, and his clear eyes reflected a shift in his heart's realm. He remained himself, yet felt an undeniable difference. With a demeanor of serene indifference, he disregarded the panic of the official members. Su Mingzi, you shall handle the washing marrow pill. Finding the scene before him exceedingly mundane, he resolved to depart without further delay, transforming into a gentle breeze as he soared away on his sword. Behind him, Su Mingzi hastily bowed and declared, "We bid farewell to the Inner Gate, immortal master. We shall certainly manage it well, living up to the trust placed in us." The individuals ensnared by Yunqing's mystical control then sensed the dissipating of that intangible force. Many members of the group could no longer support themselves, collapsing like wet clay. They gasped for breath, rejoicing in their fortunate invisibility to the cultivators. Sometimes being exceedingly weak is a form of luck. In the conference room, the atmosphere was particularly grave. Numerous high-ranking officials were struck mute, the brutal demise of Li Aigua lingering vividly in their minds. "We were mistaken from the very beginning," sighed an elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit. He surveyed the room, noting the subtle shifts in expression among many. The extraordinary beings paid no heed to the official measures, and those who lacked such prowess were unworthy of dialogue with him. "What shall we do about Li Aigua?" queried a military official, his brow furrowed in concern. All eyes turned to the elder, for his word held weight. "What do you propose? To place him on a wanted list?" The elder scoffed, tapping the conference table with his hand. Li Aigua acted first. The cultivators were merely protecting themselves. There is no need to discuss it further. The recordings shall be sealed, and a gag order issued to those present. His gaze shifted to the screen, where the green glow vanished among the clouds. His voice laden with worry. "The emergence of the extraordinary marks a change not seen in a millennium. We must prioritize the greater good and proceed with utmost caution." Recently, the National Security Bureau has apprehended numerous foreign spies attempting to engage with cultivators. If we force Master Zhao Yin to flee to the beautiful country, we shall all be deemed traitors to our nation. The meeting concluded, and the death of Li Aigua was thus casually assigned a verdict. No one would mourn him. Instead, his foolish actions ensnared certain high-ranking officials in the capital. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Huashan sect, the special operations team had withdrawn. Su Mingzi solemnly retrieved a sandalwood box, placing the washing marrow pill within. Beside him, General Lu stared at the box, nearly drooling, and squinted with a smile, saying, "Taoist Su Mingzi, I shall promptly arrange for the auction. I am confident it will be." "There's no need for that. Lu Jusher, it would be best for you to descend the mountain early," Su Mingzi interjected, securing the wooden box closely and ensuring it would not be lost. Before turning to the bewildered General Lu, "The immortal master entrusted me with this task. There is no need for your assistance." His aged voice carried a hint of pity, as if lamenting Lu's missed opportunity. General Lu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, suddenly recalling his previous remarks. From his observations, Master Zhao had shown little concern for official opinions. Rather, it was the officials who feared provoking him. The sight of leader Li Aigua being burned alive elicited no response from the authorities. "How utterly foolish I have been." General Lu, filled with frustration, felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. The opportunity for transcendence slipped through his fingers. Yet, after a brief moment of dismay, he regained his composure. "It's all right," he reassured himself. "There will be other cultivators, and perhaps I too can ascend to the extraordinary." He recalled a certain cultivator named Lin Han from earlier. Perhaps that individual might be willing to guide him. Little did he realize that not only within the borders of Huaxia, but even in the future realms of extraordinary powers abroad, all transcendent forces originated from Yunqing's whims. It was all a matter of choice. General Lu's fate was sealed. He was destined to remain forever ordinary, devoid of the hope for transcendence. Chapter 55. The Scroll of 100 Demons at precisely 11 o'clock in the evening. Yunqing opened the door to his rented apartment, holding a takeout box. Xiaohua lay curled up on the bed, its form coiled, surrounded by a gentle aura. It appeared that the cultivation of spirit beasts diverged from that of humans. They did not require meditation to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. As Yinqing stepped inside, Xiaohua remained unperturbed by the noise he caused. It was only when its moist nose twitched that it awakened from its meditation. Meow, braised fish. Xiaohua suddenly lifted its head, staring at Yinqing and the takeout box in his hand. The enticing aroma of braised fish filled the small room. Xiaohua eagerly approached the floor, devouring the fish, while Yinqing sat in a chair, observing its voracious appetite. Being a foundational cultivator himself, he felt no fear of hunger, as the spiritual liquid within his dantian nourished his body. However, Xiaohua, still an unrefined spirit beast, required sustenance. Meow meow, did you earn some money, master? Xiaohua inquired between bites of the fish, which was larger than itself. No, I still need a few more days. I borrowed this from a friend. Yinqing replied with a smile. He anticipated it would take several days to sell the 3 washing marrow pills he had received from Zemingzi, so he borrowed 2,000 from Tiger Brother. He had to admit that Tiger Brother was quite generous, transferring 4,000 without hesitation. Moreover, he kindly introduced Yinqing to new acquaintances, suggesting that he could borrow from them in times of need, rather than solely relying on him. Such kindness was commendable. Reflecting on this, Yinqing turned his gaze back to Xiaohua. It had been cultivating for quite some time, receiving nourishment from washing marrow pills and spirit fruits. Yet it still could not speak, only meowing. The techniques bestowed upon it by the bee slave seal had yet to be demonstrated. Was it secretly slacking off when he was not around? I ask you, after so long in cultivation, why have you not learned anything? Do you think this training is solely for my benefit? Yinqing reached out to ruffle its little head, leaving Xiaohua bewildered. Meow, I have learned a spell. Xiaohua protested, unable to contain its excitement. Yinqing's eyes brightened. Oh, if I don't ask, you won't tell me? Come, show me what you've got. Meow, watch my mist escape technique. With that exclamation, Xiaohua exerted itself as if straining to relieve itself. With a sudden plop, it transformed into a cloud of dense black smoke, darting around the apartment. It resembled the black bear spirit from the journey to the west, infamous for stealing robes. Observing the spectacle, Yinqing felt a surge of emotion. It was no small feat. His spirit beast had finally exhibited a semblance of extraordinary ability. Very impressive. Continue your meal. I shall not disturb you. Upon hearing this, the black mist swirled towards the takeout box, and Xiaohua reverted to its raccoon cat form, resuming its feast on the braised fish. Yinqing then summoned his interface. Noting the balance of approximately 40,000 shock points in the bottom right corner, he had garnered a bit more from the previous endeavor on Mount Hua. Otherwise, he would have only had around 30,000. Let us give it a try and see if I can draw something worthwhile. He clicked the lottery button, and the pointer on the spinning wheel whirled rapidly. The incessant chimes of system notifications echoed in the air, while the panel rapidly refreshed its records. Yinqing had become desensitized to the phrases "thank you for your patronage," "washing essence pill," and "gathering chi fruit." Absent any new items, these few prompts continued to cycle. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light illuminated the grand wheel, momentarily leaving Yinqing in a state of disbelief. Had something remarkable emerged? Squinting at the panel, he beheld an ancient scroll gradually unfurling, its content too indistinct to decipher, save for the vague outlines of numerous humanoid figures. Congratulations! You have obtained a purple item, the Scroll of the 100 Demons. Scroll of the 100 Demons, crafted by the master painter of the Nine Mounds realm. Utilizing the skin of a demon king as silk and the blood and tears of 100,000 vengeful spirits as ink, depicting the myriad of ghostly realms. Item color, purple. Rating, precious. Would you like to extract the item? The name Scroll of the 100 Demons was somewhat chilling. Yinqing snapped his fingers, and an unfurled ancient painting materialized before him. This scroll measured 3 feet in width, with an unknown length, its yellow-brown surface reminiscent of human skin. In his grasp, it felt extraordinarily peculiar, as though the scroll itself were breathing, its densely packed pores greedily inhaling and exhaling air. Was this indeed crafted from the skin of a demon king? Furrowing his brow, Yinqing pinched a corner of the scroll and began to slowly unfurl it. The rustling sound of the scroll's surface reached his ears, revealing a glimpse of the contents within. On the yellow-brown canvas, an array of grotesque apparitions emerged. They were terrifying in appearance, with slender, elongated figures towering 8 feet high, a sorrowful visage resembling a lantern, and a legless female, ghost crawling with 8 arms. The bizarre imagery left Yinqing utterly astonished. Merely a corner of the scroll unveiled such vivid depictions of spectral beings. Truly, it was a revelation beyond his expectations. Yet, as Yinqing marveled at the artwork, the apparitions within the scroll turned their cold, unblinking eyes upon him. It seemed that a moment's inattention could lead them to emerge from the canvas. Indeed, as a purple item, these painted specters appeared to be alive. Did this imply that he could summon them? However, despite being scrutinized by such an array of eerie, terrifying gazes, Yinqing frowned and declared, "Keep staring, and I shall scatter your ashes." The specters remained unfazed, undeterred by his threat. Very well, did they truly believe he was powerless? Yinqing promptly purchased a comprehensive integration card. Upon clicking to use it, a radiant golden light fragmented and dissipated. Once again, memories surged into his mind. Unexpectedly, this time there was no series of continuous images as with other purple items. In just 2 minutes, Yinqing fully assimilated the knowledge that flooded his consciousness. Gazing at the scroll of the 100 demons in his hand, a glimmer of delight surfaced in his expression. This scroll, as he had anticipated, could consume karmic burdens to manifest the entities within, allowing him to command them. Remarkably, over 700 various specters were depicted within the scroll. While most were feeble, capable of defeating only 10 ordinary people, there were also formidable beings, each possessing unique abilities. There exists a specter, the Hyakka, whose mere gaze can render one's existence worse than death. There are also spirits that, with a mere pat upon their own bellies, can cause the listener's 7 orifices to bleed. The array of these eerie effects sends shivers down one's spine. If all were to be summoned at once, it would truly be a procession of 100 demons. While this notion is exhilarating, the karmic burdens required are astronomical, not easily amassed in a fleeting moment. However, this scroll of 100 demons serves not merely as a vessel for these entities, but also as a supreme magical artifact. Within a certain radius, it can plant seeds of intent within living beings. If the individual is of great malice, their wicked thoughts are ignited, transforming them into malevolent spirits, thereby providing a ceaseless flow of karmic debt to nourish the seed of intent. When the time is ripe, the seed blossoms, and the evil spirits dissipate, their karmic essence merging back into the scroll of 100 demons, nourishing the multitude of entities contained within. Yinqing harbored a certain admiration for the operational system of this artifact, recognizing its self-sustaining nature. Yet, he felt no particular concern. Although Yinqing had not undergone significant changes, his state of mind was now profoundly different from before. Chapter 56. The Genius Onmyoji and his Dancing Cat Demon as the extraordinary advancements in Huaxia continued to progress. It was high time for Yinqing to venture abroad. Clutching the scroll of 100 demons, he began to contemplate the destination where he could unveil the myriad spirits depicted within the scroll. Suddenly, the legends of the land of Fusang came to mind. In the twilight of the 20th century, as a defeated nation, Fusang found itself shackled by the chains of the beautiful country, its ambitions diminished. Lacking the fangs of power, it was compelled to ardently pursue technological and cultural development, relinquishing any aspirations of coveting the divine land of Huaxia. Intriguingly, within their native mythology, there existed a fascinating profession known as the Onmyoji. This vocation, originally rooted in the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements from Huaxia, underwent a process of localization, gradually evolving into a practice encompassing astrology, feng shui, divination of fortunes, and exorcism of malevolent spirits. The quintessential ability of the Onmyoji lies in subduing the monstrous entities and transforming them into their loyal familiars. The common folk refer to these spirits that serve the Onmyoji as Shikigami. This notion resonated splendidly with the capabilities of the Scroll of 100 Demons, which demands a significant amount of karmic debt to summon these entities, thus allowing oneself to also embody the role of an Onmyoji. Yunqing's eyes sparkled with realization. The Scroll of 100 Demons necessitated a substantial quantity of karmic debt, and in Fusang, he need not concern himself with the fates of its denizens. After all, before acquiring his extraordinary abilities, he had harbored a strong aversion towards the nation of Fusang. Moreover, the militaristic ambitions of Fusang were ever looming. As they sought to rewrite history textbooks, distort the realities of unjust wars, and pay homage at controversial shrines. It would indeed be a pity for him, now endowed with extraordinary powers, not to cross the seas and wreak havoc at a restroom. Yunqing recalled a language proficiency card he had once utilized. It appeared that the time had come for its application. He powered on his computer and searched through his cloud storage. In the past, he had harbored a fondness for the myths and legends of various nations and had intentionally collected a substantial amount of free resources. Among these treasures were the linguistic nuances of Fusang and its cherry blossom language, now proving to be quite useful. For his portrayal of an Onmyoji, it was imperative to craft a plausible identity, one that would also enable him to comprehend their language. In his recollection, the era of the Heian period, when Onmyoji flourished, esteemed the Huaxia language as a refined mode of communication among the aristocracy and Onmyoji alike. They took pride in their ability to converse fluently in Huaxia. Thus, even in assuming the guise of an Onmyoji conversing in Huaxia, he would not appear out of place. Rather, it would enrich and add depth to his assumed identity. With fervor, Yunqing delved into his studies, absorbing the intricacies of the cherry blossom language. The little cat, having feasted and quenched its thirst, resumed its slumber upon the floor. As Yunqing perused the learning materials on the cherry blossom language, hiragana, kanji, katakana, each piece of knowledge was seamlessly etched into his memory, instantly grasping their meanings. It was akin to a character in a video game activating a cheat, effortless and fluid. After an hour of diligent study, Yunqing had successfully internalized the entire linguistic framework of the cherry blossom language. He also took the opportunity to delve into the profession of Onmyoji and familiarize himself with notable historical figures, such as Abe no Saimai, the extraordinary Onmyoji and son of a fox spirit, who integrated Onmyodo with indigenous beliefs, founding the Tsuchimikado Shinto and becoming an influential figure in the land of Fusang. His life is documented in both historical records and folklore, intertwining to create a figure shrouded in mystique. This aligns perfectly with the character he is to portray. However, for someone who has existed over a millennium ago, he fears that he may struggle to embody the expressions and mindset of such a persona. At just 18 years of age, his intellect is still in its formative stages. Previously, while portraying the Cenarian monk Zhao Yin, he found himself lacking in genuine connection to the character's temperament. This new guise must not repeat that error. He resolves to design a character that embodies a new age genius Onmyoji, inheriting the legacy of this name, a being of ambiguous morality, possessing an appealing visage. Rising from his seat, Yunqing approached the mirror hanging by the restroom door. The special effect ring on his finger shimmered with a cerulean glow. In an instant, his appearance transformed. Adorned with a traditional hat, draped in a black hunting robe, and cinched with a crimson belt, he stood tall, exuding an otherworldly grace. Upon gazing at his fair visage, the pair of eyes, one red and the other green, seemed capable of captivating souls and unraveling the threads of fate. A smirk curled at the corners of Yunqing's mouth as he regarded his striking reflection, a figure reminiscent of both divinity and darkness. Even without employing any spells, this visage alone could intimidate many ordinary folks. However, with genuine magical prowess, he would embody the true essence of an Onmyoji. From this moment forth, the world would gain another extraordinary being, a prodigious Onmyoji from the land of Fusang. With a flourish, he channeled the charisma of cinematic villains, attempting to project an alluringly sinister smile. Spells, he mused, are the manifestation of human sentiment, and all manner of spirits shall bend to his will. The blue light of the ring flared brilliantly, conjuring forth several eerie apparitions that hovered beside him, as if answering his call. Although these specters were mere illusions, their realism remained strikingly high. Yet, as he prepared to traverse the sea to Fusang, he knew that it would not be long before he could summon true Shikigami. But what would be the cost? Yunqing remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he would reap countless Shikigami from the scroll of 100 demons, establishing a new extraordinary organization. As for the consequences, let the citizens of Fusang bear them. Determined to set forth, he cast one last glance at the slumbering figure of Xiaohua sprawled on the ground, resembling a slothful pig. A frown crossed his face. Had he known this tabby cat would be such a heavy sleeper, he might have chosen to bind a tiger in the depths of the forest instead. Now that would have been impressive, a fierce companion and a noble steed. Although regret tinged his thoughts, he still had 2 more opportunities for beastly contracts left, offering room for future endeavors. However, the pressing matter at hand was to bestow the blessings of an Onmyoji upon the citizens of Fusang. A procession of 100 demons, an extraordinary spectacle. Such scenes are rare elsewhere, and the people of Fusang are indeed fortunate to witness it firsthand. With a gentle kick, he nudged Xiaohua awake. As her drowsy eyes opened, he snapped, "Are you a cat or a pig? You eat and then sleep." "Meow," she exclaimed, startled by Yunqing's transformation into an Onmyoji. Had it not been for its ability to sense the bond with Yunqing, it might have instantly transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished. "I am Abe no Saimai, the Onmyoji, and you are my cherished feline spirit." Yunqing reached out, grasping Xiaohua by the scruff, and placed her upon his shoulder. Xiaohua, now regarded as a spirit beast, could wield the art of smoke and was thus deemed worthy to accompany him to witness grand spectacles. "We shall journey to the land of Fusang to admire the cherry blossoms and, in passing, detonate a divine restroom." Xiaohua did not comprehend the necessity of traveling such a distance, yet she obediently followed Yunqing's command. With a yawn, she curled her little paws and settled into a meditative position on Yunqing's shoulder, resuming her slumber. An Onmyoji, accompanied by his soaring cat spirit, soared across the sea, bringing extraordinary wonders to the realm of Fusang. Chapter 57. The one who aims to explode the sacred lavatory is not just the Onmyoji at 4:30 in the morning. In the city of Sakura, Japan, the sky remained dim and the broad streets were devoid of pedestrians. A white taxi rolled over the withered leaves covering the pavement, coming to a steady halt at the intersection. "Please wait. I shall return shortly." A gentle and composed male voice resonated. A powerful hand emerged from the back seat, presenting thick bundles of cash to the driver, the amount far exceeding the fare for this journey. "Thank you. I shall wait here for you. Take your time." The balding driver beamed, his smile stretching widely as he accepted the money, nodding in agreement. It was not until the passenger exited the vehicle and retrieved 4 green fuel canisters from the trunk that the balding driver opened the window, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The smoke wafted out into the night as he observed the man, whose steps were firm as he carried the 4 canisters across the street. The driver, engrossed in his cigarette, paid little mind to the man's midnight intentions. As long as he was being paid, that was all that mattered. He eagerly anticipated finishing this job to indulge in a relaxing bath in Kabukicho. In the distance, the man, with the fuel canisters in hand and a small bag slung across his shoulder, was named Li Chong, a Chinese national. He had come here to protest against the militaristic forces of Japan. His grandfather was a martyr who had endured the injustices of a past war, and his grandmother had been brutally slain by Japanese soldiers. As the new era dawned, Japan continued to harbor grievances over its defeat, with many still clinging to unrealistic fantasies. They not only distorted historical facts in textbooks, but also enshrined war criminals in shrines, venerating them as so-called spirits of the heroic. Li Chong found such actions utterly repugnant. Despite having protested numerous times, his voice was often drowned out by the many. Yesterday, during a conversation with a Japanese female friend regarding these issues, she unexpectedly responded, "If I were you, I would set fire to it." This revelation jolted Li Chong. How could she exhibit more fervor than he? Following her suggestion, he ventured to the Jinghua Shrine under the cover of night. The choice of this hour was deliberate. there would be no tourists present, thereby preventing any harm to innocent bystanders. Though Li Chong resorted to such radical measures, he harbored no animosity towards the ordinary citizens of Japan. Many were merely victims of militaristic indoctrination. Previously, during Japan's devastating earthquake, he had flown to the disaster area to assist in the rescue of victims. His friends regarded him as a person of great compassion. After walking for some time, Li Chong finally arrived at the shrine's entrance. He tilted his head back, gazing through the bronze torii gate at the emblem of the sun hanging from the shrine's base, along with the purple curtains adorned with the imperial chrysanthemum crest. Li Chong grasped the fuel canisters, opened their sealed caps, and commenced his actions. In the air, Yu Jian, riding on a sword, arrived above the sacred lavatory of Japan, traversing the sea at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Upon arriving at the sacred restroom, Yun Qing discovered that he was not alone in his intentions. Amused, he observed Li Chong below, who was fervently executing his protest plan. A pungent scent of gasoline wafted through the air. Xiaohua, perched on Yun Qing's shoulder, could not help but sneeze. Though the sound was faint, it resonated clearly in the stillness of the environment. Startled, Li Chong turned around anxiously but found nothing amiss. He had merely frightened himself. Regaining his composure, he continued to pour gasoline onto the sun emblem. Once all 4 barrels had been emptied, he retrieved a camera and a lighter from his bag. "Hello, everyone. I am Li Chong. This is the sacred restroom of the Jinghua, which houses the spirits of 2 million souls perished in unjust wars. Alongside over a dozen Class A war criminals and thousands of Class B and C war offenders." Li Chong, filled with emotion, addressed the camera, denouncing the shameless acts of militarism by the Fusang Nation. "I am here to protest on behalf of the valiant souls of Huaxia, demanding that this tainted place be cleansed." He tossed a burning tissue, igniting the gasoline-soaked purple drapery. The flames surged upward, seemingly intent on consuming all evil in their path. A wave of heat rushed forth. Li Chong quickly secured his camera and dashed towards a taxi, adhering to his planned escape. Meanwhile, Yun Qing crouched atop the secluded sword, gazing at the flames engulfing the area below. This small blaze, should the Fusang Guard arrive swiftly, likely wouldn't cause much damage. Did this fellow come to the sacred restroom merely to set a grand entrance ablaze? Yun Qing observed Li Chong sprinting down the street. The man's courage was commendable. Had he not possessed extraordinary abilities, Yun Qing doubted he would have dared to act so boldly. Since Li Chong had ignited the spark, Yun Qing decided to stoke the flames further. "You lit the fire. Allow me to add a touch more fuel." With a snap of his fingers, the spiritual essence within him surged forth like a rushing river. Heavenly fire technique, burning sky inferno, he invoked. Within the sacred restroom, the deities and wooden structures ignited with an eerie purple flame. Not only the easily flammable edifices, but also the flora, trees, and even the concrete walls caught fire. A torrent of heat billowed forth. Over half of the sacred restroom was engulfed in purple flames, which continued to spread relentlessly. In the air, Yun Qing's spiritual energy erupted, and within mere minutes, the main hall housing the war criminals was completely consumed by the violet inferno, collapsing at an astonishing speed. It seemed that by the time the Fusang firefighting team arrived, only remnants of walls and heaps of ashes would remain. As for the reason the burning sky inferno manifested in purple, it was simply because Yun Qing found the hue more enchanting. He could manipulate the flames to shift to blue, white, or even a vibrant black. It all depended on how he directed his internal spiritual energy. Primarily, he sought to distinguish himself from the alter ego Zhao Yan, especially since he had previously showcased his fire control skills at Huashan. At that moment, a whimsical idea struck Yun Qing. Why not shape the flames into an artistic form? The fiery sun technique demonstrates an extraordinary mastery over flames, allowing the conjurer to shape fire into any desired form. Thus, he endeavored to manipulate the flames. As his experiments progressed, the inferno below transformed, and a series of contorted, writhing purple figures materialized before Yun Qing. They resembled malevolent spirits clawing their way from the depths of hell, clinging to both combustible and non-combustible objects alike. The entire shrine was instantly transformed into a veritable purgatory, filled with an eerie, ghostly aura. Yinqing found himself somewhat in awe of his own imagination. At that moment, a chilling wail echoed from below, prompting him to glance downward. To his astonishment, he spotted several locals adorned in traditional attire, bursting forth from a nearly collapsed side hall, exuberantly dancing amidst the sea of flames. Were they truly so delighted? Regardless, Yinqing continued to channel his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Li Chong stood in bewilderment. He had initially retreated a considerable distance, but was suddenly drawn back by the violet glow emanating from the ground. When he turned to investigate, he was taken aback to see the small fire he had ignited had swelled to an enormous size. The entire shrine was ablaze. Endless waves of purple flames surged over the structure, and within them, the grotesque, distorted figures writhed. Their anguished cries seemed to resonate in his ears, reminiscent of the lamentations of countless heroic spirits once enshrined there. Could it be that these were the war criminals? Li Chong's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the inferno before him. He had merely intended to ignite a small fire, yet he had inadvertently set the entire shrine ablaze. Chapter 58. The Official Turmoil of Fusang. Li Chong dared not linger any longer. Initially, he merely intended to express his protest with a small fire, but unexpectedly, he had set the entire shrine ablaze. The bizarre purple flames dancing atop the structure were undoubtedly abnormal. What does a fire conjure ghostly apparitions? He hastily made his way towards the taxi. Following the prearranged plan, Li Chong hopped into the cab. "Red Bean, I'm late." He apologized to the bewildered driver. Meanwhile, the blazing shrine illuminated the darkened night sky anew. The Mediterranean driver gulped nervously and stammered, That can't be what you ordered, can it?" He glanced in the rearview mirror at the striking purple flames, partially obscured by the treetops, yet clearly visible from several hundred meters away. "Oh no, it seems I've unwittingly transported a dangerous individual." He realized that Li Chong had brought gasoline with the intention of vandalizing the shrine. "No, I had nothing to do with this." Li Chong vehemently denied, repeating his refutation. Under normal circumstances, he would have admitted to his actions, but given the current situation, it was evident that he could not remain at the shrine, especially with those eerie purple flames, which were certainly not of his making. Hadn't there been talk of spiritual energy resurgence recently, with sword immortals emerging in Huaxia? Perhaps this fire was also related to the supernatural. The Mediterranean driver wrestled with his thoughts. Generally, was he not supposed to report such events? After all, the shrine belonged to the realm of the spirits, where millions of souls rested. However, just as he pondered this dilemma, a thick stack of cash was handed to him from the back seat. Instantly, his indecision vanished. What spirits? They were merely a group of disgraceful war criminals. He gleefully accepted the cash and pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the airport. As long as there was money to be made, everything could be negotiated. Even if the police discovered he was transporting a suspect, he could simply assert he was coerced. As the shrine blazed fiercely, the surrounding residents were gradually roused from their slumber. They opened their windows, ready to voice their complaints, only to be dumbfounded by the sight of the shrine engulfed in flames, literally ablaze. Thus, the Fusang Fire Department received an emergency call in the middle of the night. Upon hearing the news, the operator panicked. It was the Shrine of the Realm. There was no time to waste. 5 red fire trucks immediately set out, racing through the silent night. Upon arrival at the scene, the firefighters were met with the near-total destruction of a shrine, bewilderment etched on their faces. Was there even a need for rescue? Moreover, why were there strange purple silhouettes within the purple flames? The fire chief felt a shiver down his spine as he observed the writhing forms within the flames, instinctively believing they were the disturbed souls of the millions resting within the shrine. "Good heavens! You fools, hurry and extinguish the fire," the chief urged his team. Yet, amidst the chaos, the spirit lingering above was reluctant to see the blaze extinguished. The act of burning down the shrine was merely a casual gesture. The primary objective was to set the stage for the emergence of the Onmyoji. The purple flames atop the divine toilet are manifestations of my celestial cultivation technique. The sky-consuming flame art. It is inconceivable that they could be extinguished by mere mortals. This conflagration serves as the perfect opportunity to unveil my new guise. Yinxin continued to channel spiritual energy, while the Fusang Fire Brigade commenced their operations below. Several powerful jets of water erupted from their hoses, attempting to suppress the rising violet flames with great fervor. The fire chief, filled with trepidation, surveyed the scene, even from a distance of over 20 meters. The heat waves rendered him parched. The purple fire was exceedingly peculiar. Despite decades of experience and countless fires extinguished, he had never encountered such bizarre and exaggerated flames. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of extraordinary power. As he pondered whether this could be linked to the rampant discussions of the supernatural in the online realm, the firefighters suddenly gasped in horror. Instinctively, the chief turned to witness a scene that shattered his worldview. The jets of water, upon contact with the purple flames, ignited instead, causing the fire to travel back along the water streams. It was as if the fire truck was not dispensing extinguishing water, but rather flammable gasoline. Shut off the nozzles. With the chief's command, the team hastily ceased their water spray. They stood in bewilderment, gazing at the nearly obliterated divine toilet, uncertain how to quell this enigmatic purple fire. The situation rapidly escalated to the Fusang cabinet, prompting numerous officials to convene in an emergency meeting. In the conference room, the Prime Minister glared at the yawning officials, exclaiming, "Who can explain why the divine society of the Boundary Kingdom is engulfed in flames?" "Prime Minister, I suspect this is an extraordinary incident." An official stepped forward, and the others nodded in agreement. After all, the purple flames were far too strange. Not only were they impossible to extinguish, but the footage from the scene revealed figures swaying amidst the flames, resembling demons clawing their way from hell. What are we to do? Our shrine, representing the spirit of Fusang warriors, has been reduced to ashes, and the purple fire continues to blaze. Are we to simply stand by and watch? Our citizens will think us inept. The Prime Minister sighed. Fire brigades from various parts of Sakura City had already arrived, yet neither water nor carbon dioxide could quench the mysterious flames. Even as the shrine was completely consumed, not a trace of ash remained. The purple fire persisted. "Prime Minister, I suggest we leave this specialized matter to the professionals." "Oh, do you have a solution?" The Prime Minister was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that his incompetent subordinates were finally showing some insight? Recently, has not the land of Huaxiao witnessed the emergence of extraordinary legacies? Our Fusang nation boasts a long history, and the Onmyoji profession has existed for over a millennium. The official continued with fervor. Perhaps this purple fire could serve as the catalyst to reveal the hidden extraordinary beings of Fusang. Are you suggesting we dispatch those Onmyoji to extinguish the flames? Precisely. The officials found this proposal most agreeable. In this era where the global discourse revolved around the resurgence of the extraordinary, their former suzerain, Huaxia, had already seen the emergence of two extraordinary individuals representing different legacies. In ancient times, the practitioners of Amidi were known to have drawn inspiration from the philosophical tenets of Yin and Yang, as well as the five elements of Huaxia. Historical records suggest that this profession possessed the ability to communicate with spirits and transform apparitions into Shikigami. If these legends are not mere fabrications of the past, it implies that Onmidi practitioners may indeed represent an extraordinary force within Fusang. Thus, let the two leading Onmidi families of Sakura City take action to ascertain whether they truly possess supernatural powers. The Prime Minister issued a decree, prompting the cabinet to mobilize. The two most prominent Onmidi lineages in Sakura City swiftly received the directives from the Fusang government. Chapter 59, The True Onmyoji. At 5:43 a.m., at the Jinghua Shrine, Yinxin gazed down at the charred remains of the shrine's sacred toilet, reduced to nothing by the purple flames that still flickered ominously. After more than an hour of sustained energy output, he felt his internal spirit energy beginning to wane. He had no choice but to consume a chi-gathering fruit to replenish his strength. Are the little devils really so slow? Yinxin mused. He had anticipated that such an eerie fire would incite panic within the Fusang government, prompting them to dispatch a cadre of Onmyoji for investigation. In Huaxia, when confronted with malevolent spirits or supernatural phenomena, people would promptly seek the aid of Taoist priests or sorcerers, or at the very least, consult a fortune teller. Yinqing continued to channel his spirit energy. If no Onmyoji arrived within half an hour, he would not wait any longer and would take the stage himself. Outside the shrine, not only were there fire trucks dispatched for support, but also police vehicles blaring their sirens. The ferocity and strangeness of the blaze had alarmed the local residents, who shared news of the shrine's inferno online, attracting many onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. The Fusang government had no choice but to dispatch the police department to establish a perimeter, preventing the curious crowd from entering the hazardous zone. Among the throng at the barricade stood a well-endowed female streamer, who, along with her audience of over 500 viewers, bore witness to the shrine reduced to ashes. How terrifying! There are so many purple figures inside the shrine, she exclaimed with a playful lilt, her eyes fixed on the still blazing purple flames, where bizarre humanoid forms danced amidst the fire. In the live stream, many viewers paid their respects to the Jinghua Shrine. Yet, amidst the harmonious comments, a sharp voice pierced through. An individual with the ID Mata, Tokyo Sakura, commented, "Most likely those vengeful spirits of the fallen devils. Even in death they seek to wreak havoc." His use of the Sakura dialect ignited an uproar in the chat room, inciting many Fusang viewers to retaliate with anger. The well-endowed streamer, observing the barrage of comments, responded indignantly, "You must not say such things. Those are heroic spirits." Many viewers joined her in denouncing the comment. However, Mata, Tokyo Sakura retorted, "And what now? Tell me, are they devils or mere figments of heroism?" Suddenly, a splendid effect of 5 golden dragons appeared on the screen, silencing the streamer with a lavish gift that momentarily eclipsed her earlier contempt. As a relatively small streamer, she had not received many rewards before. This extravagant gift was unprecedented, and her previous disdain evaporated instantly. "Thank you for the gift, dear brother," she chirped. "I misspoke. Those are not heroic spirits." The chat room erupted once more. Many Fusang viewers were astonished that this seemingly superficial streamer would retract her statement for financial gain. They contemplated following Mata, Tokyo Sakura's lead and showering her with gifts to correct her, but upon glancing at their wallets, fell silent. How fortunate are the wealthy Waxians! At that moment, 2 motorcades approached from a distance, an array of luxurious black sedans. They halted at the police line, from which emerged 2 distinct groups of individuals, their affiliations starkly apparent, clad not in suits and ties, but in traditional white hunting garments and wooden sandals. They were unmistakably Onmyoji. The buxom maiden was momentarily taken aback. How did a legion of Onmyoji suddenly appear? She glanced again at the violet inferno that had left the fire brigade utterly helpless. With her limited cognitive capacity, a sudden epiphany struck her. Could it be that these Onmyoji had come to exorcise the spirits? The live stream's chat erupted. "Huh? Isn't that the Onmyoji from the Tsuchimikado clan? What brings them here?" It was not solely the Tsuchimikado. The rival HM clan was also present. 2 factions of Onmyoji, historically at odds, had converged at the same moment. Something monumental was about to transpire. The viewers in the live stream ceased their discussions about heroic spirits. The peculiar spectacle before them ignited their curiosity, considering the violet flames that had raised the shrine to ashes, along with the eerie humanoid forms within. It seemed these Onmyoji were indeed here to subdue the malevolent entities. Many citizens of Fusang felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that Fusang possessed extraordinary powers as well? After all, their sovereign nation had manifested supernatural forces. It was illogical for Fusang, which had always played the subordinate role, to lack any such heritage. As the audience deliberated, the remaining Onmyoji factions of Fusang encountered one another. The leader of the Tsuchimikado, Abe no Tokihiro, stood his ground, gazing at the head of the HM clan with brows furrowed in annoyance. "Had I known the government had summoned you, I would have refrained from attending." "Huh! You remain as arrogant as ever, oblivious to how much of Abe no Saimai's bloodline runs through you," retorted the stooped HM clan leader, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The question of whether the legendary Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai, had left a bloodline remains a riddle steeped in history and myth. Yet, the rival clan boldly claimed direct descent from him, usurping the Tsuchimikado's legacy. Were Abe no Saimai to rise again, his wrath would surely be formidable. Such needless prattle. The clan leader scoffed, prompting the government representative nearby to intervene. For centuries, these two Onmyoji lineages had been embroiled in conflict, but their presence here was not to bicker. It was to ascertain whether any among them harbored hidden, extraordinary abilities. As tensions mounted, and it seemed the two factions were on the verge of confrontation, the representative bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the government has summoned you to extinguish this bizarre inferno. Please act swiftly. Allow them to go first. The Tsuchimikado does not seek the limelight," huffed one. "The HM clan shall not reveal our true capabilities so easily." Both leaders exchanged glances, unwilling to be the first to demonstrate their prowess. With rumors swirling online about the resurgence of spiritual energy, and with China indeed showcasing extraordinary phenomena, many in Fusang turned their hopes toward their enduring Onmyoji lineage, yearning for a hidden legacy of the extraordinary. However, the intricacies of their family matters were known only to themselves. The spells and spiritual seals that had been passed down through generations remained beyond anyone's ability to wield, not to mention the summoning of Shikigami or the expulsion of malevolent spirits. This frightening blaze appeared sinister and terrifying, even after consuming the shrine. It showed no signs of extinguishing. The twisted violet figures within could very well be the malevolent spirits described in ancient texts. Lacking genuine skill, should they be the first to take the stage, they would undoubtedly face humiliation. At that moment, while the two continued to shift blame, the on-site representative issued a stern warning. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister is presently observing the proceedings in the cabinet meeting room, urging you all to swiftly demonstrate your abilities lest warned by the mundane powers." Both the heads of the Tsuchimikado and the Hamo families steeled themselves to take the stage. They stepped forward, the heat waves rolling in the distance, leaving the crowd parched and dry. The head of the Tsuchimikado family quietly inquired in a voice inaudible to others, "Old man, do enlighten me. Does the Hamo family possess any extraordinary capabilities?" The elder chief beside him appeared somewhat speechless, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, if we truly had such power, the Hamo family would have long since annihilated the Tsuchimikado. Sigh, my own Tsuchimikado family is no different. Is it only the bloodline of Abe no Saimai that can wield such supernatural arts?" Both were stalling, hoping to delay their moment of disgrace. At that moment, a seductive voice echoed from a distance. "How amusing! A group of mortals dare to call themselves Onmyoji." The crowd turned in astonishment. Emerging from the shadows was a young Onmyoji clad in black hunting attire, exuding a delicate yet audacious aura. His strikingly handsome face, reminiscent of a fox, bore a pair of heterochromatic Onmyoji eyes. Chapter 60. SHT New Jersey. The Onmyoji from the Tsuchimikado and the Kamo families cast their gazes towards the newcomer. Their expressions varied, revealing a mix of curiosity regarding this inexplicably appearing Onmyoji. Was it not the case that only their two lineages had been officially summoned by Fusang? Where did this wild Onmyoji come from? In the crowd beyond the warning line, a woman with an ample bosom lifted her phone, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Were those heterochromatic irises enhanced by colored contact lenses? How striking! The onlookers from Fusang felt intrigued as well. This singular Onmyoji, standing out with an elegance that matched his flamboyant attire, exuded an ethereal and proud demeanor. As he stepped forth from the shadows, he did so with an air of confidence and allure, entirely unlike the superstitious figures surrounding him, as if he were indeed a transcendent Onmyoji. The head of the Kamo family appeared somewhat dazed. The fox-like beauty of the newcomer's visage, coupled with his enigmatic, alluring heterochromatic eyes, sparked a sudden thought of a fox spirit's offspring from millennium ago, the founder of Tsuchimikado, Abe no Saimai. Could it be that this individual bore the bloodline of Abe no Saimai? The head of the Kamo family found it hard to believe such an absurd notion. In this age of the extraordinary, If this individual truly were a descendant of Abe no Saimai and had chosen to appear at this pivotal moment, it would imply that he might indeed be a genuine Onmyoji. Before he could contemplate further, the official in charge urged impatiently, "Ladies and gentlemen, we must proceed with the incantation without delay." Faced with the persistent demands of the officials, the two had no choice but to commence the so-called ritual. Yinqing remained unperturbed, quietly observing the performance, certain that as long as he alone possessed the extraordinary, these Fusang Onmyoji could not extinguish his spiritual flame. The leader of Tsuchimikado stepped forward first. He withdrew a piece of century-old bellflower from his sleeve, intricately inscribed with arcane spells. Placing it before him, he formed a fire seal with his left hand and solemnly recited the incantation in ancient Chinese. Southern Dipper, Fire Officer, Northern Emperor's Command, Five-Pointed Star Subjugation. Golden Tiger devours flames. Many of the Onmyoji from Tsuchimikado were aware that numerous incantations originated from China, thus using the ancient language resonated more harmoniously with the spiritual essence. The surrounding Tsuchimikado Onmyoji watched with rapt attention as their leader, a figure of noble status with unfathomable prowess, prepared to perform a genuine spell. Many high-ranking officials in Sakurad sought his divination, but found it as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Now that he was about to demonstrate true sorcery, they were eager to observe closely. Meanwhile, the head of the Kamo family wore a subtle expression, contemplating the solemn Tsuchimikado leader. This individual exuded such confidence. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to cast spells? Was it not said that everyone lacked such skills? When had he secretly learned the true arts? The crowd outside, observing with bated breath, grew increasingly excited. They beheld the Tsuchimikado Onmyoji standing before the sea of flames and believed him to be a genuine, transcendent being. Does our Fusang nation also possess the extraordinary? May the gods bless Fusang. The crowd buzzed with fervor, and Yinqing too regarded the spellcaster with curiosity. The man's demeanor was dignified, and his whispered incantations seemed authentic. Yet, Yinqing soon felt reassured. Before them stood an individual marked with the emblem of the bellflower on his left hand, brandishing an ancient bellflower towards the raging inferno, and boldly proclaimed, "By the decree of the Southern Fire Deity, I command you." A minute elapsed, yet nothing transpired. The violet flames of the divine toilet continued to blaze fiercely, showing no signs of abating. The lord of the Tsuchimikado stood awkwardly before the sea of fire, while the joy in the eyes of the surrounding populace of Fusang gradually dimmed. Discontented murmurs arose. "What a trick! I thought it was genuine. Blast it! Are we mere fools to be toyed with?" Truly, there is no extraordinary power in Fusang. The crowd was steeped in disappointment, and the official representatives of Fusang shared in their disillusionment. The Tsuchimikado Lord, a practitioner of the Yin-Yang arts, held great renown in Sakura City. If he could not cast a spell, it would signify that the Yin-Yang practitioners were indeed devoid of extraordinary lineage. At that moment, a languid voice broke through the tension. "Humph! To presume one can cast spells without spiritual power?" The words, though softly spoken, resonated in the ears of all present, while the onlookers remained largely unaffected. The Yin-Yang practitioners of Tsuchimikado were incensed. A practitioner with a pockmarked face stepped forward, vehemently chastising, "How dare you insult our lord so brazenly, you nameless wretch? Kneel and apologize at once." Among Yin-Yang practitioners, lineage and affiliation hold paramount importance. However, contemporary practitioners in Fusang are divided into merely two major branches, with the rest considered inconsequential. Thus, they look down upon the lesser sects, deeming them non-authentic. Yet, Yinqing was far from a minor practitioner. He embodied a genius Yin-Yang practitioner, inheriting the title of Abe no Saimai, and would never tolerate such slander. A smirk danced upon his lips, and his heterochromatic eyes shimmered with brilliance. His enchanting laughter echoed among the crowd. How presumptuous! In an instant, a towering, crimson-haired giant manifested beside the heterochromatic Yin-Yang practitioner. This grotesque giant, adorned with horns and 15 peculiar eyes upon its face, evoked fear and awe. Everyone immediately recalled the legendary Shikigami, Toku no TG. That is, a Shikigami. The Tsuchimikado Lord was the first to react. The giant summoned by the heterochromatic practitioner was none other than the legendary Toku no TG, as chronicled in ancient texts. Yet, before he could inquire about the giant's origins, the Toku no TG vanished, only to reappear before the pockmarked practitioner. With a thunderous crash, the pockmarked practitioner found himself forcefully pinned down by the giant's hand, his head brutally smashed into the cobblestone ground. The heavy bricks shattered instantly. His head was plunged deep into the dark earth, his fate uncertain. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. This practitioner had merely uttered a word of insult, and now he was subdued by a Shikigami. The likelihood of survival appeared grim. Yinxing observed the audience's reaction with composure. The Toku no TG was merely a simulated effect created with a special ring. The pockmarked practitioner was under his control through the art of manipulation. However, this display of power significantly escalated the astonishment levels on the panel. As fear enveloped the audience, the cabinet members observing the scene through their cameras were unexpectedly invigorated. They had not anticipated that Fusang possessed such extraordinary heritage. The sudden appearance of the crimson-haired giant bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Toku TG. The Prime Minister, who had been watching intently, flushed with excitement, his grip on the armrest trembling slightly. In the current landscape where the extraordinary has emerged, Fusang has become the second nation, after Huaxia, to unveil such a remarkable legacy. This signifies that they will no longer have to bow to the whims of the beautiful nation. They could even turn the tables and impose their will upon it. We must secure the allegiance of this Onmyoji. Let him bend to our command, the Prime Minister declared with fervor. Meanwhile, on the screen, the enigmatic-eyed Onmyoji spoke again. Very well. Let you witness what it truly means to be an Onmyoji with a languid tone. He strolled towards the raging sea of flames. The Onmyoji from the Tsuchimikado and Hamo clans hurriedly stepped aside in fear. This youth appeared exceedingly young, yet he was indeed a genuine Onmyoji, capable of summoning Shikigami. Chapter 61. As the cherry blossoms fall in reverse, Yunqing approaches the sea of flames. The audience is filled with a blend of fear and excitement. In the land of Fusang, strength is revered, and the populace aspires to ascend to positions of power that govern the fates of others. The enigmatic heterochromatic Onmyoji before them, though proud and defiant, embodies an extraordinary legacy. Should he take notice of an ordinary individual, that person could ascend to unprecedented heights, becoming a paragon among the people of Fusang. The leaders of the Tsuchimikado and the Hamo clans step aside respectfully, creating a path. Yet, the heterochromatic Onmyoji pays them no heed, as if their deference were a matter of course. The leader of the Tsuchimikado clan feels a vain throb on his forehead. As the head of Tsuchimikado, he has never been so disregarded. Remembering the unfortunate fate of one of his disciples, he is momentarily consumed by anger, but quickly restrains himself, realizing that he cannot contend with someone capable of summoning Toku Taisho. Before long, the two esteemed leaders witness the Onmyoji standing resolutely before the inferno. Performing no elaborate gestures, he simply raises his hand with an air of nonchalance, tracing a pentagram in the air, murmuring, "Lord of Fire, manifest swiftly." Before him, the atmosphere shimmers with radiant white light, and the pentagram solidifies. The raging flames engulfing the shrine appear to be instantly subdued. As countless anguished figures writhe in the violet fire, their wails echoing through the heavens. Onmyoji, another Onmyoji, Abe no Seimei, we shall emerge. The violet flames swiftly recede, leaving the shrine utterly barren. Utilizing a special effect ring, Yinxing crafted the terrifying wails, harmonizing with the dissipating flames for a remarkably realistic effect. Upon hearing the name Abe no Seimei, the leader of the Tsuchimikado finds his legs growing weak. He steals a glance at the heterochromatic Onmyoji, who wears a serene expression, his fox-like visage strikingly enchanting. Could he truly be Abe no Seimei? The clan leader trembles in fear. Considering the Onmyoji's use of the Kikyo seal and his strikingly beautiful features, even if he is not Abe no Saimai, there must be some familial connection. However, his lineage had usurped the rightful Tsuchimikado lineage centuries ago. If the truth were to be uncovered, their safety would be jeopardized. His throat tightens, and he contemplates slipping away from this perilous situation. Are you afraid of me? Yinqing turns his head with intrigue, observing the perspiring leader of the Tsuchimikado clan. Under Yunqing's uncanny gaze, the leader's legs give way, and he collapses to the ground, exclaiming, "We, the disciples of Tsuchimikado, humbly welcome the esteemed Abe no Saimai." This proclamation instantly jolts the gathered crowd, prompting the Tsuchimikado Onmyoji to follow suit and kneel in reverence. Their synchronized voices of homage resonate, awakening the nearby audience from Fusang to the reality that this heterochromatic Onmyoji is indeed the legendary Abe no Saimai, the son of a fox spirit, commanding 12 Shikigami, a master who can command demons. Yinqing gazes at the prostrate Onmyoji, a smile gracing his lips. To his surprise, he has been recognized. At that moment, the official representative from Fusang receives an urgent directive from superiors, his scalp prickling as he approaches Yinqing. Upon meeting, a standard 90-degree bow was performed. "Thank you, Master Saimai. I am the official representative of Fusang, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Yinqing gazed down at the representative, who remained in a bow, and indeed, their demeanor was commendable. "Please rise. What brings you to me?" The representative, relieved, stood up and spoke with restraint. "We hold great admiration for Master Saimai and wish to have a meaningful conversation with you." "Oh, the Fusang officials are in the mood for a chat with me," Yinqing remarked, casting out a bait and waiting for the representative to bite. Upon hearing Yunqing's subtly profound words, the representative could no longer sit still. He eagerly inquired, "The secret of the purple flames. Forgive my ignorance, but how does Master Saimai speak of this?" The Onmyoji, kneeling on the ground, also strained their ears, anticipating some insider revelations. Do you think you know where these purple flames originate?" Yinqing teased. "We genuinely do not know," the bewildered representative admitted, clearly unaware of the source of the flames. Though ignited by others, it was indeed he who had burned the divine lavatory. As the spiritual energies of heaven and earth awaken and the realms of Yin and Yang converge, these purple flames emanate from the realm of Yin. Yinqing raised a hand, pointing at the ground with a tone of compassion, and Sakura City is situated at the very intersection of these realms. "What does that imply?" the representative asked. "What does it imply?" Yunqing's eyes glimmered with an unusual light as he smiled mischievously. "It won't be long before the gates of the Yin realm swing wide open, and the citizens of Sakura City will find themselves in the depths of the netherworld." This statement sent chills down everyone's spines, as if they were witnessing such a horrifying scene in that very moment. Quickly ask him, "What must we do to avert this calamity?" The Prime Minister could hardly conceal his panic within the conference room. Sakura City, being the capital of Fusang, boasted a permanent population of tens of millions. Economically and politically, it was of utmost importance to the nation. Should what Abe Saimai stated come to pass, Fusang would likely face ruin, with no hope of resurgence for at least a century. The representative conveyed the Prime Minister's concerns. Yinqing lazily stretched his limbs and responded nonchalantly, "It is quite simple. I shall intervene. What would compel you to take action?" "My lord." The representative respectfully regarded the elegantly poised Onmyoji, who appeared as if he had stepped forth from an ancient painting. "First, I require you to construct a grand and magnificent palace, situated at the very heart of Sakura City." Yinqing made his demands without reservation. He was playing the role of a Fusang Onmyoji, not an ethereal practitioner from Huaxia. Naturally, the more requests, the better, as it would render this persona more vivid and substantial. The representative nodded vigorously. Though this demand was outrageous, it was still something they could manage with some effort. "Secondly, I require 3 sacred artifacts: the Amino no Tsurugi, the Yada no Kagami, and the Yasakani no Magatama." This request, communicated through the earpiece, left the officials in the conference room momentarily stunned. 3 sacred artifacts? What would an Onmyoji want with such antiquities? I advise against hastily acquiescing. It is highly probable that he is deceiving us. An official, adorned with an ostentatious hairstyle, voiced his dissent, seemingly enlightened by a revelation. His eyes gleamed as he proclaimed, "This Onmyoji may very well have fabricated these falsehoods to acquire the 3 sacred artifacts. Perhaps within these artifacts lies something that could sway our adversary." Indeed, an echo of agreement arose from within the cabinet. If this extraordinary individual seeks the artifacts, it signifies their exceptional nature. We cannot simply relinquish them. A multitude of individuals suddenly grasped the situation. The more fervently the other party desired the 3 sacred artifacts, the more imperative it became to withhold them. Retaining them for further research could potentially grant them access to extraordinary powers. Meanwhile, at the scene, the person in charge executed a perfect 90-degree bow. Expressing contrition, "Regarding your request, Lord Saimai, we shall require some time to deliberate." Yinqing, understanding their misconception regarding the artifact's extraordinary powers, found that this inadvertently aligned with his own intentions. Thus, a smirk graced Yunqing's lips as he regarded them with a sense of pity. His figure transformed into ethereal mist, dissipating, leaving behind a cryptic utterance in the language of Huaxia. "Oh, you mundane mortals, when the cherry blossoms fall in reverse, that shall herald the day of calamity." Chapter 62. The mysterious army will protect Fusang. Yunqing's voice reverberated in the ears of the crowd, casting a heavy pall over many, who felt compelled to rush home and gather their belongings. According to his ominous words, the city of Sakura would soon face terrifying peril, akin to standing atop a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Failing to flee now would be tantamount to courting death. The assembled Onmyoji, witnessing Abe no Saimai dissipate into smoke, hastily rose to their feet. The head of the Hamo clan trembled as he stood, acknowledging that although Abe no Saimai was not an ancestor of his sect, respect demanded that he bow. Otherwise, a mere frown from that formidable figure could spell doom for him and his companions, leaving them to share the fate of that ill-fated soul. He yearned to return to the city and prepare for flight. Hadn't Abe no Saimai warned that Sakura would soon transform into a realm of chaos and malevolence? Countless lives would undoubtedly be lost. Perhaps even half the city would be obliterated. The head of the Hamo clan was anxious, but the officials of Fusang were even more distraught. They stared silently at the screen, one of them incredulously venturing, "He's really leaving? Should we not evacuate the citizens of Sakura immediately? Bakayiru, he gives us no room for negotiation. Does he truly believe we can rely solely on him?" The Prime Minister slammed his hand on the table, and all present could sense his displeasure. "Your Excellency, what he says may not be true. We must not let him lead us by the nose," an assembly member proposed. As Sakura was an international metropolis housing millions, how could they hastily evacuate its citizens based solely on the words of a supernatural being? The potential economic loss and social upheaval would be insurmountable. Indeed, even if there were an invasion from the spirit realm, we might be able to rely on modern weaponry. Many officials nodded in agreement. To consider retreating before a conflict even began would be to tarnish the reputation of the Fusang authorities. They would at least need to ascertain that they could not prevail before bowing an apology and requesting the Onmyoji's intervention. A slick-haired politician raised his hands nonchalantly, saying, "If worst comes to worst, we can enlist the help of the mysterious army at the port." After all, before he could finish, the Prime Minister raised his hand to interrupt. "We must not allow the beautiful country to engage with the Onmyoji. Otherwise, they may very well become their legacy. If we are to rise, we must command extraordinary power. Immediately seal off all related information. We cannot let outsiders learn." Before he could conclude, he was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected arrival. "Prime Minister Fujita, what do you wish to convey?" A deep, resonant male voice drew the attention of everyone in the conference room. At the entrance stood a man clad in the uniform of the Air Force of the beautiful country, his blonde hair gleaming. With deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, he bore 3 silver stars on his shoulders. The newcomer was none other than the actual leader of the beautiful country's station forces in Fusang, Lieutenant General Brady. He was accompanied by personnel from the embassy. Entering the Fusang cabinet as if they were in their own domain. How could this be? Why had they chosen this moment to arrive? The Prime Minister felt a chill of sweat trickling down his back and forced a smile. Lieutenant General Brady, we have not discussed anything. Brady scoffed disdainfully. He gazed at the perspiring Prime Minister of Fusang and remarked with contempt, your internet management is truly abysmal. The live stream of the Onmyoji at Jinghua Shrine has spread all over the internet. President Trancy has called, expressing his desire to meet this Onmyoji. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister felt as if the sky were collapsing. What on earth? There are actually people streaming live on site. How has the government's internet department failed to intercept this? He had initially thought of discreetly contacting extraordinary forces, but now the entire world was aware of Fusang's Onmyoji heritage. Regardless of his overwhelming frustration, he had no choice but to proceed with the situation. Thus, the Prime Minister slightly bowed and solemnly stated, rest assured, we in Fusang will exert our utmost efforts to contact the Onmyoji, though we cannot guarantee success. That is acceptable. You shall search for this Onmyoji with all your might. As for what the other party mentioned about calamities, there is no need for concern. General Brady confidently asserted, our formidable military will undoubtedly serve as the guardian deity of Fusang. This is beyond question. At this point, many cabinet officials felt compelled to rise and bow in agreement. We believe that the beautiful country will protect Fusang. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, at the Bureau of Supernatural Control, Zhao Huaimin was buried under a mountain of documents, dealing with cases of suspected extraordinary events sent over by the Public Security Bureau. For instance, a half-finished building discovered emitting a strange red light, which turned out to be a homeless person cooking. There were also reports of someone fishing by the river, who supposedly caught a human-shaped meat spirit, but after testing, it was revealed to be a silicone toy. Various bizarre cases ultimately culminated in a series of misunderstandings. Sometimes, as Zhao Huaimin reviewed these cases, he questioned whether extraordinary beings truly existed in this world. Were it not for the emergence of two extraordinary individuals in Huaxia, he might genuinely believe everything was a fabrication. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in. Little Li from the intelligence department entered. Team leader, there are reports online about extraordinary events in Fusang. A suspected extraordinary heritage has emerged. Oh, the seemingly flourishing nation of Fusang has discovered the extraordinary as well. Zhao Huaimin expressed curiosity. Taking the tablet offered by his colleague, he lowered his gaze to watch the video. A torrent of purple flames, a shrine collapsing amidst the inferno, and the Onmyoji casually drawing a pentagram. Onmyoji, Abe Saimai. Zhao Huaimin's pupils constricted. He was well acquainted with both the profession and the name. Following the emergence of the extraordinary, he had analyzed various nation-suspected ancient professions and sections. The Onmyoji was precisely what he had surmised to be Fusang's most likely extraordinary heritage. He could hardly believe that he had indeed hit the mark. Team leader, this individual suspected to be Abe Saimai has warned that Sakura City is likely to face a calamity. Although we cannot ascertain the truth, we must approach this with rigor. Let's go find the director. Thus, within minutes, the Huaxia authorities released an urgent notification regarding travel to Japan, stating that Sakura City in Fusang might encounter extraordinary disasters, urging local Chinese expatriates to remain vigilant and prepared for evacuation. This announcement immediately shocked countless nations and peoples worldwide. Among the visitors and locals in Sakura City, some cautious individuals have begun to pack their belongings and depart. However, the majority remain indifferent, dismissing the seemingly prankish news. The Fusang authorities have also issued a statement of reassurance, asserting that such events will never transpire in Sakura City, claiming that this is merely a slanderous attack from Huaxia. Meanwhile, Yinqing sits at the edge of a towering building in the very heart of Sakura City. In the distance, the sun rises above the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the land. He gazes down at the dense clusters of buildings and the bustling urban cacophony, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yinqing raises his hand, summoning the 100-demon scroll. The ochre-hued scroll floats in the air, gradually unfurling, revealing grotesque and sinister entities from within. Each creature is distinct in form, yet their eyes incessantly twist and turn, fixated on Yinqing beyond the confines of the scroll. With a whimsical tune escaping his lips, Yinqing channels his spiritual energy, exerting control over the 100-demon scroll. From within the scroll, countless scarlet beams of light burst forth. They are both enchanting and perilous, invisible to the ordinary eye. These minuscule glimmers, akin to hounds on the hunt, scatter throughout Sakura City in search of suitable hosts for their parasitic embrace. Chapter 63. An Unforeseen Transformation. The heart seeds soared across various locales in Sakura City. Within the vibrant red light districts and the bustling streets of Kabukicho, the crimson heart seeds infiltrated the brows of notorious gang members. In shadowy corners, as well as in casinos and bars, many individuals unwittingly became hosts to these heart seeds. No one detected the anomaly. They merely felt an invigorated sense of vitality. Their exuberance intensified as they vented the pressures imposed by life and society. Amidst the neon lights and intoxicating atmosphere, these individuals grew increasingly frenzied. The heart seeds released from the scroll of 100 demons sought out the most nefarious among them, feasting upon their souls and karmic burdens. They would also fortify their physical forms, transforming them into mindless fiends without their knowledge. Depending on the innermost desires of each individual, their demonic manifestations varied greatly. This deployment of heart seeds had nearly enveloped half of Sakura City. Should a full-scale eruption occur, it could effectively paralyze this modern metropolis. It resembled a bioweapon outbreak, yet this was merely a prelude. Yinqing retracted the scroll of 100 demons from the sky. When the karmic burdens were sufficiently amassed, the night of the 100 demons in Sakura City would commence. The 700 demonic entities within this scroll would descend into reality. Perched on the edge of a high-rise, Yinqing observed the heart seeds vanish amidst the sprawling architecture. He stood up, supporting himself with his hands, and brushed off his attire. The heart seeds would require time to absorb their nutrients. It would not be until evening that their effects would gradually manifest. He could take this opportunity to explore Sakura City before visiting the Tsuchimikado clan. After all, he was playing the role of a prodigious Onmyoji from the Tsuchimikado lineage. Upon emerging from the shadows, he must reclaim this legacy. Xiaohua, let us go. At the sound of Yinqing's call, Xiaohua gracefully leapt into his arms. Moving with the elegance of a cat, meow content, it nuzzled against Yinqing's chest before closing its eyes to doze off. Yinqing was somewhat astonished. He found himself unable to comprehend its words this time. He gently patted its small head, then vanished, leaping from the high rise. As evening fell, within the Fuso cabinet, the conference room was bustling with activity, predominantly occupied by individuals with Mediterranean hairlines. To have become cabinet officials, these Fuso elites had endured a long journey of trials, resulting in their sparse hair. The atmosphere in the room was relaxed, with one member chuckling, "It has been nearly a day, and nothing has occurred in Sakura City. Indeed, I suspect that Onmyoji is either exaggerating or fabricating lies, merely seeking to obtain the 3 sacred treasures. Our Prime Minister is truly wise and courageous. He has seen through their ploy." Another member flattered him shamelessly. Although the Prime Minister maintained a composed demeanor, he could not suppress a sense of satisfaction within. Fortunately, he had declined the earlier request from Abe Akemi. This time, the revelation about the 3 sacred treasures had piqued his curiosity. He inquired, "Has the 3 sacred treasures been delivered to the laboratory? Any results?" "Reporting to you, Prime Minister, investigations are underway, yet there has been no progress thus far," replied a member responsible for the matter, adding with concern, "However, the Embassy of the United States has been persistently demanding that we surrender the 3 sacred treasures." Faced with this request, the Prime Minister furrowed his brow. He pondered for a moment, resolutely declaring, "Do we not possess replicas of the 3 sacred artifacts? We can simply offer those to them. Might this lead to—" The members of Parliament gazed at each other in astonishment. They had not anticipated the Prime Minister's audacity in defying his father's wishes. With spirited confidence, the Prime Minister proclaimed, "Should we achieve results in our research and acquire extraordinary power, it would serve as a deterrent akin to a novel form of nuclear weaponry." At that moment, A smile crept upon his lips, and our great empire of Fusang shall once again rise to magnificence. The Prime Minister is astute. Our empire of Fusang shall undoubtedly ascend. A mere beautiful nation shall then be compelled to heed our commands. The Assembly of Parliament members, elated by the prospect, rose in a fervent ovation. However, amidst their jubilant celebration, an urgent knock echoed through the conference room. "Enter," the Prime Minister grumbled, displeased at being interrupted during such a momentous discussion about the promising future of the Fusang nation. The members cast uneasy glances at the door. Suddenly, the female secretary burst in, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Emergency in the Sakurado. A sudden outbreak of violent incidents has occurred, numbering no less than several hundred, and it is rapidly escalating. What in the world? Is the police department merely idling away?" One parliamentarian rebuked sternly. "Are we to concern ourselves with such civil issues while making decisions of utmost importance for the nation?" Yet, the secretary hastily shook her head. Her expression one of dread. No, the police department is also in disarray. Those responsible for the violence are not ordinary individuals, but rather monsters. "What?" the Prime Minister exclaimed in shock, taking the tablet offered to him, where videos were circulating widely online. The footage depicted a scene of chaos inside a bar, with patrons scattering and cries for help resounding. At the center of the frame stood a man with a bare torso, his muscles taut and adorned with gang tattoos. His eyes rolled back, and a gash split his mouth, revealing a row of jagged, white teeth interspersed with crimson flesh. Numerous other videos proliferated online, showcasing a gaunt figure wreaking havoc on the streets, effortlessly lifting a car to hurl at fleeing police officers. Riots erupted across Sakurado. These individuals seemed to have attained terrifying strength in an instant, wreaking unrestrained destruction. What on earth? Summon General Brady at once. The Prime Minister felt a chill run down his spine. Should a significant crisis arise in Sakurado, his tenure as Prime Minister would surely come to an end. At that moment, he recalled the words of Abe no Saimai. Is this the calamity he spoke of? He hastily ordered, "Find Abe no Saimai. Perhaps he would be willing to assist us, for he is also one of our own." The secretary departed with the Prime Minister's command. Meanwhile, in the countryside of Sakurado, within the estate of Tsuchimikado, cherry blossoms flourished, painting a breathtaking evening landscape. A group of onmyoji huddled in a corner of the reception hall, trembling in fear as they beheld the horrific scene before them, where a brutal massacre had transpired, limbs strewn about in disarray. Once fellow disciples, now transformed into sinister, malevolent spirits. The head of the Tohoman clan furrowed his brow in deep concern. He beheld before him 3 disciples, ravenous for the flesh and blood of their brethren, and a wave of terror enveloped him. Just moments ago, they had appeared as ordinary individuals, yet in the blink of an eye, they morphed into bloodthirsty, irrational fiends. Is this the calamity that Lord Saimai spoke of? Have vengeful spirits from the netherworld possessed my own disciples? The clan leader's throat tightened. He glanced at his nearly distraught disciples and spoke in a hushed tone. "I will attempt to dispel these vengeful spirits. If I fail, you need not concern yourselves with me. Simply flee. Master, we shall not squander your efforts." The disciples fervently nodded, which sent a chill down the leader's spine. What a tragedy! Are these truly my own disciples? Chapter 64. Despair, the head of the Tsuchimikado clan, felt a chill run down his spine. How had he managed to cultivate such a heartless group? Shouldn't they demonstrate loyalty and stand by him during this dire moment? At the very least, they ought to feign reluctance. Yet, he had no time to dwell on these treacherous individuals. Before him, the 3 possessed disciples had ceased their gruesome feasting. They twisted their necks, their faces pale as a woman's, adorned with a gluttonous grin resembling the fabled ghouls of lore. With no other recourse, the clan leader produced all his protective talismans. Trembling, he recited exorcism incantations while hurling the talismans at the ghouls. These relics were the legacy of the Tsuchimikado lineage, some traceable back to the Heian period, and theoretically, they should have proven effective. However, these ancient artifacts, upon striking the ghouls, failed to impede their advance. Seeing the ineffectiveness of the antiquities, the clan leader gritted his teeth and retrieved a compact black handgun from his robe. Though it was a modern weapon, he had consecrated it, hoping it would yield results. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, and the yellow casings fell to the ground, yet the ghouls remained unfazed. Not even a bullet hole marred their flesh. The Tsuchimikado members could only retreat in fear. However, the exit of the conference hall lay directly behind the three ghouls. Many of their comrades had previously attempted to dash past them, only to become their next meal. The clan leader, having exhausted every possible means, felt his face turn ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Was he truly destined to perish here? Countless memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, a languid voice broke the silence. Is this truly the decline of the Tsuchimikado legacy? Inside the conference hall, the Tsuchimikado Onmyoji, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly felt a surge of hope upon hearing that sigh. It was none other than Lord Abe no Saimai. The clan leader straightened. His expression transformed as he gazed towards the source of the voice. At the entrance of the hall strode a figure clad in a black hunting robe, wearing a tall ceremonial hat, and bound at the waist with a crimson sash. It was indeed Lord Abe no Saimai. He approached with an air of nonchalance, unperturbed by the gruesome scene that surrounded him, his heterochromatic eyes betraying only a hint of disdain. "Kneel," he commanded, his words imbued with an invisible force. Instantly, the three ghouls, garbed in Onmyoji attire, fell silent and prostrated themselves upon the ground, as if bowing before sovereign. This spectacle deeply shook the other Onmyoji. Previously, neither cold steel nor small-caliber firearms had been able to inflict harm upon the ghouls. Yet now, they lay humbled at the feet of Lord Abe no Saimai. Akin to subservient vassals, was this the immense power of an Onmyoji? A fervor ignited within the hearts of the gathered, as they envisioned themselves wielding such formidable strength. Meanwhile, Yinqing observed the few Onmyoji still standing in the corner, his elongated eyes narrowing as he uttered a cold remark. "Why do you not kneel?" These Tsuchimikado Onmyoji were perfectly suited to serve him. As Abe no Saimai, it was only fitting that he indulged in such privileges. After he uttered those words, a sudden clarity washed over the crowd. Instantly, many fell to their knees, with the leader of the Tsuchimikado fervently proclaiming, "The disciples of Tsuchimikado humbly welcome Lord Abe no Saimai." At this moment in Sakurado, the streets were filled with the cacophony of blaring sirens. The traffic had ground to a complete halt, with vehicles unable to advance even an inch. People fled in panic as an array of bizarre apparitions rampaged unchecked. From the tattered remnants of clothing clinging to them, one could discern their former professions. Numerous fully armed police officers attempted to thwart these entities. Yet faced with their peculiar abilities and overwhelming numbers, compounded by the ineffectiveness of conventional firearms, they could only provide cover for the residents of Sakurado to evacuate. The situation continued to deteriorate. Through live broadcasts from some residents on the scene, countless viewers across the globe were witnessing the catastrophe unfold in Sakurado in real time. Many netizens began to speculate. Could this be an invasion by monsters? Is there truly extraterrestrial life? Analyzing the previous warning from Abe no Saimai, it seemed plausible that the gates of the underworld had swung wide open, allowing these beings to invade our reality. Fortunately, I adhered to the government's advice and concluded my trip to Sakurado early. Otherwise, I too would be trapped within, in the face of the deluge of negative news online. The personnel at the Fusan Command Center were too flustered to pay heed. They were thrown into disarray by this sudden calamity, with many feeling utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister observed the distress signals from the police department and the self-defense forces flashing across the screen, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Stay calm. Our reinforcements will arrive in Sakurado shortly," assured Lieutenant General Brady, who stood nearby, wearing a confident smile despite the fact that his troops were not stationed in Sakurado and would require additional time to mobilize. Based on the intelligence gathered thus far, it appeared that these monsters had once been human. Their numbers approached 10,000, erupting suddenly at dusk, indeed causing a terrifying chaos. Yet he remained steadfast in his belief that once his forces arrived, the high-tech weaponry of the beautiful nation would render these flesh-and-blood beings lifeless. As for the possibility of collateral damage to ordinary Fusang citizens, that was beyond his consideration. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's expression softened slightly. Strangely, these entities had also appeared within the ranks of the Fusang Self-Defense Forces in the police department, causing significant disorder that they had yet to recover from. At that moment, a secretary approached discreetly, whispering, "Prime Minister, we have located Abe no Saimai." The Prime Minister felt a surge of excitement. Though the beautiful nation had pledged to eliminate the monsters in Sakurado, he deemed it prudent to establish a safeguard. He instructed in a hushed tone, "Quickly send someone to contact him. Let him know we can still negotiate the previous terms." "Yes." The secretary replied with a bow before exiting the command room. Lieutenant General Brady, however, chuckled, "They've arrived. My subordinates have reached Sakurado." The Prime Minister turned to look. On the command center's large screen, several beautiful nation combat helicopters appeared in the sky. On the ground, neatly arranged tanks and armored vehicles rolled down the streets, while the surrounding Fusang citizens looked on in astonishment. Beside the tanks stood numerous fully armed soldiers from the beautiful nation. In the outskirts of Sakura City, at the Tsuchimikado Villa, numerous onmyoji were diligently tidying the courtyard, addressing the aftermath left by the ghoulish creatures. Meanwhile, in the tea room designated for guests, Yinqing reclined on the tatami mat, idly toying with an ancient onmyoji fan gifted by the head of the Tsuchimikado clan. Towering behind him stood 3 ghouls, statuesque and immobile, save for the occasional tremor of their fingers. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Yinqing awaited the moment when the officials of Fusang would inevitably falter and come seeking his aid. He had made no attempt to conceal his whereabouts. All he needed was a moment's patience. As ennui enveloped him, the door to the tea room swung open. The head of the Tsuchimikado clan knelt at the threshold, averted his gaze from Yinqing and the 3 ghouls that loomed behind him. Bowing his head, he reported, "Lord Saimai, there are officials here to see you." "Oh, allow them to enter," Yunqing replied with a smirk, unfurling the fan adorned with landscapes. It seemed the Fusang authorities could no longer endure the pressure. However, their previous refusal to accede to his request necessitated that he present new demands this time around. Chapter 65. The cherry blossoms have bloomed. Member Yamamoto, accompanied by a delegation of negotiators, stood at the entrance of the tea room. He bowed respectfully and addressed the esteemed figure within through the opaque shoji screen. "Lord Abe, I am Jiro Yamamoto from the official government of Fusang. You may simply call me Yamamoto. Please come in." The shoji door to the tea room was gently pulled open. Inside the spacious chamber, a lazy onmyoji reclined on the tatami mat, deftly toying with a peachwood folding fan. Behind him stood 3 other onmyoji, their appearances unsettling, with skin unnaturally pale and bodies rigid as corpses. Nearby, the head of the Tsuchimikado clan, who had previously sought his counsel, knelt at the tea table, respectfully preparing tea for the onmyoji clad in dark garments. Could this be the legendary Abe no Saimai? How youthful he appears! Yamamoto instinctively scrutinized the figure before him, noting the exquisite, almost inhuman features and the intriguing heterochromatic eyes that regarded him with interest. "What brings you here, Yamamoto-kun?" The question came not from Abe no Saimai himself, but from the Tsuchimikado clan leader, who was busily rinsing a porcelain cup with boiling water using wooden tongs. Yamamoto, kneeling, advanced to the tea table, placing his hands on his thighs and bowing deeply to the tea master. "I apologize for intruding upon your esteemed leisure, my lord." With a fan held delicately before his mouth, Yuki spoke leisurely. "It seems you are facing a predicament." "Indeed, my lord, we wish to discuss several of our previous requests," Yamamoto replied, nodding in agreement. In truth, the situation was far more dire than they had communicated. In various districts of Sakura City, yokai wreaked havoc while the self-defense forces, tasked with safeguarding the territory, were preoccupied with internal threats, leaving the city's security in jeopardy. Sakura City was now utterly paralyzed. If they did not enlist the others' assistance soon, Fusang would surely suffer a significant loss of face on the international stage. I've reconsidered. I have an additional request, Yuki stated nonchalantly. With a flick of his wrist, the freshly brewed green tea from the table soared into his hand. Amid the astonished expressions of those in the tea room, he lowered his gaze to savor the fine tribute tea. Just a mere manipulation of objects. These Fusang individuals seem utterly inexperienced. Certainly, we shall do our utmost to fulfill your request, Yamamoto said, regaining his composure. At that moment, he would have acquiesced to not just one request, but even 10. Seeing Yamamoto nod in agreement brought a smirk to Yuki's lips. I demand that your Prime Minister come personally, bearing the 3 sacred treasures, and bow an apology to me. At this proclamation, the tea room fell into a profound silence. Whether it was the members of the Fusang government or the kneeling Tsuchimikado clan leader, all stared blankly at Yuki. The Prime Minister of Fusang, after all, was a symbol of their nation's dignity. How could he possibly bow an apology to anyone? Meanwhile, in the Fusang Command Center, the Prime Minister, eavesdropping through his headset, was equally bewildered. How had the focus shifted to him? He slammed his fist on the conference table in indignation. Baka! How dare they insult me so? Did they truly believe that Fusang could rely solely on Onmyoji? He had the support of the United States, after all. At that moment, he gazed at the large screen in the operations center. The image displayed a formidable creature, surrounded by soldiers from the United States, desperately attempting to breach their defenses, only to be repelled by a barrage of gunfire. One soldier, proudly shouldering an RPG launcher, wore a triumphant smile. As flames erupted, a thunderous explosion followed, reducing the creature to mere flesh and bone. Team A has neutralized the target. We request to proceed. Acknowledged. You may continue. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Sakura City. Although these monsters were impervious to bullets, they could do little against the overwhelming firepower of the American forces, meeting their demise in bitter defeat. Not to mention the armored vehicles and tanks that rendered the monsters utterly helpless. Many netizens bore witness to the American military's decisive victories, swiftly clearing every corner of Sakura City. Some expressed their sentiments, remarking, "One may criticize the United States, but one cannot deny their prowess." It seemed to me that the United States was conducting an experiment. They likely wished to ascertain whether human technology could triumph over the supernatural. This calamity appeared rather inconsequential. Could it be that Abe Saimai exaggerated the threat? Numerous individuals questioned Abe Saimai's assertions, believing this disaster to be trivial, a mere amplification of his rhetoric. The Prime Minister, indifferent to the discussions online, felt his exasperation begin to wane. At this pace, Sakura City would surely recover from the chaos in a matter of days. Therefore, he would not need to humbly seek the assistance of that so-called Abe Saimai. A cold smile crossed his lips as he pressed his earpiece, stating, "Inform that individual that Fusang does not require his pity." Upon uttering these words, he felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. Did he expect himself to bow and apologize? Did he truly believe this was over 1,000 years ago? Times had changed. The methods of the Onmyoji were no longer effective. The modern era was an iron tide of war machines. In the distance, General Brady approached, exuding confidence. "Prime Minister Fujita, I was correct, was I not? The safety of Fusang is assured in our capable hands." "Indeed," the Prime Minister replied with a smile. "With such formidable American forces stationed here, Sakura City will face no further issues." He nodded, reflecting on how the significant investments made to support the American military had now proven their worth. Meanwhile, within the Tsumuji Manor, Councilman Yamamoto, having been reprimanded by the Prime Minister, felt a headache coming on. The Prime Minister could avoid confronting Abe Saimai, but he was seated directly before him. If he were to relay the Prime Minister's exact words, he feared he and his colleagues might never leave this tea room. Bowing deeply, Councilman Yamamoto adopted the most humble demeanor and sincerely stated, "Lord Saimai, the Prime Minister conveys that the situation is now under control and that your assistance is no longer required." "Oh," Lord Abe's narrow, elongated eyes squinted slightly as he drawled. "Have you perhaps misunderstood something? What appears in Sakura City now are merely minions." "What?" Councilman Yamamoto exclaimed in disbelief, raising his head to look at Abe Saimai, who seemed to harbor a mocking smile. as if ridiculing their ignorance. Was he attempting to deceive them once more? Member Yamamoto couldn't help but furrow his brow, contemplating the chaos that had already engulfed Sakura City. If those rampaging creatures were indeed the cannon fodder from the Netherworld, as suggested by his counterpart, what could the true calamity possibly entail? Foolish mortals, when the cherry blossoms begin to fall in reverse, it heralds the arrival of disaster. Yunqing closed his folding fan and rhythmically clapped his hands. Suddenly, he cast a glance at the three ghouls standing nearby, a smile creeping onto his lips. Look, the cherry blossoms have bloomed. Chapter 66. The Night Parade of 100 Demons Within the Tea Room. The gaze of the assembly followed Yunqing. Suddenly, the three Onmyoji behind him trembled violently, their exposed skin aging rapidly. In mere seconds, these three well-proportioned Onmyoji were reduced to mere skeletons. Their fitted robes sagged, and a striking crimson five-petal flower erupted from between their brows. The flower was extraordinarily enchanting, filling the air with a faint floral fragrance. What on earth is this? Counselor Yamamoto instinctively recoiled in fear, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the lifeless corpses sprawled upon the ground. Just moments ago, they were alive. How could they have transformed into desiccated husks so suddenly? They are ghouls, akin to the monsters of Sakurado. Master Tsumuji's throat constricted as he watched his apprentice succumb to death. With a heavy heart, he lamented, in the past, we too faced the possession of our disciples by malevolent spirits. Had Lord Saimai not arrived in time, we would all have perished. But what is this flower? Why does it emerge from their bodies? Ah, these minions serve as nourishment, the sustenance for the flower, Yunqing remarked, unfurling his folding fan to conceal the lower half of his face, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the crimson blooms suspended in the air. As the flowers blossomed, calamity loomed on the horizon. The petals of the three flowers gradually dissipated, transforming into countless streams of light that vanished into the atmosphere. Meanwhile, throughout Sakurado, on the streets, soldiers from the Moldy Nation expertly encircled a horde of monsters. Yet before they could strike, the creatures' bodies swiftly contracted, their robust limbs withering to the slenderness of bamboo. Crimson, alluring flowers bloomed upon their forms, subsequently detaching from their now feeble hosts and ascending gracefully into the sky. The soldiers and residents stood in shock, witnessing the scene unfold before them. Countless blood-red, five-petaled flowers ascended from every corner of the city, gathering above in the air, creating a tumultuous sea of crimson blooms. The intoxicating fragrance wafted into the nostrils of the residents. This breathtaking spectacle was broadcasted globally, igniting discussions among netizens. How beautiful! I wish I could be there with my boyfriend to capture the moment. Is this cherry blossom? Could it be that the calamity referred to by Abe no Saimai is this? The cherry blossoms fall in reverse, heralding disaster. I feel elated about my mundane life. Opinions varied among netizens, but atop a towering building in Sakurado, Xiaohua cradled a scroll depicting the 100 demons, stealthily arriving at an empty balcony like a thief. She placed the scroll on the floor and, using her paws, gradually unfurled it. The ancient, yellow-brown parchment revealed vivid depictions of the spirits within. Meow, is this sufficient? Xiaohua hesitated, meowing softly. Her task, assigned by Yunqing, was to unveil the scroll here, await the manifestation of the 100 demons, and then secure the scroll before proceeding to the designated meeting point. At that moment, within the swirling sea of flowers in the sky, countless blood-red blooms began to dissolve. Streams of crimson light, invisible to ordinary eyes, flowed into the scroll. These lights represented karmic burdens, now ceaselessly energizing the demon scroll. Xiaohua squatted beside the scroll, her eyes wide with anticipation. Its ears perked up, curiously surveying the expansive scroll that stretched over 10 meters long. Various bizarre apparitions began to slowly writhe upon it. Having amassed a significant amount of karmic debt, they astonishingly gained consciousness. Xiaohua felt a surge of alarm as a charred, ghostly claw emerged from the scroll before it. Subsequently, as if triggered by a chain reaction, countless malevolent spirits eagerly protruded from the painting. Some were plump, others slender, some with 8 legs and others merely heads, while a few appeared as conjoined figures. Xiao Hua gazed in bewilderment at the multitude of phantoms before it. Although Yun Qing had assured that as long as it remained within a 10-meter radius of the scroll, it would not be attacked by these entities, it still revealed its spiky-backed dragon form. Fortunately, the malevolent spirits merely cast a glance at it before vanishing into the air, eager to savor the fresh blood and flesh of their first encounter with Earth's Sakura City. Within the Fusang Combat Center, the atmosphere was jubilant. The Prime Minister announced that the various yokai across Sakura City had been vanquished. Staff members at the computers continuously reported updates, indicating that if progress continued at this pace, order in Sakura City could be restored within 2 days. As the populace absorbed the good news streaming in from the screens, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. Presently, Sakura City posed little danger, aside from the swiftly dissipating crimson sea of flowers. Yet, the Prime Minister remained furrowed in thought. Although the calamity had subsided, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. The saying of Abe no Saimai echoed in his mind, that the day the cherry blossoms fell in reverse was the day of disaster. This phrase perfectly encapsulated the flowers that had detached from the monsters. What more terrifying calamity awaited? General Brady of the Third Star jokingly remarked, "Prime Minister Fujita, are you still concerned about those monsters?" "No. With you here, Sakura City is quite safe," the Prime Minister replied with a stiff smile. Yet, he couldn't shake the premonition that something was amiss. "Do not worry. Our beautiful nation will ensure the protection of Fusang. All we require is your timely payment of military expenses," General Brady asserted confidently. This encounter between modern technology and supernatural forces had undoubtedly resulted in a victory for them, providing reassurance to the prominent figures of their nation. After all, while supernatural powers were formidable and strange, they were no match for a military confrontation, akin to mere poultry before a mighty storm. Henceforth, they would approach those extraordinary forces with newfound confidence, recognizing that humanity's technological advancements had progressed far beyond the primitive ages of millennia past. Even the extraordinary beings would have to bow before their superiority. Just then, a staff member exclaimed, "Look, there's an anomaly on the scene." At this proclamation, everyone turned their attention to the large screen in the command center. The footage displayed the main battle tank of the Moldy Army, surrounded by 7 or 8 soldiers holding their weapons, vigilantly scanning the distant street. Suddenly, a short man, barely 5 feet tall, appeared at the street corner, his oversized head bobbing as he energetically made his way towards the Moldy Army. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers chose not to issue a warning to their adversary, opting instead to pull the trigger and unleash a torrent of firepower. Yet, as the bullets soared forth, the diminutive man remained unperturbed, while the soldiers who had opened fire were sent sprawling to the ground. Their bodies bore a multitude of bullet wounds, from which crimson streams flowed profusely. "Oh God, I've been hit. Damn it. Tank, fire now." As the short, stout man accelerated towards them, the main battle tank of the American forces aimed its cannon at the foe. Boom! A high explosive shell shot forth from the barrel, striking the small man with precision. However, contrary to expectations, there was no gruesome display of flesh and blood. The opponent continued to bounce toward the American troops. Suddenly, the shell materialized within the tank's cockpit, leaving the crew members in a state of bewilderment as they stared at it. Then, flames and explosions erupted in that confined space. Bang! The main battle tank was obliterated by its own shell, and the soldiers nearby met their demise in the ensuing chaos. This scene left the operations center in shock. Major General Brady stared in disbelief at the large screen. The once invincible main battle tank had been rendered useless, and through such a bizarre method. Similar occurrences transpired throughout the central district of Sakura City. In the desolate streets, dozens of American soldiers were suspended in midair, their eyes bulging with terror, while black tendrils writhed around their necks. An armored vehicle attempted to crush a bizarre head the size of a lantern, only to be devoured whole by the entity. Distress signals flooded the computer screens like falling snow. The American forces tasked with eliminating the monsters in Sakura City were on the brink of annihilation. "Hurry, hurry! Send your men to rescue them," Major General Brady's face flushed crimson as he fixed an intense gaze upon the Prime Minister of Fuson. Should this contingent of over 1,000 support troops be lost, he would certainly face a military tribunal. Chapter 67. A request for Lord Simai's intervention. Faced with the furious and humiliated General Brady, the Prime Minister felt a pang of unease. When did a 3-star general from the beautiful country dare to pressure him so brazenly? Wasn't Fuso and the beautiful country supposed to be allies? For years, Fuso had been accommodating their stationed troops, and now, when the beautiful country could not resolve Fuso's calamities, they expected him to send people to extricate them? Absurd. If the self-defense forces were of any use, why would I need your military at all? Yet such vehement thoughts could only be internalized. Voicing them would be unwise. General Brady, I am powerless to assist you. You are aware of the fighting spirit of the Fuso self-defense forces. They are unlikely to willingly march to their deaths. The Prime Minister found himself in a quandary. Should my soldiers all perish, I would command the warships in the harbor to open fire and reduce Sakura City to rubble. Brady gritted his teeth. He gazed at the Fuso Prime Minister, knowing full well that if it came to that, he would not hesitate. After all, facing a military tribunal was inevitable. Might as well make the Fuso pay the price. The Prime Minister was taken aback. The look on Brady's face suggested he was not speaking in jest. If he truly ordered the fleet to lay waste from a distance, how many souls would remain in Sakura? Do not act rashly. I have a solution. Speak quickly. Brady nearly shouted. I will seek out Abe Simai. He will undoubtedly have a way to resolve this calamity. He can save your troops. The Prime Minister calmed the enraged Brady and promptly instructed his secretary. Hurry to the laboratory and retrieve those 3 artifacts. I must personally make my way to Toho Migata. But the secretary hesitated. We have yet to study them thoroughly. Should we really hand them over to Abe Simai like this? Absurd. Prepare them at once. The Prime Minister, disregarding any notions of the extraordinary, recognized that achieving results during his tenure would be his own merit. Yet, in the face of such a dire situation, preserving his position as Prime Minister was paramount. Moments later, a helicopter ascended from the helipad, heading towards the outskirts of Sakura. The streets of Sakura were heavily congested, filled with the blaring of car horns and the terrified shouts of soldiers from the beautiful country. The sounds of gunfire echoed incessantly. However, there were too many apparitions. Strange and bizarre entities roamed freely, unafraid of firearms, each possessing unique abilities that human forces could not withstand. The center of Sakura had transformed into a realm ruled by these spirits, with streets devoid of residents and tourists, as people cowered in their homes and high-rises, trembling and peering through windows at the chaos outside. Countless ghostly figures flitted through the streets, their forms distorted under the glow of neon lights, sending chills down the spine at a mere glance. This scene resembled a procession of 100 demons. Perhaps deploying high-yield missiles could eradicate them, but this was Sakura, an international metropolis with millions of inhabitants. Meanwhile, on the internet, the plight of Sakura weighed heavily on the hearts of every netizen. The pace of change in the world was staggering. In previous extraordinary events in Huaxia, the intervention of cultivators had prevented significant casualties. This has led officials from various nations to underestimate the peril of the extraordinary. The current state of Sakurado has undoubtedly struck many high-ranking officials like a wake-up call, as they come to realize for the first time that without the aid of extraordinary beings, every supernatural incident could result in unbearable consequences. Simultaneously, in the conference room of the National Security Bureau of Huaxia, numerous high-ranking officials silently gazed at the images of Sakurado on the screen, aided by satellite imaging, allowing them to observe the scenes on the ground with clarity. The tanks and armored vehicles of the beautiful nation appeared as mere scrap metal in the face of the supernatural, while combat helicopters dared not linger in the skies above Sakurado, deterred by the presence of a ghostly figure in a red dress, holding an oil paper umbrella, calmly standing atop a high-rise building. On the ground, four armed helicopters had already been transformed into ice sculptures. This is the manifestation of extraordinary power. Observe closely. If a confrontation were to arise, would you be capable of managing it? The elderly gentleman in Zhongshan suit spoke with a grave tone, addressing several high-ranking officials gathered at the corner of the conference table. Following the demise of Liaigua, they had consistently advocated for a forceful approach against Zhao Yin of the Huashan sect's inner circle. However, it has now become evident that such behavior is utterly foolish. An extraordinary incident in a tiny nation has rendered the strongest military force powerless, let alone the vast expanse of Huaxia's territory. If one day a similar extraordinary event were to occur in a major city within the country, do you truly believe that conventional weaponry would suffice? Wouldn't you then need to beseech Master Zhao Yin for assistance? You proponents of war, if you fail to recognize your own shortcomings, then go to the front lines and gain some experience. The elder lamented, clearly frustrated. It seems you have been detached from the masses for far too long. In the Mount Tsumi manner of Sakurado, Yinqing leaned against the tatami mat, one hand supporting himself while the other waved a yin-yang fan. His demeanor exuded an otherworldly charm, indifferent to the beseeching gazes of those before him. Summoning the system panel, he observed the rapidly growing balance in the lower right corner, which had now crossed the million mark. It appears that my abstention from beef has proven to be quite lucrative. I surmise that Xiaohua has already released the myriad spirits from the 100 Demon Scroll. Once this performance concludes, I anticipate a harvest of at least 2 million shock points. Yinqing concealed his smile behind the fan, having portrayed Abe no Saimai for so long that his actions and demeanor genuinely resembled that of a half-human, half-demon charming Onmyoji. Yet, this tiny nation is rather dull. It would be best to conclude matters swiftly so he could return to Huaxia. Ah, the night of 100 demons. Sakurado has now become a hell of spirits. Yunqing's voice resonated ethereally, tinged with a hint of mockery. Are you ready? Sweat trickled down the back of Congressman Yamamoto as he spoke with a mix of fear and hope. Lord Saimai, you will assist the people of Fusong, won't you? The group members kneeling behind him gazed expectantly at Abe no Saimai, a local extraordinary being who surely would not stand idly by while the citizens of Fusong perished. Much like the Sword Immortal from Huaxia who had previously intervened to aid the Huaxia authorities in N-City. Haha Yinqing seemed amused by this dark humor, his body trembling slightly. Of course, I can help, but I have changed my mind, considering your previous aggravating actions. His narrow eyes shimmer with an ethereal glow. Your esteemed Prime Minister must kneel and beseech me. Chapter 68 Apology. As Yunqing's words echoed in the tea room, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. All present gazed at him in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Was he really demanding an apology from the Prime Minister of Fusong? The prior request for a bow was already quite audacious, and now he sought for the Prime Minister to kneel. This was nothing short of a blatant affront to the dignity of the Fusong government. Member Yamamoto's throat constricted as he struggled to voice a rebuttal. Yet, upon meeting Abe Saimai's intrigued gaze, he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, as if daring to speak would lead to dire consequences. Perhaps it was wiser to remain silent. After all, he was not the one to kneel. Yamamoto steadied his tumultuous emotions and obediently knelt before the tea table. The atmosphere grew tense, with everyone refraining from uttering a word. The individual before them was none other than the legendary Abe Saimai, a sorcerer from over 1,000 years past, capable of summoning Shikigami and possessing the prowess to navigate Fusong's current predicament, no matter the demands placed upon them. Fusong had no choice but to grit their teeth and acquiesce. At that moment, Sakura City was still reeling from the terrifying invasion of yokai. Whether it was the millions of residents who had yet to evacuate or the unfortunate soldiers mercilessly slaughtered by these fiends, the situation was dire and only growing worse with each passing moment. As the tension mounted, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside the tea room. A contingent of officials clad in dark suits arrived at the entrance. Through the wide-open door, Yunqing discerned the stern visage of the lead figure, who was none other than the Prime Minister of Fusong. Behind him trailed a female secretary, struggling to carry a long black box, presumably containing the fabled 3 sacred treasures of Fusong. It remained uncertain if they possessed any extraordinary qualities. Yinqing, betraying no emotion, raised his folding fan to his lips and spoke with a hint of mockery. Do come in. The Prime Minister, visibly anxious, swiftly removed his shoes and stepped inside. His towering bodyguards attempted to follow, but were abruptly repelled by an unseen, formidable force, crashing into the beige wall as if they were mere rag dolls. Utterly defenseless against the assault, Member Yamamoto swallowed hard, realizing that the unpredictable nature of Lord Saimai could lead to unforeseen consequences. He had invited them in only to unleash his powers, embodying the age-old Chinese adage, "To accompany a king is to walk with a tiger." The Prime Minister, taken aback, found himself surrounded only by his trembling secretary, as all his security personnel lay incapacitated against the wall. Did Abe Saimai intend to take his life? With the absence of his protectors, a sense of unease washed over the Prime Minister. Yet, he understood that if Abe Saimai truly wished him harm, he would not concern himself with mere mortal bodyguards. In the midst of his growing trepidation, Yinqing propped his chin on his hand and remarked disinterestedly, "I did not say they could enter." Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister could only bow slightly, respectfully responding, "We apologize for our misunderstanding. We come bearing sincere intentions on this visit." As he concluded, the secretary hastily elevated the black box above her head, kneeling before Yinqing. The Prime Minister expressed his discomfort, stating, "These are the three sacred treasures of our nation, the Kusanagi sword, the Yada mirror, and the Yasukani no Magatama." All eyes turned towards the wooden chest. The three sacred treasures of Kusanagi are renowned throughout the world, having been kept from public display for many years. Today marks their first unveiling. Yinqing, seated cross-legged on the tatama mat, raised his hand slightly. The wooden box held by his secretary was opened, and the three artifacts slowly floated out. An ancient long sword, rusted and worn, a comma-shaped green jade, and a palm-sized bronze mirror emerged. These three treasures, possessing an air of antiquity, were indeed exquisite. They could be considered true artifacts. However, as Yinqing examined them with his spiritual sense, he found nothing extraordinary about them. This revelation dampened his enthusiasm. He had expected that such legendary artifacts, preserved for so long, would possess some remarkable qualities. Yet, they were merely ordinary antiques. Red Beans, my deepest apologies for my earlier arrogance. I beseech you, Lord Saimai, to save the citizens of Sakura from their peril. The Prime Minister awkwardly bowed, pleading for assistance. Yinqing casually toyed with the Magatama, responding indifferently, "Did they not inform you? I've changed my mind. If you wish for my aid, you must kneel." Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's face flushed with anger. How long had it been since he had been so belittled? Since entering politics, he had been met with nothing but sycophantic smiles from everyone, including officials, citizens, and even the president of a foreign nation, all too afraid to demand his kneeling apology. His fists clenched tightly, his bow quivering slightly. After all, he was the Prime Minister of Kusanagi. How dare a mere Onmyoji humiliate him so? Just as the Prime Minister was on the verge of wrath, Yunqing's calm voice broke through the tension. "Oh, you are unwilling?" An immense pressure emanated from Yinqing, seemingly expelling all the air from the tea room. Everyone trembled, feeling as if their hearts were being tightly gripped. Any hint of defiance might lead to their utter destruction. "Red Beans, my apologies." The Prime Minister collapsed to his knees striking the wooden floor with a resounding thud. At that moment, he could hardly concern himself with his dignity as Prime Minister. Supporting himself on the ground, he bowed his head to the floor, his voice earnest. "Red Beans, my apologies. Lord Saimai, I was wrong." Only then did the crowd exhale in relief. Watching the Prime Minister's humble position, Councilman Yamamoto felt a pang of sympathy. Even the leader of a nation, when faced with the extraordinary, could only be at their mercy. How utterly tragic. The atmosphere in the tea room was tense. All official members of Kusanagi dared not look directly at Yinqing, who absent-mindedly toyed with the Magatama, not even glancing at the kneeling Prime Minister. It was as if forcing the pinnacle of secular power to kneel was an inconsequential matter, hardly worthy of his consideration. Was this the demeanor of an extraordinary being, transcending the mundane, elevated above, indifferent to the ants of the world? Even if you were the Prime Minister of a nation, to them, you might simply be a slightly larger ant. After waiting for quite some time, the kneeling Prime Minister could only feel a tingling numbness in his legs. He had knelt down too forcefully, and his knees were still throbbing with pain. Yet, all the physical discomfort paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt deep within. Yun Qing observed the trembling Prime Minister of Fusang with an unperturbed heart. He found this place rather tiresome. He preferred the comfort of Huaxia. The initial objective had been accomplished, the 100-demon scroll had been activated, and the system had amassed a considerable amount of astonishment points. It was time to bring this farce to an end. Yun Qing placed the 3 divine artifacts back into the wooden box and casually tossed it to the side, instructing the head of the Tsuchimikado clan to take care of it. This farcical spectacle in Sakura City must come to a close. Chapter 69. The 100 demons enter the painting. Upon finishing his words, Yun Qing's figure dissipated into white mist within the tea room. It was only after several minutes had passed that the members of the Fusang officials exhaled deeply. Abe no Saimai was finally willing to intervene. The suffocating sense of oppression gradually dissipated. Congressman Yamamoto hastily rose to assist the Prime Minister, who remained kneeling in an awkward position, his backside elevated uncomfortably. "Take it slow. Yamamoto-san, my legs have gone numb." The Prime Minister, grasping Yamamoto's arm, felt as if his thighs belonged to another. He lifted his head, instinctively glancing around. Hesitantly inquiring, "Lord Saimai must have departed, right?" "Indeed, Lord Saimai has utilized his magic to leave," Yamamoto confirmed. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister felt a wave of relief wash over him, hoping that Saimai would swiftly head to the center of Sakura City to resolve the demonic disturbances. Realizing he had shown weakness in front of his subordinates, he adopted a grave expression and declared, "This kneeling is for the millions of Fusang citizens. It is for the stability of Fusang society." Yes. The members present in the tea room nodded in agreement, though internally they were fully aware of the truth. The Prime Minister's actions were driven by sheer terror. However, they could empathize. After all, the one who compelled the Prime Minister to kneel was the renowned Onmyoji Saimai. In Sakura City, within a certain high-rise building, Yun Qing materialized in an abandoned fire escape. A small cat, licking its fur on the ground, perked up its ears upon seeing Yun Qing's sudden appearance and meowed. "Meow. Mission successfully accomplished." "Excellent. You appear quite spirited," Yun Qing replied, nodding as he affectionately ruffled the cat's tiny head. This spirit beast proved to be somewhat useful. Though it could not confront enemies directly, after mastering the art of fog concealment, it could move freely. He then picked up a rolled-up scroll beside him, unfurling a small section to reveal a barren expanse on the yellow-brown parchment devoid of the previously depicted demons. Indeed, all had been mobilized, which explained the urgency displayed by the Fusang Prime Minister. A smile crept across Yun Qing's lips as he clutched the scroll and made his way toward the chaotic streets below. "Stay hidden. I shall complete this act." Meanwhile, in a distant alley, several soldiers from a foreign army concealed themselves within a nearby shop. Fully armed, they gripped firearms equipped with various scopes. Yet, as one of the world's most elite military forces, they appeared utterly disheveled. Outside the transparent shop windows, a multitude of eerie shadows roamed the streets, rendering the outside world akin to a ghostly realm. One soldier, hiding behind the cash register, nervously swallowed hard. Earlier, the sounds of gunfire and the terrified cries of his comrades had filled the air. But now, there was nothing but silence. "Boo-hoo, I miss my son. He is so young, and I might lose his father." In a corner, a black soldier began to unravel psychologically. He stared at a photograph tucked within his helmet, twin streaks of tears tracing down his dark face. "Damn it, are you trying to kill us?" Those nearby, filled with fear, whispered curses and hurriedly covered his mouth. Just then, a creaking sound emanated from the shop's entrance. A soldier could not help but peek outside, only to hear his terrified whisper, "Oh God, we are all going to die." The soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons and collectively turned their gaze outward. Before them flew a disheveled head, trailing behind it a neck as long and grotesque as that of a python. "What the hell is this? God, save your faithful." The soldiers, stricken with terror, cried out for help while unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bullets rained down, shattering the snacks on the shelves, yet they proved utterly ineffective against the ghastly head, Despair settled in as they regretted their decision to come to this foreign land, battling against a horde of incomprehensible monstrosities. Just as the soldiers teetered on the brink of collapse, a chilling voice resonated from outside. Withdraw. The ghastly head reluctantly retreated, quickly vanishing from view, leaving the soldiers engulfed in fear. They gasped for breath, incredulous that the crisis had been resolved so easily. They peered outside. Through the glass, a spectral figure emerged. Curiosity piqued. They hesitantly stepped out of their cover and cautiously pushed open the shop's door. Standing in the street was a man clad in ancient attire from this land, exuding a languid, enchanting aura, as if he had stepped forth from a classical painting. At that moment, he unfurled a yellow-brown scroll, his gaze fixated upon it with meticulous attention. His red and green irises shimmered with an otherworldly light, signaling to the soldiers that he was no ordinary being, likely a supernatural entity from this realm. "Oh God, are you an angel sent by the divine?" A white soldier, tears streaming down his face, fell to his knees, overwhelmed with gratitude. To him, this sudden appearance of the extraordinary was akin to a divine intervention. Yun Qing surveyed the nearly shattered soldiers before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he dismissively remarked, "Your God has no authority over me. If you wish to survive, stand obediently by my side." With that, he turned his attention away from them, employing his powers to gradually unfurl the scroll. Upon the ancient canvas, a hideous specter emerged, a head devoid of a body, its long, serpentine neck coiling menacingly. Soon, the 100 demons would be drawn into the picture. Meanwhile, at the command center, surveillance satellites captured Yun Qing's form, and everyone witnessed him subduing the ghoul. Officials were taken aback. This creature had previously single-handedly destroyed 3 main battle tanks and pursued an armored vehicle for quite some time. Yet now, it was effortlessly ensnared within Abe Saimai's scroll. "What the hell? This is unbelievable," exclaimed General Brady, a 3-star officer, unable to contain his expletive. His troops were among the elite, fully equipped with an arsenal that included dozens of tanks. Yet, confronted by the ghoul, they had crumbled in an instant, shattering his confidence. Was it true that henceforth, only the extraordinary could contend with such supernatural events? Look, in Sakura City, malevolent spirits from various locales are converging, a staff member exclaimed. The crowd turned their gaze towards the large screen, where marked locations revealed the gathering of these entities, as if summoned to the city center. They forsook the readily available human prey surrounding them, congregating in a broad street. At the forefront of this avenue stood the composed and tranquil figure of the extraordinary Abe no Saimai. Behind the curtains of towering buildings lining the street, countless residents cowered, daring only to peek out with their eyes to observe the scene below. To their horror, they witnessed an array of grotesque spirits slowly amalgamating, resembling a macabre procession of sorts. A chilling wind howled, accompanied by eerie, spine-chilling laughter. In the bustling heart of Sakura City, a night of 100 demons unfolds. Chapter 70. The Onmyoji exorcises demons, a grand spectacle in the mortal realm across the globe. All nations equipped with satellite surveillance have turned their gaze towards the current situation in Sakura City. High-definition images are displayed in real time on screens. The United States, China, Great Britain. The leaders of these nations are fervently eager to comprehend how the extraordinary beings of Fusang confront this overwhelming legion of spirits. Their military analysts have concluded that, should such a calamity occur within their own urban centers, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. After all, in densely populated cities, the use of devastating weapons like nuclear bombs is out of the question. No one wishes to bear the burden of slaughtering millions. Moreover, the might of military forces proves futile against such foes. Even the most advanced battle tanks of the United States appear as mere paper against these phantoms. Soldiers fight valiantly, yet are relentlessly pursued and forced into hiding by the spirits. It is an utterly helpless situation. At this moment, the terrifying nature of the extraordinary is starkly displayed before them. A sense of powerlessness in the face of human technology permeates the hearts of every high-ranking official watching the live footage. Yinqing remains unaware of the perspectives held by these leaders regarding the extraordinary. He stands at the center of Sakura City streets, confronted by a grand procession formed by the spirits. Their grotesque appearances and agile movements, summoned by the scroll of 100 demons, surge towards him. Yinqing's expression remains calm, unfazed by the horrifying spectacle before him. In contrast, the soldiers beside him, robust and sturdy, tremble uncontrollably. They had believed that following the extraordinary being would ensure their safety, but it has become painfully evident that they had overestimated their security. With so many spirits present, they fear they may not even suffice to fill the gaps between their teeth. Some, unwilling to await their demise, turn and flee, while others raise their weapons, preparing to meet their end with valor. Each soldier silently prays, beseeching their respective deities for salvation. Meanwhile, residents peering from the tall buildings flanking the streets watch the unfolding scene with pale faces. The wide street is teeming with spirits, surging toward the Onmyoji like a tsunami crashing against the shore. Yet, in the face of this terrifying tide, the Onmyoji stands resolute. His ethereal demeanor suggests he has mastery over the situation. Many residents dare not look at the scene below, as the spirits draw dangerously close, within mere meters of the solitary figure. They dread witnessing the Onmyoji being torn asunder, for he stands alone against this terrifying horde. Beside Yinqing, the soldiers display expressions of horror and despair. They had thought they had escaped one peril only to fall into another, believing they had reclaimed their lives. Yet the outcome seems inescapable. Just as the soldiers are on the brink of collapse, Yinqing takes action. Channeling his spiritual energy, the scroll of 100 demons hovering in the air suddenly unfurls. The lengthy, tawny scroll radiates with spiritual brilliance, most of its surface blank, save for a depiction of a single demon's head in one corner. What follows leaves the soldiers and residents in shock. The spirits on the street suddenly become ethereal, transforming into dark shadows that swiftly rush towards the scroll. Immediately, upon the blank canvas, vivid depictions of spectral entities emerged, strikingly reminiscent of the previously encountered apparitions. The Onmyoji. Binding spirits. Is this the origin of the Shikigami? Many inhabitants of Fusang recalled the genesis of Shikigami upon witnessing the spectacle. According to legend, Shikigami are indeed spirits subdued and commanded by Onmyoji. Now, they were witnessing the very manifestation of Shikigami. This mythic scene materializing into reality profoundly astonished countless souls. In the Fusang Command Center, personnel stood in stupefied silence, transfixed by the images on the screen. Their shock rendered them momentarily mute. The malevolent entities, previously invincible against the forces of the miasma, seemed utterly harmless before Lord Saimai, akin to children devoid of any threat. Meanwhile, General Brady, the commander of the miasma forces, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He could scarcely believe the tableau before him. A legion of phantoms in the city center was effortlessly subdued by a singular extraordinary being. Once again, his dwindling faith in technology was shattered. What manner of artifact does a Lord Saimai wield? Brady instinctively refrained from addressing him by name, opting for the honorific Lord. Though he hailed from Fusang, he was nonetheless an extraordinary individual. That must surely be an Onmyoji's tool, the Fusang Prime Minister declared with pride. His demeanor had shifted dramatically, devoid of any previous sycophancy. After witnessing Lord Saimai's fearless command over spirits, the Prime Minister's mindset had subtly transformed. What significance does the beautiful nation hold? Do they possess extraordinary individuals or legacies? With Lord Saimai now representing Fusang, the nation is bound to secure its place amid future global upheavals. The beautiful nation, stripped of extraordinary powers, might find itself relegated to a vassal state of Fusang. The Prime Minister indulged in this optimistic vision, entirely forgetting the humiliation of his earlier kneeling. Meanwhile, on the grand screen of the command center, the legion of phantoms on Sakura Avenue had vanished without a trace. The once blank canvas in midair was now filled, replaced by a host of terrifying and grotesque spirits. The 100 demons had entered the frame, The soldiers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the desolate street, their hearts pounding like drums. These entities, unperturbed by artillery, capable of overturning main battle tanks with ease, had left them in awe as they silently disappeared before their eyes. The horror was simply unfathomable. Some soldiers collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably in the arms of their comrades. They had anticipated a fatal outcome, yet unexpectedly found themselves alive in this surreal moment. Residents in the high-rises watched in disbelief as the Onmyoji cast the scroll, ensnaring the terrifying spirits within. His demeanor exuding an elegance and composure that perfectly matched their fantasies of an Onmyoji. Through live broadcasts from some residents, countless individuals across the globe witnessed the spectacle in Yunqing. The online community erupted in excitement. This marked the emergence of the second extraordinary being to showcase formidable powers since the Jianxian Zhao Yan of Huaxia. Many engaged in fervent discussions about the wondrous capabilities of the Onmyoji. The ancient scroll, spanning dozens of meters, astonishingly encapsulates the myriad of spirits from the cherry blossom capital. It must be a formidable artifact. Yunqing remained oblivious to the fact that his recent performance was under the scrutiny and discussion of billions of netizens. With a gentle lift of his hand, the floating scroll of spirits gradually folded inwards before gracefully descending into his palm. Observing the scroll, Yunqing nodded in satisfaction, aware that he had reaped significant rewards this time. The system had already accumulated 230,000 points of astonishment, and the scroll had been fully activated, with a substantial portion of its karmic burdens still intact. With these burdens, he no longer needed to masquerade as an Yin-Yang master using a special effect ring. He could summon any spirit from the scroll at will, commanding them as he pleased. The legacy of the Yin-Yang masters had truly manifested in the present world. Chapter 71. The Red Items. Yunqing retracted the 100 ghosts painting into his inventory, and then his figure vanished from the street, leaving behind bewildered American soldiers. Whereas Lord Saimai gone? At the Fusang Operational Command Center, the Prime Minister, gazing at the screen displaying the disappearance of Yunqing, nervously spoke. The technicians beside him immediately activated surveillance satellites and street cameras, their fingers dancing rapidly over the keyboard. After a flurry of activity, one technician sheepishly remarked, "Private Marseille, Lord Saimai has vanished. Baka, my eyes are not deceiving me." The Prime Minister's expression of anticipation faded instantly, replaced by a scowl. If Lord Saimai were to subdue the demons and then retreat into seclusion as before, Fusang would lose its hope for resurgence. Panic began to set in. If someone were to be held accountable for the calamity in Sakurado, he was undoubtedly the prime candidate. Lord Saimai had previously hinted at the impending disaster, but he had chosen to disregard the warning. If he failed to keep Lord Saimai from slipping away, his position as Prime Minister would undoubtedly be at stake after this incident. In a state of turmoil, a thought suddenly struck him. "Quickly, I must go to Tsuchimikado," he exclaimed. The 3 sacred treasures remained in the hands of the Tsuchimikado clan leader. Lord Saimai would surely go to retrieve them. However, upon arriving at the Tsuchimikado estate with a contingent of Fusang officials, he discovered that Yunqing had long since departed, leaving only the clan leader to greet them. "Where's Lord Saimai?" The Prime Minister inquired anxiously, to which the Tsuchimikado clan leader shook his head, regretfully responding, "He has already returned," stating he needs to study the 3 sacred treasures. At this, the officials appeared despondent. The hope of Fusang's resurgence had been extinguished. It seemed that the ambition to make America a vassal state of Fusang was merely a fanciful thought. Yet, the Tsuchimikado clan leader took a breath and added, "Moreover, he said for you to hasten the construction of the temporary palace. The Onmyoji path has remained dormant for far too long." The official's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. It appeared that Lord Saimai intended to establish a legacy of Onmyoji in Fusang. Did this signify that Fusang would rise as a true, transcendent legacy after the Huaxia Sword Immortals? Hope for Fusang's resurgence was rekindled. "We must expedite the construction of the temporary palace. We must select the finest location for Lord Saimai, right in the heart of Sakurado. Our craftsmen are too slow. Shall we invite a construction team from Huaxia?" "Yes, indeed. Let us directly invite 3 of Huaxia's top engineering teams to work around the clock, ensuring the palace for Lord Saimai is completed post-haste. The group joyfully deliberated on how to construct the temporary palace for Yunqing. Meanwhile, in the heart of Sakurado, the source of the chaos had been eradicated, yet the streets still bore the visage of a post-apocalyptic landscape. Cars lay overturned, and shops along the streets blazed with fierce flames. The Fusong rescue team and the police department finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Many were grateful to be alive, and those who had witnessed Lord Saimai subduing the monsters sincerely thanked one another for their willingness to intervene, even though they were oblivious to the true origin of the calamity. On the internet, concerning the scene where Abe No Saimai confronts the 100 demons in the Cherry Blossom City, he has been captured in various close-up photographs. His enchanting stature, facing the specters with an unwavering demeanor, instantly garnered the admiration of many women. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Yunqing, embarks on a journey to Huaxia with his companion, Xiaohua, sword in hand. As dawn breaks, he successfully returns to his rented abode. Upon entering the familiar confines of his home, Yunqing feels an immediate sense of reassurance. Indeed, one finds it hard to part with their roots. Xiaohua, with feline grace, approaches the little nest Yunqing fashioned from old clothes. Splayed out, it lounges in the cat bed with little regard for decorum. Yunqing refrains from rushing to the bath. Instead, he takes a seat and summons the system. The lottery interface materializes, displaying a balance of 2,370,000 in the lower right corner. The multitude of zeros dazzles Yunqing, leaving him momentarily bewildered by the abundance of his fortune. The urge to indulge in the lottery overwhelms him. He must draw, and draw with fervor. As he clicks to draw, an unexpected message pops up. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 million shock value for the first time, unlocking the second lottery page. Yunqing furrows his brow at this notification. Another lottery page? To his surprise, acquiring the million shock value has unveiled something new, though its purpose remains a mystery. He notices a triangular arrow on the left side of the page and, intrigued, clicks on it. The grand wheel before him vanishes, replaced by a resplendent golden light. A smaller platinum disc appears, its material unclear, adorned with intricate patterns, yet empty within, save for a lottery button beside it. Consume 500,000 shock value for a 1% chance of obtaining a red item. Guaranteed purple item. Probability of drawing a red item from the ordinary wheel is 0. 0.00000000001. Would you like to draw? Yunqing gazes at the descriptions, captivated by the allure of the red item. Drawing once costs 500,000, with a safety net of a purple item and a 1% chance of acquiring the red rarity. Given the extraordinary odds presented by the ordinary wheel, this item must be exceedingly rare. However, the price is rather daunting. Despite his reservations, Yunqing feels a twinge of excitement. With over 2 million shock value at his disposal, he possesses the means to indulge. Gritting his teeth, he presses the lottery button. In an instant, 500,000 shock value is expended, and the wheel before him shimmers, its surface rippling like water. Congratulations! You have obtained a golden item, Starry Guardian Array. The brilliance before him brightens, gradually fading away. A white light coalesces on the page, accompanied by a system notification, Starry Guardian Array. The Sacred Mountain Protection Formation of the Lingxiao Sacred Land, with 3 pillars supporting the heavens, star banners adorning myriad peaks, channeling the celestial brilliance into a dome-like barrier, safeguarding the Lingxiao as if the heavens themselves were to descend. Item color: gold. Item rating: rare. Note: when extracting the item, you must confirm the usage location. Changes cannot be made once confirmed. Yunqing inhales sharply. This is somewhat extravagant. A mountain protection formation. Could it be akin to the ultimate artifacts of ancient sects mentioned in novels? Although he did not procure the coveted red item, this rare golden treasure is indeed commendable. However, it appears that this item cannot be relocated at will. One must confirm the intended placement beforehand. So, where would be an appropriate location for it? Yunqing contemplated silently, having initially intended to transform the Huashan sect into his own power. Now, with the protection of this grand formation, he could directly establish a sect and forge the first extraordinary force on Earth. Initially, he had planned to masquerade as an extraordinary being, capitalizing on the resurgence of spiritual energy in the world to harvest people's astonishment. Now, the entire world has come to believe this deception. Thus, he could turn all the boasts he had previously made into reality. Chapter 72. The Ling Shu Pei Yuan Dan Yun Qing began his preparations. Since he aimed to establish a transcendent force, it was imperative to found a sect and attract disciples. The Huashan sect already had 70 or 80 Taoists, a number sufficient to support a modest external faction. However, mere numbers would not suffice to sustain a truly extraordinary power. He envisioned a grand announcement to the world, inviting 100 exceptionally gifted disciples to join. This would instill a sense of hope among ordinary people. After all, one of those coveted spots might just be theirs. A smile tugged at Yun Qing's lips as he pondered the odds. With a global population of 7 billion, how many could be deemed fortunate? And even among those who became external members, how long would it take them to reach the qi refining stage? He had no intention of providing foundational cultivation techniques. Merely allowing them to practice the Taiyin Ju for the qi refining stage was already quite generous. His primary motive in founding this transcendent force was to create an illusion of spiritual revival, granting a select few the illusion of low-tier extraordinary abilities to further entrench his deception. Yet, the notion of exceptional talent was mere rhetoric. If he took a liking to someone, even a stray dog could be transformed into an extraordinary being through the sheer application of resources. With this thought, Yun Qing returned to the ordinary lottery page. The quantities of the cleansing essence pills and gathering fruits in his inventory were not plentiful. Once he took on disciples, he would need to have some extraordinary items to bestow as rewards. Fortunately, his shock value still stood at a staggering 170,000. 100 draws at a time would yield an endless supply of possibilities. Yun Qing numbly clicked the lottery button as the system chimed incessantly. His shock value flowed away like a rushing river, and the numbers of cleansing essence pills and gathering fruits began to rise. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. The repetition of this simple action left his fingers somewhat fatigued. Despite being a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, he never anticipated experiencing the sensation of numb fingers again. Such was the burden of happiness. He paused the lottery and opened his inventory. Satisfied, he nodded at the sight of over 10,000 gathering fruits and cleansing essence pills. This would surely suffice to sustain the external faction for a considerable time. His gaze then shifted to several new items that had appeared in the inventory. A hefty investment of 300,000 shock value had indeed yielded new treasures. Among them was a silvery pill and a purple pendant. Curiosity piqued, Yun Qing opted to examine the pill first. Congratulations! You have obtained a new item, Ling Shu Pei Yuan Dan. Ling Shu Pei Yuan Dan, a third-grade demon pill that, when consumed by a demon beast, can enhance its innate understanding and also raise its cultivation level. Item color, white. Rating, ordinary. Would you like to extract it? Reading the system's description, disappointment flickered across Yun Qing's eyes. He had hoped it would be beneficial for himself, but it turned out to be an item meant for Little Flower, capable of enhancing her cultivation and innate abilities. Perhaps this was for the best, as the flying cat demon could only perform the mist escape technique and lacked any semblance of the might expected from Spirit Beast. Taking her out would be rather embarrassing. Thus, Yun Qing extracted the Pei Yuan Dan and tossed it towards Little Flower. The silvery pill traced a perfect arc through the air before landing steadily on her back. The counterpart slept as soundly as a pig, utterly unresponsive. It was time to enjoy the braised fish. Noticing that Xiaohua remained indifferent, Yun Qing had no choice but to resort to his trump card. At that moment, Xiaohua, lying on its back, suddenly lifted its head, its large dark eyes wide open, as it mewed, "Meow? Where is it?" However, after sniffing around, it detected no scent of braised fish in the air. Xiaohua's feline expression instantly drooped. "Eat, eat, eat. Can't you learn from me? Look how swiftly my cultivation has progressed." Yun Qing lamented. "Hurry and consume that elixir beside you, and focus on your training instead of sleeping all day. Xiaohua rolled its eyes and picked up the silver elixir resting atop its bed. After swallowing it, it promptly returned to its slumber. Yet, a halo of spiritual energy surrounded it, indicating it was indeed cultivating. Yinxing turned back to check another new item. Congratulations! You have obtained a new item, Void Pendant. Void Pendant, a legendary magical artifact from the Soloro Empire, worn closely by Queen Alice, capable of transporting the user over vast distances at will. Item color, purple. Evaluation, precious. Would you like to extract it? The panel displayed a pendant, its necklace shimmering with light, adorned with a purple gem. Just a glance drew one deeply into the gem's radiant glow, exuding an air of opulence and nobility. Yunqing chose to extract the item. The description of this necklace was too enticing. It allowed for super long-distance teleportation. This meant he could assume extraordinary roles across the globe without fear of being discovered. After all, if only one extraordinary being appeared each time, it would inevitably raise suspicion over time. However, if the Onmyoji were to appear in Sakura City 1 second, and Zhao Yin showed up at the Huashan sect the next, it would be mistakenly believed that they were independent entities. No one would ever guess he could teleport instantaneously. Yunqing felt a surge of excitement as he grasped the necklace in his hands and opted to purchase a comprehensive card. Yet, he soon discovered that the system shop had added a new item, a pure golden card. Comprehensive enhancement card. Ordinary comprehensive cards cannot be used on purple tier items, but enhancement cards are not subject to this limitation. Price, 500,000 shock points. Yunqing gazed at the number, feeling no stir of emotion. There seemed to be an insurmountable chasm between golden and purple items, the disparity as vast as that between purple and white items. He had initially worried that the comprehensive card would be ineffective on golden items, but it appeared there was no need for concern. A mere 500,000 shock points was easily attainable at his current rate of earning them. A single large performance would suffice, even yielding a profit. Indifferently, Yunqing purchased an ordinary comprehensive card. As the card dissipated, memories flooded his mind. In the royal palace of the Soloro Empire, Queen Alice sat upon her throne, adorned with a purple necklace around her neck. At this moment, she rested her chin on one hand. Her gaze lowered as she listened to the report from the court magician. Your Majesty, the Deser family seems to be quietly mobilizing, amassing a significant collection of prohibited magical artifacts. The court mage respectfully reports on the recent developments within the capital. Before us stands the first queen in the history of the Soloro Empire, who ascended the throne with unparalleled military achievements, compelling many ancient nobles to lower their proud heads and stabilizing a realm on the brink of collapse. Dispatch the royal guards and the mage guild to sweep the area. Should the evidence prove irrefutable, let it be dealt with according to imperial law. Queen Alice states calmly, her brown eyes betraying no sign of disturbance. It is merely a noble unwilling to submit to her rule. The court mage nods respectfully, yet as he gazes upon this unflappable queen, a recent jest within the mage circles springs to mind, prompting him to say, Your Majesty, a legendary mage of questionable sanity has recently appeared within the territory of Count Aid. Oh, a rare flicker of intrigue dances within Alice's gaze. The legendary tier is indeed occupied by the most formidable of mages. Chapter 73. Journey to Mount Hua throughout the entirety of the Soloro Empire. Legendary mages are a rare breed. How is it possible to uncover a deranged legendary mage within the territory of Count Aid? Observing the questioning glimmer in the queen's eyes, the court mage hastily interjected. The legendary mage you are familiar with is none other than Mishuz, who departed from the royal capital a decade ago to delve into the intricacies of summoning magic. Is it he? Queen Alice inquired, her understanding beginning to surface. Mishuz had once boldly proclaimed his ambition to create magical artifacts capable of summoning semi-divine beings. Everyone deemed him mad, for such beings could only be vanquished. The notion of summoning them was preposterous. Indeed, he recently reappeared and proclaimed that his experiments have borne fruit. The court mage could not suppress a derisive chuckle. Yet, when others sought to witness his experimental artifacts, he claimed that the results had been taken by the gods. A look of astonishment flickered across Alice's serene visage. Gods! In this world, the existence of deities was acknowledged, yet they had not walked the earth for centuries. Mishuza's frenzied assertions would undoubtedly lead many to consider him insane. The prevailing sentiment among the majority of the empire reflected precisely what the court mage had articulated, and Queen Alice shared this skepticism. It had been several centuries since the last divine manifestation. Besides, how could a deity descend merely for a magical artifact? Just then, within the spacious hall in the distance, a dazzling radiance erupted. A being resembling a 16-winged archangel emerged from the brilliance, the reverent chants of holy devotees resonating, causing the hall to tremble slightly. Assassins, protect the king. The palace guards swiftly drew their enchanted swords. The court mage brandished his magical staff, conjuring a 6-tier fireball spell with a mere flick of his wrist. Instinctively, Queen Alice grasped the necklace around her neck, yearning to activate the magical artifact and escape this perilous situation. Yet, no matter how she attempted to invoke the necklace, she remained rooted in place. Was it malfunctioning? After all, this was a legendary-grade artifact. Alice gasped in disbelief as the court mage's fireball barely formed upon the staff. Extinguished instantaneously. What? The court mage felt a shiver crawl across his scalp. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the surrounding magic energy being utterly drained. Who was this being? What could possess such terrifying power? Soon, they would learn the identity of the visitor. Alice, the gods require your offering. A voice, ethereal and otherworldly, resonated. Upon hearing this, all present felt their souls washed in gentle sunlight. Alice's pupils constricted. She recalled their earlier conversation. Mishuz had stated that his magical artifact had been taken by the gods. The being manifesting before her bore an uncanny resemblance to the divine messengers described in ancient texts. Could it be that the gods had returned to the mortal realm? Meanwhile, within a rented room, Yunqing gradually regained consciousness, processing the influx of memories flooding his mind. A profound understanding has been gained regarding the usage of this necklace, a legendary magical artifact capable of creating portals in the astral realm, enabling instantaneous travel across vast distances of millions of kilometers. Most conveniently, it draws energy autonomously from the astral plane. Although Yunqing remains uncertain about the true nature of the astral realm, perhaps a projection of the real world, he donned the necklace around his neck, which, composed of starlight, automatically constricted to perfectly fit his skin. Disguising himself with a special effects ring, he assumed the identity of the Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai. He intended to first use the necklace to visit Sakurado before making his appearance at Huashan, thereby creating a deceptive proof of simultaneous presence for both Abe no Saimai and Zhao Yin, dispelling any conjectures and doubts. After all, no one knew of his ability to teleport thousands of miles in an instant. Envisioning the scenery of Sakurado in his mind, he vanished from his rented room in the next moment. Xiaohua perked up her ears, bewildered, gazing at the empty room. Meow, where has my sizable master gone? At that moment, Yunqing himself felt somewhat disoriented. Before the Tsuchimikado Manor in Sakurado, he gazed at the surrounding cherry blossom trees in full bloom, the environment identical to that in his memories. Instantaneous teleportation, traversing over 3,000 kilometers, directly arriving at the destination. Incredible. Yunqing marveled at the power of the magical artifact, noticing a gathering of locals surrounding the entrance of the Tsuchimikado Manor, all of whom appeared bewildered upon witnessing his sudden appearance. Soon, someone from the crowd, quick to react, pushed through and shouted, "Lord Saimai, please take me as your disciple. I aspire to become an Onmyoji." After uttering this, he knelt on the cement ground, the sound indicating his knees must have suffered greatly, yet his expression remained undeterred. This utterance instantly ignited the crowd, prompting the locals to emulate him, kneeling and bowing while fervently exclaiming, "Please, Lord Saimai, accept me as your disciple." Yunqing frowned, partially obscuring his face with a folding fan, realizing that these locals had come to the Tsuchimikado Manor with the intention of becoming Onmyoji. It seemed his portrayal in Sakurado had been remarkably successful, leading them to genuinely believe in the extraordinary powers of an Onmyoji. However, he chose to disregard them, teleporting once more directly into the tea room of the manor. The head of the Tsuchimikado, kneeling before the tea table, was leisurely savoring the new tea. With Yunqing's impersonation of Abe no Saimai, now renowned in Sakurado, the Onmyoji of the land began to regard the Tsuchimikado with reverence. Various influential figures from commerce and politics, previously unreachable, now frequently visited the Tsuchimikado. This lifestyle indeed instilled a sense of ethereal bliss. In the next moment, the head of the Tsuchimikado noticed a figure suddenly materializing before him. Upon lifting his gaze, he was astounded to find it was none other than Lord Saimai. Hastily setting down his teacup, he quickly moved to kneel before Yunqing, exclaiming, "Lord Saimai, you seem quite at ease. Have you conveyed my instructions to the authorities?" Yunqing replied with a playful tone, raising his hand, causing the teapot and teacups on the table to levitate, and soon a cup of hot tea soared into his grasp. "Rest assured, Lord Saimai, I have conveyed to the government that the construction of the Imperial Palace has commenced in the heart of Sakura City, and it shall soon be completed. But what are those mundane souls outside?" Yunqing sipped his new tea, his tone tinged with coldness. The head of the Tsumuji clan, upon hearing this, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. He carefully chose his words, awkwardly replying, "My Lord Saimai, your prowess is so formidable that it has led many to harbor unfounded fantasies. They are but foolish individuals, deluded into believing themselves the protagonists of a tale, aspiring to join the Tsumuji clan." A look of disdain flowed from Yunqing's heterochromatic eyes. The extraordinary powers had yet to emerge in Huaxia. Yet here were the people of a small nation, foolishly dreaming of becoming extraordinary before anyone else. Chapter 74, The First Onmyoji of Fusang, with a bemused expression. Yunqing raised the corners of his mouth. He cast a downward glance at the timid head of the Tsumuji clan, reveling in the absurdity of mere mortals daring to besiege the dwelling of an Onmyoji. "My lord, we have made every effort to disperse them, but with limited success." As the cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the clan leader, his voice grew increasingly uncertain. In this era, the Onmyoji had waned in prominence. Unlike several centuries ago, when they were regarded as nobles, and commoners would not dare to meet their gaze. Nowadays, with Lord Saimai subduing the 100 demons in Sakura capital, the once diminished profession of Onmyoji has begun to resurface in the public consciousness. Many of the people of Fusang yearn to attain such magnificent power. However, unlike their predecessors, they do not approach the Onmyoji with reverence or fear. They remain utterly ignorant of the nobility inherent in the Onmyoji's role. Listening to the clan leader's dry explanations, Yunqing, bored, tossed aside the exquisite teacup crafted by a master artisan. The porcelain shattered, startling the kneeling clan leader, whose body quivered in fear. Had his words provoked the ire of Lord Saimai? The clan leader swallowed hard, realizing that it was their lack of strength that had rendered them invisible to a throng of mere mortals. Yunqing unfurled his folding fan, concealing the lower half of his face. His heterochromatic eyes fixated on the Tsumuji clan leader as an alluring, seductive voice emerged. "Do you wish to become a true Onmyoji?" Earlier, in Sakura capital, he had caused quite a stir, successfully activating the scroll of 100 demons. At any moment, he could summon a spirit from the scroll to obey the clan leader as command, transforming him into the first Onmyoji of Fusang capable of wielding Shikigami. Upon hearing Yunqing's tantalizing proposition, the clan leader trembled violently. He fell to all fours, his forehead striking the wooden floor with a resounding thud as he fervently proclaimed, "Lord Saimai, I am willing to become your servant, to be at your command," observing the fervor of the clan leader. A wicked smile crept beneath the cover of Yunqing's fan. Did this fool truly believe he was receiving a boon? He was but an ordinary man, unenhanced by supernatural fortitude. Should a spirit remain at his side, he would likely lose at least 20 years of his life. Furthermore, if he were to utilize the spirit's abilities in public, Yunqing would reap the rewards of astonishment. After all, the spirit was summoned from the scroll of 100 demons. Belonging to him, the clan leader possessed only the right to use it, not to own it. Should he ever find the clan leader displeasing, reclaiming it would be a simple matter. It was indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. The clan leader would become an unconventional, extraordinary being, incapable of longevity, his body untouched by ascension, yet granted the enviable ability to command Shikigami. Meanwhile, Yinqing would continuously accumulate points of astonishment. This was the very essence of the Onmyoji legacy he had initially envisioned. Yinqing summoned the scroll of 100 demons, the tawny parchment unfurling gracefully in the air, revealing over 700 vividly depicted malevolent spirits. He meticulously surveyed the images of the demons, while the prostrated clan leader dared not lift his gaze. A sudden chill enveloped him, a mysterious coldness pervading his limbs, yet within him burned an ardent fervor. At long last, I have the opportunity to become a genuine Onmyoji. Behold, this shall suffice. Yinqing gazed upon the painting, which depicted an imposing, grotesque creature with 4 arms. This one appears satisfactory, lacking any peculiar supernatural abilities, yet possessing immense strength capable of overturning a heavy truck and rendering small-caliber firearms ineffective. Among the 700 malevolent spirits, it barely ranks within the top 500. With a mere thought, ripples began to undulate across the ancient scroll, and a muscular, twisted hand emerged. The surrounding air grew increasingly frigid, swiftly dispelling the summer heat. "Raise your head," Yunqing's languid voice commanded, prompting the leader of the Tsuchimikado clan to finally look up. He beheld the towering, 4-armed creature standing beside Lord Saimai. "Approach." Yinqing gestured. The Tsuchimikado leader, filled with excitement, crawled forward on his knees, respectfully kneeling before Yinqing. With delicate fingers, Yinqing gently tapped the leader's forehead, and an artificial radiance, crafted by a special ring, suddenly illuminated the space. Although he merely needed to instruct the spirit to obey the clan leader, the bestowal of extraordinary powers to command a Shikigami required a sense of ritual. Heavenly clarity and earthly tranquility, the 5 elements of yin and yang. The decree hastens. As Yinqing recited the intricate verses of ancient Chinese, the Tsuchimikado leader felt the blinding light before him, and his limbs grew cold and rigid. Is this the ceremony by which mortals acquire Shikigami? He felt increasingly agitated, silently reciting the words in his mind, hoping to commit them to memory. Unbeknownst to him, the ancient text Yinqing was reciting was merely an arbitrary composition of spells, devoid of any miraculous effect. "Very well, this 4-armed Eriwe shall be your Shikigami. You may command it to return." Withdrawing his hand, Yinqing casually bestowed a grand title upon the spirit. The corners of the Tsuchimikado leader's mouth involuntarily lifted in a smile, and he prostrated himself again, his forehead striking the floor. "Thank you, Lord Saimai. From this day forth, I shall be your most loyal servant." Hearing the heartfelt proclamation, Yunqing's lips curled into a smile. This fellow dares to cling to me? What dreams of grandeur does this experimental subject harbor? Only the blooming flower possesses such qualifications at present. If only the government would hasten their pace. Once the palace is completed, the Onmyoji shall once again bask in the light of day. With this indifferent remark, Yunqing teleported away. He needed to return and make preparations before ascending Mount Hua. Meanwhile, within the tea room, the Tsuchimikado leader remained prostrated on the floor, his rear elevated. After waiting 10 minutes and confirming that Yunqing had indeed departed, he finally dared to raise his head. Slowly rising from the ground, he gazed at the imposing 4-armed giant before him, his heart racing with exhilaration. "4-armed Eriwe, return." Upon uttering these words, the Shikigami transformed into a beam of black light, soaring directly into his chest. He hastily tore open his Onmyoji robes, staring in awe at the grotesque image of the 4-armed spirit etched upon his skin, his expression growing ever more animated. He had acquired a Shikigami and ascended to the status of an Onmyoji capable of commanding spirits. At that moment, the door of the tea room was flung open, and a disciple exclaimed, "Master, a group of people outside wishes to intrude. They claim they seek to meet Lord Saimai. How dare these mundane beings act with such audacity?" The master of the Tsuchimikado retorted angrily. Having acquired his Shikigami, His perception of ordinary individuals had transformed. Perhaps at this juncture, he believed there existed an insurmountable chasm between himself and the common folk. It was time for them to comprehend the consequences of inciting the wrath of Onmyoji. He remarked with a cold smile. Chapter 75. Refining the crossbones outside the Tsuchimikado Manor. A throng surged forward, striving to breach the manor's imposing black gates. Voices rose among the crowd, clamoring, "We wish to meet Lord Saimai. We too aspire to become Onmyoji." The insatiable thirst for power, coupled with a reckless belief that the law would not punish the many, led them to subconsciously assume that they would face no repercussions for their audacity. What if they were fortunate enough to meet Lord Saimai and catch his discerning eye? They could be reborn, transformed into powerful Onmyoji endowed with extraordinary abilities. Such are the musings of many present. The prospect of encountering minor risks held little sway over them. Surely, Lord Saimai would never harm mere mortals. After all, he is the guardian deity of Fusang. At that moment, a neatly organized convoy approached in the distance, the black luxury vehicles signifying the noble status of their occupants. Councilman Yamamoto emerged from one of the halted cars. He had received intelligence that Lord Saimai had once again graced the Tsuchimikado Manor with his presence. As the official tasked with liaising between Lord Saimai and the authorities, he hastened to the scene. However, upon disembarking, he was greeted by the sight of a jostling and clamorous crowd at the manor's entrance. Yamamoto instinctively frowned and exclaimed, "Baka, what on earth is happening here? Why are they obstructing the entrance?" A nearby aide cautiously replied, "It appears they wish to pay homage to the Tsuchimikado and become Onmyoji." Quickly summon the police department to disperse this rabble," Yamamoto said, irritation creeping into his voice. If Lord Saimai were to witness this, he might think we are condoning such provocations. Yes, the aide bowed and slowly retreated, preparing to contact the police department. Yet before he could move far, the grand gates of the manor swung open from within, revealing the head of the Tsuchimikado family accompanied by a throng of disciples. Such ants dare to offend an Onmyoji, the head of the Tsuchimikado declared, his voice crackling with fervent excitement. He stood before the crowd, exuding an imposing aura, unperturbed by their presence, as if confronting mere insects. At the utterance of such brazen words, the assembly of Fusang erupted in outrage. Each individual bristled with indignation, feeling deeply insulted. After all, the brash figure before them was not Lord Saimai. He was merely an ordinary person. What right did he have to denigrate them so? The atmosphere grew tense, and the disciples behind the head of the Tsuchimikado were taken aback. This was their usually benevolent master. Would it cause such a transformation into arrogance? They glanced at the densely packed crowd, all young and vigorous. If a confrontation were to ensue, they would surely be the ones to suffer. Meanwhile, Councilman Yamamoto observed with surprise. He recognized the head of the Tsuchimikado, and his temper had never been so volatile before. Furrowing his brow, he raised his hand to signal the security personnel to disperse the crowd. After all, this master was affiliated with Lord Saimai. Should anything untoward happen to him, it would be a difficult matter to explain to Lord Saimai. However, before the security could advance, the head of the Tsuchimikado coldly commanded, "You mundane beings, do you not know that Onmyoji are not to be insulted lightly?" As the words fell, a shadowy black silhouette surged forth from his chest, and the temperature around them plummeted dramatically. Before the doormaster stood a towering figure, a 10-foot-tall, azure forearm specter. The overwhelming presence immediately elicited gasps of terror from those present. A ghost, a malevolent entity. Several timid souls, paralyzed by fear, fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. They had witnessed similar apparitions during the recent Sakura City Night of the 100 Demons and were acutely aware that even the well-equipped military could only retreat in the face of such horrors. Overwhelmed by the specter's frightening aura, they instinctively knelt, begging for mercy. The crowd quickly followed suit, collapsing en masse. Silence enveloped the scene, and even Councilman Yamamoto appeared taken aback. As he beheld the imposing specter, he felt his calves tremble. The doormaster had the ability to summon such a being. Could it be that Lord Saimai had imparted the art of spirit mastery to him, transforming him into a true Onmyoji. The disciples behind the door master were equally astounded. Their master had conjured a colossal four-armed giant. Had he, too, transcended to an extraordinary realm? Their hearts ignited with envy as they gazed admiringly at the master's carefree silhouette. If only they could earn the favor of Lord Saimai, they, too, might ascend to such heights of greatness. At that moment, the door master reveled in his inflated sense of self. He surveyed the prostrate crowd, a notion of superiority swelling within him. Was this what it meant to be extraordinary? To wield the power over life and death at will? He finally grasped a fragment of Lord Saimai's perspective. Yet, the more he sensed his newfound strength, the deeper his trepidation grew, even fear of Lord Saimai. The latter could effortlessly subdue hundreds of eerie, formidable Shikigami, while he himself was merely bestowed with one among many. Before entering the extraordinary realm, he had regarded Lord Saimai as a vast, illuminating moon from the depths of a well. Now, having attained that extraordinary status, he perceived Lord Saimai as a mere ephemeral insect, gazing at the azure sky. With this realization, the door master's exhilaration swiftly waned. Only by closely following the steps of his master could he hope to stand above all others. As he collected his thoughts, resolved to be a loyal servant to Lord Saimai, Councilman Yamamoto approached, flanked by bodyguards. The door master turned to face Yamamoto. Though a familiar face from the past, the current circumstances were vastly different. His tone was indifferent. How much longer until Lord Saimai's palace is completed? We must not delay the progress. Yamamoto's previously jovial demeanor faltered, his smile freezing in place. Why had this man suddenly turned hostile? He felt a mix of shame and indignation, but considering the terrifying specter and the weighty presence of Lord Saimai behind it, he could only bow and force a smile. Rest assured, Lord Saimai's palace is under construction, with the finest 3 construction teams from Huaxiao working tirelessly, 24 hours a day. The door master nodded in satisfaction. He then dismissed Yamamoto with a glance, turning to stride toward the estate. He realized that he no longer shared the same path as these individuals and saw no need to engage with the mundane. From that moment on, no commoners would be permitted in the vicinity of TG Mon, for Lord Saimai despised such presence. The haughty words fell. As the master returned to the manor with his disciples, the spirit also being retracted. The entrance of the manor was left in disarray, while Councilman Yamamoto looked on enviously at the retreating figure. This fellow was fortunate, having caught the attention of Lord Saimai. From this moment on, he would soar to new heights, achieving a leap across social classes. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze back to the crowd before him, an inexplicable fury surging within him. How dare they offend Lord Saimai, a mere collection of societal detritus? Baka, seize these miscreants, lock them away in prison, charged with treason. As the words escaped his lips, the crowd at the gate was left in bewilderment. They had just risen, only to falter and kneel once more. They had never anticipated being branded with treason before even becoming Onmyoji. The chaos before the Tori Manor had no bearing on Yanqing, who, at that moment, utilized a magical artifact to teleport directly back to his rented room. As he materialized within the confines of his abode, he beheld Xiaohua sitting cross-legged on the bed, mimicking his own practice. In the next instant, Xiaohua opened her eyes and spoke. "Master, you have returned." Her voice was soft and endearing, reminiscent of a little lowly. "By the heavens, Xiaohua, you have transformed." Chapter 76. Ascending Mount Hua, with Xiaohua, Yanqing gazed at Xiaohua, who was seated in meditation. Disbelief etched on his face at the soft, dulcet tones emanating from its mouth. Having consumed the elixir bestowed by its master, Xiaohua felt an immediate surge of intellect. Having just recently acquired the ability to articulate speech. Ceasing its cultivation, Xiaohua leaped from the bed and approached Yanqing's feet, nuzzling against his pant leg while languidly proclaiming, "Moreover, I have also learned some spells. I am now a competent spiritual beast." Yanqing looked down at Xiaohua with a sense of fulfillment. After investing a multitude of resources, he had finally enabled it to refine its essence, allowing it to speak human language. Yet, He pondered how much longer it would take for Xiaohua to take on a more human form and truly become a catgirl. Nevertheless, he believed the transformation was imminent. The effects of the green spiritual essence elixir were remarkable, not only enhancing Xiaohua's innate understanding, but also augmenting its cultivation level. Previously, it had spent considerable time mastering the art of mist evasion, but now, after consuming the elixir, it had attained enlightenment overnight. Bending down, Yanqing gently stroked Xiaohua's sleek, soft fur, inquisitively asking, "What level do you believe you have reached now? Perhaps equivalent to the 5th layer of qi refinement?" Xiaohua tilted its head, uncertain, and replied. Yanqing understood. The bee slave seal was merely a green-tier item, and the cultivation method it provided could hardly be robust, likely only allowing Xiaohua to achieve the pinnacle of human qi refinement. Yet that was sufficient. In the present world, Xiaohua could undoubtedly be considered a formidable entity. Then, for this journey to Mount Hua, you shall accompany me, Yanqing remarked, reflecting on how his spirited beast was finally ready to take center stage. "Meow, can I make an appearance?" Xiaohua exclaimed with enthusiasm, circling around Yanqing. "Yes, your identity is that of an inner disciple of the Hua Mountain sect. Remember not to speak out of turn," Yanqing cautioned, having played the role of an inner disciple for too long. It was time for a fresh character. Xiaohua was quite fitting for the role, being a talking, spell-casting spiritual beast. "Meow, no problem," Xiaohua declared, its dark, expressive eyes wide with determination. "Very well, let us depart," Yanqing announced as he and Xiaohua left their rented accommodation, cloaking themselves and soaring toward Mount Hua. Although he could utilize magical artifacts for instantaneous teleportation, such methods required the absence of other living beings, lest they become ineffective. Fortunately, the distance to Mount Hua was not great, and they would arrive shortly. As he rode the winds toward Mount Hua, the National Security Bureau of Huaxia convened an urgent meeting. Following the incident of the night parade of 100 demons, the persona of Abe no Saimai, embodied by Yanqing, had been marked for close scrutiny by various nations. The Timia Manor had become a focal point of international satellite surveillance. The moment Yanqing appeared at the manor's entrance, his presence was captured by monitoring satellites. Consequently, during this time frame, major world powers, including Huaxia, the United States, and the White Bear Nation, convened urgent internal meetings. The focal point of these discussions revolved around Abe no Saimai and the sudden emergence of extraordinary abilities in the head of the Timia branch. Within the conference room of the National Security Bureau, the high-ranking officials bore solemn expressions. After all, Abe no Saimai from the land of Fusong is a formidable, transcendent being. He can effortlessly eliminate the legion of ghastly entities that even the soldiers of the United States cannot withstand. His destructive capacity rivals that of the renowned sword immortal Zhao Yan. What is particularly chilling is that, according to the intelligence gathered, this night of 100 demons was likely orchestrated by Abe no Saimai himself. Previously, he subdued the malevolent spirits in Sakura City using a scroll, which was originally blank but became filled with these entities, as if they were always meant to be characters within that painting. This raises profound suspicions that he deliberately engineered this calamity to procure the 3 sacred treasures hidden by the Fusong government. Such a disregard for the lives of ordinary citizens is truly terrifying. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. An elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit spoke solemnly. "We must contemplate how to mitigate the potential threat the Onmyoji may pose to Huaxia. Then let us strike. If he dares to come, I shall treat him to a rocket," exclaimed a hot-tempered military leader, unable to contain his anger. He had always held a strong aversion towards the people of Fusong. "If you were to come into our cities and create a night of 100 demons like in Sakura City, would you dare to open fire on the citizens?" "Minister," he sighed, uttering words that chilled the heart. If the battlefield were outside Huaxia's territory, various military weapons could be employed. However, if the conflict were to occur within Huaxia, the safety of countless civilians would hinder the use of powerful weaponry. The senior officials were all filled with unease. The capabilities of these transcendent beings are too bizarre and terrifying, from Zhao Yan, who previously slew giants with a single strike, to the emergence of the Onmyoji Saimai, who commands malevolent spirits. How can Huaxia achieve stability amidst such turmoil? The elderly gentleman raised his gaze slightly, addressing the concerned assembly. Fusang has an Onmyoji. But do we not have the immortal Zhao Yin? This statement left the senior officials momentarily stunned. Someone hesitantly spoke up. Previously, at Huashan, we had a misunderstanding with them. Although we later made amends, can we truly rely on their willingness to assist us against external foes? Indeed, cultivators have no desires for the mundane. How can we entice them? The elderly gentleman shook his head. Previously, we set our stance too high. When seeking assistance, one must adopt the demeanor of a seeker. If they require anything from us, we must do our utmost to accommodate them. At that moment, Minister he gazed at the screen before him and spoke gravely. Satellite surveillance has detected the immortal Zhao Yin appearing in the airspace near Huashan. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quickly send someone to Huashan, but do not let a fool go like last time. With the elder's command, the official agencies swiftly mobilized, and a team led by Zhao Huaimin was dispatched to Huashan. Meanwhile, Yun Qing was soaring through the skies on his sword, successfully arriving at the entrance of the Huashan sect. As soon as he landed, the portly Taoist on duty hurried over, panting and bowing deeply, exclaiming, "Welcome, ancestor." Yun Qing nodded indifferently and proceeded directly toward the mountain gate. Little Hua leapt down from his shoulder, gazing at the surrounding ancient architecture with curiosity. "Miao, is this the outer sect of the Huashan school?" Her soft, melodious voice startled the rotund Taoist, causing the flesh on his face to tremble. He widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the gray cat of indeterminate breed, his lips quivering. "Master, this cat can speak." Due to her consumption of the marrow-cleansing pill and her cultivation of the spirit beast techniques, her appearance had transformed entirely from the formerly dull tabby cat. Now, her fur shimmered with a silvery hue, her form agile, and her eyes as dark as ink. She was undoubtedly a rare gem among felines. As little Hua observed the excited rotund Taoist, she rolled her eyes elegantly. "Miao, I am your master's junior sister. What must you call me?" Yun Qing turned his head, amused as he regarded little Hua. The little creature had seamlessly entered the role, displaying remarkable talent for performance. The rotund Taoist looked up at Yun Qing, realizing that this venerable figure merely smiled without responding, leading him to a sudden comprehension. It appeared that this little cat was indeed from the inner sect of Huashan. No, rather, she was a cat. That made it less surprising. It seemed that creatures possessing intelligence could also join the ranks of the immortals. The rotund Taoist turned to the gray cat on the ground, bowing respectfully as he proclaimed, "I humbly welcome you, esteemed Grand Aunt." Chapter 77. Reopening the secular outer gate. The younger generation exempt from salutations, the little flower haughtily snorted, raising its head and taking dainty steps as it followed Yun Qing towards the mountain gate. Only then did the plump Taoist dare to lift his gaze. He watched the figures of the two elders gradually fade into the distance, his racing heart finally settling. A new senior had emerged from the inner sect of Huashan, yet unexpectedly, it was a cat demon, articulate and somewhat proud. Could it be that the Huashan sect welcomed disciples without discrimination? Not only humans, but even animals could be initiated into the fold. Today, the two masters had come together, likely to convey some significant news to the sect leader. Perhaps there was yet another demon sealed somewhere? The plump Taoist speculated. This world was increasingly incomprehensible. In Huaxia, immortals were manifesting, while in Fusang, Onmyoji were appearing. Perhaps one day, some foreign deity would emerge. However, such matters bore no relevance to him. Even if the sky were to fall, a tall figure would support it. He retreated back to the mountain gate, resuming his watch. Meanwhile, Yun Qing led the little flower through various ancient and elegant structures. Some Huashan disciples were sweeping the courtyard. Upon seeing the inner sect immortal approaching, they promptly ceased their tasks, bowing respectfully to welcome their elder. Since the Huashan sect had become nominally an outer sect, the Taoists within had been trained by the sect leader. They understood how to behave and what to say when encountering an immortal. They saluted with utmost reverence, not daring to neglect the presence before them. Along with the cat, the Taoists were somewhat intrigued. Why was there a gray cat accompanying the immortal? Its sleek, lustrous fur and expressive, human-like eyes hinted at its extraordinary nature. Yinqing cast a sweeping glance around, nodding slightly. He proceeded calmly towards the Yangxin Hall, while the little flower, filled with enthusiasm, echoed a proud younger generation is exempt from salutation whenever they encountered the bowing Taoists. A gray cat speaking human words startled the disciples considerably. Had it not been for its association with Yinqing, they might have mistaken it for a mischievous demon. Once the two disappeared around a corner of the building, the Taoists dared to gather in small groups to discuss. Is this a monster? Hush, it's not a monster. It must be the ancestor's spirit pet. Goodness, that gray cat is truly beautiful. Its fur is sleek with silver strands. In this day and age, to see a beast speaking human words was astonishing. Was it not said that after the founding of the nation, such transformations were prohibited? Perhaps it had become sentient before that. After satisfying their curiosity, they dispersed, returning to their tasks of sweeping and watering. Yinqing and the little flower arrived at the Yangxin Hall. As they crossed the threshold, Zemingzi, who was seated in meditation, sensed the external commotion and slowly opened his eyes. Yinqing glanced at him. The elder appeared quite well, his silver hair interspersed with black strands. Having completely absorbed a cleansing elixir, he subtly exuded a sense of rejuvenation. His faded Taoist robe, washed to a pale hue, combined with an ethereal aura, indeed gave him an air of celestial grace. Yet, while his withered form had been replenished, he remained on the threshold of the extraordinary, still an ordinary person at heart. In the outer sect of the Huashan school, Su Mingzi respectfully greeted the inner sect's immortal master. Upon seeing Yunqing arrive with a gray cat in tow, Su Mingzi promptly rose to his feet. His excited voice echoed throughout the vast hall, met by the sweet, melodic tones of a little girl. Meow. No need for formalities. Junior. Xiaohua, nestled at Yunqing's feet, yawned lazily. Yunqing gazed down at the little creature, bemused by its apparent delight in playing the elder's role. Now, it was even usurping its own lines, such a lack of decorum. He gently raised his hand, employing a telekinetic technique to lightly tap Xiaohua on the head. The cat recoiled slightly, bewildered by the unexpected gesture. It obediently lay at Yunqing's feet, refraining from further chatter. Su Mingzi's eyelids fluttered in astonishment. Having lived over a century, he had never encountered a cat capable of human speech. Could this be the fabled spirit beast? His heart brimmed with envy. Truly, those of the immortal sect could nurture such extraordinary creatures. Yet, he pondered when he might receive the grace of an immortal and embark upon the path of cultivation. This is my junior sister, who has come to experience the mundane world. Yunqing reminded Su Mingzi at an opportune moment. Su Mingzi nodded in acknowledgement, bowing respectfully to Xiaohua. Despite being the venerable ancestor of the Huashan school, he remained a mere mortal. When facing disciples of the immortal sect, he understood the requisite etiquette. Although the other party was a cat, it was an extraordinary one capable of speech, signifying its transcendence. Yinqing observed with calm amusement as the elderly Taoist solemnly performed a grand bow before Xiaohua. The scene was somewhat comical. Xiaohua, seeking reassurance, looked up at Yinqing. Seeing no objection from him, it resumed its previously haughty demeanor, addressing Su Mingzi with an air of superiority. No need for formalities, Junior. At that moment, Xiaohua vividly embodied the phrase a dog relies on its master for power, confidently basking in the protection offered by Yinqing. Esteemed master, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. After performing the formalities, Su Mingzi retrieved a bank card from his robe. He respectfully presented it to Yinqing. Speaking earnestly, this card contains 3,900,000,000, the proceeds from the auction of 3 marrow-cleansing pills. Oh! Yinqing felt a surge of astonishment. Could 3 marrow-cleansing pills fetch such a sum? He had initially thought they might sell for a mere 10 billion at best. The auction, as you instructed, was held atop Huashan, without outside interference. Su Mingzi continued. The 2 pills collectively sold for 9 billion, while the last one sold for 30 billion. He hastily added that he had organized the auction himself, attended solely by the previous elite patrons of the Huashan school and some well-informed wealthy merchants. As for the individual who had displeased the immortal, General Liu had besieged at the foot of the mountain during the auction, offering to pay 3 times the price for a single marrow-cleansing pill. However, he was promptly dismissed. Upon hearing this, Yunqing's confusion only deepened. All 3 marrow-cleansing pills had identical properties. How could their prices vary so drastically? Before him, Su Mingzi did not conceal his feelings. Expressing his self-reproach, the old Taoist ineptitude has led to the final essence cleansing pill being purchased by a Confucian merchant from the capital. Only later did I ascertain his identity. He represents the central pavilion of the capital. Yunqing understood immediately. It was the government that had intervened. Clearly, the exorbitant offer was an attempt to rectify the earlier blunder committed by Li Aigua. It was a gesture of goodwill, a prudent move indeed. With an air of nonchalance, Yunqing replied, "It matters not. The highest bidder prevails. You have handled this matter commendably." Upon hearing this, Su Mingzi felt his unease dissipate. He reverently presented a bank card, cradling it in his hands, before offering it to Yunqing. However, Yunqing did not reach for it, for this money held little significance for him now. His purpose in ascending Mount Hua was to establish a formidable protective formation, transforming the Huashan sect into a transcendent force of his own. "You may keep it," he instructed. "Send someone to renovate the Huashan sect, construct new edifices, and subsequently refuse tourists. Commence the sealing of the mountain." Su Mingzi was taken aback, hesitating as he inquired, "Might I ask what the immortal intends by this?" Yunqing's voice was cold, akin to an ancient spring in a mountain gorge, as he declared, "The tides of destiny have become evident. My sect has dispatched me to reopen the secular outer gate." Chapter 78. The opportunity to transcend the mundane, reopening the outer gate of the secular world. Su Mingzi felt a slight dizziness in his mind. This implied that the Huashan sect would become an external force of the celestial realm. He was momentarily stunned by this monumental news. A path to transcendence unfurled before his very eyes. After a century of seeking the divine and inquiring about the Tao, there now existed a genuine hope. A glimmer of tears welled in Su Mingzi's murky gaze. He carefully tucked away his bank card and bowed, his voice trembling. "I shall faithfully obey the immortal's command." Currently, the Huashan sect had a limited number of disciples. In the future, it would require an additional 100 qualified practitioners to impart the teachings of cultivation. Yunqing, ever the provocateur, spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet his words struck Su Mingzi like thunderclaps in a still sky. Su Mingzi's heart quivered. He had not anticipated that the celestial being would not only reopen the outer gate, but also be willing to impart the methods of cultivation. Although these teachings might be the most rudimentary of practices and insignificant to an immortal, they nonetheless represented a genuine path to transcendence, a rare opportunity to step onto the extraordinary road. If the outside world were to learn of this, they would surely flock to Huashan in droves, vying to become disciples. The prominent families of Huaxia would undoubtedly seize this chance. It would surely culminate in an unprecedented gathering. Su Mingzi spoke nervously. "The old Taoist will not divulge this news. It matters not. There is no need for secrecy," Yunqing replied nonchalantly. He actually wished for Su Mingzi to promote the news, as the more individuals that arrived, the greater his own astonishment value would be. If Su Mingzi kept it under wraps, would he need to personally place an advertisement for recruitment? Su Mingzi nodded in understanding. He was eager to seal the mountain and soon transform the Huashan sect into a genuine external force of the extraordinary realm. Yunqing nodded and added, "At noon tomorrow, I will arrange a protective formation around the Huashan mountain range. When the heavens and earth shift, do not be alarmed." Su Mingzi's heart was struck with shock. Setting up a protective formation, it would even provoke a disturbance in the cosmos. He grew increasingly excited for what tomorrow would bring. For the formations of the celestial realm were far from ordinary. He needed to disperse the tourists quickly and seal off Huashan. Su Mingzi bowed respectfully and prepared to take his leave. Just outside the main hall, a disciple hurriedly approached. Upon entering, he first bowed to Yunqing, then addressed Su Mingzi. Ancestor, officials have sent representatives again and are waiting in the side hall. They wish to seek an audience with the immortal. Su Mingzi turned to Yun Qing, uncertain if the immortal would wish to meet with them, given the somewhat strained relationship between the officials and the celestial beings. Handle it as you see fit. Have the disciples prepare 2 guest rooms for me and my junior sister, Yun Qing replied, uninterested in meeting the official representatives. Such trivial matters could be managed by Su Mingzi. He had been exceedingly busy lately and had little time to cultivate, resulting in a slow progression in his own cultivation. He had been relying on gathering energy fruits as sustenance, and even now was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It would likely take some time before he could advance to the later stage. Though the system's astonishment value was sufficient for now, one's cultivation level was never too high. Su Mingzi not det zet pet fun. With the immortal's decree, he could adopt a firmer stance when dealing with the officials. He then instructed the nearby disciple, "You shall escort the immortal to rest. Do not be negligent." The disciple performed a respectful bow, guiding Yun Qing along the path ahead. Once the immortal departed, Zimingzi smoothed the wrinkles of his Taoist robe before proceeding to the reception hall. In moments of joyous occasion, one's spirit soars, especially during such monumental events. Even before he entered the hall, hearty laughter had already reached the ears of those inside. Zhao Huaimin sat upon a black lacquered wooden chair, lifting his teacup as he regarded Zimingzi entering the chamber. After consuming a washing marrow pill, the transformation in Zimingzi was indeed remarkable. He walked with a tiger's stride and a dragon's grace, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. Zhao Huaimin immediately rose to his feet, solemnly shaking hands with him. His gaze drifted behind Zimingzi, but he did not see the ethereal figure he had anticipated. A hint of disappointment crept into Zhao Huaimin's voice as he inquired, "Taoist Zimingzi, has Master Zhao yet not arrived?" "Haha. The master is currently in seclusion for cultivation. Should there be any official matters, you may discuss them with me." Zimingzi replied with a hearty laugh. He turned to sit upon the wooden chair, savoring a cup of fragrant tea. "Indeed, we previously had some misunderstandings with Master Zhao Yan, and we've come to clarify matters in person," Zhao Huaimin stated earnestly, gesturing toward the several safes being carried by a team member. He continued, "Within these safes lie some precious antiquities we have unearthed, which are suspected to be related to the extraordinary, as a token of our goodwill." As the safes were opened, various antiquities were revealed: ancient, weathered books, pure sheep fat jade of exquisite quality, and charming bronze rings, each a unique and rare treasure. Zhao Huaimin adjusted his glasses, remarking, "The Bureau of Cultivation Regulation previously conducted a nationwide investigation and indeed discovered some remarkable treasures. These items, being of ancient origin and exceptional design, may harbor extraordinary powers. We could send them to the research facility, but without proper identification, it would be more prudent to present them to cultivators to foster goodwill. Much like the tiger reclining stone, perhaps only cultivators can truly uncover and utilize their potential. In the hands of ordinary folk, they remain mere precious antiques." Upon gazing at such a plethora of rare treasures, Zimingzi contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "I cannot make a decision on this matter. I shall consult with the master." "That is only fitting," Zhao Huaimin replied, not pressing the issue. Zimingzi then spoke gravely. "The master intends to reopen the outer sect of the Huashan school and will soon disperse visitors, sealing the mountain and no longer receiving guests." His words served as a caution to the authorities, preventing unnecessary alarm and misunderstandings regarding the movements of Huashan. Zhao Huaimin's eyes brightened at this revelation. Reopening the outer sect? Does this imply the emergence of the extraordinary once more? He adjusted his glasses, curiosity piqued as he asked, "What are the intentions of Master Zhao Yan in this regard?" The others in the main hall, including several Taoists from the Huashan school, turned their attention to Zimingzi, eager to understand what it meant to truly reopen the outer sect. Zimingzi took a sip of tea, remaining composed before the inquisitive gazes of the crowd. He recalled the master's instruction that this news need not be kept confidential, suggesting an intention to disseminate it outward. After all, if they were to accept disciples, it was essential to announce it widely. Otherwise, How would anyone know of Huashan's plans to recruit disciples? He lifted the corners of his mouth, articulating each word with precision. The immortal master intends to accept 100 disciples possessing the aptitude for cultivation, imparting the methods of practice. Upon the utterance of these words, the assembly within the side hall was initially taken aback, only to erupt into a clamor. To accept 100 disciples and teach the ways of cultivation. Who could possibly remain unmoved by such an offer? It was a chance to transcend the mundane. Moreover, it was not only the attendees present who were astonished. Within the conference room of the National Security Bureau, the high-ranking officials were also flushed with disbelief, for they had never anticipated that a cultivator would choose to share the secrets of their practice. Chapter 79, untitled, the news struck like a deep-sea bomb, shattering the tense atmosphere of the conference room. The executives could not help but murmur among themselves. Originally, reports had emerged from Fusang that Abe Saimai intended to construct a palace to revive the legacy of the Onmyoji. Furthermore, rumors circulated online that the head of the Tsuchimikado clan had received a grant from Abe Saimai, gaining the ability to summon Shikigami, under the watchful gaze of surveillance satellites. This information had been confirmed, causing great concern among them. The geographical proximity of Huaxia and Fusang, coupled with a long history of deep-seated animosity, made the situation all the more alarming. With Fusang's characteristic patience and readiness to strike unexpectedly, should they begin to cultivate a substantial number of extraordinary Onmyoji, it could pose a significant threat to Huaxia in the future. Fortunately, there was a momentous piece of good news. The celestial sect of Huaxia also planned to cultivate external extraordinary forces. The officials must take this matter seriously. An elder in a Zhongshan suit straightened up, scanning the assembly with a grave expression. The celestial sect intends to inherit the extraordinary. In this matter, we must be fully alert and ensure that we do not make any further mistakes. The executives nodded in agreement, though one hesitantly spoke up. I wonder if we might send someone to join the celestial sect. At this, the others were intrigued. Who among them did not have sons or grandsons? If their younger generation could become one of the chosen few, it would indeed ensure the prosperity of their family lineage. The elder in the Zhongshan suit shook his head. We should first inquire and see if there are any opportunities. In a side hall, Zhao Huaimin suppressed his excitement and eagerly asked, might the officials also send someone to apprentice under the master? This, Suming the Hestita, uncertain of the celestial master's intentions. He could not guarantee anything and could only respond diplomatically. The master has not mentioned any requirements for accepting disciples. But there is something rather urgent. Zhao Huaimin was curious. What could be more pressing than the recruitment of disciples? The master plans to set up a formation at noon tomorrow in the Huashan mountain range. At that time, there will be disturbances in the heavens and earth. We hope the officials will not panic. Su Mingzi calmly disclosed this information. The room fell silent, the attendees unable to believe the gravity of what they had just heard. Zhao Huaimin, however, had grown numb to the astonishing revelations. The appearance of the Zhao cultivator had already brought forth a series of earth-shattering news. First, the reopening of the external sect for disciples, and now the preparation of a formation capable of manifesting celestial phenomena. It seemed they would be busy once more. Should we evacuate the residents near Huashan? We fear it may incite public panic. That would be best. We only need to relocate those at the foot of the mountain. The matter was settled swiftly. Zhao Huaimin led his team down the mountain, and relevant departments began to mobilize. The government broadcasted notifications to the residents at the foot of Huashan, instructing them to evacuate. The military arrived swiftly, organizing the populace in an orderly manner. The given reason was that there might be dangers near Huashan, necessitating a temporary evacuation for observation. This sudden large-scale operation incited rampant speculation online. The association between the Huashan sect and extraordinary forces had become common knowledge. Yunqing's previous visit to Mount Huashan was unguarded, as he arrived directly on his sword. Various videos from different angles can easily be found online. However, the recent actions taken by the authorities have sparked negative speculation among netizens. Many are conjecturing whether there has been a conflict between the officials and extraordinary forces. After all, why else would they urgently evacuate residents near Mount Huashan? Amidst the swirling discussions, an insider provided anonymous revelations. He stated that significant actions would occur at noon the following day, and the authorities are concerned about potential repercussions for nearby residents, which explains their swift relocation efforts. This revelation ignited the curiosity of many. Who does not know that the Huashan sect has ties to cultivators? This insinuates that the cultivators are poised for substantial activity. People are increasingly intrigued, wondering what kind of event could prompt such serious attention from the officials. Those residing close to Huashan hurriedly took taxis, while others further away booked flights and train tickets for tonight. The enthusiasm for gathering at such an event, particularly one connected to cultivators, is overwhelming across the nation. Consequently, individuals from various locales began making their way to Huashan. However, at this moment, the foot of Mount Huashan was already cordoned off by the military. To prevent unauthorized individuals from entering, the authorities had stationed guards every 10 meters visibly and every 20 meters discreetly. By evening, the curious onlookers could only gaze longingly at the mountain from the outside. Their numbers swelled, and some audacious individuals attempted to fly drones into the area to assess the situation. However, as soon as the drones entered Huashan's airspace, they were immediately seized by an unidentified signal. Military vehicles soon arrived, taking the offenders away without hesitation. The atmosphere around Mount Huashan was tumultuous, yet at that moment, Yinqing was engaged in meditation within his quarters. His dantian was filled with spiritual essence, flowing like a mighty river. Even after consuming 7 or 8 qi gathering fruits, the enhancement was negligible. Without 100 or more, the effects were hardly perceptible. He opened his eyes and expelled the stagnant energy within. The higher his cultivation, the slower his progress became. Unlike during the qi refinement stage, where he could ascend a minor realm in a single day, even with the aid of the comprehension card facilitating his path, the refinement of spiritual energy still required time and effort to fortify the spiritual river within his qi sea. He decided to pause his cultivation, recalling the substantial amount of shock value still at his disposal. Thus, he summoned the system interface, ready to draw a prize. After expending several thousand shock points, he obtained some qi gathering fruits and an ancient tome bound in black leather. Congratulations! You have acquired a new item, Forbidden Magic Book. Knowledge Magic Book, the culmination of a legendary mage's life work, containing various wondrous and powerful spells, as well as a wealth of magical knowledge. Item color, purple. Rating, precious. Would you like to extract it? Yinqing chose to extract it. A hefty, black-covered book, seemingly made of animal hide, materialized in his hands. As he flipped through the pages, he found the brown pages densely filled with scrawled, peculiar script. Ignoring the chaos, he opted to purchase and utilize the comprehension card. Half an hour later, Yinqing rubbed his temples. The knowledge inscribed in the magic book surged into his memory, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Mastering another extraordinary system in a short period is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, his gains are substantial. In his recollection, wizards differ from cultivators. To acquire formidable power, they merely need to be attuned to magical energy and then study spells. However, one should not underestimate the intricacy of magic. Each spell is a complex and vast data model. Casting a spell involves channeling magical energy according to this data model. The more powerful the spell, the more intricate its data model becomes. Therefore, every wizard is, in essence, a prodigy of mathematics. This time, Yinqing utilized the card of integration, instantly mastering the content of the spellbook. This signifies that he has ascended to the status of a legendary wizard, proficient in hundreds of spells. Chapter 80. Arranging the Mountain Guardian Array. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Yinqing couldn't help but smile, astonished to find himself suddenly elevated to the status of a top-tier mage. Within this tome of magic, a myriad of powerful and wondrous spell models were inscribed, including the Fall of Beings, Resurrection of the Dead, and Healing Sacred Rain. This ignited within him a desire to don a new persona. After all, the extraordinary had just begun to manifest, with only the cultivators of Huaxia and the Onmyoji of Fusong making their appearance thus far. Despite the officials transforming the flame demon into a Nordic deity during the glassy incident, it was but a fleeting glimpse, far from sufficient. Once the recruitment for the outer disciples of Huashan concluded, perhaps he could embark on a journey to Europe. It was high time for the legendary deities of their lore to reveal their divine wonders. Shaking his head to dispel the fantasies swirling in his mind, Yinqing focused on the task at hand, preparing for the performance scheduled for the following day. He aimed to set up the Mountain Guardian array, transforming the Huashan sect into an enviable, extraordinary force. Summoning the system store, he reluctantly purchased a comprehensive enhancement card. As the Starry Mountain Guardian array was a golden item, a mere standard enhancement card would not suffice. Only a card priced at staggering 500,000 shock points would do. Yunqing clicked to use it, then closed his eyes to assimilate the knowledge. The following day, at the Huashan Nurturing Heart Hall, a group of Taoists gathered around Zimingzi. They were clad in immaculate attire, their faces radiant and energetic. In the center, Zimingzi, rarely seen in a new Taoist robe, had neatly tied back his hair, presenting a meticulously groomed appearance. They engaged in a solemn ritual, bathing and burning incense, as if addressing a matter of great gravity. Zhao Huaimin was also present, representing the authorities to observe the proceedings. To convey their amicable stance, the officials ensured that no other individuals were present aside from him. However, several kilometers away at the foot of Huashan, a throng of people were cordoned off behind a security line. A rough estimate suggested there were at least tens of thousands. Most were locals who, upon hearing rumors circulating online, had summoned their friends to join in the excitement. Some had traveled from afar, seeking to attain a fateful encounter with the divine. Among them were even international visitors. The clamor of voices rose and fell as they gazed longingly at the peak of Huashan, yearning to witness the extraordinary. As the saying goes, when the crowd exceeds 10,000, it becomes a sea of humanity. With tens of thousands packed together, the atmosphere was indeed fervent. Some vendors caught wind of the opportunity and pushed their carts along the route, calling out offerings of stinky tofu, Tianjin pancakes, and snail rice noodles. Local government staff were overwhelmed, scrambling to summon reinforcements from other areas, barely managing to maintain order amidst the chaos. In the skies above, surveillance satellites from various nations focused their lenses on the mountain range. In this age of heightened information transparency, news of the imminent grand spectacle orchestrated by the Huashan Sword Immortal had reached the intelligence agencies of many countries. The live feed from the scene was transmitted to the National Security Bureau's conference room, where high-ranking officials awaited with bated breath. As seconds ticked by, the peak of Huashan remained silent, while within the Nurturing Heart Hall. At this moment, Zhao Huaimin found himself amidst a gathering of Taoist priests. Frequently glancing at his watch, the esteemed Taoist Su Ming had mentioned that Zhao, the cultivator, would set up the formation at noon, which was fast approaching. The anticipated figure had yet to appear. Could it be that they were so engrossed in their practice that they lost track of time? He could only wait quietly, as none dared to interrupt another's cultivation. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice drifted in from the threshold. "Meow, so you all are hiding here. No wonder I've been searching for ages." A cat of ethereal grace, a silvery gray, nimbly entered the main hall, yawning lazily as it surveyed the congregation of Taoists before it. Zhao Huaimin's heart skipped a beat. Could this feline truly be speaking? He was momentarily bewildered, suspecting that perhaps he had been too exhilarated the previous night and was now experiencing a lapse in sanity. Yet, the surrounding Taoists were bowing in reverence, exclaiming, "We respectfully welcome our revered granduncle." Zhao was taken aback once more. He observed the bowing figures around him, including the venerable Su Ming, who displayed the utmost respect. Without further contemplation, he mimicked their gestures, bowing to the gray cat. "You young ones need not bow," came the childlike, crisp voice, and Zhao's world tilted. When had cats acquired the ability to speak? Was the structure of their vocal cords scientifically plausible? "Come along, my senior brother sent me to find you," the cat, now turned to lead the group, sauntered towards the summit of Mount Hua. The Taoists followed in its wake, with Zhao trailing behind, still enraptured by the astonishing sight of the agile feline. Zhao, that is a disciple of the celestial sect and also a junior sister to Master Zhao. "Do not offend her," cautioned Zhang, the sect leader, as he patted Zhao on the shoulder with a weighty seriousness. "Ah, I understand," Zhao inhaled sharply, realizing the profound lineage of this gray cat. Its ability to articulate human speech suggested it had indeed transcended the ordinary. How enviable. The procession wound its way upward, soon reaching the mountain's peak. There, Yunqing stood resolutely upon a towering rock, holding a jade plate that remained steadfast against the howling winds. The summit offered little space, forcing the Taoist assembly to halt along the narrow path. They bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to our ancestral master." Yunqing turned, casting a calm gaze over the crowd. His voice, though not loud, resonated in every ear. When the protective formation begins to take shape, it will gather spiritual energy to bless the beings within. While it may be of no use to me, it presents an opportunity for you all. Once you are seated in meditation, I shall strive to garner more fortune for you. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a fervor ignite within their hearts. Their venerable ancestor was indeed willing to share the blessings of good fortune with them. One by one, they expressed their sincere gratitude through deep bows before settling into meditation along the mountain path. Zhao Huaimin's heart raced. As the sole official representative, he had not anticipated such a stroke of fortune. He hastily found his own seated position, eagerly awaiting the opportunities that Zhao the cultivator had spoken of. On the mountain path, the assembly sat in orderly rows. At the forefront, Su Mingzi lifted his gaze towards the ethereal figure upon the cliff. Feeling his eyes gradually blur with tears, the immortal master had crafted a formation, graciously willing to bestow opportunities upon individuals like himself. Such an act was indeed a tremendous grace. Su Mingzi resolved that, regardless of what the future may hold, he would steadfastly follow in the footsteps of this remarkable being. Meanwhile, at the precipice, Yunqing withdrew his gaze as Xiaohua approached, braving the mountain wind to settle at his feet. The little creature yawned, preparing to nestle against Yunqing for a brief respite. "At your age, how can you possibly sleep?" Yunqing lightly tapped the top of Xiaohua's head from a distance, his voice barely audible. "Your cultivation level remains low. During the forthcoming surge of spiritual energy, I shall channel 80% of it to you, while the remaining 20% will be shared with them. Do not be lazy." Xiaohua dutifully crouched by Yunqing's feet. Though intending to catch up on sleep, the need for continued cultivation loomed large. Truly, this was exhausting for a little cat. Chapter 81. The formation begins to manifest, connecting with the Earth's veins. Yunqing issued his commands. The indolent little flower obediently complied, curling up at Yunqing's feet, its head and tail entwined, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy. Yunqing surveyed the scene, noting that the members of the Huashan sect were seated, awaiting the proceedings. He glanced at the sky. Mid-May brought with it the oppressive heat of summer, though the thick cloud cover offered some respite from the blazing sun. It was nearly time to commence the demonstration. With this thought, Yunqing lifted the jade plate in his hands, the golden artifact known as the Star Constellation Guardian Array. The plate, approximately 3 feet in diameter, bore intricate engravings of peculiar celestial bodies, with a concave design depicting mountains at its center and ethereal cloud patterns adorning its edges. He bit his tongue, drawing forth a drop of crimson blood that fell into the center of the jade plate. This precious item required a connection to his own essence, allowing him to manipulate the array at will. As the blood drop merged with the concave design, a brilliant light erupted. Yunqing released his grip, and the jade plate floated effortlessly in midair. He formed intricate hand seals, reciting incantations, with the mountain as foundation and the stars as guidance. Activate the array. Atop the mountain peak, as Yunqing's cool voice resonated, the members of the Huashan sect beheld the jade plate soaring into the sky, a green radiance emanating from the summit and spreading outward. The Taoists gazed upwards, their necks craned, fixated on the nearly invisible jade plate. They were soon astonished to witness vast expanses of white clouds being dispelled by the azure light, revealing an endless, pristine blue sky in an instant. In that expanse, not a single wisp of cloud could be seen. The Taoists along the mountain path were profoundly shaken. Such a feat, capable of altering the very heavens, was beyond the realm of modern science. They were not alone in their amazement. The hundreds of thousands gathered at the foot of Huashan also looked up in awe at the cloudless expanse. In the atmosphere, thousands of meters above the ground, a perfectly circular void appeared, devoid of any cloud. From the side, they could distinctly observe the stratification of clouds at varying altitudes, as if a colossal transparent cup had been placed over Huashan. Fear, excitement, astonishment, these emotions surged within every heart present, leaving their minds momentarily blank. The multitude of tens of thousands fell into a stunned silence, as if a mute button had been pressed. Even those live streaming the event were rendered speechless, transfixed by the spectacle of Huashan. Their broadcasts reached viewers from across the nation, with comments flooding in at an astonishing pace. But then, a new phenomenon unfolded in the sky. Points of starlight began to twinkle against the azure backdrop, soon forming a breathtaking tapestry of stars. The audience felt as though they were in the Arctic, gazing at the night sky, as countless celestial bodies shimmered in a myriad of colors. These scattered stars appeared to compete with the blazing sun. Overwhelmed, many were left speechless, some collapsing to their knees, compelled to bow in reverence before this miraculous sight. The appearance of a celestial river in broad daylight sent shivers down the spines of the dignitaries in the National Security Bureau's conference room. Both the live footage and real-time satellite monitoring faithfully captured this extraordinary celestial phenomenon. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? A high-ranking military official could not contain his expletive, and the tremor in his arm betrayed his inner trepidation. The celestial arrangement, the heavens and earth transformed. The elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit exclaimed. He could scarcely fathom that the immortal of Huashan would conjure such a grand spectacle. Following this astonishing display, it is likely that no one within the organization would dare to belittle the cultivators any longer. After all, they possess the power to alter the very fabric of the world. Should they be provoked, one could easily topple a small nation. Benevolence and tolerance ought to be the official stance. At this moment, across the globe, numerous governmental institutions closely monitoring the anomalous events at Huashan erupted in exclamations. Through various devices, they simultaneously observed this bizarre, celestial phenomenon. Oh my, is this a divine miracle? This defies science. Why do those stars seem comparable to the sun? The extraordinary nature of Huaxia fills one with despair. Dismay and speculation are not the prevailing sentiments. Rather, terror and trepidation resonate within the hearts of foreign politicians. After decades of development, Huaxia has become immensely powerful, and now a terrifying transcendent force has emerged within its territory. While neighboring nations stockpile provisions, I arm myself. My neighbors are my granaries. The politicians of the smaller nations surrounding Huaxia trembled in fear. No one could guarantee whether the nation, long known for advocating peace, might suddenly transform. Countless individuals were left in awe, silently gazing at the resplendent galaxy amidst the daylight. Atop Huashan, Yinxing, too, was struck by the magnificent scene before him. The stars appeared to be within arm's reach, as if he could merely extend his hand and pluck one from the sky. Truly, such golden entities exude a monumental aura upon their emergence. Yinxing steadied the tumult within his heart, mentally reciting the incantation to command the jade disk to absorb the celestial power. The starry guardian formation could draw upon the stars and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, continuously replenishing the formation's energy consumption. It also had the ability to connect mountain ranges and alter topography, among other functions. In short, its applications were boundless. After an extensive recitation of incantations, the vibrant galaxy above Huashan overflowed with a dazzling array of colors, cascading down like countless threads, merging into the jade disk. After a brief moment, the star trails upon the surface of the jade disk emanated brilliance, and innumerable ethereal runes soared forth. Initially, these runes were no larger than a hand, but they rapidly expanded to the size of trucks. They, imbued with a halo of spiritual energy, flew towards various mountain ranges of Huashan like migratory birds returning home. As the runes merged into the mountains, a thunderous roar reverberated. Huashan quivered slightly, as if a dragon were stirring beneath the earth. The practitioners along the mountain path were thrown into a panic, mistakenly believing it to be an earthquake. Yet, from the peak came a calm, steady voice. Sit cross-legged and do not move. Yunqing's words acted like a stabilizing force, calming the anxious emotions of the practitioners, who complied with his command and resumed their seated positions. At that moment, a resplendent golden formation materialized in the sky above the peak. The golden patterns of the formation depicted undulating mountain ranges, a miniature representation of Huashan's topography. Yunqing soared into the air, approaching the formation. The runes were inscribed into the mountains, aligning the internal flow of the earth with the profound principles of the universe. This allowed the starry guardian array to resonate with the heavens and the earth, thereby continuously drawing upon the essence of nature. Yunqing nodded in satisfaction. With his hands forming intricate gestures, he chanted incantations. Suddenly, the radiant golden array before him blazed to life. The golden lines surged towards the mountains they harmonized with, and then vanished within. The contours of the mountains emitted a golden glow, as if they had gained sinews and bones. The clear sound of gold striking stone resonated across the skies, and the ethereal brilliance surrounded Mount Huashan, weaving a vast golden net that enveloped the entire mountain. The starry guardian array had manifested. On the narrow path atop the mountain, the disciples of the Huashan sect gazed upward, their heads tilted back. Beneath the golden net that blanketed the skies above Huashan, Yunqing's figure appeared as the sole deity of the earthly realm. A mere glance instilled awe and trepidation, compelling one to bow in reverence. Chapter 82. Spiritual rain nourishes all beings. The star array of Mount Hua has taken shape. The jade disk transformed into a radiant azure light, vanishing momentarily within the golden shield. However, Yunqing has already mastered the star array and can manipulate it at will without relying on the jade disk. He harnesses spiritual energy, gracefully alighting upon the precipice of the mountain peak. The protective array will subsequently replenish the spiritual energy, bestowing blessings upon all living beings within the formation. With the array complete, the opportunity is imminent. Yunqing's words resonated in the ears of all present, prompting the Taoists to adjust their states, eagerly anticipating the rare, celestial fortune that the world offers. Among the 14 billion people of Huaxia, only they are privileged to receive such an honor. Their hearts brimmed with elation, as if glimpsing a transcendent opportunity. Little Flower elegantly perched on a rock. As a cat, its nature is one of laziness and playfulness, shunning the tedium of cultivation. Yet, the commands of its master supersede its innate tendencies. In its quest to become a useful spiritual beast to Yunqing, it is willing to endure the monotony of training. Should the Taoists learn of Little Flower's sentiments, they would surely be incensed by its lack of ambition. How many have yearned for this opportunity in vain? If one could purchase a spot, countless would willingly sacrifice their fortunes. Yet, how could immortals be so mercenary? Thus, the Taoists secretly rejoiced, believing that their decision to join the Huashan sect long ago was an astute choice. As they stood in anxious anticipation, fine strands of rain began to fall from the sky, seeping into the Taoist robes. The crowd was astonished. The skies over Mount Hua were clear. How could it suddenly rain? They looked up, witnessing a cerulean glow, with droplets as delicate as cow hairs. In the distance, on the rugged cliffs, a cypress tree rooted in the crevices of the rock absorbed the nourishing rain, its withered branches slowly sprouting vibrant green buds. The ancient tree was rejuvenating. Wild grasses thrived in abundance. This gentle rain enveloping Mount Hua seemed to impart boundless vitality to all living beings. The Taoists stared in disbelief as the flora around them flourished wildly. Before their eyes lay a tapestry of verdant splendor. Is this the opportunity they had long sought? Even the most obtuse among them grasped the essence of the immortal's words. It was this life-giving spiritual rain. They closed their eyes, focusing intently, striving to absorb the immense vitality contained within the raindrops. Zemingzi felt the most profound impact among them. The rain cascading upon him felt akin to adding fuel to a furnace within his being, although he had received the cleansing pill bestowed by the immortal, which merely restored him to the vigor of his 70s. The endless rain, now revitalizing him, made him feel youthful once more. At the back of the group, Zhao Huaimin also closed his eyes to meditate. Under the nourishing rain, he felt a remarkable sense of ease. Years of labor had left his body weary and worn. Yet now, it was as if he had returned to his youthful days, his vitality and spirit restored to their zenith. Zhao Huaimin was left in awe. This spiritual rain encompassed the entire Mount Hua, over 100 square kilometers of land, all living beings soaking in its life-giving essence. Could the cultivator Zhao truly intend to transform Mount Hua into a genuine paradise on earth? The notion is indeed audacious. However, if it pertains to Master Zhao, there exists a plausible possibility. Zhao Huaimin refrained from pondering further. Like the others, he continued to close his eyes and regulate his breathing. At the precipice, the rain seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, skillfully avoiding the robes of Yanqing. With a mere flick of his hand, a substantial amount of spiritual rain was deftly controlled, and the droplets above the Taoists' heads were significantly reduced. Consequently, the actual rainfall upon them was rather meager. These droplets coalesced into a gentle stream, which Yanqing directed toward Xiaohua. Drink slowly, indulge as much as you can. Unlike the Taoists, who passively endured the rain, Xiaohua lapped eagerly from the brook formed by the spiritual rain. Obediently, it followed Yanqing's instructions, bowing its head to drink heartily from the ethereal waters. Although these raindrops contained some essence, the majority was merely ordinary vapor. Excessive consumption would indeed lead to discomfort. Meanwhile, outside Huashan, a throng of onlookers stood beyond the barricade, gazing at the golden barrier several kilometers away. The commotion at Huashan was overwhelming. The massive golden shield resembled a wall descending from the heavens, severing all connections to the outside world. Excitement buzzed within the crowd, yet no one dared to cross the line, not only out of fear of the armed soldiers, but also due to apprehension of offending the immortals atop Huashan. The distance was considerable, and compounded by the faint golden glow of the shield, they could not discern the scene at the summit. They could vaguely see a fine rain inexplicably falling within the shield, while the undulating mountains appeared lush and vibrant, as if the rain had washed away the surface dust. Though the onlookers could not perceive clearly, those equipped with advanced technology could see through the barrier, gaining a clear view of Huashan. Within the protective shield, a gentle rain fell, causing the flora to flourish wildly. On the mountain path, the disciples of the Huashan sect sat cross-legged, joyfully allowing the rain to soak their garments. Their complexions were rosy, seemingly deriving immense benefits from the rainfall. Such divine techniques. An elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit tapped the armrest of his wooden chair, captivated by the rapid growth of vegetation displayed on the screen. He could not help but mutter in awe. While the external world sweltered in summer heat, Huashan basked in a gentle spring rain, nurturing abundant growth. Truly, they were beings of celestial origin, wielding miraculous abilities. The other dignitaries observed the line of Taoists being refreshed by the rain, particularly Zhao Huaimin at the rear of the procession, filled with envy. The rain that could induce old trees to sprout anew and stimulate rampant growth was undoubtedly extraordinary. To be esteemed by Master Zhao and receive such nourishing rain, what profound fortune! At this moment, far across the ocean in the White House of the United States, President Trump sat upright in his chair, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen before him. Surveillance satellites relayed the happenings at Huashan in real time, and the golden-hued transparent barrier was astonishingly vast, seemingly enveloping multiple mountain ranges. What the hell? President Trump exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. According to estimates from the technical department, this shield had a diameter of at least 50 to 60 kilometers, with a height approaching 3,000 meters. Who knew how those cultivators from Huaxia had managed to create such a marvel? It was nothing short of miraculous. Can nuclear bomb breach this shield? President Trump inquired of Vice President Ease beside him. his eagerness palpable as he sought to ascertain whether the most fearsome weapon in the nation's arsenal could inflict damage upon this barrier. Yi shook his head with a wry smile, replying, "Oh, Mr. President, I believe such an endeavor is unnecessary, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings." Following the formation of this shield, the worldview of the technical department members was utterly upended. They clamored that it defied the principles of science and the law of energy conservation. Now in a frenzy, they were desperately searching for theoretical foundations that could explain the shield's existence and the source of its seemingly inexhaustible energy. There was no longer any inclination to contemplate the calculations involving a nuclear bomb. Chapter 83, The Divine and the Earthly. Where the sun and moon shine together in the eastern nations of Huaxia and Fusang, extraordinary beings have emerged. President Trancy grumbled in discontent, thumping his desk. Why does our beautiful nation lack an extraordinary heritage? Upon hearing the president's foolish remarks, he felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The magnificent United States has only existed for 2 to 3 centuries, making it impossible to compare with Huaxia, an ancient civilization with a history spanning thousands of years. Their culture has remained unbroken, standing steadfast on the other side of the globe. However, the United States does have its own myths and legends, though they belong not to the nation itself, but to the indigenous peoples of North America, the Native Americans whose lands were invaded by their ancestors, suffering scalpings and extermination. Mr. President, it would be prudent not to expect extraordinary beings to manifest within our borders, for such an occurrence might see our beautiful nation fading into the annals of history. He sincerely cautioned his foolish superior. President Trancy, realizing the gravity of the situation, broke into a cold sweat. With extraordinary beings awakening across ancient lands, the thought of the indigenous gods suddenly rising sent shivers down his spine. Quetzalcoatl, we're my people. Why is there not but scalps left? Answer me. The atmosphere in the office grew awkward as Trancy recognized the absurdity of his inquiry. Just then, the screen before him flickered to life, radiating a brilliant golden light. The thick gift crab. President Trancy's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the display. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to convey the profound shock that enveloped him. The sight before him could only be rivaled by the descent of a deity. Moments earlier, atop Mount Hua, Yunqing stood upon a cliff, the gentle drizzle still falling around him. He gazed across the verdant mountains of Hua, where life surged forth, reminiscent of early spring. Feeling the vibrant energy in the air, so abundant compared to the outside world, he marveled at the protective array that could harness the essence of heaven and earth, maintaining its operation while simultaneously enriching the spiritual density within. Truly, it was a remarkable golden artifact. This array, if placed within a fantastical narrative, would undoubtedly belong to a top-tier sect. Yunqing pondered the origins of the system, but chose not to dwell on it. The array possessed not only defensive capabilities, but also formidable offensive measures, capable of absorbing external spiritual energy to construct a manifestation of the heavens, rendering its wielder invincible for a brief period to confront any adversary. Excitement stirred within Yunqing as he smiled, shifting his hands into a series of seals to test the array's defensive mechanisms. With a multitude of spectators present, it was the perfect opportunity to accrue a significant amount of astonishment value. Following the establishment of the protective array, the astonishment value had surged dramatically, earning him over 400,000, nearly recouping his initial investment. Chanting the incantation, the golden barrier enveloping Mount Hua began to hum, its surface rippling as it voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy from the surrounding air. Outside Mount Hua, the crowd, drawn by the spectacle, grew ever more fervent. Everyone was exhilarated as they gazed at the magnificent barrier resembling a grand city wall, its golden halo shimmering faintly. Countless individuals retrieved their smartphones, eager to share their experiences online. Currently, trending topics across major platforms included the extraordinary occurrences at Mount Hua, overshadowing even scandals of celebrity tax evasion, revelations of romantic affairs, and Wang Feng's latest album release, all relegated to the background. The government had ceased any attempts to control public discourse. This golden shield, spanning several dozen kilometers in diameter and soaring over 3,000 meters in height, was simply too monumental to obscure, nor was there any necessity to do so. The revival of spiritual energy had become a widely accepted consensus among the populace of Huaxia. Even elementary school students were aware of the Sword Immortal at Mount Hua. Outside the mountain, as the formation drew forth spiritual energy, the throngs of over 100,000 felt an inexplicable absence in the ambient air. Though subtle, this sensation was slightly discomforting. However, they soon disregarded this odd feeling, their gazes transfixed upwards in astonishment. At the pinnacle of the shield, radiant golden light coalesced